Our story opens at Delan Royal School. In one of the classrooms, the teacher spoke to everyone below with obvious excitement. Listen up. This really is the age of heroes. It had already been 5,000 years since the hero chronicles first appeared in the world, and over those long years, the lower realms had changed again and again. This year, Delan Royal School had been selected as the site of the Lumer entrance exam. So among you, there's bound to be someone who passes that exam and earns a place in the hero chronicles. The heroes of the future could be sitting in this room right now, and if you want that to happen, then you must, the teacher said, growing more animated as he went on. But right then, a sudden thump cut through the lecture. The teacher's face tightened in annoyance. "Pay attention in class," he snapped as he turned toward a white-haired student sleeping at his desk. The sound had come from that very student dropping his sleepy face onto the table. "Leo, if you already know it all, then answer this for me. What rituals were used 5,000 years ago for someone to be recognized as a hero?" Leo scratched his head, got to his feet, and answered lazily. "Well, if you get famous enough, people just kind of respect you on their own." This was Leo Plov, 15 years old, from the Plov family. Teacher looked like his blood pressure had just shot up. Then, like he had been through this plenty of times before, he let out a tired sigh and looked around the room. "Anyone else want to answer?" At that, a red-haired student sitting beside Leo raised his hand. In ancient times, there was no other way to gain the gods' recognition. Heroes were chosen through sacred ceremonies. For example, the blood ritual, he finished. The teacher immediately nodded in approval. "Excellent, as expected of the greatest young magic prodigy in our kingdom, Gulliver Tradon." After a brief pause, the teacher continued encouraging the class. "We have very high hopes for this year's Lumer entrance exam." Ignoring the noise around him, Leo finally woke up after a few more questions. He opened the book in front of him and quietly thought to himself, back then meeting the gods was actually easy. The sacred rites existed to honor the great heroes who fought for the world. In return, the gods granted the lower realms a miracle, the Hero Chronicles. So why is it that when it comes to me, it's like I don't even exist? With that thought, he slowly closed the book in his hands, looking a little downcast. Leo was actually the reincarnation of the great hero Kyle. But in the present, no one remembered him at all. A little later, while Leo was still drifting off in his own thoughts, the whole class suddenly rushed toward the windows. That made him glance up in confusion. "They're here! Where there? Look, that's the Zeringer family crest! Amazing! It's Celia Zeringer!" The students cried out like they had just seen a celebrity. Meanwhile, outside in the corridor, a young woman calmly walked forward under the escort of countless soldiers. Then an announcement rang out through the classrooms. "All students are to gather in the hall immediately, no exceptions. The Zeringer family has arrived at our school." Hearing that, Leo got up from his seat. Seeing him move, his red-haired friend Gulliver Tradon smirked and teased. "Leo, what, are you going to try to get the Zeringers' attention too? You really think they'd notice you?" Leo answered him with a look that made it clear exactly how stupid he thought that sounded. "I'm going. I'm not interested in that stuff like you are." With that, Leo turned and walked straight out without a second thought. From behind him, Gulliver flushed with embarrassment and irritation. "I'm not interested either. I just want to see Celia Zeringer as a rival," he shouted, only for Leo to casually wave him off. That almost made Gulliver explode. "I'm serious." Time passed in a flash and the scene shifted to a training ground. Now Leo stood there with a wooden sword in hand ready to train. He hadn't been slacking off when it came to physical training. "This body is definitely better than my last one," he thought to himself. Then a voice suddenly sounded beside him. "What are you thinking so hard about?" The moment the words fell, a woman appeared in front of him and swung her sword like she was facing down an enemy. Leo reacted at once, raising his own wooden sword to block. He was just about to say something, but the woman cut him off. "Your mother's going to spar with you. You're not getting into Lumer with talent that mediocre. This is your final test," she said, lifting her sword again before charging Leo one more time. Leo gritted his teeth and took the weight of his mother's blow head on. Seeing him start to shake after just one hit, she gave him a cold look. "Should I use more force?" Then she really did. Her strikes grew heavier, and her speed kicked up another level, forcing Leo to push himself just to stay with her. After only several dozen seconds, Leo was already breathing hard. "Aren't you being a little too rough, Mom?" he complained between breaths, but it did nothing. She only scolded him harder. "You've still got time to chat while we're fighting?" Then she poured even more strength into her attack, and rushed in with a speed sharp enough to split the wind. But the instant she brought her sword down, her face changed. Oh no! I put too much force into that. If Leo can't dodge it, panic flashed across her mind. But at that critical moment, Leo calmly tilted his head and slipped to the side, dodging the attack cleanly. His mother was still frozen in surprise, and before she could react, Leo swung his sword up and stopped the tip right at her throat. Then Leo lowered his sword a little and gently asked, "Are you okay, Mom?" Still dazed, the woman could hardly believe she had been beaten that easily. Just how far does this kid's talent go? After staring for a few seconds in disbelief, she got back up, brushed the dust from her clothes, and looked at Leo. "Are you still planning to go to Lumer?" Lumer Academy was the human race's hero academy, one of the 4 great hero academies. More than anywhere else, that was the place most likely to still hold a record of his abilities. Leo gave a quiet nod to himself. "Of course I am." Seeing that, his mother smiled and said, "The Zeringer family is visiting Delan, and they'll be staying at our manor." "The Zeringers are coming to our house?" Leo thought. That's right. Clearly in a good mood, she added that she would ask Viscount Riz Zeringer to pass the Zeringer aerial technique on to him. "With that technique, you'll be strong enough to take the Lumer exam next year," she said as she ruffled Leo's hair. Leo said nothing, but inwardly he thought, "Mom, I'm planning to take it this year." Time moved on, and the scene shifted to the front of the manor. Just like his mother had said, the members of the Zeringer family had arrived in a luxurious black carriage. As Celia stepped out, she couldn't help wondering why she had been brought here in the first place. Why stay somewhere like this? Why not just get a hotel? I only want to focus on the Lumer entrance exam, so why come all the way to a household this small? Those questions kept circling in her head until her uncle finally spoke. "Aren't you at least curious about Leo? I thought you said you didn't care about the Zeringer family side of things." Celia brushed her hair back with a proud look and answered coldly, "Someone who wants to be a knight but can't even use aerial technique isn't worth my attention, right?" Hearing that, Riz quietly said, "I see it a little differently." The two of them then greeted the owners of the manor, bowing politely. "It's an honor to meet you, Riz Zeringer." The man introduced himself. In front of him stood Raina Plav, lady of the Plav family, and beside her was David Plav, head of the family. "Go ahead, Celia. Greet them," the Viscount reminded her. Celia placed a hand over her chest and calmly introduced herself. "I'm Celia Zeringer. It's a pleasure to be under your care. I'm very glad to meet you." Raina smiled as she looked at her. "Ha. This girl really does take after her father and her uncle." After getting a better look at Raina, Celia suddenly paused. "Wait, black hair and red eyes? Could it be? She's from that family too?" As if he had read her thoughts, Riz gave a small nod and explained, "Raina Plav, she's your aunt." The scene then shifted to the parlor, where Riz and Raina were happily drinking tea and chatting. Riz mentioned that they had stopped by the royal school earlier, and it had been packed with students. "But I heard Leo Plav wasn't interested in seeing you and went straight home instead." At that, Raina burst out laughing. "So that's the mighty reputation of the Zeringer family? Kind of underwhelming. If that bothered you, then let me apologize on my son's behalf. That boy only cares about training." "Curious now," Riz asked. "What kind of child is Leo?" Raina answered without hesitation that Leo possessed unbelievable talent. Riz's expression shifted, and his tone turned serious. "Do you truly believe Leo has the right to inherit the Zeringer firebrand?" Raina answered firmly. "Not just because he's my son. I believe in him even more than that. He deserves it." Riz smiled faintly. "If that's how you feel, then I'm really looking forward to seeing it. First, I need to judge the boy's potential for myself." The scene shifted again, this time to where Leo was. He was sitting cross-legged, completely still, like he was deep in concentration. A soft light flickered from his right wrist. Then Leo slowly opened his eyes and murmured, "Finally, the vessel that can receive everything is complete." The reason I never learned aerial technique before now is simple. The moment a person accepts an aerial field, the body naturally starts adapting to that kind of power. And once that happens, you lose the chance to keep building up mana and spiritual strength. In my previous life, if I had understood their power and nature more completely, if I had handled everything the right way, maybe I wouldn't have left behind those seeds of disaster. But in this life, I'll master it all from the ground up. Starting with aerial technique. That was what Leo told himself. But just then, a voice called out from behind him. "You're Leo Plav, right?" Leo turned around at once, caught off guard. The one who had come to see him was none other than Celia Zeringer. Celia smiled and said, "From what I can tell, your fundamentals are pretty solid. I'll teach you swordsmanship myself. What do you think?" She sounded cheerful, but her real goal was to earn points with Leo's mother, Raina. Leo didn't answer right away. Instead, he looked at her and asked, "And you are?" With obvious pride, Celia introduced herself. "I am Celia Zerdinger, also known as the World's Sword Maiden." "I see, thanks for the offer, but I'm not interested in learning from someone weaker than me." Leo just gave a small shrug. Celia's eyes widened. "You're saying you're stronger than me?" she asked, staring at him like she couldn't believe what she had just heard. Leo answered evenly. "In a real life-and-death fight, you'd be stronger, because I don't use aerial technique. But if we're talking pure swordsmanship, that's a different story," he said with complete confidence. The moment she heard that, irritation flashed across Celia's face. Her eyes shifted toward the weapons resting off to the side. Then she casually picked up a sword and threw down the challenge. "Fine. If you're that confident, duel me." Inside, she let out a cold little laugh. "So he thinks that just because he can fight without aerial technique, he's above me? I'll show him where reality hits." Celia laid out the terms. "If I win, then for the next week while I'm staying here, you'll be my servant." Leo looked at her and asked, "And if I win?" Without backing down, Celia answered, "Then I'll serve you." And just like that, the bet was set. Leo bent down and quickly picked up a wooden sword from the ground. "Then let's start." He shot forward first and ripped out a heavy slash that seemed to split the air. Celia moved just as quickly, bringing up her sword to block it. But the moment their blades met, her expression shifted. Inwardly, she admitted his speed was no joke. Still, speed alone wasn't enough. So she moved in to take control of the fight, and Leo moved at the same time. This time, he was just a step faster. Leo struck first, forcing Celia to bring her sword up in defense. Then came the second hit, and the shock of it ran through her arms like she'd just been slammed by a carriage. "What is this strength?" she shouted inwardly, immediately jumping back to release the force. It was the right call because Leo's sword tip smashed into the ground a moment later and blasted the stone floor into shattered pieces. The second Celia gave ground, Leo chased after her, not giving her even a moment to recover. Facing that kind of pressure head-on, Celia instantly realized she couldn't stop him cleanly. Leo drove his sword straight at the Sword Maiden, but the strike was stopped cold by a layer of aerial field barrier. "I thought this was supposed to be a pure sword fight," Leo said, his voice turning cold. "I just reacted on instinct," Celia replied, sounding a little shaken. Leo stayed calm. "That's fine. I'm still going to win." Celia stared at him in disbelief. "What?" She raised her voice and shot back. "The gap between someone with an aerial field and someone without one is the difference between heaven and earth?" Leo only asked if she wanted to feel that difference for herself. Then he removed the bracelet from his wrist and tossed it to the ground. Celia recognized it immediately as a magic bracelet, and her eyes flew open. "This guy's insane." Leo didn't bother explaining. He only gave her a faint smile. Then he rushed in again and drove the wooden sword straight into Celia's aerial field barrier. The instant it connected, the barrier burst apart into fragments. "What is this? It's so crude!" Celia screamed inwardly. "This maniac!" Time passed, and the scene shifted to where Reina was walking with her brother Riz. Then the two of them spotted Leo up ahead. "Leo, come over and say hello. They're guests of our family." Leo stepped forward, looked at Riz, and gave a respectful bow. "I'm Leo Plav." Riz held out his hand and said, "I'm Riz Zerdinger, your uncle, as you probably know. It's good to finally meet you." He gripped Leo's hand firmly, while Reina asked from the side, "By the way, have you met Celia yet?" Leo glanced over awkwardly at Celia, who was being carried out on a stretcher by a group of knights. "My lady, what happened?" the group cried out in alarm. Everything had happened so fast. The moment Riz saw his niece unconscious, he rushed over to check on her. A knight hurriedly explained what had happened, and the more Riz listened, the harder it became for him to hide his disbelief. So the boy beat Celia without even using an aerial field. Impressive, he praised Leo for it. But Leo himself didn't look especially proud. In his eyes, Celia had lost because she underestimated him. Then Riz asked what kind of bet they had made, and Leo answered that the loser had agreed to serve the winner. "So that means Celia Zerdinger will be your servant for a week." The moment those words landed, Riz's expression darkened. A promise matters, and Celia is still a member of the Zerdinger family. "You can't seriously make that girl work as a servant. I want you to cancel that promise. I'll give you something else in return instead. For example." Before he could finish, Leo cut him off and refused. "This promise was made between me and Celia. As long as she carries the Zerdinger name, then she has to honor it." Riz offered another option. I could even teach you the Zerdinger family's aerial field cultivation technique. Not knowing the man in front of him was a legendary hero with countless techniques at his command, Leo let out a quiet snort. One aerial field technique to make up for your granddaughter's loss? That hardly sounds valuable enough for me to bother learning. After being turned down again and again, Riz could no longer keep things light. Leo Plav, you just said a direct member of the Zerdinger family would serve as your maid. And you also said our family's aerial field cultivation techniques aren't worth much, correct? Leo didn't flinch. Yes, that's right. Then suddenly Riz laughed. Don't you think that might have been a little hasty? Leo calmly explained that he had no intention of insulting the Zerdinger family. If you were giving me your family's aerial field technique as a reward for beating Celia, I'd gladly take it. But you're offering it to smooth over Celia's mistake. And that means you believe that if she hadn't been careless, she wouldn't have lost. But even if Celia had gone all out from the start, I still would have won. Leo's confidence made Riz smile. Truly interesting. If the Zerdinger family had a child like that, he said, then gave a small wave of his hand. At that signal, the knights moved Celia to the servants' quarters so she could fulfill the promise. Then Riz turned back to Leo and said, Leo, just between us. Call me uncle? Yes, uncle. Leo answered with a nod. Clearly pleasing Riz, after Leo left, Riz no longer felt any need to test his potential. He turned to Reina and said, Sister, you're going to have him teach Leo the family's aerial field cultivation technique, right? I think I'll talk to the eldest and see if Leo can be taught Phoenix Breath instead, she replied. Time passed, and by the next morning, the scene shifted to Leo's bedroom. There stood Celia in a maid outfit, her cheeks burning red with embarrassment. Grinding her teeth, she forced the words out. For 1 week, I will serve as the young master's maid. I am Celia Zerdinger. Leo was sitting there with a book in his hands. Hearing her, he glanced up, looked her over, gave a small nod and said, It actually suits you. That simple maid outfit with your elegant look. Yeah, that combination is really something. There was just enough of a strange tone in his voice to make Celia tremble with anger. I know I'm beautiful, but the way you said that was weird? Leo quickly backed off. No, I didn't mean it like that. Sorry. I had a friend who was always praising beauty. Maybe I picked up some of that without realizing it. After saying that, Leo let out a quiet sigh, remembering a close companion from his previous life. When peace comes to the world, I'll spend the rest of my life spreading beauty to everyone. That was the line that teammate used to repeat to him all the time. Now calmer, Celia said that a friend who loved beauty that much must have been wonderful. Leo murmured back. The problem was, he was too sincere, as an old memory surfaced. That beauty-loving teammate had once suggested that the two girls in their party pose as models for his paintings. After all, Lysinas carried herself with more elegance than anyone, and Luna was willing to do anything for the sake of art. Could you pose nude for me? I even brought a sketchbook, he said, practically glowing with excitement. The answer he got was simple. The two girls beat him up on the spot. Back in the present, Celia noticed the book Leo was holding tightly in his hands. Curious, she figured it might be some kind of special training manual and asked, What are you reading? Leo glanced down at the book and answered casually, This? I used to read it all the time when I was little. It's the hero's origin. Celia stared at him in surprise. She knew that book was basically a fairy tale, and Leo was already 15. She stepped closer and started looking over the books lined up on the shelf. It looks like you really love the hero's origin, she said. There were so many books that even scholars who studied the great heroes might not have owned this many. Celia was genuinely impressed by how much Leo had collected. Leo, however, said he had gathered them almost by accident. Celia picked up one of the books and quietly said, But there are especially a lot of books about Kyle. A flicker passed through Leo's face as old memories surfaced. Among the accomplishments credited to the great heroes, there were some whose true owner was never made clear. I think those may have actually belonged to him. Hearing that, Celia immediately shook her head. He was probably just a fraud trying to steal the other heroes' achievements. That was the belief most people had. Honestly, I think that too. Leo whispered so quietly that Celia couldn't make it out. What? She asked, leaning in again. Leo clearly had no intention of repeating himself, so he smoothly changed the subject. Anyway, we'll start training after breakfast, all right? The moment she heard that, Celia's eyes lit up. Young master, if possible, may I train with you? Behind that question, one thought was already running through her mind. I want to figure out the secret behind his strength. Leo agreed right away, since there was nothing hidden about the source of his power. It's going to be rough. You sure you want to keep up? That almost dismissive tone instantly set Celia off. I am Celia Zerdinger. But once the two of them actually started training together, Celia quickly learned just how brutal his routine really was. Before long, she was drenched in sweat and breathing hard. Looking at her, Leo casually pointed out, "Once your stamina hits its limit, your reactions slow down, your movements get sloppy, and you leave your back open. Like this." Celia stared at him suspiciously. "He pushes people this far, and he calls this training?" "Yes," Leo said, shaking his head before criticizing the modern standard. "Kids these days are way too weak. After 5,000 years of aerial field development, physical training's been pushed aside. Aerial field is power that helps optimize your physical ability. And when the body gets stronger, your control over that power gets better too. Nobody treats physical training like it matters." After taking a short break, Celia forced herself back to her feet and charged in again. "Don't look down on me, you white-haired jerk." She rushed Leo, but to him, she looked painfully slow. Leo swung once, and that single strike sent her flying with ease. Celia was nearly in tears. "Why? Why can't I beat him?" Leo stepped toward her calmly and said, "Frustrating, isn't it?" Then he held something out. "Take this." The second Celia touched it, the weight slammed her hands to the ground. It was a bracelet enchanted with gravity. "Wear it during training starting tomorrow," Leo said, smiling faintly at the sight of someone actually willing to suffer through this with him. Time passed, and the scene shifted to an open training lot. As Leo and Celia trained, Riss stood in the back, quietly watching them. He figured this would be good for Celia before entering Lumer. Knocking down some of that pride of hers wasn't such a bad thing. Thinking that, he called out to Leo, "Leo, I plan to ask the family head to let you inherit the Phoenix Breath technique." That caught Leo off guard, because he had heard of that technique before. Phoenix Breath was the origin of every aerial field technique in the Zerdinger family, and from what he knew, only those the family truly acknowledged were allowed to inherit it. Celia immediately protested. "Father won't agree to that so easily." Riss gave a small nod. "Correct. So there's a condition. You have to pass this year's Lumer entrance exam," he said calmly. But Celia instantly panicked for Leo. "What?" "The Lumer entrance exam is live combat. You know it's far too dangerous for someone like Leo, who doesn't use aerial fields, to be taking part in that." Leo, on the other hand, showed no fear at all. If anything, something in him stirred. "Real combat, huh? Then this is the only path I've got." Riz looked at him and asked, "So, what do you think?" Leo answered with a confident nod. "My father and mother said they'd respect my decision, so yes, I'll take part," he said. That answer didn't surprise Riz much. Just as he expected, the boy had already planned to enter this year's exam. With a new reason to push himself, Leo threw himself even harder into training. "Take a short break, then we keep going, back to running." "Who says I can't keep up?" Celia shot back. A week later, the scene shifted back to Delan Royal School. Today was the Lumer Academy entrance exam, and from early morning on, people had already packed the area waiting for it to begin. The moment Celia arrived, eyes turned toward her from every direction. "Isn't that Celia Zerdinger?" "No way, it's really the Sword Maiden." "Wait, who's the guy next to her?" The whispers spread fast. Celia glanced at Leo and asked, "Are you nervous?" Leo answered in a calm voice, "Not at all, young master." He gave her a teasing look, clearly reminding her of the bet. "Though you should probably fix the way you talk." The comment caught Celia completely off guard. Just then, a voice called out from behind them. "Miss Celia." The two of them turned, only to find their red-haired classmate, Gulliver Trayden. The moment Gulliver saw Leo standing beside Celia, he nearly choked. "Leo? What are you doing here? You don't even know how to use aerial fields." Then he hurried over and greeted Celia properly. "Miss Celia, it's so good to see you. Have you been well?" Leo and Celia both looked at Gulliver like he was ridiculous, and Leo's response left him standing there, awkward and speechless. After fumbling for a moment, he introduced himself anyway. "I'm Gulliver Trayden. I greeted you when you visited the school before." "The greatest magic prodigy in Delan," Gulliver added. But before he could keep going, Celia cut him off. "Sorry. I don't remember you at all. Goodbye." Then she grabbed Leo by the hand and pulled him away. But right then, another voice rang out loud enough for everyone nearby to hear. "Celia? Long time no see." The ones who spoke were a young brother and sister, both marked by striking silver hair. They were the Llewellyn siblings, 16-year-old Abad Llewellyn and his 14-year-old sister, Chelsea Llewellyn. "Who are they?" Leo asked. eyeing the two of them with quiet curiosity. Celia's hand tightened before she answered. They're the Llewellyn siblings. They come from the Llewellyn clan, a noble family of heroes from the Rodran Empire. They're taking the exam too, so we cannot afford to lose. If the Zeringers lose to the Llewellyns, that would be humiliating. Her eyes were practically blazing. Leo just looked at her and said, I'm from the Plav family. A moment later, the Llewellyn siblings walked over and greeted Celia again. Long time no see, Celia. The swordswoman gave a small nod.
Indeed.
Long time no see, Abad Llewellyn. And who's the one standing next to you? Celia glanced at Leo and introduced him in a clear voice. This is Leo Plav of the Plav family, a member of a marquis household from the kingdom of Delrod. The second Chelsea heard that, her interest vanished. So just a commoner, she said coldly. Abad didn't seem any different after a brief greeting. He turned to leave. Celia, first place will be mine. Of course, brother, Chelsea replied as she followed him. Watching their arrogant attitude, Celia clicked her tongue. What a pain. I'm definitely going to beat them. Right after she said that, a loud sound rang out and pulled everyone's attention forward. On the raised platform, a young teacher had appeared. Looks like everyone's here. My name is Albie. Albie Giron. I'm a professor at Lumen Academy. His voice spread across the entire area. Celia's face shifted at once. Wait, Albie? The mage with the evil eye? Seeing how shocked she looked, Leo asked, Who is that? Celia looked even more surprised that Leo didn't know. You seriously don't know? He's a hero recorded in the heroic records. There was open admiration in her voice. And that made Leo study the man on the platform a little more carefully. So this is someone considered a hero of the current era. Leo watched the mana gathering in Albie's left eye. That must be the evil eye. Completely unaware of what Leo was thinking, Professor Albie began explaining the test. The exam, he said, would normally include both combat against other people and monster subjugation, with every applicant taking part in each stage in sequence. What an annoying way to do things, he said flatly. Then he flicked his hand and the papers he was holding burst into flames. From inside his coat, he pulled out a book and used his power to open the heroic records. Albie's world spread open before them, starting with the Beast Forest. A huge magic circle flared to life beneath everyone's feet. It gave off a violent surge of power. Albie's voice turned cold. I don't tolerate delays, so I'll throw all of you in at once and move things along. As that happened, Leo used the moment to sort through what he remembered about the heroic records. The heroic records were not just some simple ledger. Their real value was that they preserved the trials past heroes had gone through and could recreate those worlds. If someone conquered a hero's world, they could inherit the power left behind by that hero. It was almost like a system designed to train heroes. When they came back to their senses, they were already standing in a dark, dreary forest. Then Albie's voice boomed down from the sky. This is the Beast Forest. Your test is survival. You may work together, or you may take each other out. Do whatever you have to in order to stay alive. If you want to quit, break the globe you're holding and you'll return. That's all. And with that, his voice disappeared. While everyone else was still trying to process what had happened, Leo felt an odd sense of familiarity. This was the forest as it had existed before it was corrupted by the Beast Queen Silatuna. Long ago, this place had belonged to the Fairy Clan. All around him, some of the more fragile students were already starting to panic. I want to go home, one of them blurted out. It's just an illusion. Someone else scoffed. Pathetic. Leo's eyes narrowed. They were wrong. Even if this world had been rebuilt from Professor Albie's memories, everything that happened inside it was real. If someone ended up in a fatal situation here, they would actually die. Just then, a green arrow of light shot out from the forest straight at Leo. Luckily, he had stayed alert the whole time and dodged it at the last second. The one who fired it was none other than Chelsea Llewellyn. When she saw Leo avoid the shot, she stepped forward and said, We've met before, haven't we? It'll be fun crushing someone connected to the Zeringer family. Leo looked at her and reminded her. I'm from the Plov family, but you were with Celia earlier. Chelsea shot back. Then she immediately cast Windcut, shaping a sharp scythe of energy in her hand. Even Leo was a little surprised. It was a spell that hadn't existed in the past. Still, at its core, it was no different. Leo tightened his grip on his sword and prepared himself. Seeing that he was still calm, Chelsea frowned in irritation. You're seriously keeping your composure even with me standing right in front of you? She spun the wind scythe once in a full circle, then flung it straight at him like a spinning saw blade. But for Leo, that attack was nothing hard to deal with. With one clean swing of his sword, He knocked the scythe off course without any trouble. Seeing him brush it aside so easily, Chelsea's face shifted. He still hasn't used anything. I can't even sense an aura field from him. Is his aura attribute just that hard to read? She wondered. Leo looked at her and said, "That attack was too straightforward. Why don't we work together instead? In tests like this, the ones who last the longest usually score better. And as a mage, wouldn't it help to have a swordsman beside you?" He added with a calm smile. But Chelsea didn't take any of it seriously. "Ha ha, too bad. I'm a battle mage. And more than that, you called my attack simple," she snapped. Leo didn't back down. "I did. For a wind spell, it's too one-dimensional, at least in terms of raw power." Chelsea stared at him like she couldn't believe what she was hearing. "You're really lecturing me about magic? Me, a direct descendant of the Llewellyn family? Fine then. Let's see how you deal with a simple attack." She swung her staff and sent multiple wind blades and arrows slashing toward Leo. But the instant she attacked, she realized Leo was no longer standing where he had been. "He's gone." Chelsea stiffened. "I can't sense any mana at all. Why?" Then Leo suddenly appeared right in front of her and drove a punch into her stomach, forcing her down to her knees. "In that case," he said, "let me ask one more time. Will you cooperate?" A little later, Leo had Chelsea tied to a wooden post, and in front of her, he lit a fire with a look that was almost disturbingly pleased. Time passed before either of them said anything else. By the time night came, Chelsea Llewellyn finally woke up. The moment she opened her eyes, she found herself tied above a roaring fire like some offering in a ritual. "What is this?" Chelsea screamed. Seeing that she was awake, Leo calmly brought it up again. "So, are you going to cooperate with me?" Chelsea clenched her teeth, her whole face twisting with disgust. "Never. I don't need anyone except my brother and my windblade," she shouted and tried to activate her magic to cut the ropes. But at that same moment, a small red sealing circle flashed on her wrist and her spell failed to activate. "That's a magic sealing formation," Leo muttered. "Though I don't have much mana, so I can't keep it up for long," Chelsea shot back. "A spell like this? I can break it easily." Leo gave her a cold smile. "You think I'm going to let you focus?" The flames slowly crept closer and caught the edge of Chelsea's dress. "Wait, stop. It's too hot," she screamed. Leo kept pressing her for an answer, and with nowhere left to run, Chelsea finally gave in. "All right, I'll do it." Even then, Leo didn't untie her right away. He made her swear on her family's honor first. "Okay, I swear. I swear on the honor of the Llewellyn family that I will cooperate. So stop already." Chelsea's voice shook, and tears gathered at the corners of her eyes. Inside, Leo was practically grinning like a madman. Too easy. She's still just a kid, he thought. Then he gave the rope a hard pull, sending Chelsea dropping down. Leo caught her gently before she hit the ground and spoke in an unexpectedly warm tone. "I look forward to working with you, Llewellyn Mage." Outside the trial, the other students were still struggling through battles all over the forest. Meanwhile, the teachers watched everything through monitoring screens as they scored and evaluated each student. And the more Professor Albie Giron watched, the more irritated he became. To him, these low-level students fighting each other from the start were complete idiots. Still, there were two of them he openly approved of, for understanding the point of the exam right away: Celia Zerdinger and Abad Llewellyn. The Rodran Empire really does have a bright future ahead. Then Albie glanced at another screen and saw Leo and Chelsea fighting a giant buffalo side by side. "Wait, isn't that Leo Plav?" His eyes narrowed. What he pulled at that campfire earlier was pretty strange, but getting Chelsea Llewellyn to cooperate with him is a major plus. He may not have the same raw talent or obvious brilliance as Celia or Abad, but he's the kind of wild card you can't predict. Albie kept watching Leo's screen, clearly intrigued. Back with Leo, even though Chelsea had been forced into teaming up with him, she still couldn't help admiring what she'd seen from him so far. "Having a knight with you really is convenient. Tell me, what kind of aura are you using?" "I haven't sensed any mana from you at all," she asked, genuinely curious. Leo answered without much thought. "I don't know how to use aura." Chelsea just froze, unable to process that answer. "What? Then how are you doing this without aura?" Leo replied. "What matters is the essence of it. That goes for wind magic too. So tell me, what do you think the true essence of wind magic is?" As he asked that, Chelsea responded by firing off a chain of wind-cutting spells. "They make sharp blades." A monster that had tried to sneak up on them was instantly sliced in half. Chelsea smirked at him. "Talking to the Llewellyn family about magic? That's ridiculous." Leo didn't get angry. Instead, he calmly corrected her. "The power itself is impressive, but the way you're using it is completely wrong." Then Leo stepped forward like a teacher about to start a lesson, making Chelsea mutter under her breath, "You really are such a—" Before she could finish, Leo suddenly raised a hand. "Wait, stop." That was when Chelsea understood why. Right in front of them were several long-dried corpses, shriveled up like mummies. Chelsea frowned at the sight. "I've seen something like this before." Leo looked at them and quietly said, "Now I get the condition for clearing this test." The moment he said it, he sensed danger closing in, and didn't even have time to think. Leo lunged forward, grabbed Chelsea tight, and yanked her off to the side. That single move let both of them barely avoid an unfamiliar attack. A few people came walking out from the distance. "Too bad," one of them said. "I was hoping to take down Chelsea Llewellyn before she got eliminated. And the one next to her doesn't look like anything special." The one speaking was Gulliver Tradon, who had teamed up with a group of students to take out the stronger candidates. "All right, move in together," he shouted, and the whole group charged like a pack of wild dogs. But the worst thing they could have done was try to fight Leo at close range. Leo stepped in and drove a punch straight into one attacker's face, dropping him to the ground like he was nothing. The rest saw their ally go down in an instant, and just like that, they lost their nerve and stopped rushing in blindly. "Support me," Leo told Chelsea. "Ah, okay," she answered, still shaken from the danger they had just escaped. After freezing for a few seconds, Tradon's group finally tried to hype themselves back up. "What are you doing? Attack already?" They charged forward again without thinking, completely unaware that Tradon, their leader, had already slipped away while telling himself, "I can't go down here. I'll just look for someone else to deal with." Pushing himself on, he broke into a run. At the same time, not too far away, Celia spotted Tradon and immediately headed in the opposite direction. And that was how Celia and Abad Llewellyn ended up arriving where Leo was. By then, Chelsea and that whole group of students were already sprawled across the ground in defeat. The moment Abad saw his sister, his face lit up. Chelsea ran straight over and threw herself at Abad, and he quickly comforted her. "Chelsea, are you all right?" Celia watched with amusement, then asked, "How did you two end up together?" Leo answered casually, "Ah, I asked her to cooperate with me. She was stubborn and refused, so I convinced her properly." He smiled in a way that instantly told Celia there was more to that story. Narrowing her eyes, she asked, "What are you plotting this time?" For some reason, Leo then started walking around and helping every fallen student back onto their feet. Chelsea looked at him confused and asked why he was helping them. Leo explained, "There's no point competing anymore. We're going to clear this world together. The beast forest is in an abnormal state. Did you see those corpses? All the moisture in their bodies was drained out. And that's not the only strange thing in this forest. Have you noticed there are way too few monsters around?" The second he said that, Celia's expression changed. "Now that you mention it, you're right. It's like something's been eating them. There has to be a high-level monster in this forest, and the rest are hiding because they're scared of it." White-haired Abad Llewellyn gave a small nod. "I see. Professor Alby's first great achievement was defeating a high-level monster." The moment those words left his mouth, a terrifying wave of killing intent crashed down over the whole group. Cold sweat instantly broke out all over their bodies. "Looks like it's already here," Leo muttered. Back with Gulliver Tradon, he was using a light spell to scout the path ahead. "No matter what, Leo, I'm taking you down." He ground out through clenched teeth. Then all of a sudden, he noticed a shadow blocking his way. Tradon slowly raised his staff and leaned in to get a better look. The second he realized it was a corpse, he jumped back and shouted, "What is this?" All of a sudden, something sticky dripped down from above and landed on his staff. Gulliver Tradon frowned and slowly looked up. The second he did, his whole body locked up in terror. Right above him was a giant spider, staring down at him like he was already its next meal. Back outside the giant pit, some of the students who had dropped out early because of the danger were still happily bragging to each other. "I took down, 15 or 16? One brown-haired student said excitedly. "Same here." The student across from him replied with a nod. At the same time, Professor Alby Geron watched them with clear disappointment on his face. Out of roughly 500 applicants, every single one so far had failed to impress him. Another professor heard that and immediately panicked, reminding him they still needed to choose around 100 students. Unlike the other regions, only 50 were still left inside the test. But Alby had no intention of changing his mind. "If they don't meet my standards, I'm perfectly willing to fail all of them. Callian Baden put me in charge of this exam because he understands that." As he said that, his eyes settled on the screen showing Leo, and he thought to himself that a true hero reveals himself when things get hard. Leo Plav, He's probably already noticed that something is wrong with this forest. But the real question is whether he can survive in this world. Back with Leo's group, they quickly gathered themselves and pushed onward. Damn, it's completely dark, one long-haired student complained. Then Celia, who was leading the group, suddenly stopped and raised a hand. Wait, something's up ahead. Get ready to fight. She drew mana into the tip of her sword, and a faint red glow began to gather around the blade. A moment later, they spotted Gulliver Tradon's body caught in something's grip. What are you? Before anyone could finish, Abad warned them. The one in the back is the real target. He moved to cast an attack spell, but it still hadn't fully formed. Leo stopped him and shouted toward Tradon. Gulliver! Wake up and break the crystal now. Tradon gritted his teeth and did exactly that, smashing the glass stone in his hand. His body turned to light and was teleported out of the world. The giant spider let out a frustrated hiss as its prey slipped away from its jaws. Now that Gulliver Tradon was out of the way, Abad Llewellyn freely unleashed his magic and softly chanted, Wind Fangs! A storm of razor-sharp wind blades tore forward and slashed into the giant spider, spraying blood everywhere. Even after losing that much blood, its wounds started closing at an unbelievable speed. When they saw it regenerating that fast, the whole group went pale. Even that wasn't enough. Leo's eyes narrowed. Just like I thought. This is the Spider Princess Tarantula. In that instant, he recognized the monster. From the other side, a student gripping an axe rushed into close combat and yelled, Take this! But before he could even get near it, one of the spider's legs slammed into him and launched him far into the distance. Celia had no time to check on the student who got sent flying. Forcing herself upright, she said, Then I'll finish it with one strike. She immediately began concentrating a huge amount of power at the tip of her sword. Once it was fully charged, Celia fired that energy forward like a beam and punched straight through the spider's head. But its life force was overwhelming. In just a few seconds, the hole in its forehead sealed up like it had never been there. Celia froze at the sight. For a moment, she couldn't even process what she was seeing. After watching Celia's attack fail, Abad Llewellyn stepped forward and showed exactly how wide the gap was between a mage and a knight. Certain of himself, he unleashed a bombardment spell and formed a massive wind blade wrapped around the spider's body. But even that still wasn't enough to bring down the queen. If anything, it just made her even more enraged. Still, Abad had dealt the greatest damage so far, and because of that, the spider's killing intent shifted straight toward him. Chelsea reacted at once and fired an attack spell just in time to save her brother. Even so, Abad still ended up with a light wound on his arm. Are you all right? Chelsea asked. Thank you, Chelsea, Abad replied, seeing both Celia and Abad unable to deal with it. The axe-wielding student fell into despair. What is this thing? Leo answered. That kind of grotesque regeneration gives it away. She's the daughter of Tarantula, Queen of Tartarus, one of the monsters from Erebus's army that devastated the fairy forest. Everyone turned to stare at Leo like he had just said something completely insane, while Leo kept sorting through the memories rising in his mind. The mana in Alby's left eye. It's the mana of the fairy king Tarantula. That monster ruled over the cursed wild forest and brought ruin to the fairy woods. And it even devoured the fairy king's arm. During the battle, Leo realized something. He had thought Luna killed Tarantula back then, but the fairy king's right arm inside its stomach had kept it alive. To be exact, it was the endless life force of the Ring of Life. The group immediately tensed with fighting spirit. If this monster is the key to passing the test, then I'll take it down. Who said that? Abad snapped back, and Celia shot him a glare of her own. The two of them kept hammering the spider with one skill after another, but Leo already knew it was pointless. It'll just keep regenerating until all your mana runs dry, he said coldly. Then what do you suggest? Celia asked. Leo answered that this would take two people working together. Abad refused on the spot. No, I'm the one getting the highest score, not you. What? Celia fired back, seeing them start arguing again. Leo barked at both of them that if they failed this hero trial, every last one of them would be disqualified. That instantly made both of them freeze and drop the argument. Abad said that even if they cooperated, it would still take time to prepare an attack strong enough to kill the creature. Until then, only he and Celia could keep it pinned down. Celia went silent, while the others looked on in confusion. Then Leo stepped forward. I'll do it, he said, his face calm and full of confidence. You can't be serious. That's suicide. You can't even sense aura. That's true, Leo said evenly. But I can still hold it off for 5 minutes. Abad frowned. And what if the attack fails? Leo answered without hesitation. I don't think it will. Fire and wind work well together. Those two types of power sync better than people think. That made Celia and Abad glance at each other, like the same idea had just clicked for both of them. While they were still thinking it over, Leo suddenly lunged at the spider. He grabbed the axe and swung it straight into the monster's mouth. The spider let out a shrill cry of pain, watching its body regenerate again right away. Leo understood it clearly. Without aura, this was as far as brute force could take him. So to buy enough time, Leo called out to Chelsea. Chelsea used wind magic to blow every weapon nearby toward him. At the same time, Leo twisted aside and barely dodged a giant spider leg that shot toward him. When she heard what he wanted, Chelsea panicked. "If you keep moving like that, you're going to get hurt." "There's no time to explain," Leo shot back. "I'll catch them, so don't worry. Just hurry." "Which weapon? Any of them?" Chelsea asked. "Any of them," Leo replied. So Chelsea immediately sent another weapon flying toward him with her wind magic. Just from the sound alone, Leo could tell what was coming. A short curved blade, or maybe a double-edged longsword. He pushed off with all his strength and launched himself into the air. Then he reached out and caught the two flying weapons mid-air. Using the force of his descent, Leo unleashed a storm of slashes and chopped through one spider leg after another. But under that crushing force, the blades only lasted a few hits before they shattered apart. Leo immediately shouted for more weapons, and Chelsea responded without even needing further explanation. One after another, she sent weapons flying straight to him. Leo showed just how absurd his weapon control was, pounding the spider so relentlessly it couldn't even react properly. Chelsea could only stare. He's our age, but this, he looked like a god of war. After seeing that, even Abad could no longer look down on Leo. "So he's not just some insignificant insect after all," he muttered. While keeping the spider under pressure, Leo took a light cut across his cheek. The moment he felt warm blood run down his skin, he smiled with a strange excitement. "I'm still alive. If I can't even take down a bug like this, the people in that other world would laugh at me." He gripped another sword and put every bit of strength he had into one more strike at the monster's body. Just like before, the blade shattered. Leo immediately called for the next sword, but Chelsea's face changed. That was the last one. The words hit Leo by surprise. Luckily, Celia had finished preparing her skill. A fierce surge of energy burst out around her. "How's that, you filthy bug?" Celia shouted as she swung her sword and unleashed a massive pillar of scorching flame. The spider did not even get a chance to scream. In the next instant, it was burned into a roasted carcass. And the moment it died, everyone received a notification from Albie's world. The opening chapter, Wildwood, was officially cleared. Celia dropped to the ground, completely spent. "It's finally over," she breathed out in relief. Then she looked over at Leo, clearly impressed. "You really held that monster off for 5 whole minutes? Leo, that was incredible." Chelsea cut in. "Seriously, amazing. You look just like the heroes from the stories, really." Leo could only sigh. After all, he wasn't just like a hero. He actually was one. Chelsea stared at him like she was looking at someone far above her, then quickly said, "I want to become a battle mage, but close combat is my biggest weakness. Please teach me." Celia smiled to herself. For these helpless rookies, Leo's training was going to be unforgettable. With a mischievous look, she said, "I hope everyone gets to experience Leo's training at least once." Chelsea just blinked at her, completely confused. Ignoring the conversation around him, Leo bent down, picked up the ring lying on the ground, and studied it in silence. "Is this what dropped the ring?" At that moment, a ray of light shot out from the ring, and a tiny winged figure appeared in front of him. Leo recognized it right away. "Silrod, do you remember me?" "I'm Kyle," it said. Prince Silrod gave a faint smile, as if he did remember. Then his body turned into light and slipped back into the ring. Leo quietly realized that it looked like he had become a fairy king. And thanks to the treasure Albie found, Leo had also gained the mana eye. Then the space around them started breaking apart. A voice rang out with the countdown for their return from the trial zone. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The reward for clearing the trial was the Fairy King's oath. Then a mysterious shadow appeared in front of Leo and whispered something to him. Its face was hidden in darkness, but Leo stared in a daze like he somehow recognized it. Some time passed, and the scene shifted to a busy town. An old man looked over a report and muttered that the exam in the Western Territory seemed to be over. That man was Callian Baden, the master swordsman and headmaster of Lumen Academy. Standing nearby was a girl who looked like an overworked secretary. "That one's already done, but the other regions still have a lot left." "How many did Professor Albie pass?" Callian glanced at the report and looked surprised. "Oh, Albie's numbers are pretty good. 40 passed." The secretary let out a tired sigh. That's a lot, Callion laughed. No need to be so tense. I only expected around 10 to pass. Curious, the secretary asked. I'm guessing Celia Zerdinger or a bad Llewellyn took first place. So who actually got it? Callion answered that it had been difficult to decide, but in the end, one student had been nominated as the freshman representative. The secretary's eyes widened. Professor Albee nominated someone? That's surprising. Was it Celia Zerdinger or a bad Llewellyn? Callion said it was a name he had never heard before. Even he hadn't expected Albee to rate that student so highly. I wonder what kind of student he is. The student Albee nominated as freshman representative was Leo Plov. And the reason was simple. He had the talent to become a hero. Before long, the scene moved to a massive bathhouse. Leo, the main character, was soaking in the bath, letting himself relax. Wounds like this needed time and proper rest to heal. This is perfect, he murmured as he leaned back. Then a dark, mysterious voice echoed inside his head. The reward for passing is the vow of the Fairy King. Leo found himself wondering if entering the world of a living hero normally gave rewards at all. Usually it didn't grant anything. And yet somehow he was the only one who had received one. Only me. Before he could think any further, Reyna entered the bath, leaving Leo completely stunned. Mother, what's wrong? He asked. Reyna's face turned serious. Leo, do you know why I was cast out of the Zerdinger clan? When she saved a comrade, she lost the Zerdinger flame. But even then, she had never regretted it. Leo, I want you to use your strength and your talent for what's right. Then she smiled brightly. Congratulations on getting accepted into Lumen Academy. Time passed again, and the scene shifted to the grand city of Lumen, where Lumen Academy stood. Leo's group arrived through the spatial teleportation gate. The children had finally made it to Lumen. Make sure you take all your belongings before leaving the gate, a voice reminded them. Leo looked across the river toward the sprawling complex and whispered, This is the heart of Lumen, and over there is Lumen Academy. Then a familiar voice called out, Leo, how was the last month? It was his uncle, Gis. Waving to him, Gis said, Congratulations on passing the entrance exam. Leo answered, Thanks, uncle. But why are you here? Instead of answering him directly, Gis asked, Do you know why our clan has been arguing non-stop for the past month? Leo guessed it had something to do with the decision over who would inherit the Phoenix Breath. Exactly. Even if my sister is no longer part of the clan, you're still her son. The elders were impressed that you made it through the brutal Western exam, Gis said as he pulled a golden key from his pocket and handed it to Leo. This is the key to the auxiliary space. Go on, open it. Leo took the key, turned it in midair, like he was unlocking an invisible door, and a mysterious grimoire appeared before him, giving off an elegant, noble presence. Gis told him to place a drop of blood on the page. Leo bit the tip of his finger and let a few drops fall onto it. The book suddenly burst with blinding light. Strange letters rose across the pages. From now on, only you can read this book. Learning the Zerdinger clan's secret arts isn't easy, but I've got a feeling you'll pick them up fast. Then Gis patted Leo on the shoulder and said with complete confidence, Congratulations, you're now a member of the Zerdinger clan. The scene then shifted to a tavern by the roadside, where Leo had arranged to meet Celia. While searching for her, Leo accidentally bumped into a girl around his age, and the pile of books in her arms spilled all over the ground. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. The girl hurriedly gathered her books in a panic and rushed off, but in her rush, she left behind her student ID. Leo picked it up and read the name under his breath. Chloe Muller, a freshman at Lumen Academy. Putting that aside for the moment, Leo stepped into the shop. Celia was already there waiting for him, and the moment she saw him, she started complaining. Leo, you're way too late. We still have uniforms to buy, textbooks too. There's still a ton left to do. Leo apologized and said he had to meet with his uncle. The moment she heard that, Celia perked up. So they made a decision? What was the outcome? In response, Leo showed her what he could do. Fiery wings spread from his back, glowing brightly. So, this is how you use it? He asked in a calm voice. Celia's things slipped right out of her hands. No way. It took me 3 whole weeks just to sense this secret technique. Celia could only stare at him in a daze. Leo, what exactly are you? Honestly, you couldn't blame her. Leo was a legendary hero, the kind who could grasp techniques almost instantly. After that, time passed and the scene moved to the harbor. A large ship powered by a modern engine came into view, and the freshmen couldn't hide their shock. Whoa, it's huge! A professor stepped forward and introduced himself. Welcome, freshmen. I'm Professor Enrollment, and I'm in charge of the novice knights. We're departing for Lumen now, so board the ship. The crowd quickly rushed aboard, where a huge spread of desserts was already waiting for them. As everyone happily dug in, a voice suddenly called out to Leo and Celia. Hey, you two over there, got a minute? My name's Carl Thomas from the Kingdom of Moira. I sell all kinds of things from potions to weapons, so if you need anything once school starts, come find me. As he spoke, he handed them a card and added that he was an alchemist with all kinds of goods. Celia looked irritated after being mistaken for part of a couple, while Leo simply replied, Nice to meet you. I'm Leo Plove from the Kingdom of Dalad. Carl blinked in surprise. Dalad? So you passed the Western Regional exam? Impressive. But while Carl reacted with admiration, Leo looked around uneasily. Is it just me? Or does something about this feel strange? It's all too peaceful. Something feels off. Celia let out a sigh. Isn't it normal to give a warm welcome to freshmen who pass the exam? Carl nodded while eating his cake. Yeah, there's no reason to treat students badly before they've even enrolled. But the moment Carl said that, the entire ship lurched violently. A massive tentacle shot up from the sea below. It slammed into the ship hard enough to crack the deck, and screams broke out everywhere. Professor Enrollment, help us! Professor Enrollment calmly took a sip of wine and answered, Help yourselves. You're students of Lumen Academy. Hero candidates. When danger appears, you're the ones who have to overcome it. Then he looked ahead, where a gigantic octopus was rising from the sea, its mouth packed with rows of sharp fangs. That sudden twist instantly set Celia off. She crushed the cake in her hand underfoot. Seeing that, Leo swung his sword and cleanly cut through one of the tentacles. Celia, calm down, he told her. She shot right back. Worry about yourself first. And with that she lunged in, her sword wrapped in blazing light. But the octopus immediately opened its mouth and blasted a stream of water straight at Celia, soaking her on the spot. Leo could only stare and say dryly, That's normal behavior. It reacts to heat by spraying water. Basic knowledge. That flat comment only made Celia even madder. Meanwhile, in another part of the ship, one unlucky student had been wrapped up tightly by a tentacle and was seconds away from becoming the octopus's next meal. Damn octopus! Leo clenched his teeth and rushed in to help. The two of them attacked at the same time and sliced the tentacle apart with ease. Carl, meanwhile, was hiding under a table, staring in disbelief as Leo and Celia fought side by side. So this is really Celia's strength, the top scorer from the Western region. But then another thought hit him. Who exactly is this Leo? Before he could finish the thought, a frozen tentacle came flying right at him and nearly smashed into him. Hey, watch it! He yelled in irritation at the person who had frozen it. Leo turned and immediately recognized the girl he had bumped into earlier. The way she controlled ice magic was strong and precise, clearly far beyond ordinary. She glanced at Carl and snapped. Why didn't you stay back if you couldn't protect yourself? Carl grumbled under his breath. Man, the strong ones never care if the rest of us get caught up in it. And as if he were cursed, another severed tentacle came flying straight toward him like he was some kind of magnet for them. This time, the ones who stepped in were the siblings Abad and Chelsea. The competition isn't over yet, Celia Zeringer, Abad reminded her. Same goes for me. Celia fired back. While the students threw themselves into the fight, Professor Enrollment calmly sipped his wine and murmured, There are plenty of monsters in the lake that leads to Lumen Academy, and one of them makes a perfect welcome party. As he watched the standout students in action, his eyes narrowed slightly, just like he expected. The strongest group leaders were all here. Chen Jia from the east, Celia Zerdinger and Abad Llewellyn from the west, Chloe Muller from the north, Warden Tidden from the south, and Duran from the central region. This year's freshmen were clearly something special. But the one who stood out most was that unidentified freshman. His swordsmanship was flawless, not a single wasted move, and he fought like he could already read the Kraken's next action. I'll be seeing him in night class, Enrollment said with an eager smile. Thanks to the combined effort of those standout students, the Kraken finally went down. Not long after, the ship carrying them reached Lumen Academy. But the second everyone stepped off, they started vomiting hard, all of them pale and miserable. Carl muttered, At this rate, I feel like I've already run out of supplies. Professor Enrollment jumped down from the bow and said, You'll be crossing that lake plenty of times, so get used to it fast. Now then, we're heading to the enrollment hall. The scene then shifted to the Electra training grounds at Lumen Academy. The freshmen gathered there while a few onlookers watched from the side, clearly searching for promising talents. See? I told you none of them were ordinary. Hopefully there's someone interesting this year. Quiet whispers spread through the crowd. Putting that aside, Professor Ain Elendu called out. We'll begin the enrollment ceremony now. Line up by region and the top scorer from each region stands at the front. The principal will be speaking. The students quickly straightened up and formed their lines. Once everyone settled down, Callian Baden began to speak. You came here hoping to become heroes, so I have a few words for you. If becoming a hero is your dream, then put yourself first and break past your own limits. Anyone who can't do that has no place here. Then, fired up by his own speech, he slammed the podium in front of him and shattered it to pieces. That one violent move froze the entire crowd. No one even dared clap. Seeing the silence, Callian immediately got awkward. Did I go too far? Then the students suddenly snapped out of it and burst into cheers, making him light up. But when the applause still sounded too weak for his taste, he muttered, I can't hear you. The professors standing behind him could only stare. The longer they spent teaching at Lumen, the more the headmaster's grand image kept falling apart. Setting aside the principal's ridiculous side, the host announced that it was time for the freshman representative's speech. The representative is Leo Plav. Please come to the stage. Leo froze for a second and turned to look at Albie. The professor only smiled and gave him a small nod. So with no real way out, Leo walked up and began reading the prepared speech in front of the professors and the new students. We, the freshmen, will enroll at Lumen as proud members of this academy. Blah, blah. Thank you. The host walked him back down and said, Thank you, Leo. Now, as the freshman representative, tell us what your goal is. Leo immediately understood what the school was doing. They wanted him to stir up the students who had almost taken that position. So the question was simple. Would he actually challenge them? Hello, I'm the freshman representative, Leo Plav. If any of you want this spot, then come take it. No matter who they were, the confidence in his voice made even the teachers pause. For a second, they almost thought he was surprisingly well behaved. They had been expecting this year's enrollment to stay nice and peaceful. Time moved on to late afternoon, and the scene shifted to the towering dormitories where guides were leading the freshmen inside. You've all had a long day. Starting tomorrow, exploration classes will begin for 1 full week. You're free to attend any classes you want, and after that you'll choose 3 specialized subjects. So get some sleep early. You don't want to be late for your first class. Right before heading into his room, Carl called out to Leo. Leo, our rooms are right next to each other. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Good night. Leo gave a small nod. Yeah, see you tomorrow. Once inside, Leo tossed his suitcase onto the bed and dropped down without even changing. But that didn't mean he was letting his guard down. He closed his eyes, and his consciousness drifted into a space that looked like an endless library, packed with countless books. What he wanted to find at Lumen was only one thing. He hoped this was where his heroic chronicle would finally begin. Time flew by, and the next morning, the scene moved to the dining hall. Leo was eating by himself when Carl showed up carrying a tray piled 3 times higher than normal. He sat down beside him and said, Let's eat together. Leo didn't mind. So he simply agreed. Sure, but the moment that happened, trouble showed up too. A tray slammed down in front of Leo as someone shouted at him. Freshman representative, did you really mean what you said yesterday? The one standing there was Duran Moira, captain of the Central Region, one of the standout students Professor Ain Elendu had already noticed. His meal looked normal enough except for a hamburger with a tiny flag stuck into it. Leo kept eating like he hadn't even noticed Duran's irritated tone. Looks like what I said yesterday really got under people's skin. Well, when a stranger walks up looking for a fight, that's not exactly shocking, he said calmly. That answer only made Duran angrier. Seeing Leo ignore him, he glared and snapped. Do you even know who I am? I'm the captain of the Central Region. But Leo and Carl, like 2 starving monsters, kept right on eating and paid him no attention at all. At that point, Duran looked like a clown desperately trying to get noticed, and he was being completely ignored. Unable to hold it in any longer, Duran finally exploded. He kicked his tray up into the air and sent Leo's flying too. But for Leo, that wasn't a problem at all. With absurd precision, he swept out his arm and caught every bit of food back onto the plates like a machine. Not a single piece was wasted. He even helped Carl catch his food too. Then Leo calmly added extra ingredients to the hamburger in front of him, turning it into a perfect double cheeseburger. Throwing away food this good? He said with a faint smile. That's unforgivable. Seeing his provocation completely fail, Duran lost it. I'll drag you down from that throne right now. I can't stand someone weaker than me acting this arrogant, he growled. But before either of them could move, A huge arm dropped over both their shoulders and stopped them cold. It was Professor Ain Elendu. In a cold voice he said, "Disruptive behavior, huh? We'll deal with that." A Central Region captain and the freshman representative picking a fight on their very first day at Lumen. Maybe the two of you are already prepared for what comes next. There was just enough danger in his voice to make them both swallow hard. Time passed, and the scene shifted to the Night Division's exploration class. The students had been waiting for a while. But Professor Ain Elendu still hadn't explained anything. That finally made one brown-haired student ask, "Excuse me, Professor, but class is about to start." At the same time, Celia was also wondering why Leo still wasn't there. Then, as if in answer, Leo and Duran walked in. Both of them were drenched in sweat, looking like they had just run 10 full laps around the courtyard. Celia hurried over to Leo and asked, "What happened? Did you get into a fight?" Leo didn't explain a thing. He just glanced at Duran with an amused look. Once everyone was finally there, Professor Ain Elendu began. "All right, looks like everyone's present. Welcome, freshmen. I'm Ain Elendu, the professor in charge of first-year nights." Duran was still shooting Leo a resentful glare, like sparks were about to fly out of his eyes. Carl picked up on it right away. "Oh, are we already getting a full-scale psychological war on day one?" Ain Elendu showed no interest in their little grudge and went straight into the lesson, explaining the three major powers, mana, magic power, and aura. Then he asked, "Aura is the hardest one to control. Does anyone know why?" Celia answered right away. "Because once mana is transformed into aura, it loses flexibility." Ain Elendu gave a satisfied nod. "Correct. Magic and spirit energy both use mana in its free state. Aura is different. It absorbs that mana and refines it so it fits the body." Then he looked around the class. "Now, who can explain how the aura stored inside the body is actually used?" Celia thought to herself. "Isn't it just a matter of pushing some force through and seeing what happens?" When no one answered, Leo finally spoke up. "You use aura by burning mana." Ain Elendu looked surprised, then nodded. "Right. And when you burn mana, what matters most?" "Endurance," Leo answered. Seeing Leo answer again and again, Ain Elendu's interest was clearly growing. "Leo Plav, have you studied aura before?" "No," Leo said with a small shake of his head. Ain Elendu smiled softly. "And yet someone who's never been properly taught already understands the core of aura." Then he brushed the theory aside. "Enough talk, let's move a little." He gathered energy into his legs and stepped onto the air like it was solid ground. This is the aura step. Its basic principle is simple. You concentrate aura into your feet, and once you understand that, the ways you can use it are practically endless. After that, the students split into groups and started practicing this incredible technique for themselves. But it was far from easy, and most of them couldn't get the hang of it at all, except for Celia, the one everyone already knew as a genius. She picked it up pretty quickly, then looked over at Leo and smugly said, "If you call me Big Sister, I might teach you." Leo answered in his usual calm tone. The operating principle behind aura isn't that different. In other words, he didn't need Celia's help. Ain Elendu then noticed Duran's eyes locked onto Leo. He smiled like he had just thought of something interesting. Clapping his hands to get everyone's attention, he said, "This morning was a little chaotic." Chelsea Llewellyn tilted her head and asked curiously, "What do you mean, Professor?" Ain Elendu called Leo and Duran to the front, and he asked, "Duran Moira, what exactly is it that's bothering you?" Duran replied, "I'm not angry. I just can't stand looking at him." Ain Elendu seemed to understand the reason immediately, and he gave them a chance to settle it. "Take it to the field." The Central Region Captain Duran Moira and the freshman representative, Leo Plav, will face off one-on-one in a race to decide the class representative. You may use aura freely. No restrictions. Duran visibly flinched. The moment Carl saw what was happening, he jumped on the chance to start taking bets. "Come on, place your bets. We've got the genius of the Moira family, born from a heroic bloodline. Master of Thunder Aura himself, Duran Moira, or the dark horse from the outskirts, the mysterious freshman representative who keeps putting captains in their place, Leo Plav." The students started murmuring among themselves. "I mean, he is the freshman rep. He should be able to show us something, right? But from what I saw when he was talking with Celia Zerdinger, he doesn't even seem able to use the aura step. What have you heard about him? At lunch yesterday, I really couldn't stand that guy. Not every Central Region captain is easy to beat. That freshman rep still hasn't proven anything." Ain Elendu ignored all the noise, looked at both of them once they were ready, and said, "Whoever reaches the finish first wins, and no matter who wins, both of you will accept the result properly. That's the spirit of a knight, On your marks. Celia thought about it rationally, and by logic alone, Leo shouldn't have been able to win. But her instincts kept telling her the same thing as always. Leo always went beyond expectations. Go! The moment it started, Leo and Duran took off at full speed. With his advantage in aura, it was no surprise that Duran immediately shot ahead. I'll take the lead, rookie. He threw the words back over his shoulder as he blasted forward like a rocket. His speed drew instant praise. Whoa, just what you'd expect from Duran. But when everyone turned to Leo, they could only stare in disbelief and shake their heads. He's terrible. Just like I thought. That guy being the representative is a joke. No way that's acceptable. Hearing Leo get mocked like that, Chelsea Llewellyn shouted from the side. Go, Leo! Meanwhile, moving at lightning speed, Duran had already cleared half the course. Carl looked worried for his new friend. Duran's already halfway done with the track. Leo saw that too. Then, right as he came up on the turn, he suddenly slammed to a stop without a second thought. At the same time, he focused power into the soles of his feet. Then he launched himself straight off the track, leaving Celia staring in confusion. What kind of madness had gotten into Leo now? With everyone watching, Leo kicked off the ground, landed on the observation platform, and held there for a brief second. His eyes locked onto Duran's figure up ahead. And in the next instant, Leo drove all his power into his legs and unleashed a burst of speed. The force of that step was so intense that the ground beneath him shattered into fragments. Leo shot forward like a missile. As he flashed past Duran, he threw out a quick taunt. I'm taking this one first. Slowpoke. Before Duran could even process what happened, Leo was already across the finish line. And it wasn't just Duran. Even the students who had been laughing at Leo were left staring in disbelief. No one could brush this off as a joke anymore. Duran was supposed to be the fastest one in class, yet somehow he had just been beaten. I'm telling you, there's no way he even learned the aura step. The others exchanged confused looks, clearly unable to make sense of it. Celia saw what they didn't. The technique Leo had used wasn't the aura step at all. It was the Phoenix step. Chelsea, Llewellyn, and Carl, on the other hand, didn't bother thinking that deeply about it. Like a couple of excited kids, they were just happy Leo had won. With his experience, Professor Aina Lendu saw the situation more clearly than anyone else. Just as expected, Duran had used his signature Thunder Aura to push his speed even further. But even if Leo was slightly slower on paper, his control was far more refined. He had focused a Fire Aura into his feet and turned it into an incredibly powerful step technique. For someone of his generation, it was a remarkable display. Maybe a real hero really is about to appear. The thought made him smile in quiet anticipation. After the race, Leo walked over to Duran and offered his hand. Good run, Duran. If this had been a longer race, the outcome might have changed. But Duran was in no mood to hide how bitter he felt. Calling Leo an arrogant loser, he slapped the hand aside and walked off. Leo didn't react to the insult. Instead, Chelsea Llewellyn rushed over, eyes practically shining. Leo, that was amazing. You have to train with me sometime. Carl turned to Celia with a wounded look. Why are you so focused on him and not me? You should be paying attention to me too. Celia looked at him like he had lost his mind. Then Carl suggested they all head to a cafe after class, and this time he'd pay. Looks like that bet worked out pretty well for you today. But Leo shook his head. Sorry, everyone. I've got somewhere to be. Where are you going? Carl asked, confused. I'm heading to a summoning lecture, Leo answered plainly. Carl just blinked. Why would a Night Division student go to a summoning class? Even Celia let out a sigh. Honestly, I don't know what goes on in his head either. As he made his way to the summoning lecture, Leo kept turning over something he still couldn't understand. Why had the Fairy King's reward taken the form of an oath? Rewards from a hero world were usually tied to the power of that world's master, and the reward he received was clearly connected to summoning. But Master Albie was a pure mage with no link to summoning at all. Under normal circumstances, he should have gotten a spell for forming a contract with a fairy spirit, then traveled to the fairy realm to use it. As things stood now, it was completely useless, Leo thought. A woman's voice suddenly cut through his thoughts. So you really did come to the summoning class. Leo turned around and found Eastern Division Captain Chen Jia standing there. She was 17. She gave him a small nod. Nice to meet you. Leo smiled back. Nice to meet you too. Chen Jia waved her hand lightly. Just call me Xia. I thought for sure you were only a Night Division student. I didn't expect you to have any interest in summoning. Leo brushed it off casually. I'm interested in spirit studies. Jia gave a quiet smile. Then, I guess we'll be seeing each other a lot. Leo asked what kind of spirit she had contracted with. Jia answered that hers was a water attributed spirit, then looked at him with curiosity. What about yours? Can you show me your spirit? Leo explained that he still hadn't formed a contract yet. Jia stared at him in surprise. Really? Then if you ever need help later, come find me. I can give you some advice on spirit contracts. All right, I'll keep that in mind. Then Leo looked at her a little more closely and asked, By the way, how old are you? I'm 17, Leo. You're 15, right? I saw you talking with Celia earlier. Leo couldn't help thinking it. At 17, she looked way younger than that. Honestly, she even looked younger than Chelsea. The moment that thought crossed his mind, Jia's instincts kicked in. Were you just thinking something rude?
No.
Leo said at once, looking away. Jia smiled and changed the subject. Anyway, Leo, your match with Duran really impressed me. One day, I want you to accept my challenge. Leo smiled back. Of course. Then the scene shifted to summoning class, and Leo was surprised the moment he arrived. That's it? Only this many people? Jia looked a little embarrassed. Summoning isn't exactly popular, and this is still considered an exploratory class. Leo looked around in surprise. And the class is being held out here in a meadow? Then, all of a sudden, a massive shadow swept over them from above, and the whole group panicked. A black dragon? Where did that come from? Move! One of the students shouted in fear. Then, judging the group by how badly they were panicking, a woman's voice rang out overhead. It's acting like that because it likes you, kid. Nice to meet you. First years, I'm Yura Marnin. I'll be the one teaching your summoning class this year. The boys took one look at her beautiful face and striking figure, and their hearts started racing. Some of them were already thinking the same thing. Man, I want to be the professor's familiar too. Even Leo had to admit she was beautiful. If Duino were here, he'd probably lose his mind and start acting up like always. Once the group finally settled down, Professor Yura Marnin turned back to them and started the lesson. All right, rookies, the fact that you're here means you all have at least some talent for summoning. Yes, ma'am, the group answered together. That seemed to please Yura Marnin. Good, loud and clear. Then let's stop wasting time and head straight to the practice area. Yura Marnin then called over to her assistant Carlo. A white-haired young man with glasses stepped forward, leading a griffin with him. Carlo was the first-year teaching assistant for summoning. Now that the transport was ready, Yura gave the order. You'll be going in pairs. Come on, get on the griffins. One student hesitantly raised his voice. Professor, this is our first time riding griffins. He looked at Yura, clearly hoping she'd help them out. Instead, all he got back was a sharp glare. What are you saying, you don't want to learn? If you think you can't handle it, then go back. With that, Yura climbed onto the black dragon's back and took off into the sky, leaving the first years behind. Carlo quickly waved them on. Come on, everyone, follow the professor. Once they actually got on, the group realized riding griffins was easier than they had expected. Jia took the initiative and paired up with Leo. Leo, can I hold the griffin's reins? He looked a little surprised, but nodded anyway. Sure, go ahead. Once everyone settled in, the group took off after Yura. With the cool sea breeze brushing past them, they started to realize just how enjoyable riding these mounts really was. So riding griffins is actually this amazing? Hey, switch with me. I want to try flying too. Voices started ringing out from all over as students called to trade places. Jia sounded excited. I was a little nervous, but it's way tamer than I expected. Leo gave her a warning. Be careful. Griffins aren't easy for beginners to control. Jia tilted her head, curious. Huh? But it's being so gentle. Leo was just about to explain when Yura suddenly blew a loud whistle. Shrill sound made everyone flinch, and in an instant, the griffins' temperaments completely changed. They turned fierce and almost impossible to control. This is bad. They won't listen anymore. Why all of a sudden? Professor, help us. But Yura didn't move a muscle. Instead, she barked back. You call yourselves Lumen students, and you don't even know how to handle a griffin. Control them yourselves. On Leo and Jia's griffin, the sudden rebellion threw Jia completely off balance. Leo gently slipped an arm around her waist and guided her hand with his own. Griffins are proud creatures. If you try to force them down, they'll only push back harder. Leo, what are you doing? Jia's face turned bright red. Leo paid that no mind at all and grabbed the reins himself. Forward. The griffin immediately calmed down and shot ahead. Seeing that, Yura praised how fast Leo had taken control. That's it. Very nice. Then she turned to Carlo. The first-year representative is that night division candidate, right? Carlo checked his notes, then nodded. Yes, Yura asked. Does he keep griffins at home? Carlo shook his head. No, he's not from a noble house that raises griffins. At that point, Yura felt like she had struck gold. This was pure talent. Looks like we just found ourselves a gem, she said, rubbing her chin with growing interest. The scene then shifted to Summoning Island, the practical training ground for the summoning department. Most of the students were sprawled out on the sand, sick from the griffin ride. Leo used the chance to wander around and see what this place had to offer. Then he spotted what looked like a piece of picked fruit, but on closer look, it actually had a feather stuck in it. Feather star. Leo thought, his expression turning a little strange. Shia noticed and asked, "What's wrong, Leo?" He just shook his head. Nothing. Yura didn't give the students much time to rest. Stop spacing out and pay attention. From here on, you'll be taking a practical test. The whole group stared at her and immediately started complaining. A practical test on the very first day? This is summoning class. Why are we being tested already? Yura answered without hesitation. Compared to other paths, summoning takes longer to master. You all know that, don't you? Just being able to control mana isn't enough. To form a contract with a spirit, you need to be in harmony with that spirit. And if you want to control a summoned beast, you need the skill to tame it. That's exactly why there are fewer heroes from the summoning department. But when a summoner reaches the top, they can achieve things far more wondrous. Isn't that the kind of hero you came here to become? At that moment, Eliza Hergen, the white-haired girl from the famous Northern Hergen clan of summoner heroes, stepped forward. So what exactly is the test? Yura explained that this island was a summoning ground, a place filled with summoned creatures. And since summoned beasts were a summoner's weapon, this test was meant to measure one thing: their ability to tame them. The task itself was simple. Go into the forest, tame a summoned creature, and bring it back. Once you formed a contract, that creature would be yours. The whole group lit up at once. This really was Lumen Academy. Without wasting any time, they rushed into the forest to find a creature they wanted. Just as Leo was about to head in too, Eliza called after him. So the first-year representative is here too. I've been hearing rumors that you beat Duran. So what exactly should we expect from you in summoning class? Leo answered in a calm voice. I'll just do my best. Then he turned and kept walking. Eliza watched him go, her brows pulling together in quiet irritation. Yura noticed that exchange and smiled to herself. Those two might end up becoming some of the most important first years. Before long, some students had already managed to tame summoned creatures. Leo, meanwhile, was still searching, unable to find the right target. That's the first-year representative, right? But he went way too deep into the forest. Another student just shrugged. Whatever. If he comes back empty-handed and loses points, he'll probably end up back in the night division. Leo ignored all of that and continued deeper into the woods, making sure no one else was nearby. Then he pulled out the feather he had found earlier. He raised a fire aura and burned it. Just like I thought. But that smile barely lasted a second before a deafening explosion erupted behind him. Back at the campsite, Reina suddenly looked worried. Do you think Leo will be all right? Someone holding a plate of food beside her shook their head. It's only the first few days of school, Reina. Are you already that worried? It should be fine, right? Reina nodded and took a sip of water, completely unaware that her son was already in serious trouble. This heat, this was the power of one of the three greatest masters of summoning, Phoenix. Leo sat there, stunned. Then a voice spoke up in front of him. So you're the child of Zeringers' star. I can smell Reina's flame on you. Leo looked up, surprised. You know my mother? The voice softened at once. Your mother? Then I was right. If she has a child around your age, then yes. Of course I know your mother. I owe Reina a great debt. The voice belonged to the Phoenix Fina, one of the three legendary spirit beasts, her body wreathed in flame. As she looked at Leo, there was warmth in her eyes. She introduced herself calmly. My name is Fina. Leo greeted her in return. I'm Reina's son, Leo. Phoenix Fina, Leo said. My name is Leo Plav. What was your connection to my mother? You said you owed her. Farina's gaze drifted as she recalled the past. Your mother once saved my summoner, Luna. While exploring a dungeon in Saren, Luna lost all of her companions and ended up in mortal danger. Your mother came to save her, but in the process, Reina's aura was burned away. If that incident had never happened, Reina would have surely gone on to become a hero. Hearing that, Leo felt his chest tighten for his mother. Leo still answered quietly. My mother told me she didn't regret what she did that day. Farina gave a small smile. Yes, She really is that kind of knight. Leo then asked why Fina was here on Summoning Island, but she refused to explain and only said, "I can't tell you." Instead, she changed the subject. "But you're a knight, aren't you? What are you doing on this island?" Leo answered simply, "I'm studying summoning." Fina blinked, then let out an amused snort. "Interesting. So this is fate, Leo Plav. At last I can repay the debt I owe your mother." She stretched out her hand and said, "Take this." Then she placed a golden egg into Leo's hands, glowing with warm light. "This is my son. One day, when you become a great summoner, I want you to form a contract with him. It's unfortunate for the summoner who was originally meant to receive him." Leo looked at the egg and asked, "Can I do it right now?" Fina froze. She hurriedly tried to stop him. "It's still too soon. If you do it now, you could die." But she was already too late. "Oh no! That reckless, unflinching way you challenge things really does remind me of Reina. I wish you luck." In the next moment, Leo's consciousness sank into a dark space. Floating before him was a mass of warm light. Leo reached out and touched it. Instantly, the flame roared to life and swallowed him inside a violent vortex of fire. The heat was beyond unbearable. This was the flame of a phoenix. To give birth to a flame this powerful, they had to endure this kind of pain every single day. A creature that survives by burning its own flesh and being reborn again and again. "I understand your pain," Leo whispered, "and I'll bear it with you." As if it had sensed what Leo was feeling, the flame slowly died down and turned gentle. Back in the real world, the eggshell cracked and lifted away from Leo's hand, floating in midair as the flames around it were pulled inside. "Did it work?" Fina asked at once. Leo broke into a bright smile. "Yeah, I did it." Fina lit up with joy. "You really are a genius, Leo Ploff. You're going to become the greatest summoner. Congratulations on forming the contract. This little one's name is Fiora. I'm entrusting my child to you." Fina smiled as she said it, but there was still a mother's emotion in her eyes. The newborn had barely felt its mother's warmth before being handed off to someone else almost immediately. Leo stared at the tiny phoenix with open doubt. "This is really a phoenix? It looks exactly like a baby chick." The little bird tilted its head and chirped at him, which only made Leo more convinced it was just a chick. Then the scene shifted back to Professor Yura Marnin's side, where students who had found suitable summoned creatures were returning to report in. Yura turned to Carlo and asked for the time. 5 minutes left, he replied. "Only 4 students are still out there." Then suddenly, a series of heavy footsteps started pounding closer. A giant black bear came into view. It was Chen Xia's summoned creature. "Professor, am I in time?" Jaya asked. She looked worn out, like she had just gone through a brutal struggle. Yura gave her an approving look. "Taming a water bear as an apprentice knight. That's impressive." At nearly the same moment, Warden arrived riding on the back of a massive bird. It was a dark orb, a spirit beast that even members of famous summoner families would struggle to tame. Yura praised him too. Warden explained that he still hadn't formed a contract with it, but Yura waved that off. "That's fine. It's still better than coming back with nothing." Then Eliza Hergen returned, riding a giant white serpent, and the sight of it made everyone gasp. "I formed a contract because my family didn't already have this one," she said calmly. Yura immediately recognized it. "A gorgon snake. Wonderful." Carlo then reminded her, "Professor, class time is over. The last student is coming back now." Everyone turned at once and saw Leo casually walking out of the forest. There was a tiny chick perched on top of his head, and the other students instantly started laughing. "What is that? He tamed a chicken. What an idiot. He probably gave up because he couldn't tame anything real." But the moment Yura looked at that wide-eyed little chick, she sensed the aura coming off it and froze. "That little bastard is a phoenix." Time passed, and the scene shifted to Yura's office. Leo had been called in for a private meeting. Standing outside the door, he straightened his clothes first. Then he gave a light knock, and Yura's voice came from inside. "Come in." As he stepped in, Leo asked, "I heard you wanted to see me." Yura motioned to the seat in front of her. "Sit down." Then she looked at him in disbelief. "Seriously, this is the first time I've ever seen a phoenix with my own eyes. I didn't even know phoenixes were living on Summoning Island." A first year forming a contract with a phoenix. That's never happened in all of Lumen's history. "I know exactly what you are, Leo." Her eyes locked straight onto his, completely serious. Sitting across from her, Leo swallowed hard, terrified that his true identity might be exposed. Even if he had done nothing wrong, the idea of a hero returning after 5,000 years was bound to draw attention. But Leo was worrying way too far ahead. The next second, Marnin pulled him into a hug and praised him as a once-in-history summoning genius. I want to recognize what you've achieved, but your contract with the Phoenix has to stay secret for now. If people find out this early, it'll only cause unnecessary chaos. When the trial classes are over, choose the summoning department as your major. You have the talent to become a summoner hero people will remember for ages, she said, patting Leo on the shoulder with complete confidence. Then the next day arrived. Out in the hallway, Chloe Muller, an ice attribute mage, let out a long yawn. Leo and Carl spotted her right away. At this rate, your mouth's gonna split open, Chloe. You look exhausted, Carl joked. Chloe answered with another tired look. I stayed up late reading magic books. Leo remembered the student card and said, You're Chloe Muller, right? Here, you can take your card back. Chloe recognized him right away. Oh, so it was you. Thanks. First-year representative. After that, the three of them headed to class together in good spirits. Today's trial class is magic, right? Leo, are you taking the magic class too? Carl asked curiously. Since this is still the trial period, I want to sit in on as many classes as I can. Leo said calmly. Carl looked at him with envy. Man, that's nice. I only care about magic. So this is the only class I'm taking. Then he lowered his voice and whispered, That's Chloe Muller, the Ice Queen aiming for the top of the magic department. He glanced over at Chloe and immediately noticed she was already staring right at him. A cold shiver ran straight down Carl's spine, and he instinctively pulled back. It's freezing. I'm going to the back. But before he could take a single step, a sharp pillar of ice burst up from the floor and cut off his path. Chloe stepped forward without a word, forcing Carl right into the front row. Worried about keeping up in class? I'll help you. She grabbed Carl by the collar like he was some tiny stray animal. Carl looked like he wanted to cry, while Leo stood there watching the whole thing and trying not to laugh. A moment later, the mage siblings Abad and Chelsea came over and greeted Leo. A few minutes later, the teacher finally walked in. The second he appeared, the girls in the room lit up. Wow, the teacher's actually handsome, in a strong voice. Len Horace introduced himself. I'll be teaching your magic class next year. My name is Len Horace, and he dropped a thick stack of test papers onto the desk. Before we begin the trial class, you'll all be taking a written test on magic theory. Len snapped his fingers and the papers scattered through the room, each one flying neatly to a student. We haven't even learned anything yet, and there's already a test. These students were instantly thrown off. Wait, a test on the very first day of a trial class? Len answered without hesitation. Yes, if you can't meet the standard, then you won't be joining my class. For Lumen students, this much should be the minimum. Then he pointed toward his assistant. Anna. Hand your completed papers to Anna. Anna gave a small wave. Just bring them to me when you're done. Leo looked down at the questions and nearly froze. So this is the modern direction of magic? Why are the formulas this complicated? He could only complain to himself that he really should have studied modern magic first. Meanwhile, the other students lowered their heads and got to work, quickly realizing the test wasn't as hard as they feared. This is easier than I expected. Still, the last question stopped almost everyone cold. I finished everything except that one. The room started buzzing with quiet discussion. Leo, on the other hand, felt like his head was about to split open. Out of the whole test, he had only solved one question. I really should have studied modern magic first. Looking utterly defeated, Leo turned in his paper to Anna, thinking he could just study magic on his own later. Leo quietly left the classroom. With only his knowledge of ancient magic, staying any longer would just make him look ridiculous. Len began grading the tests right there on the spot. Over the last 100 years, magic has advanced. In the past, casting magic demanded full understanding. Now, most people just memorize the activation conditions. But that progress has also lowered the standard for what it means to be a mage. As Len spoke, a veil of light rose from his hand and spread upward. In an instant, the whole classroom changed into a vast, mystical space that looked like the cosmos itself. The students could only stare. Len explained, "This is the essence of magic. Something I reconstructed from the end back to the beginning. What I want from you is not memorization. I want you to study how to create your own magic. This exam has 49 questions worth 1 point each. Those are there to measure memorization. But the final question is worth 51 points because it tests whether you can analyze the nature of magic itself. I hope at least one of you can solve it." Chloe looked down at her paper, embarrassed, though not exactly surprised. The only one she couldn't solve was the final question. Chelsea let out a disappointed sigh. Leo already gave up? I wanted to study magic with him. At that moment, Anna leaned over and quietly told Len, "Professor, one student solved question 50. Len's eyes widened. Then he broke into a delighted grin. "Ha, seriously, who is it?" For the first time, someone got a perfect score. "Come up here." Anna quickly corrected him. "No, Professor, that student didn't get a perfect score." But Len was still excited. "Really? Then maybe they skipped a few and focused on the last one. That's a shame, but it's still impressive. Come up here." Anna lowered her voice again.
No, that's not what happened.
He only solved the last question. Len's smile disappeared on the spot. "What's his name?" "Leo Plov," Anna answered. Len looked toward Leo's seat, but Leo was already gone. Chelsea was the one who explained it. Leo left, right after turning in his paper. Later, Leo was sitting with Celia, eating ice cream and telling her about the test. Celia burst out laughing. "So you walked out after solving only one question? First you come back from summoning with a chick on your head, and now this, Leo? Don't you think something's a little off here? You're a knight major. Maybe you should just focus on swordsmanship." Leo shot back at once. "Fine, then do you want to do endurance training with me?" Celia immediately stiffened. "Well, about that." Before she could finish, a voice suddenly cut in. "So you're from the Knight Division." Len Horace stood there, staring at Leo. "Leo Plov, are you looking down on my class because you walked out after solving only one question?" Leo answered flatly. The rest were too easy to bother with. "Professor, there's been a misunderstanding," Leo said. "I thought I didn't pass, other than the last one. Every question was way too hard. I couldn't solve them. I learned magic on my own from ancient books, so I'm not really confident when it comes to modern questions." The moment Len Horace heard that, his expression changed. But instead of getting angry, he lit up, grabbed Leo like a kitten and lifted him straight off the ground. "Come with me for a second." With that, Professor Len Horace cheerfully hauled Leo away like he'd just found a new toy. Not even giving him a chance to resist, Celia stared after them, completely lost. "That's Lumen Academy's theory magic professor," she said under her breath. "He's kind of an odd one." Just then an assistant came running up, breathing hard. "Have you seen Professor Len?" she asked in a panic. "Is something weird happening again?" It was obvious she'd been chasing after him. Celia quickly explained that he had just been there but suddenly grabbed Leo and dragged him off. The assistant immediately took off after them in a panic. "Oh no! What is that madman trying to do now?" Meanwhile, Len had already brought Leo to a meeting room. He turned to the board, wrote out a string of problems and said, "Solve these, student Leo." Even though he had no idea what was going on, Leo still started working through the questions right away, while Len watched. This was a talent assessment test. If Leo hadn't solved that last question by pure luck, then there had to be something unusual about the way his magic worked. Len wanted to see it for himself. Before Len could even finish the thought, Leo set down his pen and said, "I'm done. I solved all of them." Sweat instantly formed on Len's forehead. "You solved every one of those in your head?" "Yeah, more or less," Leo said with a shrug. Len muttered under his breath, almost like he was starving. Finally. At the same time, Professor Albie Giron was walking down the hallway. Then he spotted Len sprinting straight toward him. The man looked like he'd just won the lottery. Albie immediately felt uneasy and turned to walk the other way. But Len threw himself forward, grabbed Albie by the ankle, and shouted in gratitude, "Thank you, Professor Albie. Thank you so much." Albie lifted Len into the air with magic as a warning. This wasn't the first time Len had overreacted, but today, he'd clearly gone too far. Len was still beside himself with excitement. "He's a magic prodigy, Leo Plov. The student I picked as the freshman representative is a genius." Albie blinked in confusion. "He's a knight." "No!" Len shouted. "Leo has to become a mage no matter what. I'm not letting that kind of talent go to waste swinging a sword. Sending him to the Knight Division would be an insult to magic." Right then, the assistant rushed over. Albie released the spell, and Len dropped. The assistant caught him just in time. "Thanks," Len said with a bright smile. The assistant snapped, veins practically popping. "We need to get back to class." At that moment, she swore to herself that one day she was going to kill this madman. As Leo walked over a little hesitantly, Albie turned and gave him a nod. Leo looked confused. Some things really never changed. Mages had always been lunatics. A week later, the trial classes came to an end. Leo was lying on the rooftop reading a book, Kyle the Hero. Was he really a fraud? Leo slowly closed the book. He let out a sigh. After all that reading, he still hadn't found anything useful. Inside Callion Baden's office while he was working, the 3 homeroom teachers for Magic Night and Summoning suddenly barged in with a petition in hand. Please take a look at this. Leo had enrolled in all 3 majors, something Lumen had never seen before. Each of them wanted Leo pulled into their own class so he could focus on just one path. Even inside the office, the 3 teachers kept arguing back and forth. Callion laughed. Ha ha! This reminds me of a certain hero from a story. The thought of the 5th great hero made Callion chuckle again. It reminds me of that fictional hero, he said. The only one in history said to excel in every class. Elsewhere, on the running track, Celia and Chelsea were out jogging. Meanwhile, Carl sat off to the side, playing around and laughed. Why are they training on the weekend? Leo answered. They're training under me. Carl looked confused. Then why are they only running? Where are their weapons? Breathing hard. Celia and Chelsea answered. It's endurance training. That's an important part of becoming a combat mage. Move. Chelsea waved Carl away like he was a fly, then dropped down beside Leo. And the second she sat next to Leo, Chelsea completely changed her attitude. It actually feels great running on the weekend. I missed this. Chelsea leaned in with a grin. Leo, I want to run with you too. Leo looked at her, a little surprised. Really? Celia immediately spit out her water, making Chelsea jerk back in disgust. What is wrong with you? Leo already understood why Celia reacted like that, so he cut in. Anyway, if I'm running with you, we're doing it properly. Celia shot back at once. I said I'm not running with you. Watching how familiar they were with each other, Carl asked curiously. Wait, I thought you two were dating. Celia turned to Leo and explained. He's family. My cousin, he's my dad's sister's son. Both Leo and Chelsea opened their eyes wider. He's part of the Zeringer family? Celia waved it off. Not exactly. It's complicated, so forget it. She didn't explain any further. Maybe even she wasn't sure how to put it. Leo got to his feet. All right, enough messing around, let's get serious. Chelsea instantly perked up. Okay. Carl decided not to get in the way. I'll just go look around Lumeria City. Celia quickly begged to go with him. But Leo grabbed her and dragged her off like he was hauling away a chicken. Seeing how pitiful she looked, Carl couldn't help thinking that Leo seriously lacked any sense of noble manners. Then came class placement day for all students. From 1st years to 5th years, Carl waved as soon as he spotted him. Leo, over here? Leo looked at him and asked, You know you're in 5th year already, right? Carl patted his chest proudly. There's nothing I don't know. Leo's eyes shifted toward Chelsea, who was slumped over a desk half asleep. Huh. Chelsea's here too. Carl gave him a suspicious look. What exactly did you two get up to over the weekend? Leo just shrugged. Basic training. At the same time, Chelsea silently swore she was never doing that kind of training again. Then a mocking voice rang out from the podium. Ah, 5th class, the class of suffering. I wonder how many of you will still be here after the 1st semester. My condolences, underclassmen. There wasn't a shred of sympathy in the laughter that followed. But then again, maybe I shouldn't say that. The homeroom teacher stepped forward. Pathetic. The two of you are even more pitiful. The man behind the voice had the face of someone who looked practically homeless. This was Harlan Edmund, homeroom teacher of Lumen Academy's 1st year 5th class, better known as the Weeping Wall. He muttered that he wanted a chair, and 2 upperclassmen instantly bent their bodies into shape to make one. Harlan sat down on them and looked over the students with a sneer. Then he greeted them as if they were nothing but worthless trash. This is the class for failures. The ones with the lowest scores. You've all heard of me, haven't you? The Weeping Wall. And you know why I'm the homeroom teacher for this class? Carl, trying to sound confident even as his voice shook, raised his hand. To help us improve our grades? Harlan turned toward him with pure contempt. What a narrow little answer. Does no one in this pathetic class understand what it means to be a Lumen student? Chelsea raised her hand. To conquer the hero world through practical missions. Harlan nodded. Right, but all I see here are people who die the second they step into the hero world. The kind who drag their teammates down and get themselves killed early. Better to expel them now. That's exactly why I'm in charge of 5th class. And that, he said while calmly watching Leo, is why they call me the Weeping Wall? Harlan thought to himself that this one might actually survive. As for the rest, they looked like factory-raised chickens to him. So he ordered everyone to change into gym clothes and head to the training grounds. Combat class had started. A moment later, everyone was gathered at the training field, already changed and lined up, looking completely at ease, like he was out on vacation. Harlan began the lesson. First, we fix those rotten mindsets you picked up after entering Lumen. In the real world, where lives can disappear in an instant, what do you think actually saves you? Nella Carvin from the Night Major looked flustered as her healing aura flickered around her. Aren't your teammates supposed to protect you? Harlan shook his head. No. Your own ability saves you. Only when your skills hold up in danger can you help your teammates too. So tell me, are you confident you can protect them? Ileana Layden raised her hand. I am Professor. Harlan looked at her. Oh, then show me your Night Mage skill. Make a fireball. Ileana confidently formed a fireball in her palm. Harlan scoffed. With a fireball like that, I doubt you could even kill an ant. Ileana immediately poured in more mana. The single fireball split into two massive spheres of flame, each one giving off such intense heat that the students around her instinctively stepped back. The whole class stared. She hadn't just split it in two. Both had grown even larger. Even Harlan had to admit he was impressed. Then he said, "All right, try hitting that little thing over there." With that, he summoned a tiny humanoid wind sprite. The sprite zipped straight toward Ileana. It flew right up, tapped her on the nose, then doubled over laughing. Furious, Ileana swung both fireballs at it. But even then, she couldn't touch so much as the edge of its cloak. The sprite zipped back to Harlan and covered its mouth. Still laughing, Harlan sneered. What's the point of making the fireballs bigger if you still can't hit your target? You don't know how to use your skills effectively. Train. Push yourselves harder. Until someone catches that wind sprite. This class isn't over, so show me what you've got. Heirs of Lumen. Leo silently agreed. Harlan's words were harsh, but none of them were wrong. Then Leo stepped forward. Let me try. Harlan watched him with interest. All right then, Leo Plov. Let's see whether you're a mess like that fictional hero Kyle. Or the first one to truly carry every attribute. The rest of the students all lunged after the sprite too, but it toyed with them like they were nothing. Leo wrapped his body in aura, then focused that power down into the soles of his feet. The next second, he kicked off with explosive force and shot forward like a streak of light. Chelsea and Carl were left panting. Damn, it's way too fast. How are we supposed to catch that thing? Leo used an air step and launched himself into the sky. From above, he locked onto the sprite while it was still fooling around. Leo came diving down like an arrow. The sprite got caught off guard for a second, but it still reacted fast enough to slip away just in time. Leo smiled. Then he condensed his aura into a whip-like strand and snapped it straight toward the sprite. For a moment, it looked like he had it. But then Duran Moira suddenly shot in at blinding speed and stole the catch right out from under him. A homeroom teacher appeared behind Duran. He gave a round of applause. Looks like our first years might need to teach you a few things. The man was Sejin, a sly, white-haired homeroom teacher at Lumen Academy. He ranked second in the graduation popularity polls, while Harlan ranked first, so the two had never gotten along. Harlan calmly took a sip of milk and replied, "Oh, so you're going to teach my class for me?" Sejin looked at Harlan like he was absolute trash. Carl got excited right away. This was a clash between two of Lumen's pillars. Both had been teaching for over 20 years, and even Professors Aina Lendu, Yura Marnin, and Len Horace had once been their students. Nella gasped. Seriously, how do you even know that? Carl blushed and puffed himself up. I'm good with information. Chelsea looked like she was about to throw up. Sejin smiled and said, Harlan, I don't know what kind of plan you've got for this failure class, but I'll figure it out. So let's do this, a match between first year and fifth class. In Bastora, Lumen's historic school sport, Harlan stood up and accepted right away. As expected, you really are a genius, Sejin answered with forced confidence. There's no better teacher than real experience. But when he added that the first years might win, even his voice wavered. Harlan didn't care one bit. Doesn't matter, just teach your class. Sejin ground his teeth and the students could only pity him. There was a reason he always lost those graduation poll bets. Harlan then declared that fifth class would use this chance to train their Bastora skills against the first years. And if you lose, he said with a completely straight face, you're all expelled. The whole class froze. Teacher, are you serious? This would be their first match. And the other side already had 3 captains. Harlan didn't care about the gap in strength at all. If anything, that just meant they needed to push themselves even harder. What are you panicking for? He said. The first-year representatives in your class will choose 6 people for the match. Then his eyes shifted toward Leo. That was when Leo understood what this was really about. This was a test. Harlan didn't hate them. After just 1 week at Lumen, a lot of students had already started losing heart. Harlan was trying to pull up the spirits of the ones who were already close to giving up. Leo told himself he had to raise 5th class's morale in this Bastura match. Soon, both classes picked their representatives, and the first years naturally chose their strongest captains. Looking at the lineup across from them, Chelsea started worrying about what would happen if they got expelled. She had no idea how she'd explain that to her family. Leo looked at her and asked, "Why are you this scared?" Chelsea answered, "You've never heard of Bastura, have you? You probably missed it because you grew up out in the suburbs. Bastura is a combat sport. It's one of Lumen's oldest traditions." Leo tilted his head. "Isn't it basically just a ball game?" Carl immediately jumped in. "It's not that simple. That thing is seriously dangerous." When Celia saw how flustered Leo's group looked, she covered her mouth and laughed. "Chelsea, why are you so scared?" "So what? You've already given up." Celia shot back. Chelsea rolled her eyes, clearly annoyed. "Who says I'm scared of anyone?" Chelsea snapped. "You think I'm going to lose to the Zerdinger family?" Leo threw an arm around the group and said, "Relax, our class isn't losing this." Celia clicked her tongue and warned him. "Leo, that goes for you too. I'll show you what our special training got us. This time I'm not losing." Leo Plov. Sijin then called the contestants from both classes into the arena. Leo turned to his classmates. "Who's coming with me?" The rest immediately shrank back, relieved if they could avoid being picked. Chelsea and Ileana stepped forward. Chelsea cracked her knuckles. "I need to teach them a lesson." Ileana wanted to prove herself to Harlan. "If we lose and get expelled, then I'm turning that frustration into a win." Nella Carvin stepped up too, along with one timid male classmate. In the end, Leo reached into the back and dragged Carl out himself. "Carl, you're the last one." Carl looked horrified. "Why me?" Ignoring that, Leo finalized the lineup and reported 5th class is ready, Professor. Sijin gave a nod, and the match began. He tossed the ball high into the air. The moment the teacher made that move, every student dropped low and got ready. Leo and Duran Moira both burst forward to fight for the ball. Wrapped in a thunderous aura and moving even faster than Leo, Duran snatched the ball first. "My turn," he said coldly. After landing, Leo turned to Warden Tyden, the blonde student beside him, and quickly asked him to explain the rules. Warden gave him the short version. "Bastura is simple. You channel your energy into the ball and fire it into the goal, but you can't use your hands or feet. The first team to score 11 points wins," Warden Tyden from the summoning department added. On the other side, Duran focused his aura and prepared to launch an attack. Someone shouted, "It's coming! Get ready!" Duran struck the ball so hard it visibly warped before ripping through the air. Leo stiffened at the speed of it, then jumped out of the way. The ball slammed into the ground, then it shot straight toward the goal, leaving Carl frozen in place. The first years immediately cheered. "Nice one, Duran Moira." Meanwhile, the faces on the 5th class side turned pale. Warden, already lacking confidence, started wondering if Harlan really meant to expel all of them. Leo, on the other hand, stayed calm and asked how they were supposed to take control of the ball. Warden answered that there were 3 ways. 1. Knock it out of bounds using your opponent's force. 2. Catch it. 3. Before he could finish, Nella shouted, "Look out!" Leo and Warden both turned at once. They saw the ball slam into Ileana, making her cry out in pain. The one who had stepped in was Celia. "What are you two whispering about?" she said. "Are you even paying attention to the match?" She gave a little laugh while Leo and Warden ran over to check on Ileana. As they moved, Warden hurriedly finished explaining the 3rd method. "Don't charge straight at them, and don't block their path directly. If one of your team members gets taken out by the ball, then the only way to attack is with the ball itself." Leo understood right away. He picked up the ball, gave Warden a nod, and said, "Got it, thanks. Our turn now." Even with the match leaning in his class's favor, Sejin still didn't look at ease. In Bastura, the fire attribute held a natural advantage because of how much destructive power it had. "The Zerdinger family's flame is the strongest," Sejin said to Harlan. "You accepted this match even knowing Celia Zerdinger is in my class. I don't know what you're planning, but your side won't have an easy time beating us." Harlan stayed quiet for a moment, watching the irritated Sejin actually speak seriously for once. Then Harlan finally said, "Sijin, don't forget who the top student was, not that Zerdinger girl." Sijin gave a small nod. "Of course. I could never forget the Bastura queen." Harlan smiled. "And her daughter is in 5th class. 5th class had already started out weaker, and now they'd lost Ileana to injury. The class was losing hope fast. Was this really it? Had they come all the way to Lumen just to end like this? Celia looked toward Leo, concern showing in her eyes. So that settles it? Leo suddenly flared up with a powerful blaze, and someone immediately shouted, "Watch out!" He put everything he had into the shot and fired the ball straight at the other team's goal. But the first years weren't that easy to break. Before it could reach the frame, Chloe Muller raised her magic and threw up a wall of ice to block it. "As long as I'm here, you're not scoring," she declared. Then Leo suddenly appeared right beside her and said in a low voice, "Is that what you were about to say?" Before anyone could react, Leo drove power into the soles of his feet, launched himself at the ball trapped in the ice, and hammered it with a punch. The wall shattered, and the ball blasted straight into the goal. Even Professor Sejin had to admit it to himself. Leo's combat sense was incredible. Harlan smiled, clearly pleased. On the 5th class side, with Nella Carvin leading the shout, the whole group found their hope again. Leo Plove, just like that. 5th class got its momentum back. Sejin smiled faintly. "Ah, now I see, the real match starts here." From there, both sides traded blows back and forth, keeping the score neck and neck. Duran unleashed a thunderstrike, and he drove the ball straight toward 5th class's goal. Carl recklessly caught it with both hands, and the thunder-charged aura tore through his body, making him shake from the pain. But even then, he held on. "Ha-ha, I'm totally out of juice." He passed the ball to the already exhausted Leo, while Ileana and Chelsea helped Carl off the field. Everyone in 5th class tensed up. The score was tied at 10-10. This next point would decide everything, and that made things even worse. The other side had 3 standout players, while 5th class only had Leo. The gap felt huge. Chloe realized right away that the next possession would decide the match. "So be it. I'll give this everything." She steeled herself. "Even if I fail my magic theory exam over this, I'm not losing this time." With a wave of her hand, she used her magic to create 4 clones. Celia and Duran both braced their auras, ready to meet the attack head-on. "Come on, Leo," Celia shouted. Leo gathered all his strength into his legs. Then his afterimages flashed past the 3 of them and vanished, leaving them stunned. "He's too fast." Leo slipped right past Celia, and she gasped the moment she realized what he was doing. He wasn't coming for her at all. He was going straight for the score. Chloe instantly realized her illusion hadn't been enough. Where was the real Leo? She focused magic into her eyes, trying to find his true body, but every afterimage looked completely real. Chloe could only stand there in shock as Leo slipped past and scored. Under her breath, Chloe murmured, "Stellar magic. How can a human use ancestral magic?" The referee raised his voice. "The winners are 5th class." The students of 5th class instantly threw their arms around each other in celebration. "Thank God we're not getting expelled. I guess I'll be heading home now." Sejin then looked at Harlan curiously. What were they talking about, getting expelled? Harlan laughed. "Ha ha, call it motivation." Celia, Chloe, and Duran all covered their faces, unable to hide their disappointment. Sejin let out a sigh. Even though he was upset about losing, he still stepped forward and tried to encourage his students. "Once the match is over, no matter who won or lost, you salute your opponent. You all did well. You gave it everything you had, and your class stood behind you all the way. So hold your heads high." The first years looked at Sejin with admiration, but the warm moment lasted maybe 3 seconds. Then Harlan sneered. "Ha ha! All right, losers, move along." Sejin was instantly furious. Still, when Harlan gave his remarks, he ended up praising both classes. The first years had shown real talent, and 5th class hadn't folded. They endured the challenge, found their limits, pushed past them, and came out on top. "So compete well and get along now, shake hands." Students stepped forward and shook hands. Celia smiled at Leo. "You dragged that match out longer than I expected. I honestly thought you'd lose way sooner." Chelsea shot back. "I was about to say the same thing. You're stubborn as an ink prince." Carl flashed a grin at Duran. "This time we won." Duran just kept staring at him in silence, and the look alone was enough to make Carl uneasy. Chloe puffed up in frustration, her eyes already glistening like she was on the verge of tears. Leo reached out and gently tried to calm her down. "You did great, Chloe. With a little more, you'll be incredible." Chloe lifted her head and glared at him. "Are you making fun of me?" Deep down, she made a quiet promise to herself. One day she'd beat Leo, and as that thought settled in, she grabbed Leo's hand tight. A month later, Leo's group was sitting around with tea in hand. Carl was stuffing himself like he hadn't eaten in days when he suddenly asked, "Oh, right, what clubs are you all joining?" With her usual noble composure, Chelsea told him to slow down and eat properly. Then Leo casually said, I'm thinking of starting a club. Carl nearly choked. Chelsea lit up right away. If Leo's making one, then I'm joining. Carl blinked and asked, "What kind of club is it?" Leo answered without hesitation. "A hero research club. I want to look into forgotten heroes, and the primal hero, Kyle." Carl and Chelsea both reacted with the same deadpan look. Carl shook his head and laughed. Kyle's basically a made-up figure. Nobody's going to join that. But Chelsea instantly saw her chance to stay close to Leo and raised her hand. "I want in." Before they could keep talking, a sudden shout cut through the air, and everyone turned around. Carl suddenly snapped his fingers. "Oh right, the 5th years are coming back today after clearing a hero dungeon." He went on excitedly, talking about how hero record fragments had been getting restored all over the world, and every so often those fragments would go out of control and form hero dungeons. At Lumen Academy, it was usually the senior students who went out to clear those dungeons and recover the hero record fragments. Most trips lasted around 2 weeks, though some dragged on for more than a month. So Mom must have gone through something like this too, Leo thought. Beside him, Chloe stared ahead with shining eyes, completely captivated. "So this is the peak of Lumen." Carl proudly started pointing people out. "That huge guy over in the east? That's Rizamua, and the woman from the south is Torua Yan. The one in the hood, the one you can barely make out, that's Alta Rigdition." Then Carl looked around again and frowned. "Huh? But I don't see that person." Leo glanced over, curious. "Who?" Carl answered. "Lumen's student council president." But right at that moment, a hand suddenly grabbed Leo by the shoulder and yanked him away. When Carl turned back again, Leo was already gone. The one who had dragged Leo off was Celia. Seeing how rushed she looked, Leo quickly asked what was going on. Celia answered right away. "You need to come to Lumen City with me. The student council president wants to meet you." Leo blinked in surprise. "Why would the president want to see me?" Celia let out a small sigh, looking unsure herself. "You really don't pay attention to school matters. You'll understand when we get there." The scene shifted to a room decorated in an Eastern style. Celia looked around nervously. Why did he pick this place for the meeting? Leo gave a small shrug. "Smells nice in here." Then the student council president finally appeared. The second Celia saw him, she dashed over like a little cat. Her brother, Riz Zerdinger, reached out and ruffled her hair before turning to Leo. "Hello, Leo. Nice to meet you, Leo Plov. I've heard a lot about you. You're aiming to become a versatile hero, right?" This was Reese, the head of the night department and the student council president of Lumen. Before getting into the real conversation, Reese ordered a basket of buns. "Go on, everyone. Try them and see if they suit your taste." Leo simply nodded. "Sure." Reese noticed the tension on Celia's face and asked what was wrong. Celia admitted a little stiffly that it was her first time eating something like this, so she was nervous. Carefully, she took a bite. Her eyes instantly brightened. "It's delicious." Reese laughed. "Ha! This is the place I wanted to bring you when you first got into Lumen." Then Reese looked over at Leo. "I didn't expect you'd be that person's son." Leo caught the meaning right away. "You knew my mother?" Reese nodded a few times. "Yeah, back when she was still at school, she was famous." Leo listened with interest as Reese started talking about Raina's old stories. She once decided the desserts in the dorms were awful, so she rallied the students and marched straight to the headmaster's office. Celia shouted in disbelief. "So she was the main one behind that incident?" Riz laughed and nodded. "Exactly!" Leo silently sized Riz up. As expected, this guy really did deserve his reputation as the strongest in Lumen. At this rate, becoming a hero was only a matter of time for him. After wrapping up what he had to say, Riz rose from his seat. After paying the bill, everyone else headed out first, leaving only Leo and Celia behind. Then all of a sudden Riz felt a warmth spread through his chest and quickly pulled out a glowing piece of paper. He stared at it in confusion. "From my pocket? How did this even happen?" Back in Leo's classroom, Ileana raised her hand and asked, "Professor, why haven't we picked a class representative yet? The other class has already finished choosing theirs." Harlan Edmund kicked one foot up onto the desk and sneered. "What kind of pointless question is that?" Warden Tidney gave a small nod like he agreed. Then Harlan paused and went, "Oh right, class rep. Leo, you do it." Before Leo could even respond, Ileana and Warden Tyden both spoke up. "Shouldn't this be decided by a proper vote?" Harlan answered by dropping a pile of papers onto the desk, stacked nearly half a meter high. "The class representative gets to carry these and keep them organized." The second Ileana saw that mountain of paperwork, she shrank right back and didn't say another word. Just then, an announcement rang out. In a moment, there will be a joint lecture on research into the 7 orders. All first-year students, prepare to head to the hall. Leo looked over at the professor. Should we get going? Harlan gave a lazy nod. Handle it like the class rep. The scene shifted to the auditorium, where students were already gathering in waves. As Leo and Carl walked in, they ran into Chloe and she looked completely worn out. Leo took one look at her and asked, "You look exhausted?" Chloe immediately perked up a little. "Do you have a recovery potion? Can you sell me one?" Carl tossed over 2 vials. "This is all I've got." Leo looked at Chloe with concern. "It's barely the start of the school year. Are you already pushing yourself this hard?" Chloe downed the potion and answered, "I'm fine." Seeing how stubborn she was, Carl couldn't help but admire it. "Respect," Chelsea added. "She's #1 in magic theory right now." But Chloe's worried. If Leo starts studying the latest magic trends, he could pass her on the theory exam. Carl looked confused. Then what about second place? Chelsea gave him a look like he had just said something ridiculous. "Are you seriously asking that? She's a tower mage. Tower mages fight the same way we do. So losing the theory ranking isn't the real issue. For them, magical research is the core of the tower's pride. That's why she's under pressure." Carl casually asked, "Are you even a mage?" "Of course I am. I use survival magic. That's my pride." Meanwhile, Reese noticed that the paper was still glowing. He wasted no time and went straight to see Headmaster Kallian Baden. After hearing him out, Kallian's face turned serious. The hero record fragment reacted even though it's damaged? Could a fragment like that really respond? Kallian looked to him for confirmation, and Riss gave a firm nod. "Yes, it's badly damaged, so it shouldn't have reacted at all. But it did, and there weren't any relics nearby either." Kallian pressed further. "Did it react again after that?" Riz shook his head. "No, sir. There wasn't enough information yet, so Kallian couldn't draw any conclusion from the strange reaction. We'll have to investigate this further." Then his tone softened. "You must be tired after returning. Good work," he called for his secretary, Elena. Then he handed over an instruction. "Take this to the auditorium for the first-year joint lecture." Elena nodded at once. "Understood." Then she hurried off, left alone. Kallian sank into thought. A small fragment like that would only react if it came into contact with the very person recorded in the Hero Chronicle. The scene shifted to Lumen's lecture hall where the first-year Hero Studies lecture was about to begin. Professor Archant Ubesha was teaching classes 1 through 8. But with everyone gathered together, the place sounded more like a busy marketplace. Archant grew flustered and called out, "Please quiet down." But the students just kept talking non-stop, firing words back and forth like a machine gun. Professor Archant Ubesha had finally had enough. A unicorn suddenly appeared behind her. In an instant, her whole attitude flipped. "Shut it, you little bastards. Unless you want to get beaten half to death, do you want to die?" Her voice rang through the room. "Who wants to be first?" The change from her usual gentle self was so sharp it was almost unreal. Then, just as suddenly, Archant softened again like someone had flipped the switch back. "Good. Finally, some quiet. Thank you." No matter how many times the students had seen this side of her, it still scared them every single time. Even Leo was caught off guard. This professor was terrifying. Then Leo realized something. In his past life, she had been a spiritual mage, and spiritual mages were incredibly rare. With that, Archant pulled out a dagger and began the lecture. "Now then, let's begin first-year hero studies." After the appearance of the Hero Chronicle, heroic bloodlines began to emerge. To open a hero's world, you need objects deeply tied to that hero. And descendants of heroes have a much easier time opening them. That's why Lumen preserves the chronicles and keeps close ties with heroic families. They're like keys and treasures, so by now you should understand why hero studies matter. They help you uncover clues for conquering a hero's world, and they help you understand those heroes more deeply. By your final year, each of you will choose a hero whose power you want to inherit, and then test yourselves against that chronicle. Just then, Elena walked in and handed a fragment over to Archant, who raised it for everyone to see. "This is a fragment of a hero chronicle." The moment the students heard it had just been brought back, the whole room gasped. Archant opened the box. Everyone leaned in and held their breath. But before they could get a real look, she suddenly shut it again. "Before we begin the experience, state your goal as a hero." The students visibly deflated in disappointment. Celia raised her hand first. "I want to become a knight and surpass every generation of the Zeringer family." Archant smiled. "Wonderful." Then Chloe said, I want to create a spellbook filled with original magic that can support heroes, Carl answered in his usual straightforward way. I want to support heroes. Archant nodded with approval. Excellent, then Leo spoke. My goal is to completely destroy Erebus. For 2 full seconds, the entire hall went dead silent. Archant awkwardly cleared her throat. Ah, yes. That's certainly an extraordinary goal. Leo simply sat back down like nothing strange had happened, ignoring all the looks being thrown his way. Some of the upperclassmen sneered at him, thinking he was aiming way beyond his place. Harlan Edmund and Sen Lu both heard what Leo said. Sen Lu asked him what he thought, and Harlan answered with a chill running down his back. He's not talking like someone chasing a fantasy. He believes Erebus, even after being sealed and shattered across thousands of years, has kept reincarnating again and again. And if even one fragment of it is reborn, the result could be a catastrophic nightmare of total destruction. Erebus is no simple threat, Archant continued the lecture. Today, you'll be reading chronicle pages recovered from a dungeon. Each class will identify the hero first, then learn how that hero's world can be conquered. The professors will be watching, so don't cause trouble. The students tensed up right away. It was their first time ever handling a chronicle, and the excitement in the room only grew stronger. Archant then called for each class representative to come forward. Leo and the other representatives immediately rushed up to the front. Archant told them that 2 chronicles had been brought back. One would be used for today's lesson, while the other was only a small fragment. As she spoke, she brought out 2 boxes for everyone to see. Leo ended up holding a small piece of paper. And then, without warning, something went wrong, and an announcement echoed out. The Hero Chronicle has opened Kyle's world. A massive magic circle exploded across the stage. Sen Lu immediately lost control. Their bodies vanished in an instant, and the next moment, they reappeared in a completely unfamiliar world. It was a place none of them had ever seen before. The sky above them was blood red, and the ground was covered in monster corpses of every shape and size. This world was wrong. The moment one of the girls saw the bodies piled across the ground, she let out a panicked scream. Harlan dropped the sarcasm right away and tried to steady everyone. Get a hold of yourselves. This is a hero dungeon. Sen Lu suddenly spotted something in the distance and pointed. Harlan, over there. I can see a fortress wall. Everyone followed his gaze and saw an ancient citadel up ahead, cracked and worn down by time. The second Leo saw it, he recognized the scene, the age of catastrophe, the final defensive line, the last city, Togmar and Gardaslan. If this is that point in time, Leo muttered. Then a voice suddenly spoke from behind him. My unfinished wish. It really was foolish, but we're still going to save the world. Leo turned around and looked at the figure behind him. Then he whispered the name under his breath. Lasinas. The black-haired girl gave him a soft smile, and then her body scattered away into light. The space around them shattered, and in the next instant, the entire group was back in the lecture hall. It all happened so fast, it left everyone dizzy. Chen Jie stared around in confusion. Professors, what just happened? Harlan immediately gave the order. Class dismissed. Stay calm and evacuate the lecture hall at once. That was all it took. The students broke into a panic and rushed for the exits. Leo kept staring at the scrap of paper in his hand, and the realization hit him. This was Kyle's page, his own hero chronicle. Harlan looked over at Leo, his eyes unreadable, like he was quietly turning over something in his mind. By 5th period, Leo's friends had already gathered around him, asking what he saw inside the hero world. After hearing his story, all of them just stared. You saw the King of Wisdom. That's a major event from Lycinus's chronicle. Chelsea looked impressed, while Ileana groaned in regret over giving up the class representative position and missing the whole thing. Carl just scoffed. Seriously? Ileana instantly turned on Carl and started beating him up. For Carl, it was basically a funeral. All he could do was curl up and take it. Then Harlan appeared coldly in the doorway. I came to whip this class back into shape. So what's it going to be? Self-study or expulsion? After dropping that line, he turned and left just as suddenly. Leo sank into thought. Why is my hero chronicle such a mess? It's so damaged I can't even tell whose world it's supposed to describe. Did someone deliberately sabotage the chronicle that was meant to pass down a hero's power? And if someone really wanted to stop a new hero from being born, then the only answer could be Erebus. Leo quietly made up his mind. He had to find out why this chronicle had been broken into fragments. A month later, in Magic Department class, Professor Len Horace stood at the front with a magic sigil displayed behind him. It was the symbol of an original spell. Something unique, singular, and belonging to one person alone. Len explained that this would be their practical midterm. An original spell, he said, reveals a mage's true nature better than anything else. These days, formation activation techniques were the trend, so most mages barely bothered creating original spells anymore. But even so, an original spell could still become a hidden trump card in an emergency. He gave an example. The Elf Star spell is just a miniature copy of an original spell. Only one person can use the real Star spell, and that's its founder, Luna. At that, Chloe Muller glanced toward Leo. She had clearly remembered their match, the one where Leo used the Star spell to fool her. Leo noticed Chloe looking at him. Then his eyes dropped to the magic book at her side, and he felt a dark, unsettling aura leaking out from it. The second Chloe caught him looking, she hurriedly tucked the book away. Leo's eyes narrowed. An accursed grimoire? Len dismissed the class, and the room instantly filled with noise as everyone left, excited to go figure out their own unique spells. That's all for today. Still worried about that book, Leo quickly stopped Chloe. Wait, Chloe, you still haven't eaten with me, right? And when she tried even harder to hide the book, Leo only grew more suspicious. Chloe refused right away. I don't have time. I'll beat you in the practical exam. Carl rushed over like he was ready to help stir the pot. What's this, Leo? You're actually going after the Frost Queen's top spot in magic? Chloe stood firm. I might lose to Leo when it comes to technique, but in magical theory, I'm not letting anyone pass me. This time, I'm going to win. Leo smiled at that. Chloe gave a small nod. Leo reached his hand out to her. The two of them made their preparations without missing a thing. Watching them hold hands so naturally, Carl couldn't help admiring the sight. Later that afternoon, Leo was at the Hero Tower, digging through the chronicles for any clue he could find. Not far from there was the restricted library. As he climbed the stairs, Leo figured there might be something in there that could lead him to the missing chronicle. When a female student noticed him, she blushed and whispered to the others. He's a first year? What's he doing here? He's kinda cute. Then a voice called out to him. So you're Leo Plav. Professor Len told me quite a bit about you. Nice to meet you. I'm Torua Yan, a 5th year from the magic department. Leo immediately bowed in greeting. Torua asked what a first year was doing at the Hero Tower, casually blocking his way with her foot as she spoke. Leo answered honestly. I'm here to meet with the student council president. I also joined the magic department. At that, Torua Yan moved aside and thanked him. Just as Leo was about to leave, Torua Yan reminded him that he needed to officially declare the magic department as his major before the semester ended. Understood. Leo nodded, then stepped into the elevator. He pressed the button, but nothing happened. Why wasn't it moving? Leo pressed it a few more times. Then someone spoke up. You have to channel mana into it to make it work. Nice to meet you, Leo Plove. The one speaking was Riza Mua, the loud and well-known representative of the first years, a 5th year from the Knights Department. Once the first years recognized him as a senior, they all lowered their heads respectfully, a little surprised to see Leo there. Riza Mua asked what had brought him to the Hero Tower. Seeing no reason to hide it, Leo answered plainly. I have a few things to discuss with the student council president. Leo's easygoing answer made Rai laugh. Stroking his chin, he commented that it took guts for a freshman who wasn't afraid of him to walk straight into the president's office alone. I wouldn't call it barging in, Leo said. But the big guy either didn't notice or didn't care, and immediately asked whether Leo had any interest in joining the Knights Department. All Leo could give him in return was a stiff smile. Inside, he was already worn out. One after another, people kept trying to pull him into their department, and the real conversation hadn't even started yet. A little later, in front of the student council president's office, Leo stopped, knocked on the door, and called out, President Reese, it's Leo Plav. May I come in? A warm voice answered from inside. Come in. With permission granted, Leo opened the door at once and stepped inside. The moment Reese saw him, the handsome young man got straight to the point. What is it? Leo hesitated for a moment, thinking it over, then finally stated why he had come. I want access to the restricted library. That request instantly changed the look on the student council president's face. Then with a serious expression, he said, Leo, I know you're not the kind of person who would joke about something like this, but for an ordinary student, there are only 2 ways to get into the restricted library. The first is to conquer a hero dungeon. By tradition, whoever clears one returns any pages they recovered to the Hero Chronicles themselves. As for the second way, I'll tell you after you join the student council. Reese said it with a smile, making it pretty obvious that the whole student council wanted Leo on their side. Time flew by, and soon the scene shifted back to the familiar training grounds. Today was the practical exam for the Knights Department. Even though it wasn't their department, plenty of students from the others had still come to watch, and naturally, the guy who loved gossip more than anyone was fired up. It's finally here, the night's first practical exam. No wonder so many people showed up. You can't watch a match like this without popcorn. With that, he eagerly started pitching his snacks to the crowd, watching him work. Chelsea could only let out a sigh. Carl really is serious about business. Beside her, Ileana laughed out loud. That's so Carl. Even without Lumen, he'd still find a way to make a ton of money. Elsewhere, Leo swept his eyes across the crowd and noticed that Chloe didn't seem to be there. Without keeping anyone waiting any longer, Professor Ain Elendu stepped forward and announced the first match. Hall Snife from Class 1 and Leo Plav from Class 5. At the call, both of them walked toward the center at the same time. Meanwhile, Carl spotted a likely customer in the crowd and hurried over to sell his goods to Professor Sen Liu. Want some popcorn and soda? Carl asked with a bright grin as he held the snacks out. But the professor only looked at him with open disdain. Huh? You really think I'd buy that? Sen Liu shot back. Even so, Carl still wasn't ready to quit. Instead, he turned and looked at Celia standing right beside him. Celia instantly caught on like they'd done this plenty of times before. She put on a sweet, pleading expression and looked up at the professor. Professor, could you buy us some popcorn? It looks really good. And it wasn't just her. Carl immediately started shouting. Sen Liu! That set everyone else off. And before long the students were all cheering at the top of their lungs. Now that the whole crowd had spoken up, he had his pride to think about. So whether he liked it or not, Sen Liu had no choice but to give in. Fine, give them each one, he said flatly. Meanwhile, Carl was beaming. He just pulled off another sale. Back in the arena, Leo looked straight at the opponent standing in front of him. Then he smiled and said, Congratulations, good luck. Across from that friendly smile was a far more cunning face. This was Hall Snafe of the Knights Department, heir to the Snafe hero line. He licked his lips and said, You don't seem interested in me at all. You're going to regret that. According to Carl, the Knights' midterm practical exam was cleared by winning 5 duels. From the stands, plenty of students were focused on Leo, all curious to see what he could really do. I wonder what a first year who's studying 3 fields can actually pull off, one student said. The person beside her, who had heard the rumors, replied that since Leo was splitting his attention across 3 specialties, he would probably fall behind people who focused on only one. And don't forget, Hall is ranked 3rd in Class 1, right under Celia and Duran. Hall already disliked Leo. In his eyes, Leo was an arrogant guy who was always hanging around Celia. Completely unaware of what either of them was thinking, Professor Ain Elendu began explaining the rules. Whoever incapacitates their opponent wins. Treat this like a real duel. The instant those words ended, Leo's expression changed. He had just picked up on a sinister energy coming from a building nearby. At the same time, over where Chloe was, she was still trying to figure out how to beat Leo. She was completely buried in her studies, but the deeper she went, the more cornered she felt. Finally, she tore the paper in her hand and clenched her teeth. No, there's no way I can create this unique magic with the ability I have right now. Thinking that, Chloe angrily swept her arm across the table, sending books and papers scattering everywhere. She told herself one thing over and over. She absolutely could not lose to Leo in this practical exam. Then, as if she had finally made up her mind, Chloe slowly turned toward that dark magic grimoire from before, the very thing Leo had always feared, and murmured, With this, I can win. This time, I'll definitely win. As those words left her mouth, something about her expression started to look off. Back at the training grounds, Leo stayed rooted in place, his eyes locked on that building because of the dark energy he sensed. Seeing Leo stand there distracted, Hall didn't let the chance slip by after the signal was given. He grabbed his spear and rushed in at blinding speed. What a reckless move. Got you now, Hall said, driving the tip of his spear straight at Leo's face. But with all his combat experience, Leo simply tilted his head and slipped past it. But Hall wasn't finished. Right after that, he activated a skill called Spear Discharge, and the tip of his spear began to change shape. It twisted into something like a snake's head and shot for Leo's throat with terrifying speed. Even that wasn't enough to trouble Leo. He calmly reached out and caught the spear tip in one hand, stopping it dead on the spot. The sheer strength in Leo's arm left Hall stunned. He couldn't even understand where that kind of power had come from. Then Leo gave the spear a hard yank toward himself, dragging Hall's whole body up into the air. Before Hall could even respond, Leo gathered power into his fist and slammed a crushing punch straight into the face of the third-ranked student, sending blood flying from Hall's mouth as he shot backward like a bullet. After that, Leo shook out his hand and mocked him. "So who's the reckless one now?" Across from him, even after taking that punch head-on, Hall still forced himself back to his feet. "Don't get cocky. The fight's only starting." As he said it, a strange blue energy began rising from his body. Unfortunately for Hall, that aura only made Leo look at him with faint contempt. A guy who can't even use aura properly might still have great physical strength, but that doesn't fix his most basic weakness. "Interesting, a unique aura," Leo muttered as he watched that blue energy rush toward him. Then he wrapped his own body in a blazing crimson aura. On the other side, foolishly enough, Hall still hadn't realized just how wide the gap between them really was. He stayed completely confident. "Unless it's fire-level aura like Celia's, you're not pushing me back," he declared. But in the very next instant, Leo burst through the smoke, cloaked in crimson aura, and appeared right in front of him. "You're the one who's always reckless," Leo said it coldly, his eyes sharp enough to crush whatever confidence Hall still had left. Up in the stands, the students were happily eating popcorn and watching the fight like it was an action movie playing out live. Off to one side, Duran, who had already lost to Leo before, watched Leo's performance with a deep frown. Meanwhile, Celia Zeringer was filled with questions of her own. "Leo, since when did your fire aura reach this level?" She kept staring, her eyes full of surprise and curiosity. Back to Hall's side, dense as he could be. Even he could tell Leo's power was on another level. The moment he saw Leo wrapped in that blazing red aura, Hall's mind started racing. Wait, did he just go past Celia's level? How is someone studying multiple disciplines this strong? Sweat started rolling down Hall's face as the pressure hit him. He knew there was no way he was beating Leo without his trump card. "Leo, I've got no choice. Hall, go all out. I saved this move for Celia, but instead, I'm using it on you, Leo Plov." Gathering power into his palm, Hall unleashed his ultimate technique, Prison Discharge. A green snake burst out and shot toward Leo at incredible speed. In an instant, it coiled around him, fangs bared, locking him down so tightly that even Leo's flames couldn't force it off. Leo looked at it and thought, not bad. From Hall's perspective, the moment he saw Leo restrained, he immediately turned toward Celia in the stands with the excited look of a kid trying to impress his crush. "Celia, this is the technique I made to hold down your flames." Celia noticed the look he gave her, but kept facing forward. Hall turned back, confused, only to see the energy snake breaking apart as Leo's flames suddenly roared outward. In just 3 seconds, it was gone like it had never been there at all. Hall stared with his eyes wide open. His strongest technique had done absolutely nothing to Leo. With no other options left, Hall clicked his tongue, gritted his teeth, grabbed 2 spears and rushed in for close combat. Leo drew his sword to meet him. The power behind that single swing was overwhelming, and in one clash, Hall's spear was knocked right out of his hand. Hall dropped to the ground. Leo leveled his sword at him and said, "Never lower your guard until the flames are completely out." Professor Ain Elendu announced the result. "The winner is Leo Plov." Up in the stands, Chelsea, Leo's biggest fan, jumped up cheering. "That's awesome. That's our Leo. I knew you could do it, Leo. You're the best." After losing, Hall had no choice but to admit it. Even in a spar, he's that good. No wonder people put him on the same level as Celia. Celia gave a small smile. "Nice one, Hall." That one compliment made Hall blush on the spot, and he scratched his cheek awkwardly. "Really? You think I looked cool?" Professor Ain Elendu called the next match. Class 5's Ileana stepped forward, full of anticipation. "I'm excited. So who's my opponent?" Then she looked over and saw Class 10's Chen Xia walking out. Ileana froze in disbelief. "Why do I have to fight one of the 3 strongest students in our year?" Nobody had an answer for that. Chen Xia brought her hands together and said, "Go easy on me." Ileana answered back, "You too." Ain Elendu gave a nod and the match began. Chen Xia immediately cast her magic, drawing swirling water around her body. Ileana tightened her grip on her sword, covered the blade in flames, and poured strength into her legs. Then she kicked off the ground and rushed straight at Chen Xia with a full-force slash. Leo watched with concern, already feeling like this was going to hurt, and just as expected, Ileana's sword was stopped cold by Chen Xia's energy barrier. The impact sent her flying back like a rag doll, and in one hit, all her fighting power was gone. Chen Xia calmly brought her hands together and saluted the crowd. Ain Elendu announced, "The winner is Chen Xia." Once Ileana came to, she waved her hand in frustration. I'm not backing down just because it's Chen Xia. Leo felt bad that the match had started so badly for her. But if she stayed composed, he believed she could still do better. Next came the match between Celia from Class 1 and Duran from Class 1. Facing him, Celia smiled and said, "This should be fun." Duran said nothing. He just stood there in silence, thinking. Up in the stands, Leo grabbed some popcorn from his tub and casually commented, "This one's going to be interesting." Celia and Duran drew their weapons at the same time, powerful auras wrapping around both of them and pulling everyone's attention in. Celia looked fired up. She wanted to see which of them was truly the strongest knight in Class 1. The two of them exploded into action, trading fierce sword strikes at blinding speed as the sound of steel crashing against steel rang through the arena. The force of it sent gusts all the way into the stands, and one student blurted out, "That's top student level." Carl covered his mouth and asked Leo who he thought would win. Leo casually tossed another piece of popcorn into his mouth, looked at the flow of the fight, and said, "Celia's going to lose." Carl just stared at him. That's brutally blunt, but as Leo watched Celia's calm eyes, he started to think she was still hiding something that could turn the fight around. Duran used his aura to burst forward and nicked Celia across the cheek, drawing a thin line of blood. Then he kept pressing the attack, forcing her back step after step. Celia lifted her sword, and a fierce blaze suddenly shot up toward the sky. The stands immediately erupted. This was no joke. Leo quietly praised her. Celia really knows how to fight smart. That small training room couldn't keep up with Duran's speed, so she changed the whole battlefield instead. She raised a dome of fire to box Duran in. The heat blurred his vision, restricted his movement, and gave her the advantage. Inside that blazing field, Duran's sight was thrown off, and even he hesitated to rush in. The next instant, Celia slipped behind him and went for a surprise strike. But Duran's instincts kicked in just in time, and he ducked under it. Then his sword flashed up in response, crackling with lightning as it drove upward. Celia caught the blade with her hand and held it in place, smiling the whole time. "Got you." Then she slammed her forehead straight into Duran's. Duran reeled back, his eyes rolling up before he dropped to the ground. Ain Elendu confirmed that Duran had lost his ability to fight and declared the winner, Celia Zerdinger. The stands broke into cheers as Celia urged Duran to wake up and get himself together. Then she reached down and helped him back to his feet. Duran took Celia's hand and stood up. That little show of sportsmanship hit some of the students right in the heart. "This is amazing. I need to save this." One of the boys hurriedly snapped a photo. Leo was genuinely happy for Celia. Her training really paid off. "You're amazing," Carl praised. Then someone slowly reached over and stole popcorn from Carl. Celia thanked them and gave a quick explanation. The night department trials came to an end. Celia finished with 4 wins and 1 loss. Duran also ended with 4 wins and 1 loss. Chen Xia finished the same way, 4 wins and 1 loss. And Leo Plav went undefeated, winning all 5 of his matches. Time moved fast. Before anyone knew it, a week had passed, and the theory and linguistics exams were over under a tense cloud. Harlan Edmonds stood at the front with a stack of papers in hand, carefully counting them and lining them up with almost obsessive precision. Then he gave a small nod and spoke in a deep, commanding voice. Looking over the nervous class, he said, "You all did well. But don't get careless or you'll be expelled. Study harder." As soon as he finished, he slammed the old wooden door shut behind him. The bang rang through the room like thunder. The whole class jumped, hearts lurching from the sound. The second the teacher was gone, Ileana exploded like she had been holding it in the whole time. "Oh my God, it's always expulsion with him." Her face was bright red as she complained at full volume. Clearly that exam had not gone well for her. Meanwhile, in another corner of the room, 2 male students with gleaming eyes crept up to the top student. "Chelsea, Chelsea, let us see your answers, please." Chelsea looked down at them with all the arrogance of a queen deciding whether they were worth her time. The 2 boys immediately widened their eyes and started begging even harder for a look. Then the scene shifted to the other side of the classroom, where Leo was sprawled across his desk like he had already given up on the day, hair all messy and half asleep. A moment later, pink-haired Nella leaned down toward him, curiosity shining in her eyes. "How was the test?" Hearing her voice, Leo lifted his head, scratched at his hair, and answered in a sleepy tone. "I don't think it went too badly." That easygoing answer made Nella laugh. Our class rep really does act like he can handle anything. And he still makes that face while doing it," she added. Leo blinked at her with a dazed look, like he still wasn't fully awake. "Did I really?" That innocent reaction only made Nella laugh even more. Amused, she even offered him a free round of healing. If anything's sore, tell me. I'll patch you up with magic. Right then. Carl suddenly popped out from who knew where and came over sounding pitiful. Oh, Nella, my shoulders and back are killing me. Help me out here. The moment he said that, Chelsea stepped in and started pounding on his back with fierce, no-nonsense blows. The orange-haired boy nearly coughed his soul out, water spraying as his face twisted in pain. Meanwhile, Chelsea smiled brightly and asked, "See? Doesn't it feel better now?" Then she turned to Leo with real concern. "Leo, how's your summoning practice going? You barely ever show up in the summoning practice room," Leo answered calmly, confidence flickering in his eyes. "I've been training hard in places where nobody can see me." Chelsea believed him instantly, without the slightest doubt, and nodded with excitement. "That sounds exactly like you, Leo. So what rank are you aiming for on the summoning test?" With a bright smile, Leo answered without hesitation. "First place." And just like that, time kept moving. In the blink of an eye, the scene shifted to the summoning department's training arena, already buzzing with energy. Today was the summoning practical exam. Even though it belonged to the summoning department, students from all the other departments had packed the stands too, all of them eager to watch. As everyone waited, the announcer's voice rang across the arena, loud and clear. "Hello everyone, it's that time again. The biggest first semester event for the freshmen. Welcome to the summoning race. I'm Lumbates, a third year from the summoning department." In one corner of the stands, Celia and Reese watched the field closely. With curiosity in her voice, Celia asked her brother, "So, this really counts as a test?" Reese smiled and explained, "The summoning race is a long-standing tradition in the summoning department, and it's really popular. On top of that, it's one of the biggest interdepartment events, so everybody gets excited for it." And of course, Carl was doing what Carl always does. Anytime students gathered for an event, he turned it into a business chance, moving through the crowd selling popcorn and Coke while his coin pouch jingled at his side. Meanwhile, down on the field, the summoning students had already gathered, and the atmosphere was tight with tension. One of the summoning students turned and shot Leo a sharp glare. In a challenging tone, she said, "I heard you did incredibly well in the night department practical. So have you actually prepared for the summoning department's practical exam?" Leo stayed calm and answered that of course he had. But she didn't look convinced, and her voice came out even sharper. "And yet you haven't shown up to a single practice session. Do you look down on the summoning department or something?" That one line immediately stirred up the other students, and their tempers flared. "Yeah, that's right. If you're going to slack off, then just quit. We've never even seen you form a proper contract." Annoyed voices rose one after another. In the end, Tidney stepped forward and tried to calm everyone down with his deep voice. "Everyone, settle down." But Tidney's words barely did anything. The anger around them still hadn't died down. A blonde trainee with fire in his eyes stepped forward and challenged him. "Tidden, don't cover for him just because you're classmates. That guy has zero respect for our department." Chen Jia frowned, clearly uneasy. "This atmosphere is really bad. If it keeps going like this before the test." Before she could finish, a black-haired student with neatly parted hair let out a sneer. It was Sen Lu, another student from the eastern continent like Chen Jia. "You did well in the night department, so I guess summoning doesn't really matter to you, huh?" That made Chen Jia falter, her eyes shifting uneasily. Before she could answer, the large-framed Tidden stepped forward, his voice booming across the field. "This is getting ridiculous. If you're going to start arguing and splitting into sides just because you're a little better at taming, then take it somewhere else." At that, Sen Lu snapped like a rabid dog. "What did you just say, Tidney?" Tidden looked back at him with open contempt. "I'm saying it's annoying listening to people act like being slightly better at riding a summoned beast makes them special." Sen Lu whipped around, then suddenly pointed at Tidney like he had just remembered something. "Oh, so now you're acting guilty? You barely ever show up to summoning and taming practice either?" The big guy let out a mocking laugh. "That's because I don't think it's worth practicing. I'm not hopeless like you. I don't need practice just to fail at taming a griffin." That was it. Sen Lu completely lost it. His fist clenched, his eyes turned bloodshot, and he swung straight at Tidney, forgetting one very important thing. Tidney was the top graduate from the southern region, a huge guy, while Sen Lu only came up to his chest. Luckily, before the punch could land, Leo moved in fast and caught Sen Lu by the arm. His voice came out sharp and firm. "If you start fighting before the exam, you won't just get warned. You'll lose your right to take the test." Leo's warning hit Sen Lu like cold water. But instead of showing any gratitude, he only snorted and glared back with burning eyes. At the same time, Tidney stepped over to Leo, and quietly warned him. There was a trace of bitterness in his eyes as he explained, "In summoning, the gap between majors and non-majors is huge, and since you and I are both non-summoning students but still rank near the top of the class, the summoning students resent us for it. On top of that, you hardly ever show up for practice." Hearing that, Leo finally understood why the students were being so hostile toward him. Still, he wasn't that surprised. To everyone else, it probably looks like I'm taking this lightly, he told himself. But I have no intention of slacking off. At the same time, in another corner of the stands, a figure wrapped in black stared down at Sen Liu and whispered in an icy voice, "It started!" Then he raised a hand, opened a shimmering spatial gate, stepped through it, and vanished like a ghost. Back to Sen Liu. The anger inside him kept burning hotter with nowhere to go. Grinding his teeth, he swore to himself, "Just wait, you arrogant bastard. I'll crush you." His eyes glowed red, looking unnaturally strange, like something unseen was controlling him. Time moved quickly, and before long the exam was about to begin. Lumbertessa's voice rang out once more across the arena. "Before we start, I'll explain the rules of the event. Freshmen from the summoning department are only allowed to use summoning magic during this test. Even dual-disciplined students are forbidden from using aura, fields, or any other kind of magic. Once the event begins, tame the griffin right in front of you. Cross Summoning Island, then circle Silent Lake and come back. So who will become the star of the summoning department's midterm practical exam? We're about to find out." At that announcement, all the freshmen summoning students lined up at the starting line, tense and stiff, eyes locked forward like they were heading into a real battle. Trying not to let them get even more nervous, Yura Marnin shouted out in a voice that shook the field, "Rookies, don't tense up. Just do it the way you practiced. And if you can't handle pressure, stay behind after class." Unfortunately, that only made them more nervous. Their hearts pounded even harder. They kept telling themselves to calm down, but their hands were shaking and sweat was already gathering on their foreheads. Ignoring all of that, Yura declared it cleanly. "The contest begins." Right away, some of the students who seemed to have planned something in advance turned toward each other, exchanged looks, and nodded. Then, while a few others rushed toward the griffins, Sen Liu's group cast magic with sly looks, aiming it straight at Leo and Tudney. That made Lumba cry out in surprise. "Oh, what's this? It looks like they planned it ahead of time. They're all targeting class rep Leo Plav and the southern top student, Tid." Elsewhere, Tidney had already mounted his griffin. The moment he saw Leo being targeted, worry flashed across his face and he prepared to turn back and help. But Leo stopped him with one cold look. "Don't worry about me. Keep going. This is still an exam." Hearing that, Tidney could only apologize through clenched nerves before steering his griffin away, its massive wings beating hard against the air. Up in the stands, the crowd erupted. When they saw Sen Liu's group openly cheating, angry voices immediately started raining down. "That's dirty. Those summoning students are shameless. Fight fair. If anyone has rotten eggs, throw them down there." As for Leo, being sabotaged like this left him deeply uncomfortable. He knew they disliked him, but even he hadn't expected them to openly join forces just to block him. Meanwhile, since Lumba was a summoning student himself, he awkwardly tried to defend the younger students. Haha. Well, even if the boos from the upperclassmen are loud, this is still part of their strategy. Right then, Tidden instantly broke apart the attack magic aimed at him. Then, while steadying the griffin beneath him, Tidden shot Leo a sharp look and asked, "You okay? Need help?" Leo waved him off, his voice steady and firm. "No, I can deal with it." Seeing that, Tidney didn't waste another second. His griffin shot into the sky like an arrow, leaving a violent swirl of wind behind it. Meanwhile, Leo was still stuck in that chaotic storm of magic, his eyes cold and unwavering. Up in the stands, Chelsea couldn't stop worrying. She bit her lip, heart hammering in her chest. In another part of the arena, Yura Marnin watched the whole thing with sharp, hawk-like eyes. But she couldn't hide the concern buried in them. The first years were more united than she expected. Were they really working together out in the open just to bring Leo down? The thought made her sink deeper into worry. Leo's main specialty is summoning, not spirit studies, and for him, this exam was going to be a serious test. That was the uneasy conclusion Yura Marnin came to. But a moment later, everything she was thinking got blown away by the scene unfolding right in front of her. There stood Leo Plav, right in the middle of the chaos, calm and unshaken while the jeers crashed down around him. His eyes burned with quiet confidence. Then, in a low and steady voice, he began to chant, "O spirits, release these shackles and open the road before me. Grant me nature's great mercy." As the words left his mouth, the space in front of Leo suddenly began to glow. Two dazzling streaks of light burst out at once. From them came two tiny spirits, one glowing red like living fire, the other shining green like a wind moving through the forest. They were small, but their forms made it obvious what they were: a fire spirit and a wind spirit, each hiding a surprising amount of power. The moment Professor Yura heard that chant, she went still. It was so flawless, it almost felt unreal. Leo was speaking the spirit language with perfect fluency. Her heart started pounding. How was this even possible? How could a first-year student pull this off? At the same time, Leo looked over at Yura and flashed her a playful little smile, like a kid proudly showing off after winning a bet. The instant she saw that expression, all of Yura's tension melted away. She let out a quiet sigh and smiled to herself. At this rate, she might need to study summoning all over again. This boy was no joke. Time moved on in a flash, and the scene shifted to the other students, now racing across a vast green plain on the backs of griffins. One of Senlu's lackeys curled his lips into a smug grin and started mocking Leo out loud. Ha! Serves him right. He's the freshman rep and the South's top student, and he can't even get started properly? At this rate, he'll be lucky to end up in B class. Beside him, Senlu gave a sly nod and turned to the girl next to him. So, Eliza, feeling satisfied now? The white-haired Eliza didn't answer right away. Instead, she suddenly pushed her griffin forward until it was flying beside Senlu's. Then she shot him a cold look sharp enough to cut. I don't approve of this. I can beat Leo Plov, Warden, or anyone else without resorting to cheap tricks. Her words caught Senlu completely off guard. Then, in an icy voice, Eliza added one more thing. Have you even thought about what this does to the summoning class's reputation? Senlu didn't care in the slightest. He just laughed louder. Who cares? Let them get humiliated. Seeing that, Eliza gave up on him completely. All she said was one cold warning. Think before you act next time. With that, she snapped the reins and sent her griffin shooting forward like an arrow, leaving Senlu behind to grit his teeth in frustration. That arrogant brat only acts righteous because her family has power behind her. But none of that matters. I'm still taking first place. Other than Eliza, nobody here can control a flying beast better than I can. This time, the top rank is mine. The smug look in his eyes only grew. But that fantasy didn't even last a few seconds. A sharp voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Look back! Senlu turned around, and the moment he did, he froze. Chen Jia was standing proudly on top of her griffin's back, balancing like she was surfing through the sky. She looked completely at ease, smiling like she was out for fun instead of taking part in a brutal exam. What kind of posture is that? Someone blurted out in shock. Just like that, all of Senlu's confidence vanished. She isn't even boosting her beast with spirit power. How is she moving that fast? His voice cracked as panic set in. Then he immediately fell back on the same dirty habit as before. Everyone, take her down together. An orange-haired girl with excited eyes answered right away. Got it! Take this! As she shouted, she called out a wind spirit and got ready to attack. But Chen Xia had already seen this kind of thing coming. There was no way she wouldn't be ready the moment that wind spirit appeared. In one smooth motion, Chen Xia pulled her mount into a wide, beautiful arc and swung back toward them. The move was so fast the orange-haired girl didn't even have time to react. What? She cried out in alarm. Chen Xia didn't hesitate for even a second. She leaped off her griffin and drove a heavy, precise kick straight into the twin-braided girl's body. Before the girl could even scream properly, she was blasted clean off her griffin. As she hung helplessly in midair, she shouted out in disbelief. That's cheating! Her voice came out shrill and panicked as she fell. Chen Xia flicked the griffin's reins with a sharp snap, then casually shrugged. Funny thing is, I don't even need to use aura. Then she kicked her griffin forward and shot ahead at full speed. As she flew up beside Senlu, she turned and gave him a bright little wave. Senlu's face twisted immediately, and he barked back at her in anger. You made a big mistake making enemies out of us. Chen Xia gave a small nod like she accepted that much, then answered him sharply. Sure, I'm not the strongest when it comes to fighting, but I'm not the only one you've pissed off. There are people here who are really angry about the little stunt you pulled. The moment she finished speaking, a thunderous blast exploded behind them before Senlu could even process her words. Everyone jerked around at once. More explosions erupted beside the mounts, sending them into chaos as students screamed and their beasts panicked. Chen Xie, though, didn't look surprised at all. She just smiled. That did sound like something Warden would do when he wanted payback. She looked over and saw the burly young man charging forward at full speed. Warden had already caught up to the front group, and the second he spotted Sen Lu ahead, pure fury lit up his face. "You piece of trash! This is what you get!" He roared like thunder and unleashed a rain of blazing fireballs straight ahead. The explosions came so fiercely that Sen Liu's group could barely keep their mounts under control. Sweat was already pouring off them. Back in the arena, Leo had already forced his way past the magic that had been used to block him. Loon Beatis's voice rang out with excitement. Freshman Representative Leo, famous across Lumen for aiming straight for the Academy's top class. And today it looks like he's planning to steal the spotlight all by himself. Is summoning really Leo's fatal weakness? At those words, the crowd's attention swung right back to Leo. Everyone wanted to see what he would do next. After all, he had started this far behind everyone else. Then Leo looked back at the griffin. Right away, he spotted the problem. A thorn had been driven deep into the griffin's wing, and dark blood was slowly leaking out, so it wasn't just the blocked path. That thought made Leo's anger rise. For someone aiming to become a hero, pulling tricks like this was just disgraceful. He reached out and seized the reins near the griffin's neck. But the griffin reacted violently at once, shrieking and thrashing like a terrified animal trapped in a fire. "Leo is trying to tame the griffin," Lumbates said excitedly. "But honestly, I wouldn't recommend climbing onto a griffin when it's this agitated." At the same time, up in the stands, Celia murmured under her breath, worry clear in her eyes. "Oh no. Why is Leo pushing himself this hard?" Beside her, her brother Riz answered in a quieter, more thoughtful tone. "He must have a reason. Let's watch what he does." Back with Leo. The griffin's resistance was making everything harder, but he didn't let go. Instead, he poured all his strength into his arms. The muscles in his body tightened as he yanked the reins with terrifying force. Leo shouted, his eyes turning cold, sharp as steel. The griffin felt that crushing pressure and started to tremble, like it knew things would end badly if it kept resisting. A moment later, it calmed down completely and lowered its head in submission. The second the beast settled, Leo sprang onto its back in one clean motion, quick and light like a wildcat, and finally took off. Loon Beatis shouted excitedly. Leo's griffin is finally in the race. After the roughest start of anyone here, he's officially moving. With that kind of delay, it looked like last place was all but guaranteed. Leo ignored the commentary completely. He looked over the wound in the griffin's wing, then gently tried to reassure it. "This probably hurts a lot, but you've held on really well. You're brave." Then he took a deep breath and his voice dropped low and commanding. "In the name of the one who forged the covenant, I command you. Appear before me." At those words, a burst of blazing light flared beside Leo, bright enough to rival the sun, and out of it came the tiny phoenix, Fiora, her wings shimmering with fire. In an instant, radiant phoenix flames wrapped around the griffin. The beast threw its head back and roared as if a whole new surge of power had just flooded into its body. Watching from elsewhere, Celia stared in a daze and asked, "What is that fire?" Riz didn't answer right away. His eyes stayed fixed ahead as he tried to make sense of what he was seeing. "Is that the Zerdinger fire?" "No, that's not aura fire." "Then what is it?" Back with Sen Lu's group, one of the girls spoke up nervously. "Their injuries are pretty bad. At this rate, we won't be able to hit top speed." Someone else answered in a calm voice. "At least we won't finish last." "Relax." The second those words left their mouth, something shot past them in a blur. Fast as a storm wind, it was Leo. With the phoenix flames boosting him, his griffin was flying like a rocket. As the air tore around him, Leo narrowed his eyes. "All right, let's push this even faster." He smiled the moment he caught sight of the group ahead, but right then, a roar burst from up ahead and rolled across the entire field. The sound shook the sky itself. Then a massive dragon appeared, so huge its wings swallowed the light. The moment Leo saw that overwhelming figure, recognition hit him at once. It was Fafnir. To understand why Fafnir showed up here, we need to go back a few minutes, to when the arena was already burning with tension. After seeing the burly warden charge ahead like a storm, Eliza's eyes sharpened. She immediately steered her mount straight at him and declared with full confidence, "This is where you end, Warden. I'm not giving up first place." Warden didn't answer her. He simply lifted one hand and snapped his fingers, a tiny motion that hid something dangerous. A small spark suddenly flickered into existence right beside Eliza. Then it exploded without warning. The blast came so suddenly it felt like a punch out of nowhere. Luckily, Eliza's control over her mount was flawless. She steadied the griffin and slipped past the explosion with expert precision. Even so, that ambush instantly put her on guard. Her eyes tightened. This wasn't just simple spirit control. The attack, mixing fire and wind like that, was brutal and precise. And what bothered her most was one thing. She had never heard that Warden could use magic. Still, no matter how strong an attack was, it meant nothing if it couldn't land. Thinking that, Eliza guided her mount into a jagged, unpredictable path, weaving through the air like a flash of lightning and avoiding every one of Warden's explosions as they thundered behind her. Warden's expression immediately cooled. Once he realized the blasts weren't enough, the corner of his mouth lifted and a dangerous look flashed in his eyes. "Let's see you dodge this." With a sweep of his hand, ice magic burst out, forming countless sharp shards in the air. The shards gleamed like silver blades. Then Warden added wind magic and sent them flying as a deadly storm straight at Eliza. They came in fast, wide, and overwhelming, like a blizzard crashing down from the sky. Even someone as skilled as Eliza couldn't dodge all of that in time, but she didn't panic. Instead, she made a strange hand motion and gave a command. At once, her griffin opened its mouth and unleashed a blazing stream of fire, bright and molten like lava, straight into the incoming ice. The ice shards melted and burst apart in midair, dissolving into a cloud of steam. The sight was so intense that even the host, Loon Betis, couldn't hold back his excitement. What a fight! Warden just used 3 spirits in that attack, and Eliza answered by strengthening her summoned mount. And in that exact opening, Chen-Xia made her move and shot ahead. "Thanks, Chen-Xia," the black-haired girl called out brightly, her voice ringing through the air. But Eliza had no intention of letting her go that easily. Her eyes lit with determination. "I won't let that happen, Chen-Xia." As she shouted, she flung out 2 strands of shining energy like whips. They wrapped around Chen-Xia's neck and yanked her back hard. At the same moment, a tiny spark flashed in front of Chen-Xia, warning of what was coming. Her instincts kicked in instantly. She understood it at once and jumped off her mount. She moved like a gust of wind. And just as expected, a violent explosion erupted where that spark had appeared, shaking the air around it. Chen-Xia didn't lose her composure for even a second. She grabbed the energy whip with both hands and tore it apart in one clean motion. Then she landed lightly back on the griffin's back. Her eyes shone with confidence as she quietly admitted to herself that Warden and Eliza were no ordinary opponents. There was sweat on her brow now, but the smile on her face never faded. Then suddenly a piercing roar ripped across the sky and pulled every contestant's attention at once. Before anyone even realized when it had happened, Sen Liu had summoned a massive black dragon. His face was twisted with madness. Its enormous wings blocked out the light, and the breath pouring from its mouth carried a destructive aura. He glared at the others with bloodshot eyes and screamed, "I'll kill all of you, you bastards!" Chen-Xia rushed forward and shouted at him. "Sen Liu, riding anything other than a griffin is against the rules." But the warning meant nothing. Sen Liu had already lost his mind completely. "I don't care," he spat back. "I'll kill every last one of you talent-born freaks." That huge body dropped in front of them like a mountain, completely cutting off the path ahead. Warden frowned and stared up at it. Did he really make a covenant with a black dragon? Eliza studied it for a second, then coldly shook her head. "No, that's not a black dragon. It looks more like some kind of mutation." At that same moment, Leo's griffin came tearing in, moving like a rock. The sight of him made Sen Liu's face twist in shock. "Leo? How did you catch up to me all the way out here?" Leo didn't even let him finish. He fixed Sen Liu with a stare so cold it felt like a blade. "Hey, where did you get that god-forsaken lizard?" Sen Liu completely missed how serious Leo sounded, and just puffed himself up even more. "What? Jealous? This is my power. I registered the covenant through summoning magic." "You're staring because you're jealous of my summoned beast, aren't you?" The second he heard that, Leo knew this guy was hopeless. He let out a mocking laugh. "You really think that's a summoned beast? Don't be ridiculous. That's a mutated monster. One of the monsters from the Tartarus army, the same kind we defeated back in the era of the Great Catastrophe. Where the hell did he even get a thing like that?" The question flashed through Leo's mind, and his eyes sharpened with caution. Before he could think any further, Sen Liu suddenly screamed like a maniac. "Attack! Attack!" At the order, the black dragon opened its jaws wide and fired a blinding beam of destructive light straight at the group. Leo's group immediately yanked their mounts to the side, barely slipping out of the way in time. Chen Xia, who was flying at the rear, couldn't react fast enough. Realizing she wouldn't be able to dodge, she threw up a glowing energy shield. Against the Black Dragon's power, that defense was nowhere near enough. The shield cracked apart almost instantly, and Chen Xia, along with her griffin, was blasted down to the ground in a cloud of dust. Luckily, Leo moved fast. He shot forward and caught Chen Xia before she could slam into the ground. After checking her quickly, he frowned. She's out cold from the impact. First, we need to secure Chen Xia. With that in mind, Leo called out to Warden and Eliza. Everyone land. Now. Both of them nodded right away, their expressions hardening. The group immediately started searching for a place to land. Meanwhile, Sen Lu still had no clue how bad the situation had become. He just kept grinning on the dragon's back and laughed arrogantly. So this is what it feels like to look down on everyone from above. Not bad at all. Then he started guiding the black dragon downward, clearly planning to chase after Leo's group. The entire scene was being shown back in the arena, throwing the crowd into an uproar. Loon Betis cried out in excitement. Oh, the contestants have gone off course and out of the broadcast zone. So much is happening all at once. Sen Liu summoned a black dragon and attacked the lead students. But before Loon Betis could go any further, Professor Yura rushed in and planted a heavy kick on him. Hey, idiot! How are you still doing commentary right now? She snatched the microphone away and spoke in a stern voice. Assistants from the summoning department, deploy summoned flying beasts to that location immediately. The match was temporarily suspended on the spot. At the same time, Professors Sejin and Len Horace sensed that something was wrong and hurried into the commentary room. What's going on? Yura answered with a grim look on her face. It looks like Sen Liu formed a covenant with a high-grade magical beast instead of a normal summoned creature. He won't be able to endure that thing's influence for long. That answer immediately made Sejin suspicious. You think Sen Liu is really controlling a high-grade beast by himself? Just then, the usually lazy Harlan Edmund appeared at the door and spoke in a low voice. Or is someone else controlling it? Yura nodded slowly. I'm not sure. But that's definitely possible. As head professor, Harlan Edmund gave the order immediately. All right, Yura, take the summoning department assistants and stop Sen Liu. If you have to, subdue him and destroy the beast. The rest of you spread out and protect the students. Sejin, you're with me. Sejin gave a quiet nod, his gaze turning cold, like he already knew where this was headed. Back where Leo and the others were, the group had just managed to land safely, but Sen Liu was already closing in behind them. Warden tensed and gave a warning. It's coming. A moment later, the black dragon's massive shadow dropped right in front of them like a living mountain, its breath carrying pure killing intent. From its back, Sen Liu looked down at them and spoke in a cold voice. If you were going to run, you should have hidden better. Instead, all of you just gathered out here in the open. Leo only gave a slight shake of his head, his tone calm but cutting. I'm not running. And besides, the thing you're riding isn't a summoned beast, and it isn't a black dragon either. Sen Liu let out a loud, arrogant laugh at that. Ha! I'm from the summoning department. If I say it's a black dragon, then it's a black dragon. Why are you acting like you know more than I do? But before he could finish bragging, Leo said something that stunned everyone there. In a voice deep and heavy as thunder, he said, That's a demonic beast, and I'm here to destroy that filthy demonic beast. As he said it, Leo slowly stepped forward. There was something unshakable in his eyes. For a brief moment, Leo looked like someone pulled straight out of an ancient battlefield, a place where the sky had once burned with blood and fire. As for Sen Liu, whether he was being consumed by fear or losing control completely, the moment he heard Leo call his mount a demonic beast, he burst into a shrill, twisted laugh like a madman. Even Eliza, standing behind Leo, could only shake her head in disbelief. Just like Eliza said, red veins spread through Sen Liu's eyes like burning cracks, and the madness on his face made it look like his mind had already been swallowed whole. He let out a raspy roar. What did you just say? You think I take orders from you? Die! At that command, the black dragon's burning eyes flared wide, and a pillar of crimson fire burst from its mouth. It came rushing forward like molten lava, tearing through the air at terrifying speed. But Warden reacted instantly. The big guy slammed both hands into the ground. Magic burst out, and a giant stone golem rose up like a mountain to block the flames head-on. He's completely lost it, Warden roared. Get rid of that disgusting thing. I'm with you, Leo. From the other side, Sen Liu saw his attack get stopped by Warden's golem. He clenched his teeth so hard, his face twitched, sweat already running down from the strain. Then Eliza, the proud white-haired girl, stepped forward with a cold snort. "You boys aren't doing this without me. But first, we need to pull that idiot away from the enemy." Warden's voice cut in sharply. "The golem's about to break. Get ready." Eliza clicked her tongue and shot back. "You really can't do anything right, Warden." Hearing them go back and forth like that, Leo smiled faintly. For a second, it reminded him of the old days when his teammates used to bicker like this all the time. And just like Warden warned, the battle shifted fast. Cracks began spreading through the golem's massive stone arms as the dragon's fire kept pounding into it. The moment Senlu saw that, his confidence came flooding back. He threw his head back and laughed. "Ah, just like I thought. My summoned beast is unbeatable. Where'd all you little rats run off to now?" The second he said it, the golem finally burst apart into a storm of broken stone and dust. Senlu's eyes turned sly as he searched for his next target, but Eliza moved before he got the chance. She struck first, snapping her shining energy whip straight towards Senliu. The whip cracked through the air with a shriek, sharp enough to sound like it was slicing the wind itself. Senlu barely managed to dodge it by a hair, but that attack instantly set him off. "You dare attack me, bastard?" At once, he ordered the black dragon to gather more firepower and get ready to breathe flame again. But Warden thought faster. With a snap of his fingers, he summoned a burst of flame right above the dragon's head, and it exploded on the spot, making the whole space shake. "Now," Warden muttered, signaling Leo to move while the opening was there. Leo poured power into his legs, launched himself like an arrow and charged straight at Senlu. The three-way coordination was so tight that Senlu couldn't react in time. In the blink of an eye, Leo was right in front of him, eyes cold and merciless, and drove a brutal kick straight into Senlu's face. But right after that, Senlu's body started trembling violently, twisting in a way that looked completely unnatural. He lifted his head and looked at Leo with crazed eyes, and when he spoke, the voice didn't even sound like his anymore. "Nice try, dragging this kid away from the enemy. But this is where it ends, you brats." At that point, it was obvious Senliu was being controlled by something else. Down on the ground, Eliza watched as the black dragon carried Leo and Senlu high into the sky. Her face stiffened, and she shouted in alarm. "Wait, why is Leo going up there alone?" Back on the dragon's back, Senlu, or whatever was controlling him now, curled his lip and sneered. "Scared, little hero?" But Leo didn't flinch. His eyes stayed sharp as blades as he used the moment to test him. "You are a Tartarus beast mage. Where's your real body? It can't be far from here." That line made surprise flicker across Senliu's face, but he covered it almost immediately. "So you saw through me? Interesting, very interesting, staying this calm in a situation like this. You really do have the makings of a perfect hero." Then his voice turned cold. "Which means you need to die here." As he spoke, he swept out a hand and formed a massive strip of energy, then lashed it straight at Leo. The attack came too suddenly. Leo had no time to defend himself, and the blow knocked him right off the dragon's back. He started falling from hundreds of meters in the air. For an ordinary person, a drop like that would have been fatal. But Leo was the kind of guy who always found a way through. "Fiora, your turn." Leo smiled and called out to the little phoenix, who was frantically beating her wings to stay in the air. "I'm decent with every element, but I haven't mastered any one of them yet." Aaron and Dion Den were monsters when it came to aura. Luna ruled over magic. Lucina stood at the top of summoning. The path I chose is the fusion of aura and magic. Countless streaks of blazing golden energy burst from Leo's palms and flew into Fiora, amplifying her power. Wrapped inside roaring flames, Fiora's body began to grow. In moments, she transformed into a massive phoenix, her wings shining like the sun. She caught Leo in talons steady as stone. "Now that's more like a real phoenix." Leo smiled, his eyes shining. Not far away, the black dragon felt the phoenix's presence and let out an angry roar, reacting violently to that opposing aura. The Tartarus mage on the dragon's back immediately grew wary and demanded, "Phoenix contractor, who are you really?" Leo answered calmly, "Tell me where you captured Fiora, and I'll give you an answer." That only made the mage's killing intent deepen. "You even know about the beasts from the catastrophe era. I can't let you live with that." He yanked hard on the reins and forced the black dragon to gather energy in its mouth. Leo didn't budge. He drew the flames together at the tip of his sword and prepared to answer with Fiora's power. Then he shouted and unleashed the Zeringers secret sword technique. Phoenix Breath Incantation Spark. In that instant, both sides released their attacks. The two monstrous forces slammed into each other, and exploded with a deafening blast that shook the sky. It turned into a straight endurance match. But little by little, Leo started getting pushed back. Sweat poured down his face, and his energy was starting to run dry. The Tartarus mage looked like he had the upper hand and was just about to finish things, when all of a sudden he barked out in panic at someone nearby. The black dragon's attack instantly wavered. Leo caught it right away. The dragon's real body had to be under attack somewhere else, and its spirit power was dropping. This was his chance. Leo roared and poured everything he had left into one final strike, creating a massive pillar of flame that blasted straight into the black dragon's body. Golden rays burst out in every direction, and then the whole thing exploded like a bomb going off in the sky. The flash lit up the heavens, and as for Senliu, who had been riding on its back, no one could tell whether he survived or not. "Nice job, Fiora. You can come back now." Leo let out a relieved smile as he said it, but things did not go the way he expected. In the next instant, Fiora suddenly shrank back down into her tiny newborn form, leaving Leo stunned as both master and companion started dropping straight out of the sky. The wind screamed past their ears as they fell. Elsewhere, the Tartarus mage was still focused on controlling Senlu from afar. Then, without warning, a pillar of light came crashing down from the sky and slammed into him, the pressure so overwhelming it forced a groan out of him. "Who are you?" The one who struck him was Professor Seijin. Just then, Harlan Edmund arrived on the scene too, and in his usual low voice he said, "This one's yours, Seijin." The mage recognized them and let out a mocking laugh. "Ha, so it's the two pillars of Lumen." But before he could finish, Harlan Edmund clenched his fist, forcing the pillar of light to press down even harder until the mage's bones groaned under the strain. Then suddenly, a dark spatial gate opened on the ground. From behind the mage, smoke began rising up, smoke packed with red eyes and snapping fanged mouths. "What a shame, looks like we'll have to meet again another time." The fanged creature crushed the mage's body, then slipped into the spatial gate and disappeared. Seijin let his magic fade and shook his head with clear frustration. "He's gone. Looks like they're starting to move again." Harlan Edmund gave a slow nod. "Yeah, Lumen isn't safe anymore." Back with Leo, he was still plummeting through the air at a terrifying speed. At that height, even Leo couldn't be sure he would make it out alive. Still, he gently urged Fiora to return to the summoned beast realm, but with her tiny wings, Fiora kept struggling to hold on to him, her eyes full of reluctance. Before that feeling could fully sink in, Leo's fall suddenly stopped. Something huge had clamped down on his cloak with its mouth, and Professor Yura's voice rang out, "Are you all right, Leo? Good thing we made it in time." Sometime later, the scene shifted to a nameless cavern, dark and heavy like a place buried beneath the underworld itself. There, the Tartarus mage sat with his face swallowed by shadow, absorbing streams of crimson energy flowing out from the wounds of the snarling monsters in front of him. His breath turned cold, and cruelty flickered in his eyes. Then, a mysterious figure in a black cloak gave a mocking sneer. "This won't be easy. Who would have thought a mere hero candidate would get in the way?" That remark made the Tartarus mage frown. In a rough voice, he quickly replied, "He's no ordinary hero candidate. He's contracted with a phoenix, and he even saw through Fafnir's true nature." Under the hood, the cloaked figure's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Then he licked his lips and spoke with clear interest. "Oh, that makes this a lot more interesting than I expected." Time moved on, and back at the academy, Leo was walking slowly through a quiet corridor, the dim torchlight brushing across his thoughtful face. As he walked, he kept turning the recent events over in his mind. The summoning department's midterm practical had been cancelled, and Sen Liu was dead. That whole incident left the freshmen much more aware of how dangerous the dungeons really were. Leo let out a quiet sigh, a trace of sadness passing through his eyes. Everyone had been wondering what Fafnir really was. As for the thing Sen Liu made a contract with, the four of us figured out under Professor Yura's direction that it was a subspecies related to the Black Dragon, but we kept that to ourselves. Then the scene shifts to the magic department. Today was the practical exam. The room felt lively, but tense too. And the moment the classroom door swung open, every eye turned toward it. Chloe Muller walked in, looking exhausted, with dark circles clearly visible under her eyes. She looked like someone who hadn't slept properly in days, and her classmates immediately started to worry. "Chloe, your hair, did you stay up all night? You don't look so good," someone said with concern, but Chloe Muller didn't respond. She just walked quietly to her seat, her face cold and unreadable. Off to the side, Leo watched her in silence, clearly weighed down by something. Once everyone had gathered, Professor Len Horace spoke in a stern voice. Good. Everyone's here. Listen carefully today. I trust all of you prepared original spells that reflect your own individuality. It would be a waste if I were the only one seeing these fine spells. So I invited 3 special guests to join us. The classroom immediately buzzed with curiosity. Len Horace continued. They're graduates of Lumen's magic department from 3 years ago, your seniors. Today they'll be serving as judges. Then, as he introduced them, 3 figures entered the room. First was a sharp-looking black-haired girl wearing glasses, Rilda Fedni. Next came a stern, green-haired young man with a cold air about him, Fidman Slack. And last was a pale blonde girl as bright and cute as sunlight itself. Shin Hughes. All 3 greeted the class together. Nice to meet you, juniors. From the corner, Carl Thomas leaned in and whispered to Leo. Leo muttered to himself, "Let's see, is this really going to be easy? Hard to say." The brief moment passed, and Professor Len Horace looked down at the list in his hand. Then he called out, "Ilyana, step forward." The moment she heard her name, Ilyana hurried up to the podium, eyes shining with energy as she stood there proudly. In a clear, steady voice, she introduced herself. "Seniors, I'm Ilyana, a first-year student. It's an honor to meet you." Her bold attitude left the whole class staring, but Ilyana didn't look the least bit shaken. Then she began. Light flashed from her palms, shooting upward before bursting like fireworks and bathing the room in brilliance. With obvious excitement, she started explaining her magic. "My main element is light. If I combine the spell formula with fire attributes, I can produce a powerful heat-based spell." A small flame rose from Ilyana's hands, fused into the light and turned into a fierce blaze that circled around her with an intense, commanding presence. But from across from her, Shin Hughes suddenly blurted out in surprise, "Wait. Isn't that basically similar to existing laser-type spells?" That single comment made Ilyana's face stiffen. The smile she had been wearing instantly turned awkward. The 3 seniors quickly wrote down their thoughts and handed their evaluations over to Professor Len. The result was not good. 2 B- and 1 B. Len didn't seem surprised at all. In a cold voice, he said, "Next." From the back, several students trembled and whispered among themselves, "Are they really grading this hard? At this rate, we're all going to fail." As time went on, most of the class ended up with grades around B- or B. Before long, the whole room felt weighed down. It wasn't until Carl Thomas gave his presentation and earned a B+ that the mood finally lifted a little. Then Chelsea stepped up, delivered an outstanding performance, and scored an A. The 2 of them immediately celebrated, grinning as they slapped hands. Even so, the seniors still didn't look fully satisfied. In low voices, they murmured that the performances were decent, but something was still lacking. Professor Len said, "This year's scholarship students are clearly above average, but up to this point, no one has shown anything truly remarkable. Let's see what the rest of you can do." Fidman glanced over the list and let out a breath. "Ah, this group looks pretty average too." Then Len's voice echoed through the room. "Abad, step forward." Abad walked up, his handsome face calm and composed. The girls in the class immediately broke into excited whispers. "Oh wow! He's so handsome. You can tell just by looking at him, he's getting an A for sure." Abad paid none of it any attention. He simply turned and wrote his spell formula on the board. In a deep, confident voice, he said, "The advanced spell I'll be demonstrating is called Tempest. When fully completed, its danger level reaches the maximum. For safety reasons, the demonstration was moved outside, inside an area sealed off by barriers set up by the mages." Abad began casting the spell. All eyes stayed on him as he gathered his mana. Soon, his body rose into the air, wrapped in a greenish glow. Then from above, he shouted out the incantation. A violent whirlwind crashed downward and slammed into the barrier with a deafening blast, making the ground tremble beneath everyone's feet. Nearby, a curious deer was suddenly caught in the vortex and lifted into the air. Startled, Abad quickly canceled the spell and rushed forward to catch the deer. Smiling gently, he asked, "You okay?" After that, he calmly continued, "This is a spell designed to maximize the power of wind. It may look straightforward, but the formula-based magic behind it is actually extremely difficult." The 3 seniors were clearly impressed, and all of them gave Abad an A+. Off to the side, Chelsea cheered proudly. "That's my brother." Professor Len's eyes gleamed as he called the next name. "Leo Plav." Leo stepped forward with a firm expression and declared in a clear, resonant voice, "The signature spell I'm presenting is based on a non-elemental magic system." At once the class stirred. Curious eyes locked onto him as everyone waited to see what this hero candidate was about to show. The moment the seniors heard that, they were visibly stunned.
What?
They blurted out together. Shin Hughes narrowed his eyes and pressed him immediately. I've never heard of anything like that. Explain. Leo didn't answer right away. Instead, with a faint smile, he asked back in an even tone. Everyone knows that basic spells are built around an underlying element, right? Shin Hughes answered without hesitation. Of course. That's a basic requirement for any spell. Leo gave a small nod, that unreadable smile still on his face. My advanced magic system will simplify that entire incantation process. That line hit the room like a thunderclap. Even the slowest students understood what Leo was implying, and that only made it harder to believe. Whispers spread across the classroom, and doubtful looks turned his way. Fidman's jaw slackened for a second before the green-haired student scoffed and shook his head. Is this kid out of his mind? Wanting to make sure he heard correctly, Shin Hughes asked again, his gaze sharp. You're saying you're going to create a completely new incantation system? Leo nodded without wavering. Exactly. Off to the side, unnoticed by everyone else, Professor Len Horace stood in the corner, staring at him with flushed excitement, his eyes sparkling like he had just found a treasure. Under his breath, he muttered, "This boy is going to become a great mage." Meanwhile, Fidman still looked unconvinced. Shaking his head with open disdain, he said, "Leo, we're not here to listen to fantasy." Before Fidman could even finish talking, Professor Len Horace suddenly cut in, unable to hide his excitement. "I want to see it. Write the spell down." Rilda Fedney, the sharp-featured woman beside him, leaned in and urged the same thing. "Yes, let us see it." Leo didn't hesitate. He picked up a piece of chalk and started writing across the board, each stroke steady and confident. As the formula took shape, Rilda spoke again. In a lowered voice, she said, "Kid, in all of history, only one mage ever used a completely different incantation system for advanced magic." Leo paused for just a second, then answered, "Yes, that was the star poet Luna." Seeing that Leo knew exactly who she meant and still looked this confident, Rilda's expression tightened a little. "You're trying to stand on the same level as her? Do you really think you can compare to the star poet?" Leo smiled, his voice calm but firm. "Of course not. I can't compare myself to Luna." Then Shin Hughes coldly added, "Archmage Luna was a legend. Kids these days really have no sense of respect." Hearing that made Leo think of his old friend, the one the world now remembered as a legend. In a quieter voice, he replied, "Yes, Archmage Luna was a legendary sorceress, but you don't need to be a genius like her to build an incantation system." With that, Leo finished writing the formula on the board and turned back toward the room. The seniors stared at the formula with their eyes wide open, as if they were looking at something impossible. Fidman muttered under his breath, his voice trembling a little. "This kid, he's not bluffing. Based on this structure, it can cast any spell without being restricted by attributes." Rilda's eyes lit up as she continued, still sounding like she couldn't fully believe it. Off to the side, Chelsea whispered in confusion, "I can't even understand how it's structured." Carl Thomas let out a dry chuckle. "I gave up trying a while ago." In another part of the room, Chloe Muller looked at the formula too. For a brief moment, something complicated passed through her eyes. The seniors dropped their earlier scorn and turned serious. In a deep voice, Fidman asked, "Leo Plove, why did you create this system?" Leo answered plainly, "So I can freely use every kind of magic that exists." That answer immediately caught Fidman's interest. Inwardly, he thought, this kid really is insane. No wonder this year's students are different. Then he asked again, "What are you going to call it?" Leo gathered his mana, and a white sphere of light flared to life in his palm. Then he quietly said, "Bible." Shin Hughes suddenly inhaled sharply, as if something had just clicked. Her voice shook as she repeated it. "Bible. There's only one person in history who ever used that name. It was the magic system of the fictional figure Kyle." For a moment, she thought Leo might actually be the proof that Kyle had really existed. Shin quickly wrote down her score and handed the sheet to Professor Len. As expected, Leo received an A+ for his presentation. As he stepped back down, Leo thought to himself that when he was Kyle, this system had never been completed. But this time, things were different. Then he noticed Chloe Muller had gone pale and his expression shifted with concern. "You okay?" Leo asked softly, but Chloe seemed like she didn't even hear him. At Professor Len's call, she quietly stepped forward as the final presenter. Chloe Muller. The seniors were clearly expecting a lot from Chloe, the top magic student. Rilda looked at her with interest and asked, I heard you're the top student. What are you showing us today? Chloe met their eyes and answered without wavering. My advanced art is the undying flame. A blazing red fire appeared in her hand, burning fiercely the moment she summoned it. The spell gave off an intense aura, and Chelsea whispered under her breath in confusion. An undying flame? But Chloe normally uses ice attributes. Why would she choose the opposite? The seniors kept watching, but their brows slowly furrowed. At first glance, nothing about it seemed especially unusual. Fidman thought it looked ordinary. Expecting something on Leo or Abad Llewellyn's level, he was already preparing to mark it down. Under his breath, he muttered, "If this is all it is, then there's nothing worth seeing." Chloe cut across him in a cold voice. "From here on, I'll show you what it's really worth." Then she used magic to form a giant sphere of water above herself and brought it crashing down over her body, and somehow the flame in her hand never flickered. Chelsea and Leo both reacted at once. Chelsea blurted out, "It didn't go out. Did she add an eternal effect to the spell?" Chloe gave a small nod. "Yes. Unless I destroy it myself, this flame will never be extinguished." And she closed her hand and snuffed the flame out herself, her eyes still firm. Fidman stood there stunned, thinking that every spell should require mana to keep going, and yet Chloe had just broken that rule. How was that even possible? The more he tried to make sense of it, the less he could understand. Meanwhile, Chloe continued her presentation in a bright, composed tone. "My advanced magic is the eternal flame." All three seniors gave her an A+ without hesitation, but Leo kept looking at Chloe with growing unease. Creating an undying flame was something even Luna had failed to do. There had only ever been one being who successfully accomplished it: Erebus. That made Leo remember the time he went looking for Chloe to ask her about it. "Call Chloe out here," he said. Celia Zerdinger shook her head. "She's asleep. Chloe said she'd been studying without any rest, so she went to bed early tonight." Leo let out a quiet sigh and turned away. "Too bad, I'll head out first." Celia noticed something in his tone and asked, "Has Chloe been acting strange lately? She's been pretty sensitive recently. She's even gotten into arguments with a few classmates. I've also heard rumors she's been spending time with some unusual magic students. But Chloe isn't the kind of person who'd normally do that." Just then, a flame suddenly flickered to life beside Leo. The little phoenix Fiora flew out, and Leo teased her lightly. "So how's it going?" Then a familiar voice answered back. "You called for me?" It was Fina, Fiora's mother. Leo Plov smiled, a sharp glint passing through his eyes. "You're the one who entrusted that little one to me." Fina looked at Leo coldly and asked, "All right, why did you summon me through Fiora?" Leo gently set the little phoenix down and said in a low voice, "I want to know why Fina is still in Lumen." Inwardly, he thought about how phoenixes and magical beasts were natural enemies. If she was still staying here, then there had to be a reason. The moment Fina heard that question, her face turned cold, like old pain had suddenly come back to her. Then she spoke quietly. 5 years ago, Lumen was attacked. 2 students and 3 staff members were killed, and the one behind it was never identified. Callian Baden asked me to investigate it. Since then, I've been following whatever traces I can find." Leo gave a small nod, then pressed on. "Did you hear about the summoned beasts that appeared during the summoning exam?" Fina nodded slightly. "I heard a student died," Leo asked carefully. "Do you think Tartarus is behind this?" Fina went quiet for a moment, her eyes turning deep with thought. "Right now, I only suspect them. I can't say anything more than that." Seeing that, Leo didn't push any further. Instead, he said, "Then please pass this on to Callian Baden. Sen Liu may not be the only student Tartarus has approached." That piece of information clearly shocked Fina. Her eyes sharpened at once. Time moved quickly, and before long, it was the day of the interdepartmental field exam between Hero Studies and Combat Studies. The lazy Professor Harlan Edmund leaned back in his chair and called for Class 5 to gather. Once everyone was assembled, he said the class president would explain the details of the exam. Leo stepped forward and spoke clearly. "This interdepartmental exam requires each team to work together to clear a hero world. This time, the scenario is the Chadmore incident." The second those words came out, the entire class reacted, their eyes filling with alarm. Only Ileana Layden asked innocently, "What's the Chadmore incident?" Standing beside her, Nella Carvin looked at her like she had just heard something unbelievable. "Ileana, you seriously don't know? This was even on the exam material." Before anyone could keep going, Harlan barked at them to be quiet, and the class president continued. Leo looked down at the paper and read aloud. 30 years ago, 5 first-year students from Lumen carried out a mission in the dead forest of the central region. They were ambushed by Tartarus and Professor Albigeron. Then the second-year students who joined the rescue team were nearly wiped out as well. The objective this time is to rescue the wounded and eliminate magical beasts. We will be assisting Professor Albi. Harlan warned them in a stern voice. This exam is not some ordinary test. It's meant to sharpen your combat awareness, and it demands total focus. Anyone who shows no potential will be expelled immediately. At that, the whole class grew tense, and their expressions darkened. Then Harlan laughed, easing the pressure a little. Have some faith in yourselves. You've all grown up now. The students were so moved that Ilyana even asked him for an autograph, but Harlan immediately waved her off. Shut up. Then Professor Archant Ubasha's voice rang out. I'll announce the team lists, starting with Class 1. Chelsea looked surprised. Wait, the teams aren't being made within the same class? Carl Thomas clicked his tongue and grumbled. Damn, so we have to take the exam with strangers. One by one, the students stepped forward and drew lots from a large urn. Leo drew ball number 11. That put him in the last group. Once the teams were finalized, Albi declared that the assignments were complete. Group 1 stepped onto the summoning formation, and Chelsea Llewellyn and Celia Zerdinger walked forward together. The moment Chelsea saw Celia beside her, she felt a lot more at ease. Being teamed up with the Zerdinger princess gave her confidence. Celia smiled and said, "Let's show them the strength of the Rodran Empire." Albi activated the magic circle, and dazzling light spilled out in every direction. The screen announced the opening of Professor Albi's Hero Chronicle world, initiating the Chadmore incident event. In the next instant, Chelsea and Celia were teleported inside. The professors watched everything through the simulation screen. Sejun looked pleased. They're moving incredibly fast. With Celia on that team, they'll definitely place near the top. Harlan Edmund let out a sigh. I think Chelsea stands out more. Sejun immediately looked annoyed, but before either of them could say more, a voice suddenly cut in and made them both turn. The first group finished that quickly? Those first years really do look promising. It was Kelly and Baden. Sejun and Harlan both spoke at the same time. Principal quickly gave him the seat in the middle. Sejun asked, "What brings you here?" Callian smiled and answered lightly. "I came to see how the first years are growing." Then he paused and turned toward Albi. "Professor Albi, I'm sorry we have to stir up these painful memories every year." Albi answered coldly. "I can't forget this incident. For me, remembering it is a favor." After that, everyone turned back to the exam. On the screen, Celia and Chelsea had just taken down an orc. A system announcement rang out. Group 1 has completed the mission. Applause broke out from the audience. Kallian remarked that even if the Llewellyn and Zerdinger houses had their differences, they still fought for the same empire. That much, he said, was admirable. Group 3, with Abad Llewellyn and Duran Moira, also cleared their mission without much trouble. Kallian's eyes lit up. The two strongest members took the lead while the others supported from behind. Risky, but I like it. Then Group 4 with Nella Carvin and Chen Xia passed the challenge without a scratch. Kallian praised Nella's remarkable healing aura, and Chen Xia's movements stood out immediately. Group 7, which included Warden Titan, along with Iran and Ilyana, also performed exceptionally well. Kallian looked pleased, but his thoughts drifted to Leo Plov. That kid makes me feel nostalgic, he thought. Like I'm looking back at myself. Then Albi called for Group 11 to step forward. Leo and Chloe Muller moved ahead. Albi looked at them and asked, "Ready?" The two of them nodded without hesitation. Albi activated the spell formation, but in the next moment, black smoke suddenly rose from it, carrying a demonic presence. Leo's expression sharpened at once. Something was wrong, and it wasn't just him. The other students also felt the violent fluctuation in the magic. "What's happening?" someone shouted. But after Leo and Chloe were teleported away, the formation settled back down like nothing had happened. The students froze. On the surface, everything looked normal again. "Where are Leo and Chloe?" Sejun jumped to his feet and demanded. "What's going on here?" Kallian turned to Albi with a hard look. "Professor Albi, what exactly is happening?" With a tense face, Albi opened his book and showed them an image of a skull tangled in roots. "Principal, we need to stop the exam immediately." Kallian's face darkened. With difficulty, he asked, "Don't tell me." Albi gave a heavy nod. "Yes, this is a hero dungeon." Meanwhile, where Leo and Chloe had been sent, a glaring red warning appeared across their screen the moment they entered the dungeon. But there was no clear objective listed for them to complete. That only made Leo more suspicious. Normally, a mission notice would appear right away. He quietly said as much. At the same time, Chloe hurriedly cried out, "Wait, this is a hero dungeon? How is that even possible? This isn't a lost page. I've never heard of a page in the Hero Chronicles going out of control like this." Leo immediately tried contacting the professors outside. "Professor, I can't find the other team members. What should we do?" The message went out, but nothing came back. After a few seconds, he shook his head. No one's answering. Hearing that, Chloe panicked. Biting at her nail, she said, "No way. I'm sure they'll end the test and pull us out soon." Leo shook his head at that hopeful guess. If they could do that, they would have stopped the exam already. A hero-level dungeon has formed. Looks like the two of us are going to have to clear this dungeon ourselves. The moment she heard that, Chloe snapped back. "Are you serious? Even with all 10 team members, getting through this place would be hard? Don't you remember how many people died here 30 years ago?" Leo answered without backing down. "If we want to get out, there isn't any other way, Chloe." Chloe understood that too. But the moment she thought about the enemies waiting ahead, all she felt was despair. Tartarus caused the Chadmore incident. From the beginning, they were trying to wipe out rookie hero cadets like us. This whole forest is a trap. The more she thought about it, the more overwhelmed she became, until both knees gave out beneath her. Then she covered her face with both hands as sweat kept pouring down. Leo quietly sat down in front of her and tried to steady her. "Chloe, you're the strongest freshman, right? If we work together, we can get through this." As he said that, he reached out a hand with an easy, confident grin. That made Chloe pause. She bit her lip, wondering how he could still look this calm. For a moment, she remembered thinking she had finally caught up to him. That thought lit a small fire back inside her. She didn't want to look weak in front of Leo, so she stood up and asked, "Do you have a plan?" Leo answered honestly. "To clear the Chadmore incident, we need 2 things. First, rescue the first-year students. Second, make sure they survive. As for how we do that, we need reinforcements first." As he spoke, Leo traced a diagram in the dirt with his finger. Chloe looked at it and gave a doubtful shrug. "But how? Outsiders can't enter this dungeon." Leo smiled, pointed at the circle, and answered calmly, "Don't forget, we're not the only Lumen students in this forest." The moment she heard that, Chloe caught on. "The ones who were killed earlier, right? They should still be alive." After a brief pause, she asked, "So what are you planning?" Leo answered right away, "Hurry up and get on my back." Chloe's face instantly turned red. Awkwardly, she asked, "Why?" Leo replied, "We can't let that female student run into Tartarus before we do. You're a mage, so you're slower. Get on." At that explanation, Chloe made a face, but in the end she reluctantly climbed onto Leo's back. At the same time, somewhere else, a 2-horned demon was watching the Lumen students through a screen. It was Chubaran of Tartarus. Staring ahead, he muttered. It started when he saw Leo sprinting through the forest with Chloe on his back. He guessed they were part of the rescue team. But since there were only 2 of them, he didn't think much of it. A rescue team? Forget them. The real targets are the dangerous hero cadets of the future. The others don't matter. That was what he thought at first. But a second later, his eyes shifted back to Leo. Then an order rang out to wipe out the monster pack with his skill. Use your skills. Eliminate the monsters. As something clicked in his mind, Chubaran's whole body burst with a terrifying killing intent. Then he roared, "Move out!" Meanwhile, Leo had no idea that Chubaran was watching his every move. He scanned left and right while thinking things through. The closer they got to the center, the darker everything became. Should I borrow Aaron's skill? If I tune my aura and push my senses to the limit, I can heighten them far beyond normal. With that in mind, Leo focused his aura and poured it into his eyes, making everything around him snap into sharper clarity. Then he spotted something and immediately warned Chloe. "Get ready, there's a group of orcs ahead." Chloe was caught off guard since she hadn't sensed anything herself, but she still nodded quickly. "Huh? Got it." Sure enough, just a few dozen seconds later, they ran straight into a band of orcs. The instant he saw them, Leo shouted the signal. Chloe reacted right away. She poured mana into her staff and swung it forward hard, sending out razor-sharp ice shards that sliced through the air and pierced the monsters all over their bodies. Just like that, the orcs barely had time to react before they were sent off to meet their end. But one of the monsters in the group was still barely alive right before dying. It raised a horn to its mouth to alert the others. Chloe's face changed at once. No, if it blows that horn, the whole orc horde will come. Chloe wasn't the only one who realized it. Leo did too. So before the monster could sound the alarm, he flashed forward and cut the green fiend clean in half with a single strike. The horn in its hand shattered along with its body. Leo's absurdly fast reaction left Chloe staring in silence. In her mind, one thought kept echoing. Am I really never going to beat Leo? Putting that aside, the two of them soon reached the location of the Lumen students, only to find them surrounded by several demons. A bizarre demonic aura rolled off those creatures, leaving Chloe confused. Are those demons? She barely got the words out before Leo moved. He didn't even stop to answer. Quick, back me up. Hearing that, Chloe snapped back to focus and cast a magic circle beneath Leo's feet. Leo used it like a foothold. He drove force into his legs, stomped down on the circle, and launched himself forward. At the same time, one of the girls among the trapped students shouted a warning. Get ready, they're coming. The moment she finished, a demon lunged toward the four students and roared, Die! But before its hand could touch any of them, Leo suddenly appeared in front of it and swung his sword, cutting the demon straight in two. Everyone there froze in shock, and after the demon was cut down, its body dissolved into a cloud of black smoke. Caught off guard by Leo's sudden arrival, he turned and gave a quick nod in response. That's right. Up ahead, another demon saw his allies get wiped out and ground his teeth in rage. Then he formed an extremely complex pitch-black magic circle and roared, Die! Grave leech, as his voice echoed out. Giant razor-toothed leeches shot from the circle like bullets, but even that wasn't enough to slow Leo down. He wrapped his sword in a blazing aura and slashed forward, unleashing a wave of fire that swept everything away. Incredible, one of the male students said in shock, while the brown-haired girl immediately seized the opening. Now, as she shouted that, she began chanting an unfamiliar spell and cast Arc of Radiance, sending streams of light straight at the demons. The instant the spell hit them, the demons went out like burning coals splashed with water. They only got out one weak cry before crumbling into ash. Watching that magic, Chloe froze. Stellar magic? Could this girl really be? Chloe wondered. Once things calmed down, the brown-haired girl didn't forget to turn toward Leo and thank him. Thank you so much for saving us. We were completely panicking when the demons showed up, so seeing help finally arrive is a huge relief. Before she could continue, Chloe cut in from the other side. Sorry, but I need a moment to talk to my teammate in private. As soon as she said that, she pulled Leo off to the side and lowered her voice. Leo, that girl is Aaliyah Jiran. She's Professor Albie's sister. Chubarin killed her right here in this forest 30 years ago. You noticed that too, didn't you? She added. But we can't save Aaliyah Jiran's team from the Chad murderers incident. Out of all the people we could have run into, it had to be Aaliyah's team. Chubaran is a necromancer knight from Tartarus, and his team was notorious for making Aaliyah's group their very first target. From the very beginning, Tartarus set up the Chad murderers incident to get rid of the genius mage Aaliyah Jiran. She was such a promising hero candidate that her name was recorded in the Hero Chronicles. With what we can do right now, there's no way we can save them. The only chance is to find another team fast and meet the condition that way, Chloe said, rubbing her chin as she thought it through. Leo frowned and asked, So you're saying we should just leave them behind? Chloe shot back right away. It's not that I don't want to save them, but Leo, this is the world of heroes. The truth is, they already died 30 years ago. Her voice wavered as she said it, and the sadness on her face was impossible to miss. Hearing that, Leo finally said what was on his mind. I know they died. But that still doesn't mean we can just leave them here. The moment he said that, Chloe finally lost her temper. Gritting her teeth, she shouted, Get a hold of yourself. You're incredible, Leo. I know how capable you are. I admit that. But even then, this isn't the time to do something reckless. Don't go acting like some hero again, she said, and then stopped. Like she realized she'd gone too far. Chloe's voice faded, and the corners of her eyes began to glisten. Seeing that, Leo quietly stepped closer, gently patted her small head and whispered, Don't say things like, act like a hero so lightly, Chloe. You're a hero candidate too. We're not just pretending to be heroes. This is part of the road that turns us into one. At those words, Chloe seemed to snap back to herself. She raised her tear-stained eyes and looked at Leo, waiting for what he would say next. Leo glanced around them and said, History has already changed. Chloe blinked in surprise. What do you mean? Leo answered calmly. Look around, Chloe. By the time we found Aaliyah's team, the whole forest was already swallowed in darkness. If things had gone the way they originally did, Chubarin should have killed them long before we ever got here. That made Chloe freeze. In that instant, she realized something about this hero dungeon was definitely wrong. This is insane, she muttered under her breath, then looked at Leo and said, Fine, I'll leave the decision to you. Leo nodded and gave his answer. All right. We'll pull back with Alia's team. From behind him, Chloe stared at Leo's unwavering back and thought to herself, You're really planning to go on ahead without me again, aren't you? Am I really still myself? As that thought drifted through her mind, the dark grimoire hidden in Chloe's bag began releasing a strange demonic aura, all without her noticing. The scene shifted to Alia's group, where Tayad, a first-year mage, quietly spoke up. Doesn't this feel a little weird? The rescue team only sent 2 people. Fina, a first-year knight, nodded right away.
Yeah.
And they look about the same age as us. Balek voiced what they were all thinking. Could this be a trap set by Tartarus? But Alia immediately shook her head. What are you talking about? If they were enemies, they wouldn't have fought the demons alongside us. And besides, he actually looks kind of cool, she added, her face turning a little red. The other 3 could only stare at her in disbelief. Are you serious, Alia? Out of everything happening right now, that's what you're focused on? Dina shouted. Alia pouted and shot back. What's wrong with saying that? No, it's just... I thought Professor Albie was more your type, Dina said, scratching her head. Before the conversation could keep going, Leo stepped in. Listen carefully. We're getting out of this forest as fast as we can, at Leo's call. Tayad stood and questioned him. Do we really need to rush? If reinforcements are on the way, can't we just clear monsters carefully as we move? Leo cut him off before he could continue. No, we can't. A knight-rank demon is after you. The second they heard that, everyone's faces went white. They all knew a knight-rank demon could rival an entire army. Someone swallowed hard and whispered in disbelief, and Leo gave a firm nod. That's right. Which is why we're not fighting it head-on. Our only goal here is to make it back alive. Everyone ready? Good. Then move. With that, the group quickly took off before Chubarin could appear. As they ran, Alia stole a glance back at Leo, and at the same time she caught the complicated look sitting on Chloe's face. That made Alia a little suspicious. Time passed, and the scene shifted to the library at Lumen Academy, where everything had fallen into chaos because of the hero dungeon incident. Staff members were rushing back and forth through piles of records, while Professor Sejin called out in urgency, "Search every case involving a dungeon turning into a hero dungeon. We don't have time. Move, now!" Elsewhere, Callian Baden turned toward Professor Albie and asked, "Shouldn't we take this as a good sign?" The handsome professor gave a firm nod. Yes, no one can enter a hero dungeon while the people who went in before them are still inside, which means those 2 are still alive. But even so, 3 full hours had already passed since the 2 students entered, and in that hero world, night had already fallen. Hearing that, the old principal asked, "Albie, when did you defeat Chubarin 30 years ago?" Albie answered, "Around midnight." At that, Callian Baden let out a tired sigh. So in the end, all we can do is rely on our past selves? The moment he finished speaking, a female staff member came rushing into the library and reported, "Principal, we've identified the seller who sold the beast-summoning catalyst to student Sen Lu." But before she could go on and mention any connection to Tartarus, she suddenly stopped, because Professor Albie's face had turned terrifying, and power was starting to pour out of him non-stop. Even Callian Baden was startled enough to quickly put a hand on his shoulder and steady him. "Calm down, Albie." The principal's sharp voice pulled the blonde professor back to himself, but Albie still looked like he needed a moment, so he turned away and said, "I'm stepping out to clear my head." With that, he walked off. Only after he was completely out of sight did the female staff member finally let out the breath she'd been holding and say to the old principal, "Just what you'd expect from someone who became a hero because of his hatred for the demon race." Callian Baden answered with a sorrowful look, "It's understandable. Back in that incident 30 years ago, they couldn't even find his sister's keepsake, let alone her body." Then he continued, "All right, so who sold the beast-summoning catalyst to Sen Lu?" The staff member explained that it was a black market dealer operating out of the alleys of Lumen City. Apparently the seller had become pretty well known among the first years this year. As she said that, she handed Callian Baden a notebook. As he opened the notebook and started looking through it, he asked, "Are you saying a Tartarus spy managed to slip into Lumen City?" The staff member shook her head. "No, they aren't working directly for Tartarus. But Tartarus definitely funneled some of those items through them." Hearing that, Callian Baden stroked his chin, quietly wondering what their real goal was. Then as he turned another page and read through the listed items more closely, one line suddenly caught his eye. Chloe Muller, dark magic. The second he saw it, the principal quickly shut the notebook and told the staff member, "Alina, Go get Professor Len." "Yes, understood," Alina replied, then hurried off. That left only the old principal behind. He lowered his gaze to his scarred hands and listened to the warning in his gut. The instincts sharpened through countless brushes with death were screaming at him that danger was already close. Time passed, and the story returned to Leo's group. By then, night had fully settled inside the hero dungeon, and the group was being hit one wave after another by swarms of monsters. Meanwhile, Leo casually swung his sword and dropped a goblin. Then he glanced over the rest of the group and realized he'd been relying on his sixth sense for too long. Everyone was already at their limit, thinking that Leo called for a short break so they could catch their breath and recover. Off to the side, Tayad and Balak stared at Leo in disbelief, both thinking the same thing. How is he not tired at all? He's seriously incredible. A little later, they found an open area and stopped to rest for a while. During the break, Chloe took the chance to pull out her dark grimoire and read it, when suddenly Aaliyah called out, "Hey, Chloe?" Startled, Chloe quickly snapped the book shut, stuffed it back into her bag, and awkwardly answered, "Aaliyah? What is it?" Aaliyah smiled and asked, "I wanted to ask you something. What's your relationship with Leo, Chloe? Are you two dating?" The blunt question instantly flustered Chloe, and she hurriedly denied it. "Of course not." Seeing how strongly she reacted, Aaliyah nodded. "Okay. Yeah, definitely not," judging by that response. From Chloe's point of view, watching Aaliyah come all the way over just to ask that made her let out a tired sigh. Then she looked at Aaliyah and felt a strange sense of familiarity, even if she was technically a senior from 30 years ago. Right now, she was still just a first year. Maybe she really wasn't that different from the kids in her own class. With that thought in mind, Chloe blurted out, "Why are you asking? Are you interested in Leo?" Hearing that, Aaliyah turned and glanced at Leo, who was resting against a tree. A faint blush crept onto her face as she admitted, "Well, my heart's been beating really fast." Chloe blinked. "So this is love at first sight?" Somehow, she found herself a little impressed by Aaliyah. This was the genius female mage people were still talking about even 30 years later. Could Leo really seem that special in her eyes? Completely unaware of what Chloe was thinking, Aaliyah tucked back a strand of hair and said, "Honestly, I don't even know if it's love. My heart's just pounding. It's kind of like when my brother goes and does something stupid, or when I've just pulled something off myself." Hearing that, Chloe's eyes widened and she blurted out, "Wait. That guy with the nasty stare? Are his eyes really that bad?" Chloe's comment made Aaliyah tilt her head in confusion, and she asked, "What? Which eyes?" Chloe immediately panicked and corrected herself. No, I meant Albie." Realizing she'd slipped up, Chloe quickly corrected herself, and Aaliyah explained that it was because Leo was the kind of person who kept trying to do the impossible. Hearing that, Chloe's expression softened with sympathy. "So that's what it is. Someone who keeps chasing the impossible." Leo was like that too. "In the beginning, we were just classmates, but now, somehow I catch myself feeling jealous of him." Across from her, the genius mage Aaliyah gave a faint smile. Then, "Maybe we really are alike." "Chloe, to be honest, I used to feel angry at my brother. I was jealous of him too. It sounds stupid now, but back then, I really thought that no matter what he did, he'd never become anything. This stays between us, but the foundation of my magic was actually built by my brother. I'm good at using spells that already exist, but when it comes to creating new ones, I'm hopeless. I even failed the Lumen Academy entrance exam twice. There was a time when I looked down on my brother. I really believed I was better than him, but little by little that jealousy turned into admiration. The more Chloe listened, the wider her eyes got. She never expected Aaliyah had gone through the same thing. Their conversation didn't get to go any further. Off to the side, Leo suddenly sensed something and shot to his feet, warning everyone at once. "Everyone, get ready. Change of plans. We can't retreat anymore." Seeing how serious Leo looked, the others instinctively tightened their grip on their weapons and waited for whatever was coming next. Sensing the fear spreading through the group, Leo raised his voice and called out, "Don't panic. Every one of you has what it takes to become a hero." His words steadied them a little. They clenched their teeth and fixed their eyes on the direction the roaring kept coming from. They didn't have to wait long. Chubaran came stomping into view, each step heavy enough to crack the ground beneath him. "Found you. The one I hate. The seed of a great hero." As he said that, he raised his weapon high and brought it straight down at Leo. The blow smashed into the ground with an explosive roar. Leo sprang up lightly to avoid it, but Chubaran's words caught in his mind. During the Chad murderers' massacre, Wasn't Chubaran supposed to be killing every rising hero he found? So why was he singling me out, calling me the seed of a great hero? The more Leo thought about it, the less sense it made. But before he could sort it out, a crushing wave of killing intent burst from Chubaran. Sweat slid down Leo's face as he shouted, "Everyone, it's coming in fast!" Leo didn't need to say it twice. Chloe moved instantly, casting her spell and spreading a massive blue magic circle across the ground. At the same moment, Chubaran violently hurled the axe in his hand straight forward, but Chloe's giant pillar of ice rose up and stopped it cold. At the same time, Leo wrapped his sword in a medicinal flame aura. Then he drove power into his legs and launched himself high into the air. From above, it looked like he was about to come crashing down on the demon with everything he had. But in the next instant, Leo twisted and flashed in from below, slashing straight across the creature's throat, and a spray of hot blood burst into the air. Seeing that, everyone shouted in excitement. He got him! But a second later, the excitement on their faces vanished. Right in front of them, Chubaran's neck, which Leo had nearly sliced through, started healing in plain sight until it was fully restored without even a mark left behind. Someone could only stammer his neck. It just put itself back together. From the front line, Leo shouted back at them. "Stay focused. Keep your distance from Chubaran. That's a dispel ability. It makes attacks act like they never landed in the first place." Leo's words left Tayad and Alia staring in shock, their faces draining of color as they struggled to process it. "Then what are we supposed to do? Is there really no way to kill that thing?" Leo tried to steady them, explaining that the dispel wasn't absolute. Chubaran couldn't keep using it over and over forever. It had limits. Across from them, Chubaran pulled his axe back into his hand and sneered. "You really think you can win, remnant of a great hero?" Leo fired right back. "You're the one scared of a new hero rising, aren't you?" Then, without another word, Leo, Dina, and Bilak rushed in together, attacking from 3 separate directions at once. Meanwhile, from the rear, Alia supported them with her magic. She cast a spell called Circle of Light, unleashing burst after burst of energy packed with dangerous force. Each shot drove into the demon's huge body, and wherever it struck, the flesh burned intensely. "So this is the light magic I hate. Just like Lord Silatuna said, they all need to die here." He muttered that to himself while continuing to swing his axe at everyone around him. Then Chubaran suddenly let out a furious roar and threw one arm high into the air, and even Leo felt his whole body go cold as he shouted, "Dodge!" The moment the warning left his mouth, Chubaran's axe came crashing down into the ground. The impact was so violent that shattered rock and chunks of earth exploded outward like flying bullets. Leo, of course, could slash away the stones coming at him without much trouble. But Dina and Bilak weren't fast enough. A sharp fragment tore across Dina's shoulder, while Bilak was hit even worse, a jagged rock driving straight into his abdomen. Seeing that, Leo rushed over at once. He grabbed Bilak's large frame and carried him back behind the ice pillar Chloe Muller had created. At the same time, Alia ran over too, clearly worried as she asked the two of them if they were all right. Dina forced herself to answer, "I can still keep going for a bit, but Bilak." Before she could finish, Leo cut in to reassure them. "Don't worry, it missed the organs. First, stop the bleeding." Then Leo turned to Chloe and said, "Chloe, we need one clean hit to finish this." Chloe gave a quick nod. "Got it. Just give me a second." After that, Leo left the injured behind and created 2 clones of himself, sending them straight in to keep Chubaran busy. Meanwhile, Chloe Muller hurried through her thoughts, searching for the right spell while Leo bought her time. "I need to be faster. It has to be strong enough to break through that dispel." Muttering that to herself, she pulled out the dark grimoire at her side and started flipping through it. Then her eyes stopped on one page and she murmured, "If I use this?" Back on the battlefield, Leo and Chubaran's clash only kept getting more intense. The force of their exchange made even the ground seem to shake, leaving everyone watching in stunned silence. Leo directed his clones from all sides, pressing Chubaran with non-stop attacks. Thanks to that dispel ability, none of Leo's blows left lasting damage, and Chubaran, barely bothered by the clones at all, charged straight at Leo like a maniac. Still, there was no way he was reaching Leo that easily. In the next moment, Leo blurred out of sight and reappeared at his flank, bringing his sword down hard and carving a deep wound into Chubaran's side, making the demon howl in pain. Not far away, Tayad watched in amazement and asked Dina, "Do you think we could ever do that someday?" Dina could only shake her head with a bitter smile. "I honestly don't know." Unlike them, Alia recognized Leo's clone spell almost instantly. Inwardly, she was stunned. "That's definitely star magic. Who exactly is he? Right as that thought crossed her mind, a cold, sinister feeling spread through the area and made Aliyah jolt. She quickly turned toward the source and saw that Chloe Muller had finished casting. A dark purple magic circle had opened high in the sky, and a strange, ominous aura was pouring out of it. Just looking at it filled the others with fear. Wearing a strange smile, Chloe said, "I'm going to kill you, filthy demons." Then she shouted toward Leo at the front. "Leo! It's dangerous. Move now. If you get caught in it and die, that's not my problem. Die." The second she said it, Chloe fired the spell forward, unleashing a pillar of destructive fire that tore toward Chubarin and blasted the ground the moment it hit. Leo frowned the instant he saw it. He couldn't understand why someone like Chloe Muller, an ice mage, was using a fire spell. Chubarin, meanwhile, let out a scream the moment the pillar swallowed him, like his whole body had been set ablaze. Watching that, Chloe Muller smiled like someone drunk on the sight. This is the eternal flame. It can't be stopped. Burned to death in endless agony. Right before everyone's eyes, the flames wrapping around the giant demon began turning black. The moment Leo saw that, a bad feeling hit him. "Chloe, stop the spell, now!" But Chloe didn't react at all. She gripped her staff so hard it actually started to crack in her hands. "You'll suffer," she said with feverish obsession, keeping the spell going. One look at her face was enough for Leo to know something was very wrong. So without hesitating, he rushed straight toward Chloe. With one hard swing, he knocked the dark grimoire out of her hands. At the same time, the eternal flame Chloe had been sustaining was cut off. Then Leo caught the prodigy mage gently around the waist and landed with her safely. Chloe looked completely out of it, like someone drunk who still hadn't come back to herself. Seeing her like that, Leo asked, "Tell me the truth. Was that inextinguishable fire really your own spell?" Chloe couldn't hide it anymore, and with a sad look, she answered, "No, actually it was a spell I found in an ancient grimoire," she admitted. Hearing that, Leo sighed to himself. So it really was the fire of Erebus. Once he understood that, Leo spoke to Chloe plainly. "Listen to me, Chloe. That spell was dark magic." The words left Chloe completely blank for a second. And then she stammered, "What do you mean, dark magic?" Leo nodded and explained, "Yes. That grimoire is a demon artifact." Only then did Chloe truly realize how dangerous what she'd done was. "What have I done?" "Leo, I'm not worthy of becoming a hero," she cried. Panic rising in her voice, with no time to waste, Leo slapped her hard on the shoulder and shouted to snap her out of it. "Get it together. Listen to me. There are no records saying Chubarin had a curse that resists magic, which means he already burned through that resistance while fighting Alia's team. Understand this. 30 years ago, even with all that fear, none of them gave up. They fought all the way to the end, even in a battle that looked impossible to win." "What's the teaching of Lumen Academy?" Leo asked, staring straight at Chloe. Chloe answered hesitantly, "To surpass all limits." Hearing that, Leo nodded in approval, and in that moment, Chloe's mind finally began to clear. In that moment, Chloe understood it. So that's what this was. She'd been looking up to him from a distance all along. Leo was so far ahead of her now that jealousy didn't even make sense anymore. At the same time, Alia stepped forward and held Chloe's staff out to her. "Here, take it, Chloe, please." Then the scene shifted back to Leo's side. After settling Chloe down, Leo turned his eyes back to the towering Chubarin ahead. Thanks to Chloe Muller's spell, the magic resistance curse was gone. Now it was time to finish this. Just as Leo was about to charge in, Chloe's chanting started beside him. "I, Chloe Muller, will go beyond my limits, so I never have to bow my head before those who believed in me." She repeated the words under her breath, syllable by syllable, and almost instantly, a magic circle opened in the air. Leo couldn't help but smile. This was it. The clean, pure, arcane language of a true mage. Just hearing it made him feel at ease. For a brief moment, Leo was reminded of the comrades he used to fight beside at Old Lumen. Back then, he'd felt this same sense of trust. As for Chubarin, he had already realized he couldn't use Dispel anymore. So instead of giving Leo's group time to finish their spell, he grabbed his weapon and charged straight in. As soon as he got close, he brought it down in a savage overhead strike. Leo had no choice but to raise his sword and block it head on. But Chubarin had gone completely berserk. His eyes were locked on Leo and no one else. Like he wouldn't stop until Leo was dead. He roared, "Die," and swung again. The blow was so heavy that even though Leo parried it, the ground under his feet split apart, throwing him off balance and forcing him back several steps. The second he saw that opening, Chubarin moved in. He clenched his left fist and threw a brutal punch so fast it ripped through the air. Leo hurried to block with his sword, but the force behind it still launched his smaller body backward like a cannon shot. Blood rose in his throat, and he coughed some of it up. Then Chubaren's mocking voice rang out. "Is that all, seed of a great hero?" Leo forced himself back to his feet, and just then, a single snowflake drifted down in front of him. A wave of cold spread through the battlefield, and a thin layer of frost crept across everything around them. That was all Leo needed to see. Chloe's spell was ready. Looking up, he saw that inside the massive magic circle in the sky, a five-pointed star had taken shape back in Chloe's mind. She whispered to herself, and at that very moment, countless sharp ice pillars burst up from the ground. Against Chloe's overwhelming frost magic, the Tartarus demon had no answer. Chubaren's entire body froze solid, turning into a giant statue of ice. Seeing that, Leo calmly stepped forward. He reached out and lightly tapped the massive block of ice with one finger, and cracks instantly spread through it. A second later, the whole thing shattered into pieces. Then Leo sensed dark energy still leaking out from Chloe's grimoire beneath the ground. Without hesitating, he wrapped his sword in a blazing red aura and drove it straight down into the book. At that same moment, a system message appeared in front of them. Achievement unlocked. Saved a first-year student from mortal danger. Rewards granted. Multiple achievements unlocked. Chubaren subdued. Ignoring the notifications completely, Leo turned to the shaken Chloe and praised her. "Your unique magic is seriously incredible." "If I could use field magic like that, I'd feel like a whole new person," he added. Hearing him say that, Chloe couldn't even look him in the eye. She turned her face away and said, "Leo, I'm going to tell the academy everything. I might get expelled." Her face was full of nerves, but Leo immediately reassured her. "No chance. A future hero like you isn't getting expelled. I'm sure you'll become a hero." Meanwhile, once they saw the battle was over, Alia's talented teammates ran over and shouted, "You two were amazing. You really look like real heroes out there." Leo nodded back. Everyone gave it everything they had. Then Leo started handing the staff back to Alia. "We made good use of it. That's how we managed to beat him." But Alia smiled, pushed it back toward Chloe and said, "Chloe, you should keep it." Beside her, Belak nodded too. "Yeah, thanks to you we made it out alive. Leo, take this too," he said, handing Leo his sword. Then they also gave Leo and Chloe a necklace and a pair of gloves. Just then, a voice shouted from the distance, "Over here!" A survivor had finally arrived. Professor Albie came running over, sweat pouring off him and making it obvious just how hard he'd sprinted. Seeing how young he looked, Chloe blurted out, "That's Professor Albie? He looks our age." Leo answered at once. "This is from 30 years ago." At the same time, Albie grabbed his sister by the shoulders and asked, "Alia, are you hurt?" Alia smiled and answered, "The rescue team made it. I'm fine. Oh, and I met someone who looks exactly like you." At the same time, Leo's group received a strategic completion notice, Albie's World, prelude to the Chad murderers incident. Seeing the brother and sister finally reunited, Chloe felt genuinely happy for them. In her heart, she quietly thanked everyone for making it out alive. Then, in a flash of light, the two of them were teleported away. Alia didn't even get the chance to say goodbye before they vanished. Then Chloe looked around and noticed cracks spreading through the space itself. That was when she realized the hero world was starting to collapse. Back on Leo's side, another notification suddenly appeared in front of him. Strategic reward gifts. After they were gone, even the usually composed Professor Albie couldn't stop the tears when he saw that his sister was safe. Some time passed, and when Leo opened his eyes again, he realized he was lying in the infirmary. The moment he woke up, he heard the voice of that handsome professor. "You're awake, Leo. Thank you for saving that girl. And tell Chloe I'm grateful to her too." After saying that, Albie turned away with a cold look and walked out. At the same time, Headmaster Kellyan Baden stepped into the room. The second Leo saw him, he tried to get up and greet him, but the old man lifted a hand to stop him. "Don't force yourself up. Just rest. How are you feeling?" Leo brushed it off and answered, "I'm fine. Really, I'm okay." Kellyan Baden sat down and went straight to the matter at hand. "So, what exactly happened in there? Does it have something to do with the dark grimoire Chloe brought in?" Leo looked a little surprised. "How did you know that?" Kellyan Baden explained that before coming here, they had tracked down where Senlu bought the summoning catalyst, and it turned out to be the same place Chloe had purchased that dark grimoire. "Looks like our guess was right. That dark grimoire really is a magical artifact." Hearing that, Leo went silent for a moment. A magical artifact, a fragment of Erebus. In other words, an actual piece of Erebus's body. In the hands of demons, it could become a terrifying weapon, but for ordinary people, it would slowly drive them insane. After that, Leo began explaining everything he had gone through inside that hero dungeon. Once he finished hearing the full story, Headmaster Kalian Baden let out a quiet sigh. I see. If what you're saying is true, Leo, then that artifact interfered with the hero world, didn't it? Leo gave a firm nod. Once we removed it, the hero dungeon immediately went back to normal. So that's probably what happened. Right then, Chloe suddenly woke up too. The moment she noticed the old man beside her, she cried out in alarm, and Kalian Baden quickly raised a hand to calm her. Relax. Since both of you are finally awake, there's something I need to ask. As soon as he said that, the secretary Alina carried a large bundle wrapped in cloth into the room. She carefully unfolded the cloth, revealing the items they had brought back. The gifts Alia's group had left behind before departing. The instant Chloe saw the staff in front of her, her eyes went wide in disbelief. This is Alia's staff. Kalian Baden's expression turned serious. Explain this. A reward like this should not exist. So how did it end up in your hands? Watching Chloe's reaction, Leo frowned and realized something. From the look on her face, it seemed Chloe hadn't received any reward at all. Just like during the entrance exam and the Chad murderers incident, there had been no proper reward from the living hero world, and the reward system connected to the owner of the hero world had clearly been broken. But why? And even if the reward was the Fairy King's oath, why had it been given to me? That thought tied Leo up inside, but there was no way he could say any of it out loud, so he quickly came up with an excuse. It was a strategic reward. Both Kalian Baden and Chloe turned toward him in shock. So there really was a reward in Professor Alby's hero world? Leo answered carefully. Yeah, maybe that's what it was. I think something abnormal happened when the hero world was restored, he added, while deciding to stick with that explanation for now and keep the truth buried. Even after hearing Leo's answer, Kalian Baden still looked unconvinced as he stroked his chin. Chloe seems to know nothing about this. But why would only you receive it, Leo? Before he could continue, the young sorceress quickly stepped in to defend him. Maybe Leo contributed the most to the strategy. I've heard rewards can depend a lot on how much someone actually did. After hearing that, Kalian Baden decided not to press the issue any further. He slowly rose to his feet and gave a small nod. All right, I understand. We'll investigate this in secret. After the inspection is finished, the relic will be returned to the family, and none of you are to say a word about the magical artifact. At that, Chloe couldn't hide her surprise, and immediately turned to ask about it. But Kalian Baden only smiled and said, The enemy isn't just outside. The two of you did very well. Get some proper rest. With that, he quickly left the room with his assistant Alina. Once the room was quiet, and only the two of them were left. Chloe glanced at Leo and spoke with hesitation. Leo, there's something I want to tell you. She started to say, her face turning a little red, but before she could go on, their friends Chelsea, Celia, and Carl came bursting into the room. Chelsea, the young sorceress, even had tears in her eyes. Then, for some reason, Headmaster Kalian Baden suddenly turned back and addressed them. Oh right, hero candidates. There's a party tomorrow night. If you don't have formal clothes, head to Lumen City early and get ready. Youth really is something else. That sudden reminder left both Leo and Chloe blinking in confusion. From the looks of it, this was the first either of them had heard about the party. Time moved on, and the scene shifted to the welcome party for the new students. Then the host's voice rang through the grand hall. Welcome everyone, to the celebration for the new students who passed their first midterm at Lumen Academy. First up, make way for the heroes who fought their way through. So tell me, ladies and gentlemen, who will shine the brightest tonight? Off in one corner of the hall, Warden Tidden and Carl Thomas had their hair slicked back, soaking in the atmosphere. Carl grinned and said, Man, this is what we get for surviving that insane midterm. Honestly, for us, it felt kind of easy. The two of them laughed and dropped into their seats. The table in front of them was already loaded with food. Even while eating, they kept talking without missing a beat. Is it just me, or is our class the only one with people still missing? Warden Tideny muttered that while looking around the room. Carl quickly nodded. You know Lumen Academy doesn't let late arrivals slide? Then the host's voice rose again and pulled everyone's attention back. Now entering from year 5, Nella Carvin and Ileana Ledden. The moment the two girls stepped inside, heads turned all across the hall, and a wave of gasps spread through the crowd. Wow, they look incredible, someone blurted out. Warden Titan and Carl were so stunned they froze in the middle of eating. Carl even sprayed out his drink from pure shock. "They look amazing," Warden Titan said. Still trying to process it, Nella caught their faces and started laughing. "Seriously, did you two borrow your dad's suits or something?" Warden Titan let out a dramatic sigh. "A second ago I was feeling good, and now—" Carl could only nod awkwardly, too embarrassed to argue back. Then the host moved on to the next introduction. The pride of the Rodran Empire, the Llewellyn siblings entered the hall together. Elegant and perfectly composed, the girls in the crowd completely lost it. "Oh my God, I want to be his servant!" One of them shouted. Another yelled, "Fan club member 94,348 and proud of it." Even Carl couldn't help staring. She really looked like a princess, a real one, standing there with Rodran's elite around her. And that guy? He's the real deal. Then the host, clearly enjoying the mood, made another dramatic call. And finally, here comes a true pair. A round of applause for Celia Zerdinger of House Zerdinger and Leo Plav. But the entrance wasn't exactly smooth. Celia was clearly irritated, clicking her tongue as she muttered, "Seriously? Why does my debut have to get overshadowed because of you?" Leo just gave a small shrug. "It's not that serious." As Leo stepped into the hall, cheers immediately broke out from the crowd. "There he is, our class president, the pride of Leo's year. Our class rep is the best." His classmates lit up with excitement as they gathered around the center of attention. But that lively mood didn't last long. It was cut off by the sharp voice of a white-haired professor. Floating above her head was a terrifying ghostly image of some monstrous beast. And then her voice echoed out. "So is everyone enjoying the party?" Every face in the room tightened, but no one dared hesitate. "Yeah, of course. We're having a great time." Haha. Deep down, every student was thinking the same thing. Better smile, or she'll lose it. From the professor's point of view, though, it looked like the students were having fun, and that made her smile. "I'm glad to hear that, since you're all in such high spirits. Let's keep that energy going as we announce the midterm combat results." At Leo's table, the mood instantly sank. "How are we supposed to enjoy the party now?" Warden Tudnan muttered under his breath. The professor ignored the complaints entirely and kept going. "I expected this reaction, so tonight, we'll only be announcing the top 3 students from each department. The rest of your scores will be given to you tomorrow by your homeroom teachers, so relax and stop worrying. Now then, the department heads will take it from here." With that, Ain Elendu stepped forward. The second he appeared, a fire magic student named Liana nearly burst with excitement. "Oh my God, it's him, Ain Elendu, the Frost Knight." She shouted it out while the calm professor began speaking. "You all did very well in the midterms. I will now announce the top students from each department in order." The lights in the hall dimmed, and a giant screen lit up with the rankings. Celia was first. Right behind her were Duran Moira and Chen Jia. Professor Ain called out each name one by one. Celia looked up at the screen, a little confused. Runia wasn't in the top 3, she thought to herself. Next, Professor Len Horace stepped onto the stage to announce the magic department rankings. First place, Abad Llewellyn. Second, Chelsea Llewellyn. Third, Emil Luchan. At that, Chelsea couldn't hide the worry on her face. She looked over at Leo and asked, "Why isn't your name on there, Leo?" Leo stayed completely calm. "Sometimes that just happens." Meanwhile, Carl scratched his head, clearly confused. "Okay, I get why Leo's not there, but Chloe's name isn't listed either." Hearing that, Celia turned and looked toward Chloe. Chloe only responded with an awkward little smile. From Professor Len Horace's point of view, the reason was simple. Chloe had used forbidden magic, so her practical magic score had been recorded as 0. Even so, her dedication to magic itself was honestly impressive. All of a sudden, Professor Sejin jumped up from his seat and practically shouted, "As far as I'm concerned, the real top student in the magic department is Chloe." That passionate outburst made the laid-back Professor Harlan Edmund let out a chuckle. "Sit down already, all right," he said casually. Meanwhile, Celia quietly reached over and patted Chloe on the shoulder. As the room settled back down with a few laughs, Yora Marnin stepped forward wearing a bright smile. "All right, summoners, do better next time, okay?" Then she read off the top summoning students from her list. First was Warden Teeden, followed by Eliza Hergen with Jordan Lawson in third. At Leo's table, people were starting to notice that something felt off. Several departments had already announced their top students, but Leo's name still hadn't appeared anywhere. Almost as if she sensed the confusion in the room, the petite professor stepped forward again and addressed the crowd. Everyone's enjoying themselves, right? And now it's finally time to announce the Academy's top student and this year's freshman representative. She flashed a bright smile before making it official. The highest scorer of this midterm and the official representative of the first years is Leo Plov. The entire hall instantly exploded in shock. Gasps broke out everywhere, followed by stunned voices rising all across the room. But right when the excitement hit its peak, one hand shot up from the crowd. I object. How can someone like Leo Plov, who didn't place in the top 3 of any department, become the valedictorian and class representative? The voice came from Emio Luchin, the student who ranked 3rd in the magic department. Even Leo froze for a second. The same question running through the crowd was now running through his own head too. Wait. How did I end up becoming the representative? Emio's protest immediately set off a wave of whispers around the hall. And the sudden stir clearly threw the white-haired professor at the front off balance. She looked visibly flustered as the tension in the room kept building. Then, in the very next second, her whole demeanor changed. She slammed a hand down on the podium and shouted, "All right, all of you, listen carefully. I'm only explaining this once, so don't miss it." Her voice thundered through the hall and the room went dead silent. First, students with dual specialties are not ranked inside a single department. Why? Because normal standards can't measure them fairly. For example, a magic swordsman might not beat a pure mage in raw magical output. But once those skills are combined, the result can be far stronger. Got it? She said, raising one finger before continuing. Second, Leo Plov earned the highest total score among all freshmen in the combined evaluation of spirit theory and actual combat. Down in the crowd, Emio's confidence started slipping. His face tightened, and he forced out one more argument. But didn't someone else get a perfect combat score? Before anyone else could respond, another voice blasted through the hall like a cannon. Leo exceeded the expected limits inside the Hero World simulation. He defeated Chubarin. The second those words landed, the whole hall sucked in a breath. Every pair of eyes snapped toward Leo in complete disbelief. Even Leo started to feel the pressure as all of that attention came crashing down on him at once. You actually defeated Chubarin? Just the 2 of you? You and Chloe? Groups staring at Leo looked like they could barely believe what they had just heard. Leo gave a small nod. That much was true. Up front, the white-haired Professor Archant Ubesha looked a little flustered as she started to explain. The reason Leo achieved the highest score in the midterm is... But before she could finish, Professor Sejin stepped in with a bright smile and cut her off. That's enough. I think the students already understand now. Professor Archant Ubesha, let's end the announcements here and enjoy the rest of the party. With that, the tension in the room broke apart. The crowd cheered. The celebration picked back up, and the scene shifted over to the professor's table. While eating, Yura Marnin turned toward Len Horace and asked, "If dual specialty students are ranked across departments like this, what happens to the standings?" Amy Lendu glanced over and answered, "It'll shake up the magic department. A lot of students will drop in rank." Yura Marnin blinked. "Wait, don't tell me the real top student in the magic department is..." Before she could finish, Archant Ubesha gave a small nod. "Yes, it's Leo," Yura Marnin blurted out, "and the summoning department too. He beat all of them." Beside her, the normally calm Ain Elendu added, "The night department as well. Leo Plov is ahead of everyone." Yura Marnin just stared in shock. "My goodness, that boy is dominating every department." Ain Elendu only shrugged. At this point, that's not some impossible fantasy anymore. Across the table, 2 professors suddenly slammed their hands down and started objecting. "No. Leo should be raised as a top mage. His magical talent is too great." Before Len Horace could finish, Yura Marnin cut in coldly. "Please, do you really think summoning talent like that appears every day?" Ain Elendu let out a long sigh, already tired of the whole argument. "Listen, Leo is most suited for the sword. That's final." And just like that, the 3 of them started arguing loud enough for the entire table to notice. Time moved on quickly and the next scene shifted to the 5th-year classroom the following day. The teacher still hadn't shown up yet, but Carl was already sprawled over his desk, groaning from the after effects of last night's party. "Man, I think I drank too much yesterday." Beside him, Chelsea Llewellyn shot him a look and snapped, "You're literally the only person I've ever seen get carried away drinking 2 liters of orange juice." Just then, the lazy homeroom teacher, Harlan Edmund, finally walked in and waved for everyone to settle down. "All right. Quiet down. I've got an announcement about the school trip. As you all know, This time we're heading to the Fey territories," he said while pinning a large map onto the board. The moment he mentioned the trip, the whole class lit up, especially Ileana Layden and Carl, who could barely stay in their seats. "We heard every class gets to choose where they go," Ileana cried out. Carl jumped in right after her. "Then we should pick Duin Forest. The wormwood there is famous for sweet fruit." But the dreams of those two were crushed almost instantly when Harlan Edmund pointed to one spot on the map and said, "We're going to El Selvikia." The red-haired mage Eliana blinked in confusion, clearly having no idea what that place was. Warden Tidney, being the studious type, quickly flipped through a textbook and explained. El Selvikia is a small country far in the north. It's inside the Fey territories and it's frozen year-round. The second they heard that, the two excited students looked like they were about to cry. "What are we supposed to do in a place like that? This is awful." Ignoring the complaints, Harlan Edmund casually picked at his ear and pushed the blame elsewhere. "Take it up with your class representative." He picked it. At once, every eye in the room turned toward Leo, full of confusion and curiosity. But Leo didn't bother explaining himself. Instead, he calmly reminded them, "You'd better prepare everything you need here in Lumen first." Ileana Layden still looked crushed as she sniffled and muttered, "I guess I should start by buying gloves." Meanwhile, Chelsea Llewellyn, as an ice mage, looked openly thrilled. At last she had a chance to show off her collection of winter outfits. From Leo's point of view, though, he obviously wasn't the kind of person who would choose a place without a reason. El Selvikia might look like a brutal land for humans, but in truth, it was sacred ground for the fairies. Silrod was there. Leo quietly wondered whether he was doing all right. Time passed again, and the scene shifted to a quiet square built around a fountain. Leo turned to Nella and said, "I'll take care of the food and the rest of the supplies. Nella, you handle the medicine." Nella gave him a firm nod. Once the list was finished, Leo quickly headed out to shop. Then he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He narrowed his eyes, then slowly looked back over his shoulder. Kiyorazu 13th Street. This should be it. He walked toward a tiny shop hidden away in a dark corner. The sign above it read Lutech. This was the exact shop where Sen Lu and Chloe had bought the cursed artifact. Leo left his bag outside the door and stepped inside. The inside was nothing but dust, wreckage, and decay, like nobody had touched it in years. But Leo didn't let that throw him off. The Lumen Academy investigation team had already searched this place. Nothing should have been left behind. So why was there still a teddy bear sitting here? Leo froze and stared at the doll. Wait a second. Everything in this shop should have been confiscated for the investigation. That thing shouldn't still be here. He narrowed his eyes. The door slammed shut the moment I came in. Don't tell me this is a curse that distorts perception. And just as Leo suspected, the teddy bear slowly turned to face him. Then a strange black fluid, thick like ink, burst out from its button eyes. Luckily, Leo was ready and dodged to the side in time. The black liquid twisted and swelled, then turned into a grotesque monster covered in eyes from head to toe. Leo instantly understood that this wasn't some ordinary demon, and he immediately jumped back toward the exit to open up some distance. It wasn't just dulling his senses, it was throwing curses at anything it could to break its opponent down. The monster shifted again, taking on a long serpentine shape before speaking in a cold voice. "Oh, a smart little brat. So you recognize my curse?" The moment he heard that, Leo knew exactly what he was dealing with. It was Silatuna, the demon queen. One of the demon commanders Leo's group had failed to kill 5,000 years ago. This wasn't her real body, just a cursed replica made through magic. Not realizing Leo had already identified her, Silatuna went on. "A magic swordsman, huh? That's a rare gift. I'll give you that. But blame those sharp senses of yours for getting you killed." In the next instant, countless tentacles burst out from her body and whipped toward Leo. He barely managed to pull back. Even so, one attack still clipped his arm and tore open a painful wound. "I can't win this right now. I need to get out," he thought. With Leo backed into a corner, Silatuna let out a delighted hiss. "Thanks for the meal. Seed of a hero." Her massive jaws opened wide, ready to swallow him whole in one bite. But Leo only smiled calmly, without a trace of panic. Just like he expected, backup arrived right on time, and a cold voice cut through the air. A giant spear came crashing down from above and nailed the monster to the floor. The one who struck was Professor Albie. The moment the demon saw him, it panicked and shrieked. A mage with demon eyes more terrifying than any monster in the room. With a furious roar, it hurled its mangled limbs at Leo, trying to drag him down with it. But Albie had no intention of allowing that. He instantly formed a defensive magic circle and the creature's limbs exploded the moment they hit the barrier. Filthy demon trash. Albie spat, his voice dripping with disgust. On the other side, Silatuna's replica howled like a rabid beast. Those filthy goblins. One day I'll tear out their eyes and devour every last one of them. Still screaming, it lashed all of its tentacles at both of them at once. But the attack meant nothing to Albie. In a cold voice he said, "I have no interest in a cheap imitation. Die." Then the professor thrust his hand forward and released a devastating beam of destructive magic. In an instant, Silatuna's body shattered into countless pieces. Watching that, Leo thought to himself, Albie Giron, the demon-eyed mage known as Tartarus the Destroyer. Rumor had it he became a professor at Lumen Academy for one reason only, so he could cross borders freely while hunting his prey. "I owe a debt to the heroes of this age," he murmured with a quiet sigh, though he pushed the thought away just as quickly. Then Albie turned toward Leo and asked, "You, Leo Plov, what happened here?" Leo bent down, picked up the teddy bear's head, and explained, "It showed up while I was investigating this place. That bear carries a curse that distorts perception." Albie stepped over, took the bear's head from him, and said the Lumen Academy investigation team would handle the rest. "I'll let it slide this time that you investigated this area alone. But from now on, if you need something, come to me first. I'm thankful for what you did before." After saying that, the professor used magic and disappeared from the room. Leo stepped outside, picked up his bag, and thought to himself that the Giron family was one of the three great houses controlling Lumen Academy. If Albie backed him, then maybe getting into the Forbidden Library would finally be possible. Not long after that, Leo returned to meet up with his friend. "Nella, I'm back. I finished buying the supplies," he said with a light smile. But the moment Nella noticed the wound on Leo's arm, she rushed over and healed it with magic. "Leo, what happened?" Leo just shook his head. "It's nothing serious, thanks." Even so, Silatuna's appearance left Leo uneasy. So she was the one behind the beast controller and that dark spell book. He still had no idea what their real goal was. Then time moved on. A week later, the scene shifted to the teleport gate, where everyone had gathered for the trip to El Solvikia. Before they left, Leo checked whether everyone had packed enough supplies. Ileana and Nella nodded at the same time. "Yeah, we've got everything ready," Celia asked. "Hey Leo, why'd you pick El Solvikia? It's freezing over there." Leo only shrugged. "It's hot out right now." "Going to El Solvikia sounds more like a summer vacation to me." Celia waved as she spoke. "Oh sure, but it gets freezing at night. Have a good trip." After that, she told Leo to take care and saw them off. Leo then turned to his class. "Class 5, get ready. We're heading to El Solvikia together, the land of the Fae." With that, the group quickly stepped into the teleport gate. The scene then shifted to Seirun Academy, the Fae's military hero academy. Near a fountain, a young couple was cornering someone. "What kind of pathetic outfit is that? You're Fae, and you got into prestigious Seirun Academy with blood like that. Stop bragging about some worthless heritage." Hearing that, the white-haired boy trembled and stayed quiet, unable to say a word back. But right then, another voice cut in sharply. "Don't bully your classmate. Act like proper descendants of Seirun." The one who stepped in was Runia El Rundoa, a red-haired noble girl from House Rundoa, one of the Fae's most prestigious families, and the representative of Seirun Academy's first years. Instead of backing off, the young couple snapped right back. "Seriously, you don't care that a half-blood got into Seirun. Just having him here is humiliating. Look at those savage clothes." The second she heard that, Runia dropped the noble act and flared up like an angry guard dog. "Here we go again. If his clothes bother you that much, then take yours off and give them to him. And if you can't help, then keep your mouth shut." The couple froze at her fierce response. "Runia, you're from a noble house. Watch your manners. What is wrong with you?" Runia rolled up her sleeves like she was ready to teach them a lesson herself. "Aren't you embarrassed? Ganging up on one person? If you've got a problem, then fight me." The moment they saw how serious she was, the two of them turned and ran without hesitation, yelling as they fled, ignoring their attitude. Runia looked back at the boy behind them. "Why are you dressed so lightly? You're making me want to look after you forever." Then she gently pulled off her scarf and wrapped it around his shoulders. The boy gave her a bright smile. "Great! Someone stole my stuff." That boy was Aaron Urzar, third place in Seirun Academy's first-year entrance exam and a half-blood. From Runia's point of view, seeing Aaron standing there without a scarf made her irritation rise again. But then she suddenly sneezed, which made Aaron worry. Runia, you should take the scarf back. It's cold. She just shook her head and brushed it off. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Aaron noticed how unusually cheerful she seemed and asked, Runia, you look really happy today. Runia cleared her throat and said, Haha, it's because my phoenix egg finally hatched. Hearing that, Aaron smiled warmly at his friend. Congratulations, Runia. That's amazing. Well, I'm heading out now. Later, when the red-haired girl got home, she hurried straight to her father's office and asked, Father, my phoenix hatched, right? Inside the room, a brown-haired man smiled and reminded her. Runia, I told you to call me Professor when we're at school. This man was Ellen Lunda, head of the prestigious Lunda house, one of the heroic families bound by Farina's oath. Then he answered his daughter's question. Ellen gave a small, awkward nod. Yes, it looks like Farina's offspring really has hatched. The moment she heard that, Runia trembled with excitement. I knew it. So when do I get to meet it? Her father let out a sigh. There's just one problem. Runia, it seems your phoenix has linked its memories with someone else. I'll have to look into the details. Before he could finish, the moment Farina came up, Runia's fiery temper instantly flared. She slammed her hands on the table and shouted, Who stole my phoenix? The scene then shifted to Velkia, the capital of El Selvikia, where Leo's group had just arrived through the teleport gate. The freezing air hit all of them at once, and everyone shivered, especially Carl, who was shaking so hard he could barely speak. I'd rather die than deal with this. What is wrong with me? Meanwhile, Harlan Edmund pulled his scarf tighter, told them to stop whining, and kept walking. This is the capital of El Selvikia. Does anyone know its history? At that, Chelsea eagerly raised her hand and started sharing what she knew. Velkia was founded and named after Velkia Ursar, a Fey knight and one of the disciples of Luna, the Star Priestess. Her words stirred an old memory in Leo. To be exact, Velkia had been a disciple of both Luna and Aaron. That name, once spoken so lightly, was now honored as one of the Fey's great knights. Harlan Edmund nodded and added, That's right. House Ursar descends from the Fey Knights, and they hold the highest authority here. Just then, footsteps sounded from up ahead, making everyone look over. With snow filling the air, it was hard to make out who was coming. Carl nervously blurted out, Wait, there are thieves in Fey territory too? Harlan Edmund just shrugged. Bad people exist everywhere. Then a voice called out from the front. How have you been lately, Professor Harlan? The newcomer was a striking Fey man, with several guards following close behind. Just his appearance alone was enough to make the girls around him melt, their eyes practically turning into hearts. Then the Fey leader spoke again. Greetings, Professor Harlan. His name was Lumer, the spokesperson of El Selvikia and the head of the Ursar house. The lazy professor gave a small nod in return. You really never change? Off to the side, Ileana Layden stood there in a daze, wiped the drool from her mouth, and blurted out, I think I just found my destiny. Even Nella next to her coughed awkwardly, clearly embarrassed for her. But right then, Leo stepped in and crushed that fantasy in one shot. Does his age not bother you? Ileana moved in closer and playfully bumped Leo with her elbow. What's wrong, class rep? Don't tell me you're jealous, Leo answered flatly. Don't be stupid. You do know Faye live a long time and barely age on the outside, right? So how old do you think he actually is? That one comment instantly made Ileana bristle. Loon noticed the mood and gave a faint smile. There are quite a few passionate students here. Unfortunately, he added, the students Professor Harlan brings are always very well behaved. Harlan shook his head. They're only first years, still immature. Just kids trying to settle their own curiosity. Ileana stepped forward and asked, Sir, may I know your name and your age? Loon turned to her, gave a slight bow and said, My apologies, I should have introduced myself earlier. I'm Lumer Sar, and I'm 97 years old. The moment those words came out, the fire mage was left completely speechless. At the same time, Carl Thomas rushed over, shoved Ileana aside, and asked, So you're the one guiding us? Loon answered him warmly. I am the head of the Ursar house and the spokesperson of El Selvikia. The second he heard that, Carl nearly cried inside. He stiffly reached out a hand and weakly shook Loon's. It's an honor to meet you. Nearby, Professor Harlan glanced over and said, Carl Thomas, you and I are having a private talk later. Not long after that, the group arrived at the lodging prepared for the field trip. And honestly, because the place had been abandoned for so many years, the inside was a mess. Cobwebs covered the corners, and rats were running all over the place. The students instantly turned pale. We seriously have to stay here? No way, I can't do this. Hearing them complain, Leo folded his arms and answered with total confidence. Oh really? Then I guess you'll all be sleeping outside. Ileana's eyes immediately lit up. I knew it, class rep. You prepared something better, didn't you? I knew I could count on you. But instead of meeting her expectations, Leo pointed to a tent outside and said, I figured you'd say that, so I set up a sleeping spot out there. Want to sleep under the stars? The second everyone looked out at the blizzard howling outside. Carl awkwardly turned back to the group and said, Why are you all standing around? Hurry up and unpack. This is our resting place. Honestly, it's kind of artistic. Have you seen the weather out there? The second you step outside, you'll turn into a snowman. As for Carl, a little later, he was already sneaking his way up to the second floor. The two of them wore the same sly expression, like foxes stalking prey. Hey, know what the best part of this trip is? Sneaking into the girls' dorm. That's the part we've really been waiting for. But before they could even reach the stairs, Chelsea Llewellyn shot them a disgusted look and cast a spell called Wind Ring. A wave of screams rang through the whole place. When Leo heard the noise, he gave a small nod and casually said, Looks like everyone's having a good time. Maybe I should go take a look too. Then he opened the door. Standing outside was a golden-haired Fey girl waiting for him. Class rep. The head of the house would like to see you. With her leading the way, Leo was brought to Loon's office. The moment he saw Leo, Loon looked a little awkward and said, Welcome, Leo. Sorry for calling you here so suddenly. There's an urgent matter, so could you wait just a moment? Leo answered, No problem. There are a lot of interesting things in here. Mind if I take a look around? Leo asked in a light tone. Of course, Loon replied. As Leo looked across the weapons and equipment hanging on the walls, he could tell at a glance these were ancient relics. Then his eyes stopped on one dagger. Without thinking, he murmured, Urquint. Loon couldn't hide his shock. How do you know about Urquint? Its history is passed down only to the head of the Ursar house. Leo was briefly caught off guard, but he quickly covered it up. I read about Urquint in a few ancient records at the Great Library of Lumen Academy. Loon didn't seem suspicious at all. That makes sense. Lumen Academy really does have everything. Leo reached out and touched the dagger, thinking to himself that it carried the power of a star. But this was not the original. In that moment, memories rushed back to him, taking him to the time when a teammate once showed him that dagger. The dagger had originally belonged to Luna, and later she passed it down to her disciple. But before the final expedition in the war against Tartarus, that disciple lost it at the same time. Loon seemed ready to move on. He stepped closer to Leo and lowered his voice. Urquint is an ancestral reward we received after conquering Velkia's hero realm. Unfortunately, relics taken from a hero realm can only be used by the ones who claimed them. Then he straightened up and said, All right, have a seat. I've heard you attend every class and also serve as the freshman representative at Lumen Academy. I know it's sudden, especially right after our first meeting, but would you be willing to meet my granddaughter just once? She's a first-year student at Saren Academy. She's gifted. Got in with top marks, but the world outside is a lot bigger than she expected. And not long after enrolling, she ran into her limits and started losing her drive. So I thought maybe someone around her age, someone from outside, could give her a little inspiration. Following Loon's lead, Leo headed down the hall. But when he looked at the key in his hand, he muttered under his breath, Is it really okay to hand your granddaughter's room key to a total stranger like this? He knocked once and the door opened on its own. Inside was total chaos, with books and clothes thrown all over the floor. The air was so thick with dust that Leo ended up coughing several times the moment he stepped in. As he looked around, he spotted pictures of a hero party from 5,000 years ago, and right away he realized the girl living here was a hardcore fan of those legendary heroes. Leo thought to himself, I know some people like collecting this kind of stuff, but this is on another level. Wait. Are those really Saren Academy uniforms? Just then, a sleepy voice came from inside. Then the girl saw Leo's face and let out a scream. Panicking, she dove straight under the blanket, while Leo calmly introduced himself. I was sent here at your grandfather's request. Still hiding under the blanket on the bed, Erin kept up her guard, clearly not knowing what else to do. To ease the tension, Leo lightly praised her. Your collection is almost on the level of my Kyle books. Now I'm curious how they describe him from the Fey side. The Northern Mountain Beast Uprising gets credited to Kyle, too. Then he glanced around and added, Honestly, your room's pretty neat. Hearing that, Aaron finally peeked her head out from under the blanket and asked if he liked Kyle, too. Leo stepped farther into the room and slowly looked around. Then his eyes stopped on something, and he murmured, So it's here. Leo continued. The Battle of Darno that mentioned Kyle, wasn't that the battle where that loudmouth referred to Tiberca leading the Tartarus army in a linked formation? The same battle where the great heroes first fought side by side as true comrades? Eren quickly turned to him, excited. Then do you know where Commander Zergo was defeated? Leo answered right away. That's where Luna first tested her causality magic. That only made Eren light up even more. She clasped her hands together and said happily, Yes, that's one of the lesser-known parts of hero history. Even in academic circles, it's treated as a really minor topic. At that point in Eren's eyes, Leo practically looked like an idol. Then she gave a small bow and apologized for not introducing herself sooner. I'm Eren Ursar. I talk too much, don't I? Especially when we just met? Leo didn't mind at all. He just smiled and said, Not at all. If you love hearing stories about the heroes, I'm just glad someone still cares about those tales. Eren went on. This is only my personal opinion. But even though history records 4 great heroes, I think there might have once been a 5th. Leo picked up the thought and said, Kyle, I believe he really existed. So when I get back, I plan to join a research group that tracks down traces of Kyle. The moment she heard that, Eren cried out in delight. Oh, that's amazing. Then she lowered her head and quietly murmured, School? Huh. Leo happened to catch those words and thought. Shy, withdrawn, but not closed off. Then he asked, Eren, why aren't you going to school? She answered bashfully. It's just, I don't think Saren is the right place for me. Her eyes drifted toward the corner of the room as she went on. Everyone there works so hard they train seriously to become heroes. But me, I'm just someone who dreams about being a hero in a more childish way. Leo noticed the outfit tucked away in her wardrobe. The uniform had been kept with care. Wasn't that proof she hadn't truly given up? Then he turned to Eren and said, You're not the only outsider from El Selvikia here. My whole class came on this field trip. If they hear your story, I think they'd really want to meet you. She froze for a second. Huh? Leo stood up and said, You know that in the human world, there are hero training schools like Saren Academy too, right? The second she heard that, Eren's eyes lit up. Leo turned toward the door and started walking out, but not before calling back, If you're curious about students from Lumen Academy, come see them for yourself. Just as Leo stepped outside, Lune was already there waiting for him. The expectation in his eyes was obvious. The moment he saw Leo, Lune jolted and let out a loud cry. Then he hurried closer and whispered, Don't tell me you really got Eren talking that quickly. Leo gave a small nod. Yeah, I did. Hearing that, Lune was so happy he almost cried on the spot. He dabbed at the corners of his eyes with a handkerchief and said, It's been a long time since she's spoken that much with anyone. And he smiled, set a hand on Leo's shoulder, and added, Looks like she really opened up to you. I want to repay you somehow. How about a magic item? It might come in handy for you. Inside, Leo was thrilled, but on the outside he only muttered that refusing would be rude. After walking a while, the two arrived at the Ursar family's treasure room. Inside were piles of gold, jewels, and priceless ornaments everywhere. Just looking at it was enough to make anyone stare. Lune looked at Leo and said, Take whatever you want. Leo stepped farther in and slowly scanned the room. Then his eyes locked onto one item, and inwardly he froze. He pointed at it immediately. I'll take this. Seeing what Leo had chosen, Lune stroked his chin and said, That's a gem containing the power of a fairy, taken by our ancestors from Velkia. The fairy carved into it is beautifully made too. Before Lune could finish explaining, Leo cut him off. It's fine. Seeing that, Lune simply smiled. As long as you like it. Staring at the gem in his hand, Leo murmured to himself, No way, this can't be fake. It's a real fairy. After the students finished setting up their sleeping spots, Harlan led them into a room and said, All right, quiet down. I'm going over the schedule. Starting tomorrow, wake up is at 6 in the morning. In the first half of the day, you'll do individual training in the fairy forest near Vin City. In the afternoon, you'll move on to mission practice. Hearing that, Ileana raised her hand and protested. Wait a second. Haven't we already done enough individual training back at school? We still have to train even on a field trip? Harlan answered without hesitation. This trip is meant to focus on what you still lack. Surely none of you thought you came here to play. Then he made it crystal clear. Let me be honest, this whole schedule was arranged by your class representative. The second they heard that, Warden Tyden snapped from the corner. That bastard! Chelsea also turned and asked, Why would you do that? Leo answered with a faint smile. The fairy forest has monsters that are perfect for real combat training, so train until you drop. Whoever goes down first loses. Right beside him, Ileana chimed in. The class rep has his reasons. If we really want to become true heroes, then we have to do this. After going over a few more details, Harlan wrapped it up. Enjoy yourselves for now. This will be your last free time for a while. A little later, Leo went back to his room. With the gem resting in his hand, he stared at it and quietly muttered, "The sealing magic of the Fairy King," he thought. No wonder Lunar took it for nothing more than a statue. After the era of calamity, the ones who signed the covenant vanished, and no one in the fairy clan had seen that magic since. But Leo knew it the moment he saw it. This was Silrod's magic. Then he began pouring a stream of golden yellow mana into the gem. Holding it carefully, he thought, "So the time has finally come to use the oath the Fairy King once gave me." Wave after wave of magic power surged into the gem. After absorbing the energy for a while, cracks began spreading across its surface, and bright beams of light started breaking through. The glow exploded outward, lighting up the whole room deep into the night. And with that, a tiny spirit appeared, perched in Leo's hand. He murmured, "Father, the seal is finally broken." Then the little spirit looked up at Leo in confusion and said, "Why is a human standing in front of me? How strange." Leo stepped closer and asked, "Who are you?" The tiny spirit's face twitched with anger, and he shouted, "How dare you call me you?" Then he puffed out his chest and proudly declared, "I am the eldest son of the great golden fairy King Silrod, heir to the royal throne. Before you stands Prince Kiran, the silver fairy." Kiran was just getting started with his complaints, but Leo calmly reached out and flicked him hard on the forehead, making him yelp in pain. Rubbing his forehead angrily, Kiran glared at him. "Who do you think you are? How dare you?" Then Leo's eyes turned cold. In a low, measured voice, he said, "What is this attitude? Even your father treated me with respect. So who exactly do you think you are, brat?" The moment he heard that, Kiran flared up. "How rude! You dare insult King Silrod?" But before he could go any further, Leo flicked him in the forehead again. Kiran got even madder and shouted, "You insolent!" Leo flicked him again. And again. This went on for a full 15 minutes. By the end of it, Kiran had finally started speaking a lot more politely. While Leo calmly blew on his finger, Kiran awkwardly muttered, "On second thought, forming a covenant with a lowly human like you may not be so bad." Leo pressed a finger against Kiran's head and said, "With how kind Silrod is, the fact that he still pulled back all 6 of your wings and sealed you away tells me one thing. You must have been a serious problem, Prince Kiran." That hit Kiran right where it hurt. He stroked his chin and said, "You even know that? Then you really are the chosen one." Leo let out a quiet sigh. "Fine. Then go to the fairy realm and summon Silrod for me." Kiran crossed his arms and sighed back. "I can't. I won't be able to return to the fairy realm until I recover all 6 of my wings." Leo asked. "Then where's the first wing?" Kiran replied. "I believe the first one is in the fairy forest, the place that used to be our homeland." A faint smile touched Leo's face as he thought that fate had just delivered Silrod's son right to him. But the second Kiran started sounding a little too full of himself again, Leo flicked his forehead one more time and snapped, "Watch how you talk to me." A few days passed, and just like that, the group began their training inside the fairy forest. In the middle of that snow-covered forest, something happened that left the whole group staring wide-eyed. Only Instructor Harlan stayed calm. Like none of it surprised him at all. The reason was simple, right in front of them. Chelsea was sitting on the ground, looking annoyed as she complained. "No way, he beat that with just wind magic." Then suddenly, an arm reached out in front of her, and her face flushed. It was Leo. He stepped over with a warm smile and said, "Looks like you need some training too." A few minutes earlier, Ileana had walked up to Leo and asked, "Class rep, you said my swordsmanship and magic don't work together well. So what does that make me?" She lightly clenched both hands, let out a frustrated sigh, and said, half annoyed and half embarrassed, "So that's why you made me train separately today?" Leo didn't answer her right away. Instead, his eyes shifted toward someone else nearby. At that, Carl and Warden Tyden both tensed up. Warden spoke first. "What I lack is control over creature summoning." Carl immediately protested, "Hey, alchemy is the only thing I'm actually confident in. I even said that clearly during the entrance exam. Didn't I, Leo?" Then footsteps approached from farther off and a voice said, "I'm not very familiar with wind magic." Hearing that, Leo turned to look. It was Chelsea, tightening her grip on the weapon in her hand. She said, "Then show me." Leo gave a slight smile at that. One hand slipped into his pocket as he acted cool and said, "All right then." Chelsea muttered to herself that everything Leo had shown so far had already gone beyond expectations, and who knew what else he was still hiding. Her eyes sharpened. "No time to think. I'm going straight in." She swung her staff hard at once, whipping up a huge whirlwind. Leo didn't even flinch. He immediately muttered, "Tempest." Then he thrust out his hand and called up a cyclone strong enough to match Chelsea's, and the two storms crashed straight into each other. The impact let out a shrieking sound that made everyone around them tense up, watching the clash from outside. Ileana had to shield her face from the raging wind as she shouted, "Wind speed isn't even Chelsea's strong point, and he's already countering faster than she can." Without hesitating, Chelsea shouted, "Chain gale!" In the next instant, chains shot out from behind her and rushed straight at Leo. Leo stayed completely calm as he said, "Chelsea, I told you from the first day we met. That's not how wind magic is meant to be used." Red gusts began to swirl around him and moved in to intercept Chelsea's attack. Then in an instant, Leo's cyclone tore her chains apart. Before Chelsea could even react, Leo raised a hand toward the air and formed another spell. A wind arrow appeared, aimed directly at Chelsea, and she froze on the spot. The aftershock made the whole forest tremble, and a few loose snowflakes drifted down onto Chelsea's head. By then, Leo's sword was already at her throat. She frowned and could only look up at him. The confidence on his face made the gap between them impossible to miss. After staring at him for a moment, Chelsea quietly repeated his words to herself. "So, this is wind magic." Without another word, Leo reached down and helped her back up. Watching from outside, Ileana let out a long sigh. "I seriously can't believe our class rep is this much of a monster." Carl added, "I never thought Chelsea would lose in the very thing she's best at," Harlan explained. As a pure mage, Chelsea isn't below Leo. The real difference was their understanding of wind magic and how they applied it. That's what decided the match. As you grow stronger, you'll keep learning new techniques. But before that, you need to master the power you already have. Now, standing beside Leo, Chelsea looked embarrassed, while Leo casually reached over and lightly ruffled her hair. Harlan continued, "So for now, work on your basics under the class rep's guidance, and get ready for the mission training this afternoon." Hearing that, the whole group answered in a miserable chorus, "Yes, sir." By that point, they were already shivering from the cold and starving from exhaustion. Meanwhile, Leo was heading alone deeper into the forest. This time his assignment was to gather herbs. As he walked, he remembered everyone collapsed on the ground from exhaustion, while Carl stood there covering his mouth, looking like he might throw up, begging, "Please, I'll train later." Thinking back on that, Leo gave a faint smile and said, "Now they're finally getting serious." Then a clear voice rang out, "Leo, look, I already gathered this much." It was Kieran. The little guy had been out collecting herbs for Leo. Taking the herbs from him, Leo smiled and said, "Impressive, very fairy-like." Kieran puffed up proudly and said, "Well, I'm not just any ordinary fairy." After confirming they had enough herbs, Leo stored the pouch away in his pocket dimension. Then he turned to Kieran and said they should keep going. After that, the two of them headed deeper into the forest together. But after walking a while, Leo suddenly stopped. Seeing that, Kieran looked over in confusion. Leo calmly stared ahead at the invisible wall forming in front of them and said, "That's an illusion." Kieran added, "This is Fairy King magic, but it doesn't feel like my father's spell." Leo murmured to himself that this was Silrod's magic, from a fairy of the Cataclysm era, but the spell itself had only been activated around 100 years ago. Judging by the timing, it had likely reacted to Kieran's wings. An ancient barrier made from old magic and the Fairy King's son's wings could only mean one thing. Something extremely important was sealed inside. Then, from inside that space, a pair of icy feet slowly stepped forward. The moment Kieran saw it, he pinched his nose and shouted, "Ah!" The figure looked at Leo and asked, "How is there a human in fairyland?" Leo wasn't surprised in the slightest. He calmly replied, "What stranger is seeing an immortal like you show up here?" It was a skeleton, and in a dry voice it said, "This place has long since fallen under their influence, Tartarus." Kieran immediately shouted back at the skeleton, "This is our fairy sanctuary." "What nonsense are you talking about?" the skeleton answered coldly. "Fairies? A lowly creature like you dares call itself a fairy?" The moment he heard that, Kieran exploded. "What did you just say?" Blue energy started swirling around him. Then he lunged forward with both fists clenched and shouted, "You bastard!" The skeleton didn't react at all. It stood there like the attack meant nothing. Then Kiran drove a punch straight into its chest and shattered its ribcage. Its body started breaking apart and collapsing onto the ground. Landing lightly, Kiran snorted and said, "Ha! Big talk for someone that weak." Seeing that, Leo mocked him right away. "And you still call yourself a fairy? You rushed in like some street thug?" Kiran stretched like he was finally warming up after days without moving and said, "Who cares, as long as it worked? Fairy power and immortal power are natural opposites." Then suddenly his eyes widened. "What is this?" The immortal's body was slowly restoring itself. As it regenerated, it said, "I see, lowly as you are still a fairy." Catching the rotten stench coming off the thing, Kiran covered his nose and shouted, "Gross, stubborn, and disgusting too. This guy probably hasn't bathed in thousands of years." Then the immortal gripped its sword and a huge surge of energy poured from it. Kiran charged again without hesitation, yelling, "I'll smash you down to the bone!" But just as he got close, Leo's eyes widened from the side and he shouted, "Kiran, move!" At that exact moment, the immortal slammed its sword hard into the ground. A wave of red mana burst out around it like a defensive curtain. The second Kiran saw that terrifying barrier, his eyes went wide. He instantly veered off and shot in another direction. But in his rush, he slammed straight into Leo and yelped, "Ow! What the heck was that?" Leo stayed composed, casually lifting him onto his shoulder as he spoke. "That's a Tartarus monster. It's been around for a very long time." Then the skeleton spoke. "I'm a Death Knight. My name is Kargor, a knight who serves the Lich King." The moment he finished, he swung his sword and charged Leo head-on. Leo drew his own blade at once and met the attack with a slash of his own. Kargor kept pressing from every angle before saying in a low, chilling voice, "I'm the one who will lead you to death." The words were cold and packed with killing intent, and Leo looked up at him, his heart pounding under that overwhelming pressure. Before Leo could even catch his breath, Kargor brought down another crushing slash, like a divine punishment falling from above. The force of it ripped through the air. Leo's eyes sharpened. In a hurry, he raised a glowing blue shield of magic to take the blow. He blocked it, but the impact still shoved him back. His legs shook, sweat ran down his face, and it took everything he had to steady himself. Kargor stepped forward with a twisted smile. His eyes cutting as sharp as a blade, he sneered, "You brought out light energy that fast. Not bad." Then he tightened his grip and rushed Leo like a storm battle lust burning in his eyes. As soon as he got close, he raised his sword and brought it down in a violent slash that made the air shriek. Leo was already worn down, but he still reacted in time. Even so, his body was heavy, and parrying that monstrous strike clearly took effort. The two of them growled through gritted teeth, staring each other down as neither side gave an inch. Then Kargor broke into a smug laugh. "All your resistance is meaningless. Ha 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 ha." Seeing Leo being pushed back, Kiran sprang in from behind and shouted, "Leo, I'm helping!" He swung with all his strength at Kargor, but the skeleton's body was nothing but hardened bone. Kiran bounced off and hit the ground, his forehead instantly swelling red. Holding his head in pain, he muttered, "Ah, I really tried. If only I had wings." Even exhausted, Leo clenched his teeth, his eyes still burning with resolve, and said in a low, powerful voice, "By the name of the one bound by covenant, answer my summons." The instant the words left his mouth, bright sparks burst around him. Even Kargor hesitated and took a few steps back. When the incantation was complete, Leo's body flared with blazing light, sparks rising around him like infernal fire. Then, a magnificent pair of phoenix wings erupted from his back, giving off heat so intense even the air started to tremble. Leo gripped his sword tighter and stared straight at Kargor, his eyes cold and fearless. Kargor froze and stammered, "This is..." From the ground, Kiran looked up in shock and muttered, "What? There's another covenant bearer besides me?" Leo didn't waste a second. He swung his sword, and the slash twisted into the head of a blazing phoenix that tore toward Kargor at terrifying speed. The moment the flames hit, a massive blast exploded outward and ripped Kargor's body cleanly in half. Then from inside the fire, a tiny phoenix flew out and landed on Leo's shoulder, chirping like an innocent little chick. Kiran hopped closer, staring at the tiny bird in disbelief. "Is that a phoenix?" The little phoenix shot him a look full of contempt, leaving Kiran scratching his head with an awkward grin. But Kargor still wasn't finished. Snarling in rage, he roared, "A phoenix and a fairy. I will not let either of them live." Then he drove his cursed sword into the ground. Bright red blood burst out around him like a flood as he shouted, "Death Army, devour these creatures!" His call echoed through the land of death. And the skeletons answered as one, surging forward in a single wave. Leo looked ahead and muttered under his breath, "A curse that keeps summoning the undead." Behind him, Karen blurted out nervously, "Huh, have you given up? You're out of light energy." Hearing that, Leo only gave a faint smile, confidence flickering in his eyes. He lowered his stance and answered firmly, "Of course not." As he moved forward, he murmured to himself, "Could this be Kyle's mana? It's been a long time since I used it." Then he activated an earthquake skill. A huge surge of mana poured from his hands into the ground, splitting the earth apart and stopping the undead charge in its tracks. Even from a distance, Kargor couldn't hide how stunned he was by Leo's attack. Leo gave him no time to recover and shot straight toward him. As he closed the distance, he swung his sword and released a whirlwind technique that blasted every undead in his way aside. Watching Leo tear through his minions, Kargor yelled in anger, "Stop right there! If you call yourself a knight, then face me honorably, Leo." Leo kept moving, his voice cold. "You're the one hiding behind a swarm of minions, and you want to talk about honor?" With that, he gathered strength into his legs. He kicked off the ground, vaulted over the undead, and soared high into the air. Kargor thought he was retreating and roared that Leo was running away. While moving, Leo turned to Kirin and said in a low but gentle voice, "Little guy, stop fighting. Both of you get inside." After putting some distance between them, Leo finally stopped. He let out a breath and murmured, "This place should be safe enough." But right then, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed from far away. Leo glanced over and saw an undead creature snarling as it made its way toward him. Without a moment of hesitation, he drew his sword, thinking to himself that one undead had broken away from the group. His blade flashed upward and shredded the undead on the spot. But right after that, another sword came flying straight at him. A voice rang out, "Did you summon it, human?" Leo answered immediately, "No, I'm Lumen's student. I have nothing to do with those undead." As he took in the other person's clothes, Leo muttered, "The uniform of a Saren trainee." But the attacker ignored him completely and slashed again, shouting, "What a pathetic excuse! Die, necromancer!" Leo twisted aside neatly and avoided the strike. Then he drove the pommel of his sword hard into the man's stomach, making him double over and cry out in pain. Then from the darkness, a calm voice softly said, "That's enough." A red-haired girl stepped out, looking at him with clear, sincere eyes. "I'm sorry about his rudeness earlier. I'm Runia Elrundoa, a first-year Saren trainee. Please don't assume every Saren student is like him." Hearing how gently she spoke, Leo gave a small nod. "All right, apology accepted. What brings you here from Saren?" Runia stepped closer and held out her hand. "I'm doing field training in Berkia." Leo answered, "I'm here on an expedition. Then I need to report back to my professor." With that, he turned to leave. Runia stayed where she was and softly said, "May the Berkia forest protect you, Leo?" As he walked away, Leo murmured to himself, "Runia Elrundoa, why does that name sound so familiar?" Meanwhile, somewhere else, Runia was scolding that young man, angrily snapping that he was the worst student in the senior class, always causing trouble and showing off like an idiot. It was honestly embarrassing. Things like that seemed pretty normal in Berkia County. Then the scene shifts to Leo walking with Professor Harrod to meet Lune. After hearing what happened, Lune started wondering about a death knight appearing inside the sanctuary. Was it connected to some old disaster? Or monsters that had shown up there long ago? The level of contamination didn't seem all that severe. Harrod continued, saying Leo wasn't the kind of student who would lie. Lune replied that misunderstandings born from ignorance could still become lies. Right then, something caught Leo's attention. A man stepped in and announced, a first-year aspiring hero claimed she encountered a death knight. It was Herdium Wintel, the homeroom teacher of Saren's Senior Class 1. Then he added, "Most likely she just mistook it for a skeleton knight. I don't believe a first-year student could escape a death knight." He glanced over at Leo. "You're only a first year after all." Then he turned toward Harrod. "Professor Harrod, do you really believe this student's story?" Harrod answered right away, "Of course. She represents the entire faculty." Herdium paused, clearly caught off guard. If that were true, it might actually broaden the perspective of Saren's students, though he still seemed to think the whole Death Knight matter was hard to believe. He went on, "If she represents the faculty, Then she must have confidence in her magic. I propose a joint class between Saren's senior class 1 and Lumen. The scene shifts to evening, inside a magnificent hall that looked almost like a marble palace, where a lavish social gala was being held. Carl and Chelsea walked in with bright smiles. Carl blurted out that if they were really hosting an exchange event this extravagant, then it really was a rich school. Chelsea tugged on his sleeve and added that it looked fit for an emperor's banquet. Ileana said cheerfully, "I heard tomorrow we'll get to experience Saren's teaching style." Nella let out an excited little laugh and said, "I can't wait." At the dining table, Herod and Herdium spoke quietly to each other. Leo glanced their way and thought to himself that Herdium must have proposed the joint class because he wanted to see the truth with his own eyes. Then suddenly, a voice called out, "Haven't we met before?" Startled, Leo turned around. He saw Runia walking up with a smile. "Dance with me, will you?" Under stage lights that shimmered like something out of a dream, Leo and Runia moved together across the dance floor. She looked at him and asked, "Do you know the LF dance?" Leo nodded. "Yeah, I learned it a long time ago." Runia grew a little shy and thought to herself that she still didn't know his name. What was she supposed to call him? Leo answered, "I'm Leo Plov. Just call me Leo." The moment she heard that name, Runia froze for a few seconds. Then all of a sudden she grabbed Leo by the collar and shouted angrily, "So you're the Covenant thief who stole someone else's bond?" The sudden move left Leo completely stunned. Runia leaned in close and growled, "I'll kill you." As Leo remembered the trembling, regret-filled words of Fiora's mother, his chest tightened. Reina was the original Covenant bearer, and she was also the one who had saved Runia El Rundoa's life. "I'm sorry for the child who was supposed to be the original Covenant bearer." Just thinking about those words made Leo feel numb, like a cold wind had passed right through him, and in that instant he realized with shock that this girl was supposed to have been Fiora's original Covenant bearer. Runia was still standing right in front of him, her face burning red with anger, and her eyes blazing as if they could scorch him on the spot. Through clenched teeth, she spat out, "You filthy Covenant thief." Leo looked straight at her, let out a soft sigh, and gave her a gentle smile. "Fiora is doing fine." Those unexpected words made Runia go completely still, her eyes widening in surprise. But then she bit down hard, and the anger came rushing back. "Go die!" she screamed, lunging at Leo at terrifying speed, leaving everyone around them frozen in shock. A few minutes later, the tension still hadn't faded inside the huge hall. Leo walked beside Professor Herod, while Runia kept her head lowered, her voice shaking as she said, "I'm sorry, Leo. Please forgive how rude I was just now." Her apology sounded sincere, but the way her hands stayed clenched made it clear the anger inside her was still burning. Leo answered with a gentle smile, "It's fine." But in his heart he couldn't help thinking that putting on an act like this had to be exhausting for her. Once everything was settled, Herod announced that the misunderstanding had been resolved and said they would be leaving. Then the two of them turned and walked away. Pushing up his glasses, Herdium stared at Runia and said sternly, "Runia, don't make that mistake again. Remember your position as Saren's first-year representative?" Runia's expression darkened. She gave a small nod and quietly replied, "Yes, I understand." Herdium continued in a firm voice, "Then in tomorrow's joint class, we need to prove it." He stepped closer and placed a hand on Runia's shoulder, his eyes burning with confidence that Saren would one day surpass Lumen. Then he suddenly corrected himself and laughed out loud. "No, not just Lumen. We'll surpass every hero academy." That heated speech made Runia tremble, but not out of fear. Her anger only started rising again. In her eyes, those commoners from Lumen weren't even worth respecting. After making that grand declaration, Herdium stroked his chin and briefly worried that he might be putting too much pressure on her. Clearing his throat, he started to speak again. "Ahem, from now on." But before he could finish, Runia clenched both fists and shouted in fury, "I will never lose to that bastard again. I'll crush him. Don't worry for Saren's honor." Even Herdium was caught off guard by how extreme she sounded, and for a second, the fire in her eyes actually startled him. The next day, the scene shifted to a large lecture hall, where students from both classes sat facing each other, the air buzzing with excitement. Standing at the podium, Herod greeted them warmly. "It's a pleasure to meet the first-year students of Saren. I'm Professor Herod, a lecturer from Lumen. Today you'll be watching a model lesson from Lumen." The moment he said that, the Saren students stirred, their eyes bright with curiosity. Herod continued, "Ileana, Carl, Warden, please come forward. You'll be leading this lesson." All three of them froze for a second, clearly surprised by the sudden call. Then Herod added, "You're the outstanding students representing Lumen. Show them what you've learned." Praise that sweet was hard to resist. Ileana, Carl, and Warden all flushed a little, trying to stay modest even as their eyes lit up. Sitting beside Leo, Chelsea said cheerfully, "Oh, so they picked one student from each department, right?" Leo frowned slightly and thought to himself that the teacher was just being lazy and picking people at random. Then the demonstration began. Ileana stepped up first and cast fire magic, filling the air with dancing flames. Carl followed by manipulating metal, shaping it into detailed forms right in front of everyone. Then Warden summoned a set of mysterious creatures, leaving the whole lecture hall staring in amazement. The students got excited at once and hurried to write everything down. Herdium stood there with his arms crossed, smiling to himself as he thought that from another angle, this could open the door to a whole new teaching method. But then his expression shifted slightly and his eyes moved toward Leo. Strangely enough, the class president still hadn't really made a move. Leo just sat there distracted, still thinking about the chair Carl had thrown before, his gaze drifting off. Across from him, Runia stared over with cold, furious eyes. Seeing their side perform so well, Chelsea happily cheered them on. "Nice job, everyone." The three students bowed, then headed back to their seats. After Lumen's demonstration ended, Herdium stepped up to the podium and praised them. "That was a very interesting lesson from Lumen's students. I can clearly see that each of you has developed strong ability in your own field." Then he picked up a piece of chalk and began drawing the elemental attributes across the board while he explained. He went on to say that Saren Academy followed a completely different path from Lumen. At Saren, every student learned magic as their foundation, aiming for a balanced style of training instead of leaning too heavily into one narrow specialty. Sitting below, Leo frowned and thought to himself that calling it balanced was almost a joke. They taught all kinds of things, sure, but the theory behind it still felt like flashy magic showmanship. Leo let out a long, bored yawn, startling the students around him. Herdium turned and kept going. "And that is how we arrive at the final answer." He shot Leo a glance and thought, "What is this brat's problem? He goes around spreading stories about facing a death knight, and now he acts like this in class." Then he raised his voice. "Enough with theory." Lifting one hand, he formed a brilliant golden crystal block in front of his chest. "Let me show you the true essence of Saren," he said. "By nature, we are a race of magic." He poured mana into the crystal and launched it upward. And as it rose, countless smaller crystal fragments split away from it. They flooded the lecture hall with dazzling light, drawing gasps from the students all around. Then he continued, "This is spirit art, the primordial magic passed down from our ancestors. This is our true essence, our spirit magic." Pointing at the board, he said, "This formula is the legacy left behind by the goddess Luna. It is the foundation of all spirit art. The spells we use today are only one branch among countless variations that came from that formula, aren't they?" At that moment, a hand rose from below. It was Leo. Herdium looked straight at him, the class president. Leo let out a small sigh and smiled. He honestly wasn't that interested in spirit art, but he still spoke up and cut right in. "That explanation is wrong." The second those words left his mouth, Herod and Runia both froze. Every eye in the room turned toward him. Herdium frowned and stared at him. "What did you just say?" Leo answered calmly that the magic couldn't actually be activated. That single comment sent a ripple through the students, and the whole room started buzzing. Herdium thumped his chest and replied, "Of course that spell is incomplete, so it can't be cast. Our ancestors deciphered Luna's legacy and restored it into the form we use today." Leo thought to himself that even so, a lot of it had still been lost, so it wasn't strange that Herdium didn't know. That magic had originally been created by Luna for Kyle alone. Herdium's eyes turned cold. "You seem to know quite a lot about spirit art. If our explanation is wrong, then show us your version." Seeing things starting to spiral, Herod let out a quiet sigh and got ready to step in. But then he stopped short when he saw Leo rise from his seat without hesitation. Leo walked up to the podium thinking to himself that their so-called ancient magic was only an imitation. He was the one who had received the complete form from Luna, but he died before he could ever pass it on to anyone else. Maybe, in a way, this meeting had been inevitable. Watching Leo step forward, Herod felt a headache coming on. Spirit art was a source of pride for the ancient race, part of the founder's legacy. If this kept going, it could stir up trouble across the entire academy. Leo walked over to the table. Then he started adjusting the flow of mana with his fingertips. One of the students couldn't help blurting out, "What kind of technique is that? It looks like spirit art, but I've never seen a formula like that before." When he finished, Leo turned back to Herdium. I'm done, sir. As Herdium watched that flawless flow of mana, his eyes slowly filled with tears. His whole body trembled, and when he tried to speak, the words barely came out. What is this magic? Have you used it before? And in that instant, the scene seemed to rewind to the past. Back when Luna first cast the spell, Kyle stood across from her and asked the same thing. What is this magic? Luna cut him off proudly. Look, I finally completed it. I'm only teaching this to you, Kyle. This is the blooming transference spell. At that same moment in the present, a golden flower appeared in Leo's hand, shining brilliantly like Luna's miracle had bloomed again. The entire class just stared, mouths open and eyes wide in disbelief. Down below, Ileana couldn't even hide how amazed she was and blurted out excitedly. Class president, that was incredible, right? Beside her, Nella gave a small nod and smiled, her eyes full of pride. Meanwhile, Runia, who had already hated everything Leo was doing, blinked in shock and thought to herself, what is this? Why is the professor reacting like that? She secretly glanced toward Professor Herdium and saw him down on both knees, tears streaming from his eyes as he stared at that beautiful piece of magic. His eyes shimmered, and his voice shook with awe. Incredible! So many elemental branches can come from this. Don't tell me this spell was really made just to make flowers bloom. Standing nearby, Leo smiled with calm confidence and answered in a steady, almost gentle voice. It's not that simple. During the calamity, flowers nearly vanished. His voice seemed to quiet the whole room. And to the founder Luna, weren't flowers something truly special? Back in the memory, Kyle looked doubtful as he lightly touched the glowing golden flower and muttered, What kind of magic is this? It's useless in a fight, isn't it? Luna, standing beside him, turned and looked at him with star-like eyes. Her voice was soft, but full of feeling. Do you know how beautiful flowers are? One day I'm going to see a world filled with them. Back in the present, Professor Herdium kept staring at the magnificent flower in front of him and murmured in amazement. So this is it. The founder really did leave the truth inside it. Once he came back to his senses, he turned at once and asked in confusion, Who is this student? How does he know all of this? Leo casually stepped closer and said near his ear in a warm voice, I'm Leo Plav. I studied the essence of magic on my own through ancient texts. I work across multiple disciplines, and I happen to be a naturally gifted mage. That modest but confident introduction left Herdium staring in shock. Eyes wide, he stammered, Could your family be related to the elves? Leo shook his head with a faint smile. Then Professor Harrod came up from below, looking more than a little embarrassed. With a sigh, he said, My student has gone too far. I'm sorry. Let's end the lesson here. Then he turned to Professor Herdium and said seriously, For now, it's best not to make any official judgment on this matter. Still dazed, Herdium stammered. Ah, Professor Harrod. Perhaps I was being a little presumptuous. Then suddenly he stepped forward, grabbed Harrod's hand with both of his, and asked with open excitement, But could we discuss transferring the student Leo to our school? That proposal hit so suddenly that Professor Harrod blurted out, What? After class, the group returned to their lodgings, and the mood there was more lively than ever. Ileana and Chelsea, both full of energy, started showing off their cooking. Grinning proudly, Chelsea brought out a pot of deep purple fish that gave off such a harsh smell nobody even wanted to get near it. Then she announced, Ta-da! The Llewellyn family specialty. Not wanting to lose, Ileana set down a strangely shaped salad that she had been keeping covered from everyone's eyes. With a bright smile, she chirped, And here's my deadly risotto. So good, only one person will survive. The second they saw those two dishes, Leo, Warden, and Nella all went stiff with panic. Leo leaned toward Warden and whispered with a shaky voice, This is the true nightmare of joining Lumen. Warden turned pale and answered, Do we even have another option? Standing behind them, Nella frowned and quietly said, I think I still have some elf bread left from before. Before anyone could stop her, Ileana moved in a flash and stuffed a spoonful into Carl's mouth, smiling brightly as she said, Try it, try it. The moment it slid down his throat, Carl's whole body started shaking. Sweat poured off him like rain, and panic filled his eyes. Seeing him hesitate like that, Ileana frowned and snapped, What are you doing, idiot? Off to the side, Loon watched the students fooling around and laughed from the heart. It's wonderful seeing all of you this happy. Beside him, Professor Harrod scratched his head and quietly muttered, Class president. As if he already understood, Leo turned toward the others right away. But just as he was about to leave, Loon called out, Wait. Then in a serious voice he continued, You should know this. The El Salvaja Assembly has already made a decision regarding the Death Knight forces. That made Leo flinch ever so slightly, and his heartbeat picked up. Loon went on. To put it simply, we've confirmed that multiple Wraiths and Death Knight units have appeared in the Fairy Forest region. So Lumen and Saren will be working together to investigate whatever abnormality is spreading through the forest. But first-year students still lack experience, which makes this mission extremely dangerous. Hearing that, Ileana, Chelsea, and Nella, who were standing outside the door, instantly lit up. Their cheeks flushed, and they looked so excited they were practically ready to jump inside the room. Loon continued. That's why we proposed to Saren that when the mission begins, our students investigate alongside Saren's first years. Leo answered right away. Did the council leadership really come all the way out here just to ask for that? Loon shook his head and gave him a mysterious smile. No. Actually, I came because of you, Leo. At that moment, Eran peeked in shyly from the doorway, her cheeks slightly red. The moment Leo saw her, he stepped outside with a friendly smile. Hey, Iron, how have you been? Iron stumbled over her words and replied, I said I'd come, so I used that privilege. Second, Chelsea spotted the newcomer from inside. She blurted out, She's so cute. Then the girls all crowded around her at once, chattering non-stop. Chelsea excitedly asked her name and why she hadn't come to the exchange event, while Ileana turned to Leo with curiosity and asked, Class President, how do you know her? Nella only smiled and whispered, So adorable. The overwhelming attention made Iran blush all the way to her ears, like she wanted to turn to stone right there. By the time the questions kept piling up, her eyes were practically spinning. In the end, she mumbled a quick apology and hurried upstairs. Her sudden escape left Chelsea and Ileana staring in confusion. Chelsea frowned. Did we do something wrong? Ileana scratched her head and said, She's really just super shy, huh? Watching all of that, Loon turned to Leo and said quietly, Leo, I'm counting on you. Leo only gave a small nod, then let his gaze drift toward the balcony, where Aaron was sitting by herself in silence. A moment later, a coat was gently placed over her shoulders, and Aaron jolted in surprise. Leo had stepped out onto the balcony, smiling as warmly as sunlight. Aaron looked up shyly and asked, Aren't you cold, Leo? He answered with easy confidence. I'm fine, don't worry about me. Then, more quietly, he asked, So why did you run away from Saren Academy? The question caught Aaron off guard, and her gaze slowly drifted into the distance. After a pause, she muttered, Because I'm not fit to be a hero. Leo looked surprised and asked, Why would you think that? Aaron began speaking in a soft voice, but there was emotion buried in it. She explained that life at Saren had become too much for her. I met someone like Sunshine. Runia. She's confident, kind, and everything a real hero should be. I admired her. I wanted to follow the path she walked, so I tried to move up into an advanced first-year class. But during the evaluation match, I made a huge mistake, and after that, I thought Runia would hate me. Looking at the small girl in front of him, Leo fell silent for a brief moment. She's not the kind of person who deserves to be hated, and Runia doesn't seem like the type to hold on to something so small, does she? Then he smiled and asked, Do you like the story of Versha? Iron's eyes immediately lit up, and she nodded eagerly. Yes. That's the tale of our ancestors, Leo continued in that same warm voice. Then you know Versha admired great heroes and chose to follow them? And that's how she became a hero too, right? Don't let other people's eyes decide your path. Follow the one you want. Those words seemed to reach her. Aaron brightened right away, and a little light returned to her eyes. Then Leo gently held out his hand. Come on back down. My class is a lot of fun. The next day, Professors Herdium and Herod led the two classes into a forest covered in white snow, with flames rising behind her. Runia turned toward Leo and asked curiously, How exactly did you convince Iron? Leo answered calmly, I told her she didn't need to be afraid of you. Runia blinked, caught off guard. Afraid of me? Why would she be? Leo explained. She said you looked terrifying during the evaluation match, so she convinced herself you hated her. That made Runia pause, then mumble, Oh, that's only because Aaron is strong. I had to stay focused. Leo smiled and told her, Take good care of her. She needs you. Not far away, Professor Herdium looked off into the distance and called out cheerfully, They're here. A group of students came into view, led by a calm young man with purple hair. It was Lauder Algra, the representative of Saren Academy's third year. He stepped forward and shook Herdium's hand with polite composure. Smiling broadly, Herdium said, Lauder, Your recent thesis was very interesting. Leo's eyes shifted to the ring on Lauder's hand, curiosity flickering across his face. He turned to Runia and asked, "Who's that?" Runia answered, "That's Senior Lauder. He's the representative for the 3rd years. He didn't stand out much until 2nd year, but then he suddenly broke through and became one of the biggest names of the term." Hearing that, Leo quietly muttered to himself, thinking about that sudden rise. Once everyone had gathered, Professor Harrod spoke up. "Now that we're all here, we'll begin the group mission. Each team will consist of 2 or 3 first years and 1 third year." Holding a list in his hand, Professor Herdium read the first group aloud. Group 1, Leo, Runia, and Lauder. The second Leo heard that list, he stopped cold. Under his breath he muttered, "No way! This doesn't feel random at all." Carefully, Leo guided the group farther into the thick forest, where ancient branches swallowed the sunlight, and the whole place felt dark, heavy, and strangely unsettling. Leo stayed in front, moving at a steady pace while his eyes kept sweeping the bushes and every faint sound around them. The deeper he went, the more a quiet tension crept into his chest, like the forest itself was trying to warn him. Behind him, Runia was the complete opposite. Her lips were pressed tight, and she kept muttering to herself in frustration. "Seriously, this is so annoying." She still hadn't forgotten Professor Herdium's mocking words, practically hoping the two of them would fail miserably this time, and finally come to their senses. That thought only made Runia angrier. She frowned, her eyes sharp with irritation, then suddenly snapped. "Why do I have to be paired with a thief in the first place?" Leo turned to her without flinching at all. A faint, crooked smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. "You still haven't let go of that, huh?" he said, calm as ever, with just enough teasing in his voice to make it sting. Runia balled up her fists, her cheeks flushing red. "Of course not," she shot back. "I still don't accept you as Fiora's contractor." Leo only shrugged and kept walking, looking completely unbothered. Then he answered in a quiet voice, but something in his tone made Runia stiffen on the spot. "To make things clearer, here's how the survey teams were positioned throughout the forest." Deep in the forest was Leo and Runia's team. Over by the giant octopus habitat was Chelsea's group, where the air hung damp and carried a strong fishy smell. At the patch of rare herbs, Ileana's team was busy gathering samples with care. The area filled with ancient cypress trees was assigned to Nella's group, while the forest entrance was under Warden Tiden's watch. Runia looked around and quickly noticed someone was missing. Frowning, she asked, "Senior, where did Lauder go by himself? Weren't we supposed to stay together?" At that same moment, Leo suddenly crouched down, brushing his hand over the snow-covered ground as if he was searching for something. Thinking back to Lauder's earlier words, "I'll be on my own for a bit. Meet me in the middle of the forest," Leo quietly said. He probably had something personal to take care of. Then Leo's hand touched a patch of thick snow where a strange purple mana was leaking out, and the moment he felt it, he sensed something ancient and dangerous hiding underneath. Runia was still standing behind him, scanning the area. "Confused," she said, "but we're this deep in the forest, and there aren't any immortals anywhere. Last time, there were supposed to be quite a few." Leo stayed quiet for a moment, then murmured, "It does look like last time, but if you look closer..." His mind went back to when he had touched that invisible wall earlier. At the time, Kiran, who had been standing beside him, told him, "This is an illusion, fairy king magic, but it's not the same as my father's." That was when Leo realized something here was different. This land had been cursed, and that curse hadn't been here before. A death curse, the kind only someone who had lived through that calamity would recognize, without meaning to. Leo's thoughts drifted to Tartarus, Erebus's loyal commander, a survivor of the catastrophe tied to the Hellkaiser kingdom. Tartarus wouldn't be acting alone, Leo thought. Kargor the Death Knight was the one who usually moved at his side. Then all at once, Leo sprang to his feet, his eyes sharpening the instant he sensed something. "There's something over there," he muttered, looking toward the fairy-protected land guarded by Silrod. Runia caught the change in him and tilted her head. "What is it? Did you sense something?" Before Leo could answer, a burst of fast footsteps came crashing in from deeper in the forest, making him snap his head up at once. "Something's coming," he shouted. He immediately pulled out his shining sword and got ready to fight. But then a warm, low voice suddenly cut through the tension. "Phew, how's the investigation going?" It was Lauder. Stepping out from the shadows with an easy smile on his face, Leo and Runia both blurted out at the same time, "Senior Lauder." Still smiling, he walked over and asked, So, did you run into any immortals? Runia let out a relieved breath and shook her head. You scared me. No, we didn't find anything. Leo, meanwhile, slid his sword back into place, but his eyes never left Louder. Then Leo held out his hand to shake Louder's, but the second their hands met, he felt an odd energy coming from the black ring on the senior's finger. That ring, Leo thought. But before he could say anything, Louder cut in right away. Sorry, you're mistaken. Louder said it with a smile that carried a strange hint beneath it. There isn't a single immortal here, much less a Death Knight. But that's fine. Freshmen tend to get ahead of themselves. Then he went on in the same even tone. Do you know what happens to high-level immortals like Death Knights if the summoning mage doesn't have enough mana to maintain them? They vanish. So if there's a Death Knight somewhere, that means there's also a summoning demon nearby. Runia frowned, clearly confused. Are you saying there are demons in this forest? But this is Berkia, the capital of El Selvikia, isn't it? Louder stepped a little closer and raised one finger with a smile. Students from Sirun should know about the stellar magic cast around Berkia, right? Runia quickly nodded. It's the magic created by Grandmaster Luna. Demons can't get in. But Leo cut in at once, his voice firm. There's no rule saying a summoner has to be a demon. Other races can use dark power too. Even fairies. The moment he said it, both of the others froze. A faint smirk appeared on Louder's face, like Leo's answer had amused him. Interesting thought. You probably don't realize how proud the Alliance really is. After saying that, he turned and walked off, only adding one last thing before leaving. Finish your investigation. Meet up at the forest entrance. Leo said nothing. He just watched Louder's back as he left. He's searching for something, Leo thought. Beside him, Runia seemed to feel it too. Under her breath, she muttered, that guy definitely knows something. That night, back in the student dorms, the dim yellow light in the small room fell across a circle of tense faces. Warden Tidney, one of the group members, broke the silence first. Your team didn't see the Death Knight either? Across from him, Carl let out a quiet sigh, sounding completely let down. Forget the Death Knight. We didn't even see a single immortal. Chelsea, as impulsive as always, slammed her hand on the table and shot to her feet. Her eyes were shining with both excitement and suspicion. That just makes it even more suspicious, she shouted. The president clearly said the immortals showed up. But the moment we started investigating, they were gone. Something's definitely wrong. Carl just gave a faint smile and shook his head. I'm heading to bed. I'm exhausted. But Chelsea wasn't about to let him off that easily. She lunged in, grabbed his tie, and yanked him back. Hey, hold it right there. By then, Leo had already slipped out through the dorm window. He landed without a sound, light as a shadow. From there, he headed straight for the Sirun Academy Hotel. A faint strip of moonlight was spilling through the window of one of the rooms. Leo eased the door open and stepped inside, his eyes quickly sweeping across the room. He stopped at the table where Louder's notebook had been left behind. So he really did sneak out first, Leo thought. Then something else on the table caught his eye. It was a map, and on it, a red mark had been drawn at the entrance to the Phalans. Didn't expect this, did you? A voice suddenly called out from behind him, making Leo whip around. What are you doing here? It was Runia, who had appeared without him noticing, staring at him with equal parts suspicion and curiosity. Leo spun around, and in one quick motion covered her mouth with his hand. Quiet, he whispered. Once they both settled down, Runia frowned and snapped. You were acting weird earlier. What exactly are you doing here? Lowering his voice, Leo replied. I came to check on Louder, but he moved before I got here. He's definitely heading toward the fairy forest. Right then. Footsteps and voices sounded from outside. Didn't you just say he was asleep? Another voice answered. I heard something. Leo and Runia looked at each other once and instantly understood the situation. Without wasting a second, Leo wrapped an arm around Runia's shoulders. Then he lifted her and jumped straight out the window. They were gone in a flash, leaving Runia too stunned to even react. At the same time in Aaron's room, she had been quietly reading under the dim light when a sudden noise outside made her look up. Aaron got out of bed and walked over to the window. The moment she looked down, she froze. Leo was down there, carrying Runia in his arms. Leo and Runia too. She murmured, her hands trembling just enough for the book to slip from her grasp. In an instant, Aaron's imagination ran wild. She pictured an even more handsome Leo turning toward Runia with soft eyes and saying, "Let me join your honorary rescue team." Then she imagined Runia looking back at him just as gently, the two of them melting into some perfect romantic scene. Aaron's face turned bright red as she grabbed her burning cheeks, a secret date. Meanwhile, in the fairy forest, Leo and Runia pushed farther into the woods, and the air around them kept getting colder. Runia followed behind him, shooting him annoyed looks every now and then. "So you're really planning to follow me the whole way?" "Just go back to the dorm," Leo said, sounding a little irritated. Runia frowned and fired back. "You still think Senior Lauder is involved? He only got here this morning." The Death Knight was found days ago. Before she could say anything else, a voice suddenly cut in. "Stop!" Aaron appeared in front of them, out of breath, bent forward with her hands on her knees. Runia blinked in surprise. "Aaron? When did you get here?" Aaron's face instantly turned red. Clenching her fists, she blurted out, "Good heavens, students should not be having improper romantic relationships. Boys and girls should be kept separate from the age of 3. Runia froze. "Huh? What?" Leo looked just as thrown off, rubbing his forehead. "What are you even talking about?" But Aaron doubled down. "I saw everything, you two sneaking out together." Then she paused, confused by her own thoughts. "How strange. Well, Runia really is beautiful. And Leo is really handsome." That line left Runia completely stunned, her face heating up so fast it looked like she might start steaming. Leo did his best to stay composed. He turned toward Runia. "Runia, say something." Flustered, she stammered. "No, it's not like that." Then the mood changed all at once. Leo's expression tightened as a bitter, freezing wind brushed past. The next second, an immortal arm suddenly burst out from the ground beneath them. And right after that came a wave of reanimated corpses, crawling up from below with red eyes glowing in the dark. The immortals had appeared. Leo shouted, drew his sword, and immediately took his stance. Then from deep within the forest, a low and chilling voice echoed out. "Welcome to the Fey Woods." The group instantly tensed as the undead clawed their way out of the earth, their ember-red eyes burning through the darkness. Leo tightened his grip on his sword, the blade catching the moonlight as his eyes locked forward. "They're all high-level skeletal undead," he shouted, his voice sharp and decisive. Beside him, Runia stood rigid, her fists clenched so hard her knuckles went pale, her lips pressed tight with tension. She glanced at Leo, her voice trembling with doubt. "Where did these things even come from all of a sudden?" Leo shot Runia a quick look, something challenging flashing in his eyes. "You ready?" he asked, his hand still firm on the hilt. Runia didn't hesitate. She planted her feet and dropped into a fighting stance on the frozen ground. Then she placed one hand against the earth, her fingers moving like she was tracing out ancient runes. A brilliant magic circle flared open around her, glowing crimson, and flames erupted from it as if they were trying to devour the darkness itself. Runia lifted her head with a confident smile, pride flickering in her eyes. "Of course," she answered, her voice edged with steel. The moment she finished, she raised her hand and summoned the fire octet. A massive blaze roared into existence. It tore straight into the ranks of skeletal undead like a raging fire dragon, and in a single instant, the flames swallowed them whole and burned them down to ash. Runia kept the flames going with one hand, then turned to Leo with a smug little smile. "Well, what do you think?" Leo started to smile back, ready to answer, but before he could, Aaron suddenly shouted, "Runia, look out!" The warning made Leo whip around at once. A skeletal soldier came rushing straight at Runia, rusted sword raised high. But Aaron got there just in time and threw up her shield to stop the blow. The crown on her head flashed, throwing off a strange, otherworldly light. Leo's eyes widened. "That's the Animus armor from Berkia." Aaron didn't hesitate for even a second. She drove forward and swung her sword with clean, decisive force. One sharp strike was all it took. The skeleton's head went flying. Its body broke apart and dissolved into the air. And for a brief moment, the forest went still again, still a little stunned. Runia turned to Aaron with a bright smile. "You're actually really good," she said, openly impressed. Aaron scratched her head, her cheeks turning pink. "Ha ha. It's nothing," she replied, trying and failing to hide how pleased she was. Then she looked between the two of them, curiosity creeping back in. "But why are you both out here this late at night?" Leo let out a sigh and shook his head. "Runia and I are not in that kind of relationship, Aaron." Runia exhaled sharply beside him, still irritated. "Exactly. We only stopped by Senior Lauder's room to investigate." Aaron frowned, still not fully convinced. "Really?" Runia pointed straight at Leo and answered firmly. "Yes. Do you really think I'd let romance distract me from studying? If anything, that would make things easier for you. Fewer rivals, so why are you trying to stop it?" Aaron blinked, caught off guard and quickly shook her head. No, that's not what I meant, Runia. You're the top student. I want you to stay that way. You're going to become a hero. Those honest words made Runia pause. Her eyes widened, and for a second, her heart skipped. So that's how she sees me? The thought hit her with a strange mix of surprise and warmth. Seerun first-year advanced combat evaluation. The arena was thick with tension. Erin gripped her shield tightly, sweat beading across her forehead as she faced Runia. Her sword stayed raised, and even through the fatigue, her eyes were still steady. Across from her, Runia stood tall with her fists clenched and a cold look in her eyes. Just as I thought, she told herself. Out of all the first years, only Erin can really stand against me. A knowing smile tugged at the corner of Runia's mouth. Then she summoned a blazing fireball, bright enough to light up the whole arena. All right, I'll go all out, she decided, then sent the fireball straight at Erin. The explosion that followed thundered through the arena, filling the air with smoke and dust. Even faced with that overwhelming force, Erin still managed to raise her shield and block it, determination burning in her eyes. Seeing that look on Erin's face, Runia suddenly understood. So, that's what it was, she thought. A heavy feeling settling in her chest. But then, why did she stop coming to class after that? Back in the present, Runia stepped forward. She grabbed Iron's hand and spoke with complete sincerity. I want you to keep coming to school. You're my friend. Aaron froze, then stammered out. Wait, Lady Runia? You mean we're friends? I thought you hated me. Runia let out a rare, radiant laugh. We're friends. You didn't know that? As a friend, and as a rival, I want you to keep standing against me. Aaron's eyes lit up the second she heard that. A friend and a rival, she repeated the words under her breath, her heart pounding. Then all of a sudden she looked at the two of them suspiciously again. So you two really aren't dating? Runia got so mad she started shaking. We told you we're not. Leo, standing right beside them, just sighed and rubbed his forehead. Kids really do grow through arguments, he thought. A small smile tugging at his mouth. Deep in the fairy forest, the air turned heavy and bleak, while the cries of black crows echoed through the dark. In the middle of a clearing stood a lone undead figure, its red eyes glowing as it spoke to someone unseen. Looks like you were surrounded by mages, it growled. Then a figure stepped forward and pulled off the cloak. It was louder. He smiled, but there was no warmth in it. Is that right, warrior Kargor? Kargor cursed at him under his breath. You bastard! The king ordered me to control the immortal warriors. You really think you can treat me like some underling? Louder didn't react at all. He simply raised the hand wearing the black ring, and a dangerous light flashed from it. Seems like you've forgotten something, he said in a calm, commanding voice. The king chose me. Then he turned to leave, throwing one last warning over his shoulder. Once the summoning circle is complete, I won't need Tartarus's help anymore. Until then, I'll be relying on you. Back in the darkness, Kargor's lips slowly curled into a nasty smile, his eyes gleaming with calculation. Of course, he muttered. Meanwhile, Leo's group kept moving deeper into the forest as the cold around them grew even harsher. Erin shivered and rubbed her hands together for warmth. Do you really think Senior Louder is involved in what's happening in the fairy forest? She asked, still unsure. Runia pointed at Leo and answered. That's just his guess. Don't take it too seriously, Erin. But Erin still couldn't shake the feeling. Doesn't this forest feel colder than before? Berkey is usually cold, sure, but this feels different. Runia gave a small nod, thinking it over. Now that you mention it, maybe. But Leo cut in, his expression grim. I can feel a curse here. He raised his hand, and two magic circles opened up in front of them, their light pushing back the darkness. Stay ready, he warned. It's only going to get more dangerous from here. Then Kieran appeared from one of the circles, wearing his usual mischievous smile, and right beside him was the little chick Fiora, its feathers shimmering like living flame. The moment Runia saw Fiora, her expression darkened, and a clear flash of jealousy crossed her face. She rushed over at once and shouted, How is a chicken this pretty? Then she leaned in closer. Fiora, do you remember Sister Runia? Off to the side, Iran stared at the two tiny creatures in confusion and asked, Leo, what exactly are these summons? Leo proudly pointed at the little bird perched on his head. This is Fiora, a baby phoenix. Then he pointed beside him. And this is Prince Kieran of the fairies. Erin froze, her eyes lighting up with amazement. A fairy spirit? That's incredible. But Leo immediately cut the moment short, his tone turning serious. Enough talking. We're heading deeper into the center of the forest. From here on out, things are only going to get worse. The three of them kept moving, pushing forward while wave after wave of skeletal undead came at them. Leo's sword cut through the air, and every sharp strike turned the undead. It hit into ash. Runia answered with fireballs, burning through enemies almost the instant they appeared. But the undead wouldn't stop. They just kept crawling back up from the ground, one after another. In the middle of the fight, Aaron panted and called out, "There are way too many of them. There has to be a powerful necromancer nearby." Leo's sword flared with fire as he cut down 3 skeletal warriors in front of him. "No," he answered right away. "There isn't any powerful necromancer here." Runia frowned and looked at him. "Then what are they, Leo?" Leo's face darkened as he answered. "This is a death curse." Both girls froze. Runia clenched her fist and shouted, "A death curse? I've never even heard of that." Aaron thought it through out loud. "So it keeps summoning undead from the surrounding area and turns the whole place into a land of death. And the one who cast it is..." Leo finished the thought with a cold stare. "Commander Kargor from the Hell Kaiser Kingdom." Runia's eyes widened and her voice shook. "Kaiser? So Kargor is planning to attack El Selvikia's capital. We need to tell the professors now." Before any of them could move, a violent gust tore through the forest, driving a wall of snow into their faces and wiping out their vision. Then from inside that blizzard, a shadow slowly emerged, and a cold voice rang out. "Greetings, aspiring heroes! Welcome to the land of death." It was Kargor, and the sword in his hand gleamed with lethal steel. He came charging in with a roar. "None of you are leaving here alive today." Leo stayed calm and met him head-on, sweeping up his sword to block the attack. His eyes steady and unshaken, standing right on the edge between life and death, Leo faced Kargor without backing down. His grip tightened around his sword, the metal catching the pale moonlight. Kargor's blood-red eyes blazed as he roared, "Despair! Tremble! I'll make you regret ever stepping into this forest." At the same time, more skeletal warriors started clawing their way out of the ground, their awful moans filling the air as they closed in on the 2 girls. Runia and Aaron stood their ground, hearts pounding, but neither of them moved an inch. Leo stayed unbelievably calm and shouted, "I'll handle the Death Knight. Aaron, take care of the undead. Runia, get your strongest move ready." The 2 girls answered at the same time. "Got it." Kargor heard that and broke into a vicious grin. "Oh, so this time you're going to face me, head on," he mocked. Leo answered with eyes sharp as blades. "This time I'm taking the front." Kargor snarled, veins bulging across his face. "You stupid brats! Do you really think I'll let you do whatever you want?" He brought his jet-black sword down with terrifying force, making the air itself shudder. Leo felt the pressure from the strike and shouted back, "Be swallowed by darkness." In that instant, he activated Zeringers' secret technique. A massive fireball burst into existence above Leo, sparks spiraling around it like a storm. Leo raised his hand and fired a pillar of flame straight at Kargor. Kargor dodged fast, but not fast enough. The attack still sliced one of his horns clean off. Kargor staggered backward, eyes wide with disbelief. "A fire phoenix?" Leo didn't give him even a second to recover. He slammed his foot down and rushed forward, sword blazing in his hand. With a confident smile, Leo said, "It's not just a fire phoenix. It's fused with Zeringers' fire spirit." Kargor froze. Panic flashed through his eyes as he watched his own sword start melting under the overwhelming heat. "He's overpowering me with pure combat experience. How can a first year possibly fight like this?" Kargor thought. Then Leo looked at him again, and that gaze alone made Kargor shudder. It was cold, steady, and sharp enough to tear through every trick he had. Leo swung again, and the slash twisted into a vortex of flames overhead, making the whole air shake. At the same time, Runia stood behind him and raised her hand, calling up a pillar of fire. A giant fireball formed above the skeletal horde, its blazing light tearing through the darkness. She smiled, fury flashing in her eyes. "Burn, you damned undead!" The towering flames crashed down and erased the skeletal troops in an instant, charring the earth black and sending smoke rolling everywhere. Runia brushed back her hair with a smug little smile. "That's what happens when you disturb me." Iron could only stare at the forest as Runia's fire tore through it. Completely stunned, she murmured, "Is she really an elf? Why is she this terrifying?" Even Prince Kirin, standing right beside them, looked completely dumbfounded. "She's way too strong." Leo's eyes swept deeper into the forest, and his voice dropped low. "This isn't over yet. We're going after them, but all around them. Countless eerie purple eyes suddenly opened in the darkness. Runia flinched and shouted, "What is that?" Iran clenched her fists and answered at once, "It's the death curse." Runia stared into the darkness, her voice shaking. "This thing is way stronger than I thought." Then a stern voice suddenly echoed from deeper in the forest. "First years, who gave you permission to investigate the forest at night? And there's even a Lumen first-year representative here. What a disgrace to discipline." Lauder stepped out from the shadows, his eyes cold. Runia frowned and looked straight at him. "Senior Lauder, what are you doing here?" In an even voice he replied, "Corpses have been appearing in this forest. I'm investigating the cause." Runia clenched her fist and fired back. "The cause is a curse, an ancient one and a seriously powerful one." Lauder turned toward her and raised a brow. "A curse? You're saying there's an active curse here?" His casual reaction caught Runia off guard. To her, it felt like he had no idea how serious this really was. Standing beside them, Leo spoke in a cold, steady voice. "Some Lumen first years accidentally came across artifacts dropped by Tartarus." That made Lauder pause for a moment, though he quickly hid it. Leo raised his hand, and a blinding light burst out, lighting up the whole forest. They touched dark power without even realizing it. He kept speaking, his eyes locked on Lauder the whole time. Then suddenly, the space around them began to shake. Magic circles filled with strange runes appeared all around Lauder. As violent waves of mana pulsed out from them, Leo shouted, "And you chose to work with Tartarus on purpose." Only black magic and dark arts use blood and monster organs as catalysts. In that eerie glow, Lauder clenched his fist and covered part of his face, a twisted smile spreading across it. "Worked with them," he growled. "You two really are idiots. This place marks the resting ground of the hero Luna. But those useless councils in El Selvikia know nothing about it. So, what's wrong with using Tartarus to protect what should be mine?" Hearing that, Aaron balled up her hands and shouted, "That legacy belongs to a great hero. How dare you try to claim it for yourself?" Runia narrowed her eyes, her knuckles cracking as she got ready to fight. Then she snapped toward Leo. "Leo, hit him. Wipe that smug face off and drag him to the teachers." Leo gave a small nod and said in a low voice, "Aaron, Runia, from this point on, fight like you're ready to kill him." Both girls shouted at the same time, "What?" wrapped in arcs of crackling magic. Lauder raised his hand and launched a purple sphere of mana straight at Leo. Force shoved Leo back several steps, but he quickly answered with a defensive spell. The two attacks slammed into each other, shaking the ground and kicking dust into the air. Leo stared at Lauder without blinking and warned him, "Wake up! This is what it means to fight alongside Tartarus." Lauder stroked his chin and gave a sly smile. "A human using primal constellation magic? What exactly are you?" Inwardly, he was already on edge. He casts and cancels spells too fast. His instincts in battle are on another level. If those two girls join in too, this could get troublesome. Lauder lifted his hand high, and dark mana poured out of the ring, swirling into a storm of energy. Leo shouted and dropped low. A violent explosion erupted. It blasted Runia and Aaron right off their feet. Runia pushed herself back up, frowning hard. No way that much power from a basic spell. Then she looked up and flinched when she saw Lauder closing in on Leo. 3 pale purple magic orbs hovered over his hand. Runia immediately shouted to Aaron, "Help him!" Aaron nodded, drawing her sword and shield as she stepped forward. "Leave it to me." But before they could move, a skeletal warrior suddenly appeared and blocked their path. Gripping its sword tight, it roared, "This is as far as you go, aspiring heroes." Runia clenched her fist and shot back, "Keep dreaming." Then she turned to Aaron. "Buy me some time." Aaron answered with a determined look, ready to face the skeleton head-on. On the other side, Lauder looked down at Leo with a cold smile. "Any last words before you die?" Leo only smiled back, calm as ever. "Senior, you're way too confident." Then suddenly, a small figure flashed past. Chiron, the fairy prince, moved like a bolt of lightning and detonated all 3 magic orbs in Lauder's hand. Lauder was thrown off balance and shouted in shock. Leo's eyes burned red as he tightened his grip on the sword and moved in. Covered in wounds, Lauder cursed under his breath. "Damn it!" He looked up in a panic, his face going pale. "It can't be him. Could it really be him?" With one slash, Leo cut off Lauder's head. Beside him, Chiron clenched his fist and cheered. "Nice! That mad elf is finished. Now take down that damn skeleton too." But then, out of nowhere, a blinding purple light flared up behind them. The magical blast slammed into Chiron and ripped a cry of pain out of him. Lauder picked his head back up and fixed it into place, grinning in a twisted way. One of his eyes had already gone completely black. He stared straight at Leo Plove, the talented half-face summoner. Then he burst into laughter, his voice thick with killing intent. He said he was pleased, because Leo would be the one he killed with his own hands. He went on saying the Death King's power was already decent, but if he mixed in the ancestral power of Luna too, it would be even better. Then he paused, his eyes gleaming with arrogance. With that, he declared that fools who relied on talent alone would be crushed and forced to kneel before him. Watching him closely, Leo realized that eye of his looked like it was being eaten away by demonic energy. At that moment, a strange black aura started pouring off him. He thrust out a hand toward Leo and shouted for him to die. A magic sphere formed in front of him and shot straight forward. Leo instantly tightened his grip on his sword, ready to block the attack head-on. His eyes narrowed. Louder still had not fully accepted the demonic aura yet. Without wasting a second, Leo lunged in and brought his sword down in one clean strike. And Louder's right arm dropped away at once. The severed hand hit the ground with a dry crack. Louder clenched his teeth and cried out, grabbing at the wound while blood poured down. Leo kept moving toward him and said coldly that people who chased power through shortcuts usually had no real combat experience. He told him to regenerate all he wanted because he would just keep cutting him down until his mana ran dry. At Leo's words, Louder looked up, teeth grinding in anger. Then a voice echoed from deep inside him, saying it looked like the mage was in trouble. The voice continued, saying the one standing there was not the real target, and that he needed to hurry and complete the summoning formation to awaken the sleeping power buried in that land. Hearing that, Louder gave a small nod and muttered that once he took that power for himself. Leo ignored whatever was going through Louder's head, and quickly shifted to the side, turning his attention toward Aaron's group. He called out that the two of them were holding up well. Over there, Iran was trembling as he faced a powerful enemy, while Runia kept a sharp, serious look, staying ready for any opening. Leo shot Louder another glance, already sure he had to be dealt with first. Louder bent over, tears running down his face as he stared at his right arm, unable to understand why it still was not regenerating. Kiran stood on Leo's shoulder and immediately pointed ahead, shouting for him to look. At that moment, a grotesque magic circle spread out beneath Louder's severed arm, and Leo froze for a brief second. Louder coughed up blood, and a massive wave of mana spilled from his mouth as he shouted that it was already too late. As that terrifying power exploded out of his body, Aaron and Runia both frowned in shock. The magic circle kept expanding, pulling Kargor's attention over. Even though he was fighting on the far side, the instant Louder released that overwhelming power, Leo jumped back to open up some distance. Then the ground started shaking violently. A gigantic hand burst up from the earth, and everyone went still in shock. Kiran blurted out in disbelief, asking what in the world that thing was. Leo looked at the giant skeleton in front of him and called it out at once. It was a Bone King. A massive skeleton stood there, gripping a sword many times larger than its own body. One look was enough for Leo to judge it as one of the strongest types of undead. Now my arm is finally starting to regenerate. Louder laughed out loud, and said he could feel power overflowing through him. So this was the strength of his ancestors. Leo did not hesitate. He rushed straight at the skeleton as it prepared to attack, thinking that once the summoning formation was completed, Louder had fully handed himself over to dark magic. He slammed his foot into the ground and launched himself high into the air. With his sword pointed straight at Louder, he shouted that something filthy like this could never be called Luna's power. Louder only gave a faint smile and asked, almost casually, if that was really how Leo saw it. Right after that, the Bone King swung from the side and smashed its arm toward Leo. Leo flinched and instantly kicked himself backward to avoid the blow. His face had gone completely tense. Louder looked down at him and sneered, saying he did not care whether it was the Death King's power or anything else, because now it belonged to him. Standing beside him, Kiran lowered his voice and asked Leo if they should fall back for now. He warned that the skeleton was too strong, but Leo refused, telling him to look more carefully, because this Bone King had not been summoned the normal way. Kiran stared at him and asked what he meant. At the same time, the Bone King brought its enormous sword sweeping toward Leo. Leo slipped past the slash with his speed, thinking that Louder had forced out the Bone King through a pact with Hell Kaiser. He had only barely met the conditions to summon it, which meant there was no way he could keep it going for long. The most basic requirement for any summon is having enough mana to keep it sustained. All they had to do now was stall until the mana keeping that skeleton alive finally ran out. Hearing that, Kiran gave a quick nod. "All right, let's do it." Leo turned and called out for Kiran to back him up. Kiran blinked for a second, then broke into a confident grin and answered right away. Leave it to me. With Kiran supporting him, Leo thrust out his hand and fired off a blazing sigil spell straight at the skeleton's head, setting off a huge explosion. But even that direct hit did nothing to the Bone King. Its eyes burned an eerie red. Then it tightened its grip on the sword and brought it crashing down toward Leo. The thing was slow, so Leo easily sprang up and avoided the blow. Just like he expected, the gap in power was massive, but they only needed to buy time. Above them, Louder looked down at Leo with a smug smile. Then he shouted, "Resernia!" In the next instant, countless magic bolts came flying straight at Leo, making his eyes widen as he cursed under his breath. But before they could hit, a clear voice rang out from the side. Runia stepped in front of him and used her own move to block the attack. She turned to Leo and told him to focus on the Bone King and leave that insane senior to her. Leo immediately asked if that meant only Aaron was left to handle the Death Knight. Runia smiled and shot back, asking if he really didn't trust Aaron. After all, Aaron was the one who chose to face Kargor one-on-one. Over on the other side, Kargor gripped his sword and swung it straight down at her head. Aaron immediately brought up her shield and blocked the strike head-on. Even so, the sheer force shoved her back several meters. Kargor looked at her with a triumphant grin and laughed, saying how arrogant she was. He mocked her for thinking she could take him on alone, and the moment he said that, he followed up with another slash. In spite of all his confidence, Aaron asked herself deep down if she could really do this. Then she steadied herself again. If she fell here, everyone else would be in danger. The moment that thought hit her, she swung and thrust her sword straight at him, but the blade passed right through Kargor's body. Aaron's eyes widened. Kargor only smiled wider, then slammed his other hand straight into her chest. The sudden hit threw her backward and sent her skidding across the ground. As she tumbled, one thought crossed her mind. She never wanted to be a hero, but at the very least, she refused to become a burden to them. Kargor walked up, smashed her shield, and sneered that, compared to those other two, she was nothing but a rookie. Aaron forced herself back to her feet, met his eyes and answered that yes, one day those two would walk the path of great heroes. She was sure of it. Kargor looked at her and said he would take her head first, then go help that summoner. But Aaron cut him off immediately. Did he know that great heroes were always accompanied by disciples who walked beside them? She said her ancestor Lord Berkia had followed great heroes and sworn never to doubt them. No matter what happened, she would trust them too. As she said that, the hand gripping her sword began to glow with a pure dazzling light. Staring at that blinding radiance, Kargor found himself wondering if this was spirit power. Aaron didn't let the moment slip. She tightened her grip and charged straight at him, shouting at the arrogant bastard. Her eyes burned with determination as she called on the ancestral legacy of the Spirit Knights, the eternal power of life that drives out the lingering emerald death. Then she pulled the sword back behind her. A terrifying pressure spilled off the blade, making even the air around it feel heavy. Before anyone could even react, Aaron's blade rose and flashed beneath the pale moonlight, cutting clean through Kargor's body. A silver arc tore through the air, as if it had split the knight in half. His body shuddered from the strike. Then thick black smoke started pouring out, mixing with the dust as his form broke apart into a cloud of ash and shadow. His voice shook as he stammered in disbelief, saying he had been beaten by a brat again. His eyes went wide with frustration, and then his whole body turned into thin smoke, scattered by the cold wind across the battlefield until nothing was left. After delivering that powerful blow, Aaron was nearly spent. The heavy sword trembled in her hands, and she had to drive its tip into the gravelly ground just to keep herself standing. Her whole body shook, and sweat poured off her in streams, soaking through her silver armor already stained with blood. She gasped for breath, every inhale scraping at her chest, and with dry lips she whispered that she had to hurry and help them. She had to save them, but her vision was already blurring, and she could no longer stay fully conscious. Everything in front of her turned hazy, like it was buried behind a curtain of fog, until only vague outlines remained. On the other side of the battlefield, Runia was still standing firm against Louter's relentless attacks. Through the flicker of shattered flames and broken magic, she held her ground like a wall, her crimson hair whipping in the wind. Louter curled his lips into a nasty smile and mocked her, asking if the freshman representative was still breathing. He thrust his hand forward, and dark mana surged out, forming an invisible blade as he calmly declared that this was where it ended. But right then, Runia shouted, "Fire shell!" A thick red shield suddenly appeared in front of her, glowing with intense heat like metal fresh out of a forge. Louter's mana slammed into the shield with a deafening blast. but it stopped cold. His eyes flew open in shock as he blurted out that it had reflected it. Before he could react, the shield kicked his own attack back at him, turning it into a razor-sharp magic blade that pierced straight through his chest. A sharp, agonized scream ripped through the air, and fresh blood sprayed across the ground. Runia smiled and gently patted the giant fire turtle at her side, its whole body blazing like a little volcano. Then she confidently said that did he really think she would just stand there and take it? This was Fireshell, a fire-type summoning beast built for defense. Then, in a hard voice, she told him to try enduring this next. At her feet, a brilliant golden magic circle spread out, shining like the sun. A tiny spark suddenly flared up right in front of Louder, and for the first time he flinched. Then, in the next instant, that tiny spark exploded. A massive blast of red fire swallowed the whole area, and Louder, standing right at the center, vanished into the flames. When the fire cleared, his body was burned black. He dropped to the ground, smoke rising from his charred frame. Runia stepped forward with complete confidence, looked down at the fallen enemy, and coldly dismissed him as nothing special. But right after that, her eyes suddenly widened. Louder, who should have been finished, slowly lifted one hand. His eyes flashed a vicious red, and with a twisted grin, he unleashed a storm of razor-like magic blades straight at her. The blades ripped through the air, one after another, and tore across Runia's body, spraying fresh blood and staining her armor red. Leo saw it happen, clenched his fist, and shouted out. But in that same moment, his whole body locked up. A terrifying pressure crashed into him from behind. The Bone King's giant hands, cold and reeking of death, had already reached him. Caught by the force of it, Leo took the full hit. His body flew like an arrow and tore across the ground, carving a deep trench behind him. He slammed into the trunk of an ancient tree hard enough to shatter it, and only stopped after crashing through the wreckage. Leo grabbed at his battered body, blood soaking through his armor, and sat there for a moment in heavy silence, struggling to breathe. Kieran rushed over and anxiously asked if he was all right. Leo clutched his left arm, bleeding and throbbing from the impact with the trunk, and weakly gasped that it was his arm. Kieran, taking the chance to jab at him, told him not to die and not to push himself too hard. But then the Bone King let out a miserable roar, like the cries of 1,000 trapped souls all at once. The sound made the air itself shake, and a crushing pressure spread across the battlefield. Leo grabbed his head in pain and muttered that in a moment like this was the worst kind of curse. Without wasting another second, he immediately called out to his little chick, shouting for Fiora to charge. The little chick gave a determined chirp, and her body lit up, releasing stream after stream of crimson energy, like flames rising in the dark. That energy spread outward and wrapped around everyone nearby. On the other side, Aaron and Runia felt their bodies slowly recovering. Their wounds began to close, and their strength started returning. Both of them reacted in surprise, realizing they were being healed. With determination burning in his eyes, Leo gave another order. "Now, Fiora, manifestation." In that instant, he and Fiora became one, and his entire body blazed with a brilliant aura like an unending flame. The sword in his hand ignited, and red fire spilled across the battlefield. The Bone King did not hesitate. It raised its gigantic sword and brought it straight down at Leo's head. But Leo moved with sharp, nimble speed, leaping high and avoiding the blow perfectly. Bathed in that brilliant firelight, Leo's figure looked almost like the sun itself, bright and impossible to break. Runia saw that and froze for a second. In her eyes, Leo was facing death without fear. He looked every bit like a true hero. She turned to Fireshell and gently told it that it had done enough and should fall back and rest. The turtle vanished in a flash of golden light. But the moment she looked up, she saw Louder, who should have already been beaten, slowly rising again with hatred in his eyes, ready to strike back. Runia gave him no opening. A bright flame appeared in her hand, and she struck hard at Louder's right arm, but he only glanced at her and let out a mocking snort. He taunted her, saying the flame everyone once feared had already faded. Then he sneered and asked what she planned to do with a weak little ember like that. Runia shut that down immediately in a cold, steady voice. She asked if he really thought this was a fading flame. This was the fire of the Lunda clan, the family that kept the oath to the phoenix. Their first ancestor had vowed that if necessary, he would burn himself away just to turn all of Tartarus into ash. At that, Louder gave her a wicked smile and mocked her, asking what kind of act she was putting on now and whether she had given up. But as he looked down at the flame burning on his right arm, he started wondering why it still had not gone out. Runia stepped in, grabbed hold of his burning arm with both force and intent, and shouted that as long as their ancestors' will still burned, they remained the heirs of the Phoenix's oath. She declared that this fire would never die until every demon had been reduced to ash. Then she pushed even closer and pointed out that his left eye was clearly a demon eye, wasn't it? Her words landed so close that Louder actually trembled. She clenched her fist and shouted the name of the move. Phoenix Blaze. In the next second, flames exploded around them. The fire rose in the shape of a real phoenix, its blazing wings stretching across the battlefield. Then, in a firm voice, she explained that this was a forbidden art of the Lunda family, one that burned the caster too. Shaken by how reckless the move was, Louder stammered out that she was insane. Runia's face tightened as she swore to herself that she would not let him get away. But all at once, that eternal flame disappeared into thin air, leaving both of them stunned. Louder looked at her with a crooked smile and mocked her again, asking if she still planned to keep going. Then he said the fire had been sucked into this ring, hadn't it? A magic circle flashed from the ring on his hand, catching even Louder off guard. Runia instantly pulled back and gasped, asking what the hell was going on. The magic circle that had appeared began draining Louder's life away. Panic hit him at once, and he screamed for it to stop. He kept yelling for it to stop, but within seconds his entire body was absorbed into the ring, leaving behind nothing but a pile of ash drifting to the ground. Runia watched the ring roll across the ground, her face darkening as she muttered that it had absorbed its own master too. She could not make sense of what was happening. Summoner was dead. That should have cut off the energy feeding it. So why was the Bone King still standing? Then suddenly a beam of energy shot out from the ring and raced straight toward the Bone King. Sensing that horrifying power, the Bone King's eyes flared an even deeper blood red. Leo watched it happen and quietly realized what it was. So that was it. This was the power of Hell Kaiser. Deep in hell itself, on a cold throne far below, a towering figure sat in silence. Its eyes suddenly snapped open, glowing with a terrifying red light, and then a low voice echoed out, like it was rising from the bottom of the abyss. It ordered the Bone King to charge ahead and finish the task it had been given, as if issuing a direct command. The Bone King roared, and a fresh wave of power exploded out of its massive body. Leo tightened his grip on his sword and thought to himself that he had been right. This really was Hell Kaiser's power. It was funneling energy through necromantic aura, just as cunning as ever. He turned to Kieran and shouted for support. Kieran nodded right away and immediately poured his power into Leo. Leo shot forward at the Bone King, his sword blazing in his hand. The Bone King did not hold back either. It swung its giant sword straight at him. The two attacks slammed together with a metallic shriek, so harsh it felt like it tore through the air itself. Facing that crushing blow, Leo's body shook slightly as one thought crossed his mind. The barrier was about to give out. In the instant he realized it, the barrier he had created was shattered by the Bone King. Leo's body was sent flying like an arrow, before crashing into a ruined structure in the distance and vanishing into a cloud of smoke and dust. When the dust finally started to settle, Leo was nowhere in sight. No one knew what had happened. The entire battlefield went silent. A strange stillness filled the fairy realm, where ancient dead branches twisted together beneath the cold silver moon, making the whole place feel empty and ruined. Then all at once, a gentle but steady voice reached Leo's ear, calling his name again and again like wind moving through a deep forest. It was the warmth of Karan and Fiora's energy, mixing together and threading back into his body. That warmth pulled him out of the haze. Leo jolted upright, sweat pouring down his face. He looked down at his trembling arm, scarred from the fight, and cursed under his breath. He had completely run dry on both mana and aura. Then he lifted his eyes and stopped at the sight of a giant stone gate in the distance, worn with moss and age. In a quiet voice, almost full of regret, he murmured that this was the fairy realm. He could hardly believe the place had fallen this far into ruin. Then he slowly stepped deeper inside, each footstep stirring up dust into the damp air. Suddenly, his eyes caught on a sword resting quietly on an ancient stone table nearby. The blade gave off a faint silver gleam in the dim light, like it was carrying a story from 1,000 years ago. Leo's eyes widened, and he let out a stunned breath. Then the memories came rushing back. In that distant past, Berkia looked at the sword with curiosity and asked if Kyle was really going to throw it away. Kyle calmly answered yes and told Berkia he could keep it. Standing next to him, the kid looked the sword over and asked what was wrong with it. Then he pouted. In a dissatisfied tone, he said it looked cool, but didn't seem useful at all. Hearing that, Kyle instantly got flustered and fired back, asking if the kid had any idea how many life-and-death battles that weapon had survived with him. Then voices called out from beyond the gate. Kyle flinched slightly and turned to look at his companions, before glancing back at Berkia. He ruffled the boy's hair and said his goodbye, telling the kid he was heading out. Then he left with the others, while Berkia remained there alone, standing in silence as his small figure was swallowed by the strange space of the fairy realm. Leo stepped closer, his hand trembling as he reached out to touch the sword, and in a quiet, nostalgic voice, he murmured about that arrogant kid. He lifted the sword and let out a breath, saying that back then, the kid had insisted he did not need it. But right then the sword suddenly trembled. A surge of mana welled up from inside it and wrapped around the blade like ribbons of light. Then a blinding flash burst out from the sword, making Leo's eyes widen in shock. A powerful stream of mana poured straight into his body, and his whole frame shook violently. He threw his head back and shouted, his voice ringing through the empty ruined space. As that power rose inside him, Leo realized the truth. The magic sealed in this sword for thousands of years had finally responded to its real owner. That owner was him. A smile spread across his face, and his eyes lit up with resolve. With this much magic at his disposal, the only question now was which spell he should use first. Across from him, the Bone King raised its giant sword with those blood-red eyes, ready to bring down a killing blow. But then a violent explosion went off behind it. Runia, her crimson hair whipping in the air, slammed an attack straight into the Bone King's head and sent up a thick column of smoke. Leo gave a faint smile when he saw that and thought to himself, those brats. In that case, on the other side, even though they were already exhausted, Runia and Aaron forced themselves back up and launched one attack after another. Runia angrily shouted for that pile of dry bones to stop right there. Aaron quickly corrected her, telling Miss Runia it was over there. Then she suddenly felt a horrifying surge of demonic power and murmured that it was an absurd amount of mana. The silence hanging over the ruined citadel shattered at once as a massive pillar of mana erupted upward into the sky, blazing with light and giving off a terrifying pressure that shook the ground itself. Runia frowned slightly and said that if he was the one who had made a pact with the Phoenix, then it should be at least that strong. Maybe not equal to the original, but for kids like them, even this would be a ridiculous gift. And then Leo appeared, wrapped in overwhelming mana, shining like an undying flame, almost like a god descending to the battlefield. All around him the world turned almost dreamlike, like everything had been covered in a veil of light. Countless stars spread across the sky and lit up the ruined land below. Runia and Aaron looked up in shock and murmured at the same time that they had read about this in an ancient book, a stellar spell that paints the world with the light of the stars. Erin's eyes widened as she blurted out that this was the strongest spell. Then in the next instant, countless stars came crashing down like arrows of light and rained straight onto the Bone King. Every hit landed like a small explosion, shaking the very space around it. After that non-stop bombardment, the Bone King's massive body finally broke apart into smoke and mist, leaving the two girls staring in disbelief. Leo calmly stepped out of the fairy realm, lifted a hand, and called for Kiran. Kiran appeared at once, clenched his fists, and shouted that he was going to kill the Bone King, but Leo cut him off immediately and told him it was already over. Kiran blinked and asked, "Wait, since when?" Leo did not explain. He just told Kiran to go find his wings first. The moment he heard that, Kiran's eyes lit up, and he zipped off, yelling that he had almost forgotten about his wings. Leo turned back to the two girls and asked if they were both all right. Runia looked at him in surprise and said he was worrying about them when he was clearly the one in the worst shape. Aaron gave a small encouraging smile and said she believed the two of them would make it through. Runia's expression turned serious as she asked what that spell had been just now. To her it had felt like watching a legend come to life. Holding the sword in his hand, Leo said he could feel that the power came from the sealing magic inside the blade. It was definitely tied to some great hero. Aaron asked with curiosity if it was a relic left behind by a great hero. Runia frowned and wondered if Tartarus had been targeting this place just to get their hands on that. After searching around for a while, Kiran finally came back holding something in his hands, and excitedly bragged to Leo that he had found the wings his old man had hidden for him. The little guy climbed onto Leo's lap and struggled with the cloth wrapped around it, yelling in frustration for help taking it off. Leo smiled and said, "All right," while Runia watched with curiosity. Then she suddenly paused and asked if that was a fragment of a hero's memory. Her words left both Leo and Kiran stunned. The moment the cloth was fully removed, a dazzling golden light burst out. Then a system announcement rang out, saying the World Chapter Hero record was opening. In the next second, the three of them were pulled into a completely different space, where brilliant flowers bloomed everywhere. filling the air with fragrance and making the place look like something out of a fairy tale. Runia looked around in surprise and asked what this place was. Then a clear voice rang out from deep in the forest asking if they were planning to defeat Erebus. The familiar voice made Leo freeze on the spot. For a few seconds it felt like his heart had stopped. The voice went on, asking if they were crazy, then brushing it off and saying that was exactly why she liked it. A pair of small feet stepped out from the woods, and her hair shone like moonlight. She kept talking, saying that hunting Erebus sounded like a beautiful kind of madness, and that she liked that target. Then she said she had told them so, and that now she finally understood what Tartarus had truly been searching for all this time. She introduced herself as Luna, saying she would shine like the stars in the night sky, so they should feel honored to have her in the group. Seeing that old friend of his standing there again, Leo went still, his emotions completely tangled. The Leo of the present overlapped with Kyle's memories from long ago, as if this fragment of hero Kyle's past had only just happened. After a while, Hark and Herdium hurried deeper into the forest, breathing hard as they ran. Herdium called out for student Runia and student Aaron behind them. Loon's people also came rushing forward. Over here, the three around Leo were safe. As the crowd rushed in, Runia called out to Professor Herdium. Then she stepped forward, held out a sheet of paper and asked him to look at it, saying it was the Founding Heroes Chronicle. Herdium stared at the paper in her hand and stammered out in shock that this was. Just then Hark walked over, patted him on the shoulder, and praised them for doing well. Then he asked if everyone who had left the dorm had been accounted for. The answer came back that there was still one more person missing. Aaron ran over to Hark and called out that it was Senior Louder. Before she could finish, he told her to calm down and said they would talk about it. After that, everyone headed back to the academy together. As they left, Leo glanced back at the crumbling space behind them and quietly spoke Luna's name. On the last day of the field trip, everyone had gathered in front of the teleport gate. The two professors greeted each other warmly. Herdium said that thanks to this trip, the students had learned a great deal. Hark smiled and replied that he was truly grateful. Runia turned to Leo with excitement and told him that the next time they met, she would be stronger than him. Leo smiled and answered that they would see and that he would be waiting. While they were talking, Aaron came running over from the distance, calling Leo's name. Then she firmly declared that she would return to Seirun Academy. Hearing her say that made Leo genuinely happy. A deep sense of satisfaction spread quietly through him. He stepped forward, patted her on the head, and told her, "All right, see you later." After saying their goodbyes, the group turned and stepped into the teleport gate. Back at the academy, a loud laugh suddenly echoed through the dorm. Kieran shouted that he had finally gotten his wings back. He was so happy he could fly again that he started yelling for the red monster to take his best punch. He was just messing around with Fiora. The little chick was furious, but all he could do was chirp and keep dodging. When Kieran saw Fiora slip past that last attack, his eyes sharpened. "Oh, so you dodged that?" Fiora shot him a smug look, like she was openly making fun of him. Kieran shifted his footing, then rushed Fiora again. "So what if you can't fly? I'll show you what fairy magic can do." Right in the middle of their little scuffle, a hand suddenly reached in and grabbed the boy by the wings, stopping him cold. The one holding him was Leo. He had just finished training. Watching the boy kick and squirm in his grip, Leo frowned and said, "Do you start acting up every time I leave? Should I just take those wings away?" The boy shook his head so hard it was almost frantic. No, these are the only wings I've got. Have some mercy." Just then, someone called Leo's name, and he turned at once. When he looked over, he saw Fiora now transformed into a little girl around 5 or 6 years old. She gave him a formal bow and said, "It's a pleasure to properly meet you. I'm Phoenix Fiora." The whole thing felt strangely familiar. Leo turned toward Kieran and asked, "Kieran, what are you doing?" Kieran puffed himself up and answered with total confidence, "Well, don't you think my power is top tier?" Leo looked back at the little girl and said, "You don't need to introduce yourself, Fiora." But she kept that formal tone and replied, "My mother told me to be polite to those who form packs." Then Kieran suddenly lunged forward, grabbed her by the hair and shouted, "Ha ha! Let's see you dodge this one." This time things did not go the way he expected. The boy went completely speechless when Fiora simply reached out and squeezed him tight. Without paying any attention to his struggling, the girl turned to Leo and said, "The portal opened just wide enough for us to go in." Fiora immediately stepped through. Kieran was still dangling from her hand, flailing the whole time as he shouted, "Hey, wait! The moment the words left his mouth, both of them were teleported away, and the gate disappeared. After the two kids were finally out of the room, Leo let out a breath. At last, some peace and quiet. He sat down on the bed and started thinking back over everything that had happened lately. The Hero Chronicle and the dagger found in Burga Tiyun had already been handed over to Saran for safekeeping. In Lumen there was the monster queen Silatuna, and in Saren, the one pulling the strings behind everything, was the puppet king, Hell Kaiser. Putting all of that together, it was obvious Tartarus had wiped out the records of the great heroes. To cover up the enemies hiding among them, they had played dirty, and that was nothing new. Even now, Lumen still had Tartarus agents that had not been rooted out. Saren had direct traitors like Lauder. If that was true there, then Lumen had to have someone like that too. I need to find that person as fast as I can. There's a traitor inside this place. The next day, at Lumen Academy's main auditorium, the first-year students stood below in neat rows, separated by faculty. From above, Professor Ane Lendu called out first-year students, line up by faculty. The headmaster will be here shortly. A quiet wave of confusion spread through the students. Why were they being arranged by faculty instead of class? Then the headmaster stepped forward and asked, "Did everyone enjoy the field trip? The reason I called all first-year students here today," he continued, "is to get you ready for an upcoming interfaculty event. The tournament between faculties." Hearing that, Chloe asked, "A tournament between faculties?" Chen Jia immediately added, "So that's why they had us gather by faculty." From what Chelsea knew about Lumen, every year the Academy chose the top faculty in each grade, and this tournament put each faculty's pride on the line. It was a major event. The headmaster went on. To prepare for the tournament, your professors will guide you, and the Academy has also invited special instructors to train you more intensively. Chelsea lit up the moment she heard that. Special instructors? Meanwhile, Carl beside her let out a tired yawn and muttered, "Am I the only one who's completely worn out?" Right then, someone stepped forward from the distance and said, "I've read your report on alchemy using qualitative magic." Carl Thomas. The unexpected voice made Carl jolt and turn toward the speaker. A dark-skinned girl walked forward, speaking in a dry, sarcastic tone. "That report was trash, you know." Carl immediately stiffened and stammered out, "Senior Torua Yan." Torua Yan introduced herself without any warmth. "Hello, first years, I'll be blunt. As mages, all of you are pitiful." This young woman, Torua Yan of the Mage faculty, was a fifth-year student at Lumen Academy. "I've read all of your midterm magic essays," she said. "Most of them are formulaic and completely lacking in creativity." The first years could only stand there in silence and take the criticism. One student raised his hand and asked, "You really read every paper we submitted?" It was Emil Luchin from the Mage faculty. Then he challenged her. "What about the study on efficiently converting fire-attributed mana into light-attributed mana? That paper was mine." Torua Yan answered without hesitation. "Ah, that 17-page one, right? The content was mediocre. It just talked about increasing output through thermal energy. Magic by its nature demands creativity and individuality. That's hard to find in the way people are taught now." After hearing her brutally honest take, the first years all went stiff. As that heavy mood settled in, a handsome young man stepped forward with a smile. "Nice to meet you. I'm Ri Zamua, a fifth-year knight student at Lumen Academy." He lifted his knight emblem and spoke with confidence. "A knight overcomes hardship and crisis through physical strength. Training your body is the foundation of being a knight. I'll be training with you until the interfaculty tournament, and honestly, I'm looking forward to it." As soon as he finished, the students below raised their hands and shouted together, "Yes, senior!" Then another blond young man stepped in and asked the juniors, "What do you think is the most important ability for a summoner?" He was Ulta Rigdishan, a fifth-year summoning student at Lumen Academy. Eliza answered first. "The power to control spirit beasts." Ulta shut that down immediately. "Wrong." Warden Tidney, standing beside him, added, "Then what about overwhelming strength?" Ulta answered just as quickly, "No." Then he told them what mattered most to a summoner. It's love. That painfully ordinary answer made both of them freeze for a second. Then the headmaster spoke again. "All right, the top fifth-year students of Lumen Academy will be serving as instructors for the first years." Then his eyes shifted to Leo, who was still standing off by himself, lost in thought. And he called out, "Leo, why are you standing there? That spot wasn't part of any faculty section." Leo was standing off in a place where no other students were gathered, and that immediately pulled everyone's eyes toward him. Without the slightest hesitation, Leo said, "This is the interfaculty section." Before anyone could even process what he meant, Torua Yan blurted out, "What do you mean the interfaculty section?" Then she snapped at Leo. Are you out of your mind? Can't you see how many people are here? This is a tournament between faculties. Every eye in the room shifted toward him. Celia called out first, "Hurry up and get back to the night faculty." Then Chelsea added, "Leo, you're in the mage faculty, remember?" The headmaster stroked his chin, then burst out laughing. "Ha ha, the interfaculty section. You're right, Leo, but being taught by a fifth-year student is a rare chance. You're not planning to throw that away, are you?" Leo answered loud and clear. "I'm not saying I don't need help from the seniors. I just plan to keep attending every class like usual." That only made the headmaster even more interested.
Ha ha, good.
"Then let me ask you one more thing." His voice suddenly turned cold. "If you really won't change your mind, then you understand you'll have to face them all by yourself, right?" Leo answered just as calmly, "Of course." Down below, the students started whispering among themselves, trying to decide which faculty they should choose for training. Looking over the first years, Torua Yan turned to Len beside her and said he should be focusing on magic. Didn't he analyze a spell left behind by the founder during the field trip? Len smiled and nodded. "Clearly the mage faculty." Rizamua looked toward Leo with growing interest. Standing tall, he muttered to himself, "You really do have what it takes to be a true knight." At the same time, Yura Marnin grabbed Ulta by the collar and scolded him. "You're a fifth-year student. Take training the juniors more seriously." That sight alone made the students behind them flinch. Then, all of a sudden, the headmaster spoke again, and the entire crowd froze. "I've decided that this year's interfaculty event for the first years will be a survival tournament." Cut to the headmaster's office. One of the professors frowned and asked, "I don't really understand this decision. I thought the whole point of the tournament was to build unity between faculties and help students grow through competition. But a survival tournament is an individual event. There's never been a precedent for that." The headmaster replied, "As you all know, we have one very unusual student this year." Aina Lendu immediately cut in. "You mean Leo Plav?" The headmaster nodded.
Exactly.
Leo Plav. At first we assumed he would hit his limit sooner or later, right? But instead he stayed near the top in almost every field. And because of that, the Academy Council has started paying closer and closer attention to him. That answer caught all three of them off guard. Aina Lendu spoke up. "They want Leo Plav recorded in the Hero Chronicle as an all-faculty student?" The headmaster confirmed it. "Exactly. The founding families backing him include Jiran, Rigard, and Tercia of Lumen Academy." Hearing that made Len clench his fists in excitement. If that happens, then future generations could inherit abilities like Leo's and give rise to a completely different kind of student. The headmaster raised a hand and stopped him there. Of course, in the end, he still has to choose one single faculty. The next day, at the Academy Stadium, 8 students stood in front of a gigantic wall of ice. They were already shivering from the cold and complaining, "Why is it this freezing? It feels like we're standing inside a freezer. What even is that thing in front of us?" As the students murmured among themselves, Aina Lendu spoke up and pulled their attention back. "I created this wall of ice to teach you Kai techniques, both for the interfaculty tournament and for conquering the hero world." Then he turned toward Celia. "Celia, draw your sword. Do you think your fire can break this wall?" Celia tightened her grip around the hilt. Aura wrapped around her body and her blade. Then she answered with complete confidence, "Easy." A second later, she unleashed a cross-shaped slash straight at the block of ice. The impact exploded with a loud blast and kicked up a huge cloud of dust. From the back, Leo watched her attack without taking his eyes off it. But when the dust cleared, everyone was stunned. The ice block was still standing there completely untouched, not even a crack. Celia's expression hardened at once. In her mind, she clicked her tongue. "This thing's as hard as rock." The professor went quiet for a moment, then finally said, "The technique we're teaching today is called the Breath of Heroes. It's based on the unique breathing method of the beast folk, but adapted to work with human life force." Then he stepped forward, passing right by Celia. He drew his sword and tightened his grip. Brilliant flames started rising from the blade as he prepared himself. Then, without hesitation, he swung a powerful slash straight at the towering ice wall ahead. The strike erupted with tremendous force. Duran narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, "That destructive power is unbelievable. So that breathing method is what makes Kai explode with that much force." The other students stared in disbelief, wondering how he could produce flames like that at all. After all, Professor Aini Lendu was supposed to be ice type. Duran then explained that Aini Lendu had once conquered dungeons himself, so it would not be strange if one of the hero abilities he inherited was fire. Aini Lendu gave a small nod and said, "Duran is correct. Because it isn't my natural Kai, It should have been weaker than Celia's, but with the breath of heroes boosting it, the power got amplified. After saying that, he told them to begin training, then turned his eyes toward Leo. Leo stood there in stunned silence and murmured to himself, "Isn't that Arch and Mir's technique?" And the students threw themselves into practice without wasting another second. Some of them kept failing over and over. Others slowly started improving. But the one who changed the most was Celia. Ileana stuck out her tongue as she panted, then dropped down where she stood and complained that she was exhausted, though at least it was finally over. Then someone walked up and handed her a towel. Her eyes lit up right away, and she cheerfully said, "Thanks." She laughed and bragged that even the head of the Eastern Department had acknowledged her talent now. "Ha ha!" Ileana and Chen Xia both turned to look at Leo, who was still standing there like a statue. That made Ileana mutter, "Wait, the class rep is still standing there?" Sweat was running down Leo's face. His fists were clenched tight, and his whole body was trembling like he was holding something back. Watching from a distance, Ain Elendu quietly said in surprise, "I didn't expect this." Leo was the only one who still hadn't finished. For a moment it almost seemed like this might push him to focus more on swordsmanship instead. But then Ain Elendu caught something strange. Wait, that breathing pattern? The moment he noticed it, he looked straight at Leo and asked, "Who taught you that Kai technique?" Leo snapped out of it and looked back. "What?" Ain Elendu walked over and said, "The breath of heroes originally comes from the beast folk of Osnia Academy. We adjusted it so humans could use it too, but the way you're breathing looks much closer to an actual beast folk style." Leo thought back to Artie and Mir, then answered, "That's right, it's not human." Ain Elendu then said, "Try changing the starting point of your Kai. Start the mana from the source of your breathing. Use the method I taught you, but picture yourself as a real beast folk." Leo followed that advice, and instantly a huge surge of fire Kai burst out. Durin's eyes widened on the spot. When the smoke finally cleared, the students erupted in chatter. What was that just now? How did he pull that off? Even Ain Elendu looked thrilled by the result. He laughed out loud. "Leo Plav, you really are something else." Leo looked down at his glowing hands and said happily, "Thank you, senior. I did it." Around that same time, Chloe was walking alone through the academy hallway with a stack of books in her arms. From behind her, Leo called out, "Is that heavy?" She flinched a little and turned around. Leo asked, "Are you heading to magic practice? Come with me." Chloe nodded and answered, "Yeah, thanks." Her eyes were full of quiet shyness. She could not even figure out why she was having such a hard time looking Leo in the eye. Then, from farther down the hall, Toro Yen approached with a smile and teased them. "Wow, you two look pretty cozy." Then she said, "Hey, Chloe." Caught off guard, Chloe asked, "You know me?" Torua Yen nodded. "Of course. I really liked your presentation on Northern magic." Chloe brightened and replied, "It's an honor." Then Torua Yen turned to Leo and asked, "So when are you transferring to the magic faculty?" Leo answered, "Senior, trying to force someone to change faculties is against the rules." A little farther ahead, they came across Albi Geron standing in front of a group of first-year students. Torua Yen froze, then immediately shouted, "Professor Albi, why are you in the first-year lecture hall?" He turned around and answered, "At Professor Ren's request, I'll be teaching a special session for first-year magic faculty students starting today." The second Torua Yen heard that, her face tightened in disbelief. "What?" Torua Yen protested at once. "Professor Albi, that's not fair. We've asked you for special lessons so many times and you never agreed, not even when we became seniors." He smiled and replied, "Ha ha! I've been busy." Carl and Chelsea were just as stunned that they would actually be included in Professor Albi's class. Professor Albi was a rare mage who could channel spirit magic through the human body itself. For any mage getting into his class was something they would absolutely want. Then Len stepped up from behind and greeted him. "Senior, you're here." After that, he turned to the group and announced, "Attention! This is Professor Albi, whom I personally invited to teach you first years. Consider it an honor." Then he glanced down and noticed that Torua Yen was somehow standing in line too, clapping away with the rest. His expression tightened. Did some impure element get mixed in here? He walked over, grabbed Torua Yen by the collar, and dragged her right out of the line. As he pulled her away, he said, "Come on, we still have materials to prepare for the interfaculty tournament." Torua Yen was furious and shouted back, "I'm a fifth-year student. I want to attend Professor Albi's special class too." Once the line was finally in order, Albi Geron spoke up. "All right then. Let's begin the special session. As most of you already know, my nickname is the Demon Eye Mage. Some people also call me the Tartarus Slayer. Those titles alone should tell you how many battles I've fought. So let me ask you this. In a magic duel, what matters most? One student raised a hand and answered, Mana capacity, sir. Albie Giron shook his head. Wrong. Next. Chelsea raised her hand next. It's casting speed. Albie Giron looked past her to the others and said, next. Carl raised his hand too. Is it the number of spells someone can use? Albie Giron answered right away. Next. Then his eyes landed on Leo. Leo, your turn. What's the most important thing in a magical duel? Leo raised his hand and answered without hesitation. Mobility? Albie Giron nodded, clearly satisfied. Finally, someone got it right. That's exactly the answer. Off to the side, Torua, Yan, and Len were getting the lesson materials ready. She muttered under her breath, I knew that too. Len noticed the look on her face and casually changed the subject. Then hurry up and cast your spells. From the audience, Emio Luchin raised a question. Professor, I don't understand. Mobility obviously matters, but I don't think it's the deciding factor in modern magical combat. Besides, hasn't magic already solved that problem? Albie Giron looked back at him and asked, You mean flying wings magic? Emio nodded at once. Yes, sir. Carl turned toward Chelsea and said, So if we already have flying wings magic, wouldn't that be enough? Chelsea nodded. That's true. Carl's flying wings spell was a levitation-based magic developed about 10 years ago. It was easier to learn than traditional teleportation spells. It was faster too, and it even let objects fly. To show them what he meant, Albie Giron called Leo and Emio forward. The two of them stepped out in front. Emio shot Leo an annoyed look, clearly irritated that someone outside the magic faculty was involved in this at all. Feeling that hostility, Leo could only wonder to himself if he had somehow been doing school life completely wrong. Albie Giron then asked Leo, Do you agree with Emio's view? Leo answered flatly, No. The response caught Emio off guard, and he immediately snapped.
What?
Albie Giron continued. Good. Then the two of you will test your mobility. We'll settle this by seeing who's right. Do both of you have magic gear for flying wings? Emio nodded. I do. Leo shook his head. I don't. That only made Albie Giron more interested. Then use whatever means you have. Leo smiled and answered, Yes, sir. Albie Giron explained the rules. The turning point is Beast Square. Whoever gets there first wins. The moment Emio heard that, he lit up. Really? Then get ready to become my subordinate, he declared. At the same time, magic spread across the board under his feet and lifted it into the air. Then he shot forward and yelled, Let's go! As he moved, he glanced back at Leo with a sneer, like he was about to mock a guy who didn't even have magic gear. But before he could finish, a storm of lightning slammed down right where Emio was flying, and he cried out in panic. What the hell is that? Carl jumped at the sight and shouted, Leo, what are you even doing? Leo turned and explained. This contest is supposed to show why mobility matters for mages. So limiting your opponent's movement is the logical thing to do, right? Albie Giron smiled and answered, Of course. Right after that, Leo created a ring of fire under his feet. Then he stomped down hard, using the force step by step to kick himself up into the air. Carl's eyes went wide. That's aura. Wait, is he really allowed to use that in magic class? Albie Giron replied. Carl, think about the opponents you'll be facing in the interfaculty tournament. They're monsters from every other faculty. That answer left Carl blank for a few seconds. Emio was still speeding ahead on his floating board, but after Leo's attack, smoke had already started rising from it. He looked down, cursed under his breath, and snapped, Damn it, you lunatic! This thing cost a fortune. You attack me out of nowhere and think I'll just let that go. But the second he finished talking, violent ripples spread through the air behind him. He glanced back at once, and there was Leo, right on his tail. Emio shouted in disbelief, You caught up to me? Leo's eyes had gone sharp by then, and he lunged forward without a moment of hesitation. After freezing for a second, Emio finally came back to his senses and shouted, Ice arrows! A barrage of icy arrows shot straight at Leo. But Leo brushed them aside with ease, then rushed in and slammed a heavy blow right into Emio's body. The hit split the hoverboard clean in two and sent Emio crashing down toward the sea. But Leo did not just stand there and watch. He immediately summoned a pair of phoenix wings, and he dove after Emio and caught his arm before he could hit the water. The sheer speed of it stunned the other students. Albie Geron explained, "As you've all just seen, Emio lost despite relying on flying wings magic. The moment his device broke, he lost his mobility. Meanwhile, Leo crossed the lake using the most basic kind of flight magic, the natural extension of wing-based movement. But because that magic was designed too much around convenience, it lacked precise control. So from here on out, what you need to train is flight magic." "Understood," the students answered together. "Yes, sir." After that, everyone threw themselves into practice. Most of them improved at least a little, but Carl still could not get the basic movement down and somehow ended up hanging upside down in midair. All he could do was laugh awkwardly and say, "Ha ha, now I'm the one hanging upside down." Albie Geron looked over the class and said, "A first year who can already use flight magic this well. I honestly don't know what else I can teach. Any questions?" Leo stepped forward and asked, "Professor, may I enter the Academy's restricted library?" That request caught Albie Geron off guard. "What?" "Access to Lumen's restricted library is beyond a teacher's authority." Leo quickly added, "I'm not asking as a student, I'm asking as a member of the Geron family." Albie Geron then asked why Leo wanted to enter the library. Leo answered, "I need to find a document, a historical record about a hero no one remembers." Hearing that, Albie Geron summoned a letter and said, "Then I'll write you a letter of introduction." But even with that, getting into the library still required permission from the head of the Geron clan, his older brother, Altec Geron. Leo quietly repeated the name to himself, Altec Geron. He was known as the Infinite Mage, a man said to cast magic without limit. Still, things were not that simple. Albie Geron went on to explain that the clan head was currently on Tartarus's southern front, so Leo would have to meet with his representative instead. Leo asked. His representative, Albie Geron, answered, "You'll be meeting that person here at the Academy. She's one of my seniors." "Curious now?" Leo asked. "Who is it, Professor?" Albie Geron let out a small sigh and nudged up his glasses before answering. "It's the third-year student Elena Geron, my niece." The scene shifted to Phantom Beast Island. The students had already reached the shore, and all around them, excited chatter filled the air. One of them said, "I heard the night and magic faculties already started their special training." Another added, "I heard Professor Albie is even teaching the magic faculty." Off to the side, Leo stood there quietly, lost in thought. His eyes drifted off into the distance. Then he remembered what Carl and Chelsea had told him before. Carl had asked, "Wait, you seriously don't know Senior Elena?" And Chelsea said, "It'd actually be weirder if you didn't." Leo had stared blankly and asked, "Is she really that famous?" Across from him, the two kept eating while Chelsea answered excitedly, "Famous doesn't even cover it. She's the third-year class president." Elena Geron, 18 years old, ranked second in skill across the magic faculty. Even as a third year, only Senior Torua Yan stood above her. Carl added that she was unbelievably beautiful too, and so many people chased after her that everyone had started calling her the queen. Even as a third-year student, she was already one of the strongest candidates to become the next student council president. Back in the present, Leo thought to himself, "Admirers, huh? So how am I supposed to approach her?" While he was still thinking it over, Yura Marnin, clearly irritated, called out from behind him, "Where is that person?" One of the lecturers answered, "They should be here any moment." A student asked, "Professor, who are we waiting for?" Yura replied, "Ulta." The moment they heard that name, the students got excited at the idea of special training before the interfaculty tournament under Senior Ulta, the bearer of the Pegasus Oath. But then someone else started to say, "But that's Senior," and right then, a figure stepped out from the forest. "Sorry, I'm late." The instant Yura Marnin heard the voice, she stiffened and turned around. Ulta Radishan emerged carrying a whole bundle of insect-catching nets. With a bright smile, she greeted them. "Hello, first-year students." The first years stared at the young woman in complete confusion, and one of them muttered under his breath that she really was as eccentric as people said. The second she stepped out, Ulta Radishan grabbed one of the nets and started swinging it around wildly. Standing beside her, Yura Marnin finally snapped, "What is with that ridiculous behavior?" Ulta answered like it was the most natural thing in the world. "It's a butterfly net, Professor. You must have heard already. Fairies have appeared on Phantom Beast Island." That claim left the students blinking in confusion. Fairies? The moment Leo pictured something tiny like Kiran, he narrowed his eyes and muttered, "No way!" Alta's words only made Marnin even angrier. She stepped closer and snapped, "So you're planning to make the first years go catch fairies?" Alta answered cheerfully, "Exactly. That was the last straw." Marnin instantly remembered the maddening days when she had to train Alta herself, and just thinking about working with this lunatic again made her stomach turn. She exploded, shouting, "The problem is your head, you maniac! How long are you going to keep acting stupid? We're drowning in work, preparing for the inter-faculty tournament, and this is what you bring me." Seeing her completely lose it, one of the nearby lecturers hurried over to calm her down. "Please calm yourself." But Marnin was still furious. Trusting you with these training sessions was a mistake. Alta, acting like she had not heard a word, turned to the first years and said, "As summoners, all of you dream of meeting the 3 great bloodbound beasts, right? Do you want to meet them?" The students answered all at once, "We do." Hearing that, Marnin barked back, "Don't fill their heads with baseless nonsense." And she forced herself to calm down and reminded Alta, "The tournament is coming up soon. You're not seriously planning to go around hunting fairies, are you?" Alta put on a confident look and replied, "Of course not." Cut to a few days earlier. Alta stood in front of the students and asked, "Who remembers what I said was the core philosophy of a summoner?" Eliza answered, "Tolerance." Alta shook her head. "No, it's love. And not just love for the spirit beasts you've already formed contracts with. You have to love all summoned beings. Become one with the spirit beast, human and spirit, living in harmony with nature. That is the true love of a summoner." Her lecture left some students genuinely interested, while others looked completely drained. Leo looked at Alta and let out a quiet breath, thinking to himself that eccentric or not, she really did understand the heart of summoning. Marnin summed up Alta's point. "We need to train your compatibility until you can communicate even with spirits you have not contracted." Alta nodded and said that, while it might be a little early for first years, they were going to try that approach anyway. Marnin continued, "You'll be staying on Phantom Beast Island for 3 days as part of this special class." Alta excitedly added, "I've already submitted your dorm leave, so there won't be any issues." The sudden announcement stunned the students, and they all shouted at once, "What? No way! We were supposed to go to Lumeria City this weekend. How are we supposed to survive out here for 3 whole days?" Eliza, on the other hand, sounded excited. 3 days living with phantom beasts actually doesn't sound that bad. Then Alta stepped forward and handed each of them a net. The students stared at the nets in confusion, and Alta explained that during those 3 days they were forbidden from using summons. Aura was off limits, and magic was banned too. They would have to survive in the forest using nothing but their own strength. The second they heard that rule, the students panicked and shouted, "What the hell?" Alta paid none of that any mind. She simply turned, waved as she headed into the forest, and said, "See you in 3 days. Try catching fairies with your nets, back on Emerald Isle." The students immediately broke into anxious chatter about how that forest was packed with wild beasts and spirits. Warden Tidney tried to speak, but before Marnin could finish, she cut in and said, "I told you from the beginning, we're not like students from the other faculties. We summoners are people who communicate with beings that carry the power of nature. In that sense, we have to adapt to nature and command it at the same time. That's why Senior Alta talked about tolerance. So let me ask you this. How many of you have actually seen the true nature of a spirit beast with your own eyes? How many of you formed a pact with one by yourselves? Most of you inherited yours from your family, or got your spirit beasts through class, right?" Then she smiled and said, "See you in 3 days." What came next was each student's own experience in the forest, and for every single one of them, the journey turned out differently. Everyone was trying to figure out what kind of connection they had with the spirit beasts around them. Holding a few red berries in his hand, Leo muttered that they were wild fruit and safe to eat. The summoning department's class really was brutal. Then all of a sudden, a loud scream came from behind him. "A fairy! A fairy!" That shout made Leo turn right toward the noise. What he saw next was a student trapped inside a giant flower, half swallowed and struggling hard, but completely unable to break free. Another student sneered and mocked him, saying it was pathetic to rush in like that without even realizing it was a plant monster. Kiran let out a tired sigh, calling himself an idiot for barging in without thinking. But right then, Leo noticed something on the monster. It was Kiran. He had been out causing chaos again, and he was clearly behind this whole dumb prank. Leo felt his temper rise on the spot. At this point, that guy really needed to be taught a lesson. Meanwhile, Kieran was absolutely thrilled with himself. He darted all over the forest, buzzing around excitedly as he wondered who he should prank next. But just as he was getting carried away, a net dropped over him out of nowhere. The one who caught him was Leo. Kieran completely panicked. "What? No way! I got caught with a butterfly net." Leo walked up with a cold look and said, "I told you to behave yourself." He grabbed Kieran and lifted him up as he demanded an explanation. "Did you come here just to stir up trouble?" Looking terrified, Kieran quickly stammered back. "You've got it wrong. I was investigating the strange things happening on this island." Leo narrowed his eyes. "Strange things?" Kieran nodded and said, "Yeah, something really weird is going on here." After hearing him out, Leo finally understood. "So what you're saying is, the spirit beasts on this island have been getting unusually violent. And you were trying to figure out why, right?" Then Kieran noticed the meat skewer in Leo's hand, and his eyes immediately lit up. "Exactly." Then he added that he had only wanted to mess around with the students a little. But things unexpectedly got out of hand. Leo shot back in annoyance. "And you expect me to believe that? This is Fina's territory. There's no way she'd miss something like this. There's no way she wouldn't notice." Kieran clenched his teeth and replied, "The Phoenix Fiora isn't on the island right now. Seriously." That made Leo freeze. "What?" Kieran explained that things had already been like this when they first arrived. In the letter left behind for the girl, it said, "If you're reading this, then you've already returned to Phantom Isle. Fiora's mother went to meet the Oathbound for a while." Kieran said that the only thing she left behind was a note saying she had gone to see the Oathbound. He gave a disappointed sneer. "I thought we'd finally get to watch the Phoenix mature." "Guess not." Fiora ignored him completely. She scanned the forest and said all the beasts in the woods were showing strange behavior. Then her eyes caught a pair of glowing red ones staring back at her. The moment she sensed the danger, she let Kieran go at once and said something was definitely wrong here, and they needed to check it out. Afraid he was about to get left behind, Kieran hurried after her and shouted, "Hey, wait for me!" After hearing the whole story, Leo thought to himself that Fiora, Fina's daughter, and the second strongest spirit beast on the island, would definitely have noticed if something was off. And all of this just happened to start while Fina was away. Was that really just a coincidence? Leo called out to Fiora through their mental link. "If you can hear me, answer me." But nothing came back. Leo muttered that maybe she was too focused on something else to notice him. Then Leo sensed something, and his hand slowly tightened into a fist. He tossed Kieran onto his shoulder and said, "Let's go find Fiora. I can feel an aura coming from the west side of the island." Kieran immediately started complaining, annoyed that he was being dragged out of his carefree break and forced into work. "Why me?" The scene then shifted to the lake on the west side of the island. Under the clear water, countless shining stones could be seen resting beneath the surface. Their glow lit up the lake itself, making the whole place look almost unreal. Fiora picked one up to examine it and immediately blurted out how beautiful it was. Under the starry night sky, she kept staring at it in wonder. "So pretty, oh my god!" And then she popped the mana stone straight into her mouth. She chewed away happily, both hands pressed to her cheeks in pure delight, when a voice suddenly called out, "What are you doing here?" Hearing someone arrive, Fiora glanced over and huffed, "Leo, this is basically a buffet." "Ha!" Leo walked up and asked if she had really been sitting here this whole time just eating mana stones. As he looked over the lake, Leo thought about how places where spirits and spirit beasts gather naturally produce mana stones when their energies concentrate. Young spirit beasts use them to grow, which was exactly why this area was supposed to be off-limits. Fiora hesitated and said that when she was little, she had been taught that eating more of them would help her grow faster. Kieran immediately mocked her, saying that superior beings like them didn't need mana stones to grow at all. Leo explained that even if they were treated like a delicacy, they were still basically just dessert. Then he warned Fiora not to tell him she had chased off the other spirit beasts just so she could keep this whole spot to herself. That hit her right where it hurt. And Fiora flushed as she protested. "Not that far. I was going to share some with them." Kieran piled on without mercy. "What are you, a phoenix or a pig? You drove everyone off just so you could eat alone." Fiora snapped instantly, furious. "Did you just call me a pig?" Watching the two idiots start up again, Leo cut in and told them that was enough. Then he turned to Fiora and asked if anything unusual had been happening in the forest. Fiora nodded and said yes, she had been sensing a very unpleasant energy spreading through the island. A gust of wind suddenly swept through, and Leo looked up at the sky. A chill ran straight down his spine. That moment, he thought this energy might belong to the same beast eater they had dealt with before. Leo immediately drew his sword, took a fighting stance and called out, "Kiran, Fiora, get ready to move." He locked his eyes on the lake, focused hard, and shouted, "It's coming!" A moment later, a monster with a massive mouth burst up from beneath the lake and lunged straight at him. Leo was ready for it. He kicked off the ground and sprang back at once, opening up distance between himself and the enemy. The dark mage looked at him and muttered that he had been wondering why the number of beasts had suddenly dropped so much. So it really was because of that phoenix from before. So we really do have unfinished business, Leo Plov. The moment Leo recognized that familiar face, he settled into a fighting stance and gave a faint smile. Looks like the grudge from our past lives is still alive. The dark mage lashed out with a mass of tentacles and shouted, "Then I'll finish this right here." Leo slipped past the incoming strike with a quick dodge. That attack looked simple, but it punched straight through an ancient tree behind him. The dark mage sneered and said, "I'll crush you where you stand." Then all at once, Leo felt something shift. Two tentacles shot up from underground and coiled tightly around his legs, making him jolt in surprise. Was there a spirit beast hiding below? It had stayed buried under the ground the whole time, so Leo hadn't sensed a thing. Out of pure reflex, he threw up a magic barrier around himself. The dark mage swung his arm down and roared, "Die!" Leo narrowed his eyes like he had already made up his mind. A moment later, several magic missiles appeared and began circling around him. Then a burst of fire energy exploded out from his body, releasing a huge wave of power. That force instantly sliced through every tentacle wrapped around his legs. Even after being cut apart, the tentacles started regenerating almost immediately. Seeing that, Leo couldn't help but note to himself just how ridiculous that regeneration was. Now free, he looked at the dark mage and said, "Let me ask you something. These tentacles feel exactly like the snakes of Agon, the kind that hide knowledge. Don't tell me this thing is some kind of chimera hybrid beast." Hearing that, the dark mage gave him a mocking look. "You're only a first year, and yet you act like you know everything. Who exactly are you, Leo Plov?" Leo didn't answer. He simply lowered himself into a fighting stance. Beside him, Fiora awakened her bloodline and transformed into a mature phoenix. Staring straight at their opponent, Leo said, "Listen carefully. I'm a first-year hero candidate." The second he finished speaking, Fiora spread her wings wide and slammed them down. Then Leo gave the signal to attack, and Fiora shot forward like an arrow. She flew straight at the enemy without slowing down. The impact set off a massive explosion. Kiran crossed his arms and laughed. "Not bad for a little chick." After attacking, Fiora shrank back into her chick form and landed on Leo's shoulder. Leo kept his eyes on the smoke and said coldly, "It's not over yet." As the smoke slowly cleared, the dark mage stepped out from inside it. His whole body was covered in tentacles. Grinding his teeth, he said, "All of my spirit beasts have been destroyed. I'll pay you back for that," he said, forming a magic orb in his hand. Then he slammed it into the ground and shouted, "Rise, death slime!" Thick green sludge burst up from the earth and began swelling fast. Off to the side, Kiran and Fiora both pinched their noses at the foul smell. Kiran yelled, "What is that stink?" Leo sent out a gust of wind to keep the smell from reaching him. Then, staring at the creature in front of him, he realized it was a high-grade slime. The dark mage laughed smugly. "You won't be dodging this one." But before he could do anything else, a voice suddenly rang out. "What do you think you're doing to my respected elder?" Dark clouds rolled in at once, and a giant bolt of lightning crashed down onto the slime, blowing it away into smoke in an instant. Leo's face went blank for a second. The newcomer was Ulta Rigdishan riding a Keelan. As it flew in, the beast bellowed, "You beast-summoning mage, what the hell do you think you're doing?" Watching his summoned beast get erased in a single blow, the dark mage gritted his teeth and clutched at what was left. So this really was the strongest summoning department student from Lumen. Ulta Rigdishan remained in the air as the mount kept flying overhead, looking confused. Kiran asked what that winged horse was even babbling about, and told it to land first. Then, while staring up at it, he said, "That's a Pegasus, a spirit beast on the same level as you." Ulta looked down with disgust. "This swarm of monsters is revolting." Then he ordered Arya, "We're destroying that abomination that stained this world." The dark mage clenched his teeth and thought to himself that he needed to buy time until his tentacles finished recovering. Then he summoned the death slime again, and the slimy monster lunged at Ulta, ready to attack. Another bolt of lightning dropped from the sky and struck it head-on, making the creature vanish into smoke all over again. Down below, Kieran turned and asked, "That thing is supposed to be on our level?" Leo explained that it wasn't just because the Pegasus itself was that strong. Its strength was being boosted by the summoner's domain power. With just one flash of light, the whole situation was handled cleanly. From below, the dark mage spoke through clenched teeth. He said he had wanted to ask this for a long time, and that the timing was perfect. Things were finally getting interesting. "And what about this?" he shouted as a blazing red magic circle spread out beneath his feet. Then another unexpected figure appeared in front of Leo. At that very moment, Yura Marnin stepped in, fixed the dark mage with a cold stare, and said, "Interesting, you're about to die." She raised her voice and snapped, "How dare you use spirit beasts to create a chimera?" He ignored the warning completely and kept the summoning ritual going. Right. After that, a giant monster slowly began rising out of the magic circle. Delighted, he cried out, "Come forth, appear, Cyclops." Once the summon was complete, he threw his head back and laughed at Leo. "Ha! So what kind of spirit beast do you have? No matter what it is, my Cyclops isn't going down so easily, Professor Yura." Then he looked at the spirit beast Yura had summoned, and Kieran blinked in disbelief. "Wait, that's just a rat. You've got to be kidding." Leo explained that it was an omnivorous rat. It looked harmless and even kind of cute, but in reality it was incredibly dangerous. Then one magic circle after another began appearing. From them came hundreds, then thousands of rats. With absolute authority, the command was given. They would devour everything, leaving not even bones behind. Seeing that, Leo thought to himself that this really was a tiny but terrifying monster. The swarm, dense as an army of ants, rushed straight at the dark mage. They poured forward like a tide, ripping into the Cyclops and making it let out a scream of pain. Standing beside it, the dark mage panicked. He grabbed his teleportation scroll and thought that if this kept up, every beast he had prepared would be wiped out. Then more bolts of lightning crashed down from the sky, striking him and sending agony through his whole body. Still in pain, he fumbled with the teleportation scroll in his hand, trying to force it open. Then, without hesitating any longer, he tore the scroll apart. In the next instant, his body vanished and was transported away. Watching from above, Alta let out a disappointed sigh and muttered, "So he got away." After that brutal clash, the forest finally went quiet. Then the two of them walked over toward Leo. Yura strode forward and barked, "You brat! Why did you go into the forbidden area, Leo?" Before he could answer, Fiora explained that it was because she had been eating mana stones by the lake. The professor's attitude changed instantly. Her face softened into a bright smile. "For our Fiora? How adorable!" Alta, meanwhile, was deeply moved, stepping forward as he remarked that Leo had entered the forbidden area out of love for his summoned beast. Hearing all that, Leo could only think that the pressure was getting ridiculous. Once things had finally calmed down, Yura climbed back onto her mount and said that the beast summoner had most likely been trying to corrupt the mana stones. "I'll report this to Callian Baden immediately," she said, before taking off into the air and leaving. Before she went, she left one more instruction behind. "Alta, stay safe and keep up the special training." He nodded and answered, "Yes." Then he turned to Leo and asked, "Leo, you're the one contracted with the Phoenix, right?" After that, he glanced over at Kieran beside him and added, "And on top of that." Kieran nodded and said, "Yeah, that's right." Then Leo noticed the horse behind Alta and asked if that was his senior's Pegasus. Looking proudly at his little mount, Alta said, "Iria, introduce yourself to Leo." Iria stepped closer and gently said, "I am Iria. Nice to meet you, Binder of the Phoenix." Leo smiled, stepped forward, and gently patted the Pegasus on the head. "Nice to meet you too. I'm Leo Plav." Seeing how happy Iria looked, Alta said in surprise that Pegasuses normally hated being touched by strangers. Then he asked, "Leo, have you ever ridden a Pegasus before?" Leo answered bluntly, "Never." But in his heart, old memories stirred. Back when he was Kyle, his contracted beast had been a Pegasus. Alta then said that Leo didn't seem too badly hurt and should continue with the special training. As for Leo using that supernatural power during the battle, Alta said he would let it slide this time. Leo answered cheerfully, "Yes, understood." As for the strength of that beast summoner from earlier, the enemy inside Lumen Academy clearly wasn't a student. There was a very high chance that person was already master level. A few days later, at the training grounds, one student remarked that this was the first time everyone had gathered since the entrance ceremony. Around here, there was never a peaceful day. Off to one side, Carl looked at his friend lying there like a corpse and asked how the special summoning training had gone. With tears in his eyes, the boy weakly answered that he was completely exhausted and hadn't even had time to wash up. Ilyana looked around like she was searching for someone, then asked, "Hey, where's the class rep?" Carl let out a breath and answered, "You mean the representative from the summon block? Man, what rotten luck." The second he started acting smug, Ilyana turned around and smacked Carl over and over, making him yelp in pain. Then the scene shifted to a tent, where Leo stepped in from outside. The moment they saw him, someone called out, "There you are, Leo." Another voice followed right after. "Now all the class representatives are finally here." A pale blue-haired girl looked at him with open admiration, thinking that the so-called all-round genius was even more impressive in person. For a second, she even felt like doing something other than healing. This girl was Lil Luce, the second-year summoning department representative at Lumen Academy. The young man lying on the sickbed was Hark Ligard, the fourth-year night department representative at Lumen Academy. He wasn't paying attention to the others at all. Instead, he kept glancing around like he was looking for someone, thinking, "Where is that person?" Then a girl walked up behind him, lightly touched his cheek, smiled and said, "Aw, how cute." She was the very person he had been searching for. Elena Geron. Looking at Leo, she said, "So you're the famous first-year representative who can open Lumen's forbidden library." Then, without any warning, she made him an offer. "Want to be my boyfriend?" Caught completely off guard, Leo froze for a moment before answering gently, "I'll have to decline." She leaned in closer, ran a hand through his hair, and asked why. She even told him she'd spoil him as much as he wanted. Leo answered like a bucket of cold water to the face. He said it was because she was too old, and her eyes widened on the spot. Then she broke into laughter, brushing away the awkward moment as she said, "You really are an interesting boy." Watching all of this from outside, Lil Luce was stunned. Leo really didn't back down, not even against Senior Elena. So the famous first-year representative really was something else. At the same time, she badly wanted to stop this whole thing right now. Just then, a handsome young man walked in from outside with a bright smile. "Long time no see, Elena. How's the mission going?" Elena let out a tired sigh and answered with obvious irritation. Hearing that, he laughed out loud. "Ha, I told you so." And he walked over to the young man lying on the bed and called out, "Time to get up, Hark." The moment he heard his name, Hark jolted awake and shot upright. He immediately blurted out, "Senior, let's fight right now." The other man just smiled and answered, "Another time, I'll fight you later." Watching from a short distance away, Elena cut in with a look of disbelief. "You just woke up and already want to fight? That's insane." Hark gave a mocking scoff. "Someone like you, always dragging around a bunch of petty followers, wouldn't understand what a real fighter's battle looks like." Elena Geron, her eyes narrowed slightly. "So what? You're saying I'm not the real deal?" He answered without hesitation. "Is there another Elena Geron standing here?" Seeing the mood turn dangerous, Lil Luce started trembling and stammered out that if the seniors started fighting in here, it would be a disaster. Someone might actually die. Elsewhere, the senior turned to Leo and asked, "So, what do you think after meeting all the department representatives?" Leo forced out a smile and replied, "Haha. Everybody seems a little too close, don't they?" After some time passed, the group was brought before the principal, who looked at them and said, "It's good to see everyone gathered here like this. I'll keep this brief and explain why I summoned each department's representative. Starting today, every student and teacher at Lumen Academy will have all outside communication cut off until the freshman interdepartment dueling competition comes to an end. With that, the lockdown is now officially in effect." At that moment, Leo understood exactly what this was about. This whole thing was meant to flush out the traitor. One suspicious name after another began surfacing in his mind. Back in the classroom, Ilyana said gloomily that forget the duel. She just wanted the lockdown to end already. "How are we supposed to go to Lumeria and buy sweets like this?" Chelsea immediately agreed. "Exactly. Studying without snacks doesn't even count as studying." Fed up with hearing the girls talk about food again, someone curled their lip and muttered, "You gluttons." And a student suddenly burst in from outside, panting hard as he shouted, "Big news, you guys! The duel location's been decided." The moment she heard that, Chelsea asked, "Where is it?" He answered, "Nigrang."
That immediately made Chelsea curious.
"Nigrang? Isn't that a forbidden area?" Carl started thinking it through. Nigrang was a city in the southeastern part of the continent, famous for being destroyed in a single morning by the eruption of a hero's dungeon. The dungeon had been conquered afterward, but the damage it left behind turned the whole place into cursed land, where humans could no longer live. The pink-haired girl asked nervously if it was really okay to hold it in a place like that. Chelsea answered, with confidence that even though it was a forbidden area, it wasn't actually that dangerous. She explained that only low and mid-grade monsters appeared there, though the whole area was covered by a curse. The blonde boy started sweating and said, "That sounds dangerous enough. How are you saying that so casually?" For Leo, the name felt strangely familiar. He started looking into it as well. This was the very place where, back when he was Lycina's, he first defeated the squad leader. Now he was in the library, already searching through the records. The city of Nigrang had a total of 5 large lakes. One of them was Lake Erdia. Some of those places had long since been forgotten by people, which meant there was a chance that Lycina's great spirit of light, Luminous, might still be resting there. Time passed quickly, and before long, the day of the interdepartment competition had finally arrived. The students' parents had shown up early, buzzing with excitement as they came to witness the first steps of future heroes. And judging by the crowd, there were plenty of promising candidates here. Looking down anxiously, one worried mother sighed and asked if the competition still hadn't started yet. Beside her, her husband calmly reassured her that their daughter would do just fine, so there was nothing to worry about. From the top of Hero Tower, Kalian Baden and Yura Marnan looked down over the scene. Yura said that with so many people being allowed in at once, she was worried the intruder might slip in again. She even suggested maybe the lockdown should stay in place longer. But Kalian Baden answered confidently that a powerful deterrent had already returned. So what happened last time would not happen again. The one he was referring to was the fire phoenix Fina, Fiora's mother. Yura shyly thought to herself that with Fina backing them up, she felt like she could sleep easy all night. At last, the chosen hour arrived. In the center of the square, someone announced in a clear voice, "Welcome, honored guests. I am Sijin, the official presiding over today's interdepartment competition." As was already announced to the students, this interdepartment competition is a battle to the death. Show your strength, your strategy, and your ability to survive. If you want to be the last one standing and claim the glory, then this competition will decide it, and whichever department still has survivors left at the very end will be declared the winner. The wristbands on your arms are artifacts designed to monitor your physical condition. If a wristband determines that your life is in danger, it will instantly teleport you back here using the band's built-in settings. And there is one more thing. This interdepartment competition also serves as your final practical exam. The moment the professor finished saying that, all the students stared in disbelief and shouted at once. "What?" The professor continued, saying that survival was the goal of the competition, but not the goal of the final exam. If they spent the whole time running just to stay alive, they could still end up with the lowest possible grade. Every action they took would be recorded in detail by the wristbands they had been given. That meant a student eliminated early could still score higher than someone who lasted longer. So from this point on, every move mattered. Hearing that, Leo let out a small smile and sighed to himself. Clever. If someone threw away their personal standing just to help their department win, their final exam grade could take the hit instead. After laying out the rules, the professor declared that the interdepartment competition would now begin. The instant he finished speaking, magic circles lit up beneath every student's feet. A burst of light flared so brightly it blinded everyone, and a few seconds later, they were all transported somewhere else. When Carl opened his eyes, the sight in front of him left him stunned all over again. His voice dropped for a second before he shouted, "What is this place?" Every student had appeared suspended in midair, and panic spread instantly. Screams broke out as they yelled for everyone to use magic fast. Chen Jia stayed calm and thought it through. The entire city was wrapped in all kinds of curses. Now she understood why this land had been abandoned. Those curses were turning on and off at irregular intervals. The only place untouched by the curse was the ancient city ruins, so everyone would probably head there first. Thinking that, she closed her eyes and focused on the ruins below. But first, she needed to find Lake Erdia. Meanwhile, Elena was riding on top of her summoned beast, right beside her. Duran burst forward with explosive speed. As the two came face to face, she thought to herself, "Third place in the night department, Prince Duran." On the other side, he quietly muttered, "Second place in the summoning department, Elena." By then, both of them were already set in fighting stances. Neither one looked like they planned to hold back. But just as they were about to start, Leo appeared behind them, let out a light breath, and several rockets formed in his hand. Then, in the next instant, he shot right past both of them at blinding speed. Elena jerked in surprise and shouted, "Huh? What?" Then she gritted her teeth and snapped, "You again." Duran reacted the same way. Grinding his teeth, he snarled, "That damn Leo Plov." Meanwhile, Leo casually rubbed at his ear with a finger and muttered, "Man, my ear's been itching like crazy." After moving for only a few minutes, he landed in a certain area and figured it would take about 10 more minutes to head west from there. Lycinas had sealed himself away before being destroyed. Was he still there? Leo looked down at the map in his hand and started piecing things together. Then he glanced toward the ruined citadel ahead and flinched slightly, chaotic sensory residue. He was used to it, but most others would probably have a rough time with it. While he was standing there, deep in thought, Chen Xia suddenly rushed over from out of nowhere and called out, "Master Leo," a little surprised to see her here. Leo folded up the map and turned to her. "But the ancient ruins are in the opposite direction. Are you following me?" Chen Xia explained that she had something she needed to do. Leo asked, "Something to do? What is it?" She thrust one hand forward, then she settled into an attacking stance and said, "Fight me." Sudden challenge clearly caught Leo off guard, but he still began gathering energy for battle. As he asked why this was happening so suddenly, Chen Xia replied that from the very first moment they met, she had wanted to know just how far ahead Master Leo really was. The instant she finished speaking, she vanished from where she stood and came diving down from above. Her fist came straight at him, and the speed behind it was no joke. Leo was just as sharp. He instantly raised a layer of magic protection and blocked the attack head-on. After dispelling the protective magic, he let out a cold snort. Chen Xia kept moving, another magic circle forming under her feet as she praised him. "Just like I expected, Master Leo. You instantly used a flame armor aura to cancel out my water aura." As she said that, she stepped 1 foot back and prepared her next move. That motion alone made Leo stiffen for just a moment. Then she called out for a high-level water spirit and immediately summoned it. With a hard swing of her arm, she sent it straight at Leo. On Leo's side, magic was already gathering in his palm. Then he raised a wall of fire and blocked the attack she had just launched at him. At the same time, Leo understood what she was really doing. That whole exchange had obviously just been a feint. The real attack was aimed at his side. The instant he finished casting his defensive spell, Chen Xia rushed in with both fists clenched, ready to smash straight through him. Boom! The two forces crashed together so hard it felt like the space around them split apart. Smoke and dust burst outward as the ground cracked and chunks of stone tore loose. The shockwave shoved Chen Xia backward across the ground. She caught her arm, locked her eyes on him, and quickly realized that tiny gap might still give her a chance to strike back. At this point, sneak attacks probably were not going to work very well anymore. Leo gave Chen Xia a look and calmly pointed out that she was not fighting like her usual self. "Water is supposed to move with the current. But right now you're cold and stiff." His voice turned sharp and icy. Then he tightened his grip on the sword and shot straight at her. The moment she felt the danger behind that attack, Chen Xia bit down hard. Taking it head-on would be incredibly risky. She had no room to dodge. Without hesitating, she threw up protective magic and met his blow head-on. Only a few seconds later, cracks started spreading across her barrier. Her eyes widened, and she blurted out that this alone was not enough. And while that thought was still running through her head, Leo had already appeared behind her. "I told you already. You're too rigid." As he said it, a fireball formed in his hand. Then the explosion hit. As the smoke slowly thinned out, Leo stepped forward, called his sword toward her, and declared, "You lost." Chen Xia let out a breath and asked, "Master Leo, are you really only 16? You feel more like some war-worn uncle who's seen every battlefield out there." Leo immediately cut her off and told her to stop saying weird things and go back to the ancient ruins. His response caught her off guard. She stared at him and blurted out, "What? You're not going to eliminate me? Is this pity?" Leo turned and started walking away. "This is a fight to the death. How I deal with the loser is up to me." Then, without looking back, he told her to handle the people chasing after them. Before she could even figure out what he meant, 2 huge waves of energy came tearing in from behind her. She sucked in a breath. "Huh? Who's that?" Those 2 presences belonged to none other than Duran Moira and Eliza. The second Chen Xia saw them, all she could manage was a bitter little smile. The moment they blocked the path, Eliza shouted, "He's my target, so move!" Duran Moira only smirked and answered, "Don't be ridiculous. Leo Plov is my prey." Seeing that neither of them would back down, Chen Xia raised her voice. "Eliza, Duran, the ancient ruins are that way. Why are you 2 here?" Duran stepped forward and said, "So you're after Leo Plov too? He beat you, didn't he?" Where did he go? Chen Jia gave a straightforward answer. Yes, I lost. Then she added, Wait, Duran, I'm hurt. Can you take me to Nella? He let out an annoyed sigh and asked why he should do that. With a smile, she answered, This is the inter-department competition, and you and I are from the same department. Are you really going to abandon a teammate just because of a personal grudge? That argument hit its mark, and Duran's expression tightened just a little. Then Chen Jia turned to Eliza. I'm having trouble walking, so can you carry me for a bit? Eliza puffed out her cheeks and said, Chen Jia, if you were in the summoning department, sure, but we're enemies right now, remember? Hearing that, Chen Saya let out a soft oh my and immediately started bringing up the past. I help you study all the time. She recalled Eliza once saying she did not ask questions because she could not solve them, but to see whether Chen Jia had actually paid attention in class. Back then, Eliza even promised she would repay her for lending out her notes. Chen Jia had simply answered, I'll be waiting. Back in the present, Chen Xia reminded her. You said you'd pay me back after borrowing my notes every single day. The moment Eliza realized she had been cornered with her own words, her fist tightened. I'll repay you. Sure. But it doesn't have to be now. Chen Jia just stared at her with shining eyes. That one look left both of them speechless and out of excuses. Eliza could only yell in frustration. All Chen Jia wanted was to travel together for now. She made it clear that they would only go together until they reached the center of the ruins, and after that, they would go right back to being enemies. The second she finished speaking, Chen Jia decisively jumped onto the back. The two of them quickly took off. As Chen Jia looked back, she thought to herself, I don't know why you still haven't gone to the center of the ruins, but hurry up and get there, Master Leo. At the same time, another group of students was sprinting ahead in a panic. Leading them was an orange-haired boy from the summoning department, Juridan Lucen. And excitement was written all over his face. Once we get inside the city, we can escape the curse, right? But just as they moved forward, a fireball suddenly came flying straight at them, making the whole group jolt in shock. Then, from behind them, a pair of slender legs stepped into view, and a cold voice asked, What exactly are you looking at? The person who appeared was Celia Zerdinger. She was one of the students guarding the north gate. Juridan's group immediately turned and ran the other way. Inside, he cursed their bad luck. They had been so close. Still, he had no choice but to tell everyone to head for a different gate. Their next target was the west gate. But when they got there, Chloe Muller was already waiting for them. The moment she saw the group, she raised her staff and prepared to cast. That made Juridan swear under his breath. They kept moving. Now only the south and east gates were left. Eliza had already gone after Leo Plav, so all they could do was hope that Warden Tidden had managed to lock down at least one gate and get inside the city before the curse fully activated. As they rushed forward, a huge dark shadow suddenly swept over the sky above them, and every student instinctively looked up. One of the students in the back, drenched in sweat, blurted out, A black wyvern. Juridan immediately corrected him. No, that's a spirit beast from the summoning department. It's the variant Senlu was riding. The others were instantly filled with questions. Why is it here all of a sudden? Then the scene shifted to the center plaza, where all eyes were still fixed on the inter-department matches. Up on the observation platform, Zira stood there with his arms crossed, watching the display as he thought to himself that Celia was doing well. But hadn't Senlu reached the ancient ruins yet? The image on the screen changed again, and this time it showed Chelsea Llewellyn. The instant someone saw her, they shouted, There he is! Watching his granddaughter fight with that much confidence, Rogers looked down from above and could hardly believe it. She really had grown into a battle mage worthy of the Llewellyn name. This was Rogers Llewellyn, Chelsea's uncle and one of the royal mages of the Rodran Empire. The person beside him, Zira, let out a laugh and said the Rodran ruler would be thrilled to see this. Rogers looked so touched he was practically on the verge of tears, saying she had grown up so fast. In his mind, Chelsea was still that little one-year-old girl from back then. Then Zara's eyes suddenly narrowed. What is that? On the screen, a gigantic ox came into view, letting out a thunderous roar. He stared at it in confusion. Isn't that a ghost beast? Elsewhere, after noticing something was wrong, two professors rushed into the central control room and immediately asked what was happening and why a ghost beast was on campus. One of the professors already inside turned to them and said something serious had happened. They had completely lost contact with the control room on the other side. Realizing things were slipping out of control, Harlan Edmund turned to the professor beside him and said they had to send the students back immediately. The other professor agreed at once. He then hurried over to the teleportation magic circle, and the moment he reached it, began pouring mana into it. He channeled power into the mana stone to activate the teleportation, but the light that flared up only lasted for a moment before going dark. That instantly threw him off. Teleportation isn't working? What is going on? There was no time to stand there thinking. Professor Harlan Edmund turned and headed out, telling the other professor to keep trying to restore contact and find a way to bring the students back. I'm going to see Callie and Baden. Then the scene returned to the competition grounds, where the interdepartment fight was still continuing somewhere else. The brown-haired boy was breathing hard through his teeth as he cursed under his breath. Damn it! These things aren't normal. We need to wipe out that magic department group fast before the monster notices this area. As he said that, he glanced up. Not far away, Warden Tidney was still standing there calmly guarding the south gate. Then, from somewhere in the distance, a terrifying screech ripped through the air. A dragon suddenly appeared overhead. Its jaws opened wide as it gathered power for an attack. The moment the charge was complete, it angled its mouth downward and fired straight at the students, who still had no idea what was happening. The second Warden Tidney recognized that something was seriously wrong. He instantly appeared in front of the students. He thrust out a hand and threw up a protective barrier. His sudden appearance stunned the students, and someone shouted, "Hey, Warden, why are you helping us?" But Warden Tidney did not answer. Instead, he coldly ordered them to open the city gates and let everyone inside. One of the students took offense immediately and snapped, "What are you doing? They're from another department. And why should we listen to you?" Before he could finish the sentence, Warden Tidney was already in front of him. One hand wrapped around his throat, and from there the outcome was obvious. When it was over, he looked at them coldly and said there was no time to explain. Then he added, "Get yourselves together. I'm taking command now." His voice dropped even heavier. "Open the city gates, now." Meanwhile, Leo was still searching. After checking several places and finding nothing, he let out a frustrated sigh. Nothing here either. So is the lake in the ancient ruins the last place left? By now they should already be fighting hard over there. Should I head that way too? As he moved casually through the forest, his eyes suddenly sharpened when he noticed something strange. He lifted his head toward the sky. Something was wrong. Was this the Wideria curse? Not the lingering curse of Nigrang, but a newly cast one, the curse of isolation, the kind Tartarus uses during large-scale battles. The moment he sensed the danger, Leo took off like an arrow. As he ran, he cursed to himself. The spell did not directly hurt people, but that was not the point. Its real effect was cutting off everything from the outside world. It was a powerful barrier-type curse that sealed off an entire area. Has the traitor inside Lumen already made a move? They needed to regroup with the others immediately. At the center of the ruins, everyone had just made it through a brutal fight. A pink-haired girl was treating Carl Thomas while urging him to hold on just a little longer. In another corner, a young man gripped his sword so hard his whole body was shaking. Why won't it activate? Why? Over at the east gate, Chelsea Llewellyn kept throwing attack after attack at the monster, but none of them were doing any damage. The creature roared and swung its arm, bringing the attack straight down at her. Just before that blade could hit, someone shouted from the distance, "Break the barrier!" In the next instant, a barrier appeared and blocked the monster's strike. Chelsea dropped to the ground, trembling so hard she could barely steady herself. Then Abad Llewellyn appeared in front of her and scolded her for forgetting the multi-incantation training. The moment Chelsea saw him, she finally steadied herself a little and cried out, "Brother?" Still shaken, she asked, "What in the world was going on? Wasn't this just the interdepartment competition?" But before she could finish, cries and wails kept echoing from the distance, pulling both of their attention away. Abad tightened his grip on his staff and told her the interdepartment competition was over. Something had happened in this area, and now everyone needed to stand together. Then he raised his staff and formed a glowing sphere of magic in the sky. Its light spread out across the entire cathedral. If that's the case, then the quick ones will head for the main city. As for us, what we need to do right now is defend this city. The moment she saw the signal, Eliza Fuang lifted her eyes toward the sky. Right behind her, Chen Xia pointed upward and said it looked like some kind of gathering signal. Eliza answered right away, "I don't know exactly what's going on, but something is definitely wrong here." Durin Moira clenched his fist and said in a cold voice that he was going straight through to support Go. The second he said it, he shot off like a bolt of lightning, flashing past two orcs in an instant. After only a few minutes, the group reached the entrance to the central ancient city. The students on top of the gate saw them coming and immediately shouted that the last group was arriving and the gates needed to be opened fast. As soon as the gate cracked open, the three of them rushed inside without hesitation. Once they were finally out of immediate danger, Chenxia let out a breath and said they had made it out alive. Celia Zerdinger jumped down from the wall and walked over to them, asking where Leo was. Chenxia answered that Master Leo had headed out toward the outer area. Abad Llewellyn stepped up too and asked why Leo would go that way. Eliza said he probably had his own reasons. They had no idea what he was thinking, but one thing was certain: he was not going down that easily. Chelsea Llewellyn tried to reassure everyone, saying Leo would be fine. Celia followed that up by saying they needed to exchange information first and figure out what kind of situation they were really in. She looked down at the bracelet on her wrist and started with the most obvious issue. This thing isn't working. Anyone seriously injured can't be teleported out. Abad added that spirit beasts were not only showing up outside the city but inside it too. Then Chenjia gave her theory. On top of the original Nigrang curse, there might be new curses layered over it too, something like a communication blocking curse. Standing nearby, Chelsea agreed that it made sense. After hearing everything, Eliza summed it up. So basically, this strange incident has left us trapped inside Nigrang and cut off from the outside. Right? And on top of that, monsters and spirit beasts are attacking from inside the city too, so the smartest move is to make full use of the walls and defend from there. But the moment she finished, a voice from farther away pushed back. No, I think this is the time to attack. This could be some surprise event the school set up. The one speaking was Emio Luchan from the magic department, the student who placed third on the midterm magic exam. He argued that if they performed well here, they could impress the people watching from outside, and just sitting around on defense would be a huge waste. Celia stepped in immediately against that reckless idea. This isn't something we can treat like a simple surprise event. Some of the wounded are already in critical shape. Without Nella's healing magic, several of them would already be dead. Over in the corner, while Nella Carvin was treating Carl Thomas, he weakly muttered that maybe only a deep wound in the stomach would wake him up properly. Seeing him stir, Nella quickly told him not to talk. With everyone pushing back against him, Emio's face twisted with anger and he ground his teeth. Then he snapped, pointing at them as he shouted that this might even be exactly what the professors intended. If he failed the final exam because of them, were they going to take responsibility for that? In his view, going on the offensive and wiping the monsters out would score far better than just hiding behind defenses. Duran Moira cut in and said that throwing away the advantage of the walls before they even understood the situation might not earn good marks at all. After being shut down again and again, Emio's clenched fist started shaking. Then he angrily stepped forward, muttering that he would go out and kill spirit beasts himself and that they had better not regret this later. But before he could get any farther, something suddenly dropped right in front of him with a heavy thud. He jumped and blurted out, "What is that?" When they looked closer, they realized it was a monster's severed head. The one who had thrown it there was Warden Tidney, who had just landed directly in front of Emio. Warden Tidney looked up and coldly ordered everyone to stay quiet and protect the inner city. Celia made the call without hesitation. Pointing forward, she said they would commit to a defensive battle and split into 5 teams to guard the gates and the walls. At the gate, the front line was suddenly broken through by a minotaur, and one of the students shouted that the line had been breached. In the next instant, Duran Moira came flying in from behind like a thunderclap and brought the beast down with ease. The mages in the rear followed up with attack after attack, and quickly finished it off. Up on the wall, a wave of orcs was charging straight ahead. One student shouted to take down that orc first and not let it reach the gate. A mage tightened his grip on his staff and shouted, "Ice Spear!" The moment the spell was cast, countless ice spears formed in the air and rained down toward the orcs. But even that was not enough to slow them down. The orcs kept moving forward with stones in their arms, marching straight for the wall, and the mage could only curse under his breath. Then all of a sudden, something shot up into the sky from behind them. A massive pillar of flame exploded upward, and the one behind it was Celia Zerdinger. She tightened her hold on the sword, activated flamewing, and prepared to strike. Outside, the seniors and instructors watching the battle on the screens looked tense, but some of them still called out in support, praising the juniors for holding on. One of them admitted that he had been worried at first and that this was a relief. Hearing that, the blonde person beside him turned and asked, "A relief? Do you really think this is where it ends? If the enemy caused an incident this big during an official Lumen event, then simple isolation is not all they are after. In the worst case, every last one of them could die. And it was not just the proctors feeling the pressure. The parents watching were just as shaken. Then someone suddenly pointed at the screen and shouted, "Look, it's starting!" Back inside the battle, a magical vortex suddenly opened in the sky. From inside it, a giant arm reached down and grabbed one of the orcs, leaving everyone frozen in shock. Seeing that, Ileana Layden's eyes flew open in surprise as she cried out. At that moment, she remembered something from one of the professor's lectures. Back then, while the class was covering the heroic chronicle, Ileana Layden, who had not been paying attention at all, turned to the pink-haired girl next to her and asked where they were. Nella answered that it was page 157. The professor had gone on to explain that during the common night of Hermelin at the Battle of the Baoran Fields, a spirit beast nearly 15 meters tall had appeared there. That creature was called a Titan. The students instantly cried out in panic. Impossible. Faced with that monster, the boy beside them started trembling and begged it not to look their way. The Titan slammed one foot into the ground and immediately charged straight at the students. But the moment it moved, sharp waves of freezing air burst up from beneath the ground. A second later, huge pillars of ice shot out of the earth, one after another, and pierced straight through the creature. From the rear, Chloe Muller tried to snap everyone back to their senses. "What are you all doing? Get ready to fight!" Then she urged the students frozen in fear to take a closer look. "That Titan is not fully grown yet." One student turned and shot back. "How are we supposed to beat that thing? We'd be better off running." Another immediately agreed, saying they should split up now and wait for reinforcements. Chloe's whole body was shaking with anger. But when she spoke, her voice stayed steady. "Do you really think running means you'll survive? I'm scared too." At that moment, the Titan slowly turned its blood-red eyes toward the students. Ignoring the pain from the ice spears in its body, it swung both arms straight at the section of wall where everyone was standing. Then, right in front of them, the ice piercing its body started melting away. One student noticed and shouted that its wounds were healing. Their attacks were doing nothing. Everyone panicked and started yelling to run. But while the others only thought about saving themselves, Chloe stayed where she was, and coldly said that someone once taught her a hero faces danger head-on and keeps fighting even in the worst moments. So no matter how hopeless it looked, she was going to fight. The second she said it, multiple magic circles unfolded around her. Soon after pillar of light rose up and blocked the Titan's attack. Chloe looked up, and even with the situation closing in on her, her voice did not waver. But in one instant of distraction, the monster reached out and swung straight at her. Seeing Chloe still standing there, Celia Zerdinger rushed over in alarm and shouted for her to dodge. Chloe was still trapped in that moment and quietly said, "I'm not afraid." Then suddenly, countless slashes streaked across the sky and cut the Titan's arm clean off in an instant, making the creature howl in pain. Celia kept running toward Chloe and hurriedly asked if she was all right. Chloe was almost completely spent. She looked up and murmured about that slash just now. Celia understood immediately and nodded. Yes, that was Leo. He had arrived at exactly the right moment, standing there tall and staring straight at the monster. His timing could not have been better. He stood there facing the Titan, and the moment he dropped down from the city wall, Kieran cried out in disbelief at how reckless he was being. "Leo, the healing power of fairy spirit magic is not unlimited. Once your body hits its limit, it won't work anymore." With Kieran still nagging in his ear, Leo pulled him close and told him to stop talking because it was dangerous and he needed to fall back. As soon as he said that, Leo jumped straight toward the two girls sitting there in a daze. He walked up with a smile and told Chloe she looked pretty capable out there. That one compliment instantly made Chloe blush. Then Leo added that she really looked like a hero. Embarrassed, Chloe softly replied that she was only copying someone a little. The moment the crowd saw him come back with the two girls, they all cried out at once, "Leo! Master Leo!" Leo turned toward Carl Thomas and asked about the situation. Carl answered that ever since they entered the city, no one had suffered a truly serious injury. Everyone had just lost their nerve because of that monster. Celia added that the Titan had just taken a heavy hit from Leo, so it probably would not launch another attack right away. After thinking for a moment, Leo looked up at the sky and said what they needed to do now was simple. They had to join forces and bring that thing down. Then he turned back to everyone with complete confidence and asked why they looked so shocked. If they wanted to become heroes, then this was only natural. Ileana Layden immediately spoke up and said fighting that monster was impossible. Leo answered by telling everyone that he would take command, because he was confident he could beat that monster. Off to the side, Eliza watched him and thought there he was again, acting like he was right about everything. Then Leo Plov asked who said no one would follow his orders, And Warden Tidden calmly added that he would be counting on Leo's leadership. That response clearly caught Eliza off guard. She turned and sharply asked Warden Tidden why someone as prideful as him was suddenly willing to follow somebody else. He answered that the reason was obvious. Everyone already knew that monster had to be eliminated. Then a soft voice joined in, saying that if someone was confident they could defeat it, then following that person's orders made sense. It was Chen Shia. She stepped forward, grabbed Eliza's sleeve, and said trying out Master Leo's command for once actually sounded interesting. With everyone else starting to agree, Eliza got irritated, but she still gave in and said fine, since she had planned to do that anyway. Nearby, Abad Llewellyn thought to himself that Leo had been exactly like this during the entrance exam too, charging into an impossible fight without a second of hesitation. Then he admitted out loud that he thought he had closed the gap a little, but it was still nowhere near enough. Hearing that, Celia snapped at him to shut up and stop rambling. The next person Leo wanted on his side was Duran Moira. So he stepped up and simply asked if Duran would lend him a hand. Duran glanced down at his arm, then turned back and lightly bumped Leo with his shoulder, saying that he would be the one to land the hit on that monster. Leo took that as acceptance and replied that was good enough. Outside, the people watching the whole thing could not hide their excitement. Those first years are incredible. That formation might actually be enough to beat it. A blue-haired girl looked over at Elena's darkened expression and nervously asked if she was all right. Elena did not answer right away. Instead, she quietly thought to herself that the moment that boy appeared, the entire atmosphere changed. There are plenty of outstanding heroes in this world. That boy stands on a completely different level. He can turn despair into hope, the kind of presence that lights the way when everything is dark. It's true. He really does deserve to be called a great hero. Then the scene cut to the melee fighter. After taking hit after hit from the monsters, he let out a few strained breaths and reached toward his wound, trying to stop the bleeding. Eliza and Abad came in from above, closing in on the monster from the air. The moment Abad noticed it starting to weaken, he lit up and shouted, "Amazing!" But Eliza kept her eyes on it and answered coldly, "Not yet." Right. Then the monster threw its jaws open and blasted energy straight at them. But Eliza had her summoned beast veer aside and slip past the attack. As soon as they got behind the monster, Abad gripped his staff tighter and readied his next strike. The instant he caught his opening, he unleashed a storm technique. In a flash, a massive storm tore across the monster's body and blew its head apart into the air. But almost immediately, a fresh head grew back. Eliza's eyes widened. Impossible! How are we supposed to kill that thing? High above them, Celia angled down for a dive and shouted, "Move!" Abad quickly reached out toward her. "Over here!" But Celia shot back. "No thanks." Then she dropped straight down and wrapped her arms around Eliza. "Sorry. I'm not letting that Llewellyn hold you." Caught off guard, Eliza snapped, "Wait, if there are 3 or more people on it, the wind dragon won't be able to move properly." Celia stayed calm and said, "Leo told us to gather here. Before the magic finishes, we hit that big thing with everything we've got." Once Abad understood what Leo was planning, he leaned toward Celia and said, "I see fire and wind work very well together." Eliza ignored the two of them and shouted, "I don't know what you're planning, but tell me when to move." Down below, Chloe stood atop the wall, staring straight at the monster. Under her breath, she quietly recited her incantation. With attacks pouring in from every direction, the monster let out a furious roar. The moment Chloe finished the spell, countless razor-sharp ice spikes filled the sky and rained down toward the monster. Elsewhere, Duran and Chen Xia were getting ready to strike too. Duran turned and asked, "You ready?" Chen Xia gave him a bright grin. "Of course." Then she stepped forward on her own and shouted, "I'll open the way." At once, her water spirit shot toward the monster and coiled tightly around both of its legs. The second its legs were bound, Duran began gathering power until his whole body shone with blinding light. "I'm going." He turned into a streak of lightning and raced along the path the water had created. Water and lightning fused together, forming a gigantic sea dragon that wrapped around the monster's body. The creature's entire frame shook violently from the electric shock. As it screamed, countless chains burst up from below and locked hard around its neck. The one holding it in place was Warden Tidney, his whole body trembling as he fought against the monster's strength. Up in the sky, Abad kept pressing the attack. One strike after another slammed into the monster, and each hit dragged another agonized roar out of it. Leo turned to Chelsea and asked, "Ready?" She gave a quick nod. "Yes." At that moment, the monster formed another sphere of magic inside its mouth to strike back. Once the attack was fully charged, it fired straight at the fortress, and Leo knew the moment had come. Chelsea sent a tornado roaring straight at the monster, then called out, "Leo!" Just like they had planned. Leo used the wind Chelsea created. With that boost, he leapt up with ease and rushed straight toward the monster. Then his hand tightened around the sword hilt, his eyes turned cold, and he unleashed his move. Luru Whirlwind. Phoenix's breath spinning through the air, he brought his blade down into the monster, making it howl in pain. As Leo's strike ended, Chloe drew in a deep breath and called out, "World of Ice!" In an instant, the monster was sealed inside a frozen statue. The creature fought against the ice with everything it had, and cracks began spreading across the surface. Then the ice shattered, and at that exact same moment, the monster's body dissolved into mist. The students froze for a beat, then erupted in cheers. "We won! We really destroyed it!" Hearing that, Chloe finally dropped back to the ground and let out a long breath. Then all of a sudden, an arm appeared beside her, holding out a vial right near her face. "Chloe, you really do look like a hero out of legend. Marvelous!" The unexpected praise made Chloe blush a little, and she answered softly, "Thank you." She tightened her grip around the vial and looked off into the distance, thinking, where did Leo go? By then, Leo had appeared in a place so peaceful it almost didn't feel real. He slowly reached down, touched the water with his hand, and started feeling for something beneath the surface. When he saw 3 lights in front of him, he smiled and said, "Long time no see, Luminous." Deep inside the magical lair, a pair of eyes slowly opened. A white-haired woman appeared before him, watching him with open suspicion. The one he had called out to was Luminous. After hearing her name, Luminous frowned and asked, "Who are you? And how did you manage to wake me up?" He met her gaze and answered, "It's me, Kyle." The moment she heard that name, she realized who he was. Then she quickly asked, "I don't know if she's here, but where is Lycinas?" He answered in a flat voice, "Lycinas is dead." That single line made her freeze. She went quiet for a long moment before finally saying, "A sky this blue in an age of calamity, that would have been unthinkable." "How long was I asleep?" He gave her the answer. "About 5,000 years." The number made her jolt. 5,000? Then she let out a small breath. "Maybe it's a good thing I never woke during that time. At least I fulfilled that child's wish. Listeners, thank you for bringing the light back to this world." But then her tone shifted. "Even so, I can still feel darkness lingering on this land." After that, she looked at him and asked, "Will you fight this time?" He looked back at her with a faint smile and said, "Of course I can't let this peace be taken away." Then his eyes moved to the countless tiny swallows flying in front of him as they gathered into the shape of a spirit. Looking at it, he asked, "What is this?" She explained, "This is the jewel passed down through generations among the great light spirits. It doesn't hold any special power, but if you carry it, the light spirits will treat you as one of the great spirits." He took the jewel, studied it for a moment and smiled. "I'll keep it safe." Then Luminous lifted her eyes to the sky and quietly said, "The sky is beautiful." As soon as those words left her lips, her form dissolved into the air and blended into the deep blue above. Cut back to the academy. Looking over several student files spread across the table, Kalyan Baden asked, "Is that the full list of suspects?" Sejin answered. "For now, yes," Kalyan Baden continued. "Quite a few names were recommended by the board." Then he rubbed his forehead and muttered, "Starting in the second term, we may have to bring the vice principal back." That instantly caught the 2 professors off guard, and both of them blurted out, "The vice principal?" Then the scene shifted to the classrooms, where students shouted the moment they got their exam results, the noise practically shaking the whole academy. Carl clutched his grade sheet with shaking hands and cried out in relief, "I survived." Beside him, his friend Tydney looked just as thrilled. "Me too." Harlan Edmund glanced at Carl and let out a tired sigh. "Almost getting expelled really does suit you." The second Carl heard that, he dropped his head and stammered, Please, forgive me." Then Harlan Edmund gave one last warning. "Don't cause trouble over break. I'll see you in the second term." With that, he turned and left. The fact that he got off without punishment sent Carl over the moon. He spun around in a daze, leaving the 2 girls next to him staring. Ileana Layden could barely contain herself. The moment the teacher stepped out, she shouted, "So that's how the first term ends?" "That's so, Professor Harlan," Nella asked the class leader. "Are you heading back to the Rodran Empire for break?" Then Chelsea added, "Leo's from the Kingdom of Delan." The unfamiliar name immediately caught Nella's attention. "Where's that? I've never heard of it before." Leo explained, It's a kingdom on the western border. Chelsea looked oddly pleased and said, "Then I'll have to visit Leo during break." Leo gave a faint smile and thought to himself, "It really has been a long time since I went home." But the second he arrived, a huge banner suddenly unfurled right in front of him, catching him completely off guard. "So I do have a place to come back to. I just wasn't expecting it to be this flashy." His mother and the others had already arrived ahead of time to greet him. The moment she saw him, she smiled and said, "Welcome home, my son." The instant he stepped back into that place, a strange feeling washed over him. Only then did he finally relax. At dinner, after hearing everything that had happened, his father praised him. "I never expected you to show talent in every field," Leo answered. "I didn't realize it either until I got to school, father." His father went on, "Even though you're my son, I still have no idea how a child this exceptional came from me." His mother immediately changed the subject. "Is Professor Harlan doing well?" Leo let out a small sigh. "He's still teaching." Then she said, "I heard Lumer's homeroom teachers will be visiting during break. Professor Harlan is one of them, so this time I'll be meeting him as a parent." At that exact moment, Harlan Edmund's ear suddenly twitched for no reason. While the family was still eating, a maid walked in awkwardly and said, "Madam, young master, there are visitors." The moment she realized who it might be, Leo's mother frowned and said to her husband, "The demon clan again? What a nuisance." Then she told the maid, "Send them back." The maid hesitated before replying. "They said they came from Azonia Academy." The moment Leo heard the academy's name, he stiffened and repeated it to himself. Azonia Academy? Before anyone else could even react, the mysterious visitor had already stepped into the dining room. Looking around, he asked, "Is Mrs. Raina Zerdinger here?" "Greetings, I'm Azonia's messenger spirit." Then he stepped forward and handed Leo a letter, catching him slightly off guard. His mother clicked her tongue and said, "What a pain. Just let him take it." Leo opened the letter and read the contents. "Congratulations, you have been selected as an admission candidate by Azonia." That only left Leo even more confused. Selected? Cut to Osrek City, the city of the Beastkin. Now he was standing there, letting out a tired breath as he muttered, "The Beastkin's heroic military academy, Azonia Academy." Unlike the other schools, Azonia holds its entrance ceremony in summer, and it's infamous for being the most brutal academy of them all. As he stood there, he remembered what his mother had told him. "Back when I was young, I once helped some students from Azonia. To repay me, they gave me a free admission pass to Azonia Academy. They even sent over a recommendation letter for your enrollment. I think I may have signed some kind of contract too." Leo let out a sigh. He really shouldn't have let contracts get signed so casually. As he walked through the streets, he thought back to what his mother had said. From what he'd heard, the entrance test here was a desert marathon, and Azonia was the kind of Beastkin academy that worshipped strength and lived by pure instinct. That only made him more curious about what kind of hero candidates the Beastkin would be. At the moment, he was disguised as a real Beastkin, complete with rabbit ears on his head. It was a trick Kiran had helped him with, turning him into something that looked like a Beastkin hybrid. As he kept reading the letter, he found the test location. The entrance exam would be held at the Azrek Coliseum. Then suddenly a statue up ahead caught his eye. The inscription on it read, "In memory of Aaron, the warrior of indomitable courage." Leo stared at it and muttered, "Aaron?" Then he looked at the statue with a dry expression. "Indomitable courage, my foot." That guy was shaking in fear every time he fought. Still, after a pause, he added, "The statue does look pretty good, though." Then the scene shifted to the Colosseum, where Leo now stood inside a massive arena. Out of nowhere, a pair of sharp-clawed hands slid into view beside him, along with a grin full of excitement. Leo was still taking in the scene around him, quietly thinking, "So these are the contestants." Then, from not far away, someone stepped up with a sneer on his face. "Hey, mongrel! You really expect us to believe someone like you is an Azonia candidate?" Another one chimed in. "At least get rid of that mongrel smell first." Leo didn't even get what they meant at first, so he pointed at himself and asked, "You mean me?" The red-haired guy instantly snapped. "Who else would we be talking about? You hybrid rabbit acting all high and mighty." Leo couldn't be bothered. He turned to leave and said, "You're not even Azonia students, and you're already acting tough. You just came for the entrance ceremony and you're already full of yourselves." That one line made the red-haired guy flare up. He grabbed Leo by the shoulder and barked, "You dare look down on an Azonia candidate? I can't stand weaklings like you." Seeing the guy practically asking for it, Leo glanced back over his shoulder. Then, without a moment of hesitation, he spun around and slammed him straight into the ground, with beastkin-level strength behind it. The impact cracked the floor on the spot. Pain shot through the guy's whole body, making him tremble violently. The young man beside him hurried over and asked, "Durkin, what's wrong? Were you going easy on him?" Durkin clenched his fist and shot back, furious. "No, absolutely not." Leo didn't spare them another glance. He just waved and started walking away. "See you at the entrance ceremony?" But on the other side, Durkin suddenly sprang to his feet, his eyes practically sparkling. "That guy is freaking awesome. He's seriously strong." Then he started yelling like a maniac and ran through the city looking for Leo. Hearing those shouts in the distance, Leo thought to himself, among beastkin, strength really is something people worship. What a strange culture. Meanwhile, everything Leo had just done had already drawn the attention of another beastkin. Watching with interest, he said, "I was worried this place would be full of boring people, but now there's someone interesting." Elsewhere in the square, a fierce match had just ended. A young man stepped up from behind and reported. The penance was completed in 36 minutes. Every result was rated excellent, Sir Examiner. The other man answered coldly, "Still not good enough. Excellent at that level isn't acceptable." The blonde man blinked in surprise. "Huh? That's already a pretty impressive result." But the other man fired right back. "Haven't you heard what happened with the new first years at Lumine? Our incoming class needs to be filled with standouts too." This man was Bergaton, one of Azonia Academy's examiners. The younger man protested. "Sure, it does look like Lumine is leading this generation, but our candidates are impressive too." Bergaton looked down calmly and said, "Especially since my daughter is participating this time." The one he meant was Ardian Mir of the Tun clan, one of the candidates nominated for admission into Azonia. At that, Bergaton ground his teeth with confidence. "My daughter Arshin can easily take the class representative position." But then something suddenly caught his eye. His gaze shifted toward Leo, and inwardly he thought, "That child looks strangely familiar." Then he asked, "Deputy Examiner, do you know anything about that rabbit beastkin at the end of the line?" The blond man paused, flipped through his notes, and said, "First time I've seen that face. And he's not on the watch list." Bergaton kept staring and asked, puzzled, "So he's a nominated candidate?" The man nodded. "Yes, that's right. He was admitted by nomination." Even after hearing that, Bergaton's eyes stayed fixed on Leo as he kept thinking, "That look, it's exactly like J.A.'s." Then a loudspeaker boomed from the upper stands. "Group D of Part 1 of the Beast Festival has entered the arena." Around the same time, someone remarked, "There's a notable candidate in Group D, right?" The heir of the Tun clan, Arshin. Right after that, she confidently stepped into the arena, drawing greetings from the spectators in the stands. The others turned their eyes toward her and thought, if she really is the hope of these strength-worshipping beastkin, then can she inherit Ardian's techniques? Leo looked elsewhere and muttered, "Wait, I thought Azonia's entrance ceremony was supposed to be a desert marathon. So what is this beast festival?" He turned and asked the girl next to him, "Is this part of the entrance ceremony too?" She looked at him, surprised. "You don't know about the beast festival?" Leo gave an awkward smile. "I'm a hybrid, so I'm not really familiar with beastkin culture," she explained. "Azonia's entrance isn't just a ceremony, it's one of the biggest festivals we have. The Beast Festival is meant to entertain the visitors, but for us students, it's also a ritual." After hearing that, Leo repeated, "A ritual?" She nodded and continued. "With the Tartarus threat still hanging over us, this is how we declare to our people that we've arrived. So fight well, like you did earlier, Black Rabbit." Leo gave a bitter little smile and murmured, "We've arrived." The moment he finished speaking, a gate suddenly swung open, and a monster burst out with a terrifying scream. Right away, it locked onto Leo and charged straight at him. But just then, a series of sharp swishing sounds rang out and made the monster flinch. It was Ardian and several other beastkin rushing in together to attack. The sudden assault made the monster's eyes widen on the spot. Then it snapped its focus toward Ardian and lunged at her instead. In the next instant, a streak of light flashed through the air. Ardian had already leapt high overhead. She took one sharp breath, then dropped straight down, unleashing countless slashes all around the monster's body. The whole attack came down at blinding speed. After finishing her strike, she landed lightly. But the second she saw Leo still standing there without moving, she jerked and shouted, "Pay attention." At that exact moment, another monster attack was already coming straight at him. Leo simply tightened his arm a little and drove it forward. The two fists met head-on, and the air between them compressed from the impact. The monster's eyes immediately turned savage. But with overwhelming power, Leo crushed it in an instant and put it down with ease. His eyes stayed calm the whole time, cold and steady, no different from a wild beast. The crowd in the stands nearly exploded when they saw it. Amazing Black Rabbit! You're number one in my heart. Watching him, Archon narrowed her eyes with interest and thought, no doubt about it. That Black Rabbit just used bestialization. As that thought crossed her mind, her gaze sharpened with suspicion. When the moon rises, that's the power that awakens the beast instinct sleeping inside us. Their ancestors had researched bestialization long ago, but no one had ever been able to use it freely. Except for one person. That was the hero Aaron. And the monster Leo just killed had been the last one. Then the loudspeaker announced, "The Beast Festival ends here." Later, back in the changing room, Ardian came over from a distance, clearly too curious to let it go. "Hey, Black Rabbit, I want to ask you something." But before she could finish, another voice suddenly cut in with a grin. "Hey, not bad, huh?" A young man walked up and introduced himself. "I'm Dion Den." He was a wolf beastkin and one of Azonia's nominated admission candidates. Leo answered him flatly. Kai, hearing that, Dion Den let out a breath and repeated it. "Kai, huh? I was worried this place would be full of weaklings. Having someone at your level here makes me feel a lot better." Ardian's mood instantly soured when she got cut off. She stepped forward, clenched a fist, and snapped, "That muscle-headed idiot is running his mouth again." Seeing her, Dion Den casually turned and greeted her. Ardian ignored him completely, leaned in close to Leo's face and said, "Black Rabbit, talk to me for a minute. I've got something I want to ask." The sudden request caught him off guard. "Me?" Then all three of them suddenly noticed something happening outside. A pair of feet stepped into the room, and a calm voice said, "Too noisy." The one who had arrived was Bergiton. Looking at them, he said, "You all did well in the Beast Festival." The moment Leo saw him, he thought to himself, "Hero Bergiton looks even cooler up close." Then Bergiton stepped forward and continued, "As you already know, tomorrow's test will be a crossing of the Great Azrek Desert. The rules are simple. Start at Azrek, cross the Great Desert, and reach Azonia. But the Great Azrek Desert is one of the harshest places on the entire continent. So I only have one piece of advice for you. Don't do something stupid like mistaking recklessness for bravery." After that warning, the deputy examiner stepped in and continued, "The nominated students haven't attended the free classes over the last half year. Since you're not familiar with the other students, step forward and introduce yourselves." Additional explanation: to enroll in Azonia, students normally have to attend free classes first and earn a nomination letter. Nominated students, on the other hand, are judged so capable that they're allowed to skip those free classes entirely. After learning that, Leo turned to Ardian and asked, "Why didn't you take the free classes?" She let out a confident sigh and replied, "Didn't need them. I'm already strong enough." Then another girl stepped forward and introduced herself. "I'm Steya Rual. I specialize in magic. Nice to meet all of you." Next, a short-haired girl gave her introduction. "I'm Rate Vega. I'm a spirit mage." Then it was Ardian's turn. "I'm Ardian. Let's all do our best together." Leo kept his usual cool look and gave his own short reply. "Kai, nice to meet you." Bergiton watched every word and reaction closely. Then Dion Den stepped forward to introduce himself. "I'm Dion Den," but right after that, his voice turned cold. "If you're weak, don't get in the way. You should quit now." Seeing the tension rise, the deputy examiner quickly cut in. "Go outside. Check the dorm assignment board, then come back." After that, everyone headed out. Leo walked out with the others too. But then a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder and made him stop. The one calling him back was Bergiton. Looking at him, he said, "Stay behind. I want to speak with you privately for a moment." Once the room was empty and only the two of them were left, Bergiton spoke up. "Kai, I just want to make sure about something." Leo gave a small nod. Then Bergiton asked, "You're Reina's son, aren't you?" That question hit Leo hard enough to make his eyes widen. "He knows my mother?" Leo took a few seconds to think, then answered, "Yes, that's right. Do you know my mother?" The moment he heard that, Bergiton laughed and said, "So you really are Reina's son. I'm an old friend of your mother's. Back in the day, we used to represent Lumine and Azonia in competitions. I'm sure she's told you plenty about me, Bergiton, right?" But Leo answered him bluntly, "No, sir, my mother's never mentioned any of that." The corner of Bergiton's mouth twitched. "No way, Reina and I were that close," Leo explained. "My mother doesn't really talk about her school days much." Bergaton let out a breath. That does sound like her. Then his arm tensed a little, as memories from the past started surfacing. Grinding his teeth, he muttered angrily. If it weren't for that idiot, by now you'd have— Leo cut in before he could go further. Even if she doesn't talk about the past, my mother has never regretted the choice she made. Hearing that, Bergaton fell quiet for a few seconds. Then he slowly nodded. Yeah, that sounds right. That woman really is worthy of the name Zeringer Bloom. Still beautiful, still dignified. Hearing someone praise his mother like that made Leo frown a little. Mother, a Bloom. This guy's kind of— And Bergaton changed the subject. All right. I saw how you performed in the Beast Festival. I'll be looking forward to your entrance test tomorrow. Leo nodded back. Yes, sir. After a long day, Leo finally returned to his room. He looked around, headed into the bathroom, and when he came back out, he couldn't help but say, these dorms are even better than Lumine's. Then suddenly his eyes shifted toward a noise coming from outside the window. The next second, the window flew open and Ardian appeared. Black Rabbit. I came here to expose your secret. But the second she saw him completely naked, she instantly blushed and covered her eyes. Why are you changing like that? Leo answered flatly. Because this is my room. A little later, after getting dressed, Leo sat down on the bed and said, All right, I'm dressed now. You can open your eyes. So what secret were you talking about? Arshin turned toward him and said, Back at the Beast Festival, I saw what you did. You can use bestialization whenever you want, can't you? Since she clearly wanted proof, Leo shifted into his beastkin form and said, Like this. Ardian's eyes went wide. No way, it's real. Looking at his current form, Leo thought to himself, strange, in this transformed beastkin state, using the hero's breath triggers the bestialization process. Of course, keeping it up too long would leave some serious after effects. She stared at him in open admiration and said, How is that even possible? In history, the only one who could use bestialization freely was Lord Aaron. Then Leo offered, Want me to teach you? The moment she heard that, she lit up and stammered. Really? Meanwhile, Leo thought, I need someone to inherit Arshin's path. When the coming battle with Tartarus arrives, I'm going to need more strength on our side. Maybe that's why I was reincarnated in this era. After thinking it through, he added one condition. Then you'll need to prove something first, she blinked and asked. Prove what? Leo answered. Prove whether you have what it takes to become a hero. That one sentence sent her mind racing. She kept thinking, This guy's looking down on me. He's on a completely different level. Then his easy smile returned as he said, I'll be waiting, Ardian. By the next day, the loudspeaker announced that the second day of the entrance ceremony had begun. Now the students were lining up for the aptitude test, the one where they had to cross the Great Azraq Desert. Holding the registration list, Yura Marnin said in surprise, From Tun to Den, Rual to Vega 2. Our kids have gotten seriously talented. But Azonia's nominated candidates this year are no joke either. It's a shame I didn't get to see the Beast Festival. Beside her, Len Horace sighed with real regret. Yeah. That really is a shame. Then Yura Marnin said, Hey, there's a student here with a strange name. Kai, right? Len Horace smiled and replied, The name of the great hero, huh? Makes you wonder whether this Kai is bluffing, or if he's actually tied to the primordial hero Kai. Honestly, he reminds me so much of that kid Leo. He really does remind them of Leo. Then their eyes shifted downward. At that moment, Archon was walking forward with a clear sulk on her face. Len Horace muttered, Isn't that Archon? Yura Marnin went on, Has the competitive side of the beastkin flared up again? Look at her. She's definitely heading over to challenge somebody. She walked straight up to Leo, sounding more than a little annoyed. Black Rabbit, you didn't forget your promise from yesterday, did you? I'm definitely going to make you acknowledge me. I was so fired up, I couldn't sleep all night. So during today's test, don't miss a single second of what I do. Leo let out a small sigh and answered, All right. Watching from above, Ain Elendu said with interest. This is getting fun. Is the one she's targeting that student named Kai? Beside him, Yura Marnin laughed softly. A student who makes people this curious really is something. But then her expression suddenly stiffened. Len Horace reacted the same way. Because both of them had recognized who that person really was, they blurted out, Why is he here? Now the 5 students stood in the middle of the square. Bergaton looked toward the nominated candidates, and the loudspeaker rang out in a serious tone. Before the entrance ceremony begins, the candidates will now take the oath. Up in the stands, Yura Marnin and Len Horace were still staring in disbelief. What the hell is he doing here? Then the loudspeaker continued. The 5 nominated candidates, place your hands on Lord Aaron's hero records. The moment he heard that name, a thought crossed his mind. So this is Arton's hero record. I didn't think I'd be seeing it like this. The announcement went on, and one by one, each person was told to recite the oath. Arton was the first to step forward. She placed her hand on the hero record and began. First, for the honor of the great hero, I will never act like a coward. While waiting below and getting ready, he stood there with a strangely distant look on his face. Then it was his turn. He walked up, set his hand on the hero record, and started the oath. Second, for the honor of the great hero. Before he could even finish the line, the hero record suddenly began to shine. In the next instant, a massive pillar of light burst upward into the sky, and everyone around them could only stare in shock. Up in the stands, Yura Marnin looked over in surprise. Senior, could it be? Ain was clearly thinking the exact same thing. Even Bergeton was caught off guard by what he was seeing. The beam kept swelling larger. Then after a while, its brilliance slowly began to fade. Floating high in the air was a single book. It was the hero record. Then the book opened on the very first page of Artan's chapter. That huge light spread around the two of them, and the deputy examiner could only blurt out at Bergeton, What is this? Could this be the hero's world? Bergeton answered without losing his composure. Yes, Lord Aaron's hero world has opened. The blond man's whole body shook. Wow! So the hero world can overload like this. On the outside, he looked calm, but inside, his thoughts were in complete turmoil. For some reason, a page of Lord Arton that was never opened before has appeared. Even if it turns into a dungeon because of an overload, clearing it could become a chance to inherit Lord Arton's power. The only problem was whether these kids could actually conquer Lord Arton's world. A moment later, the two of them were pulled into a completely different space. It was like stepping into a distant age, a grim world where darkness had swallowed everything. When they came to, they quickly looked around, and Arton blurted out in alarm, "What the hell just happened?" Then she turned to him at once. "Black Rabbit, you saw that too, right?" "The hero record definitely opened just now," he answered in a calm voice. "Look up." The sky above them was nothing but a heavy gray void, and Arton froze. "What is that?" "The whole sky is gray." Voices still echoed through the space. "A hero has appeared. A hero who will bring light. A hero who will bring the future." As the words rang through his head, he thought to himself that this might be 5,000 years before Arton's time, during an age of despair. The voices kept repeating through the empty space. "Please save us. Be careful not to be eaten by Jabwoks." She looked around and tried to make sense of it. "Is this the world where the false hero Aaron once lived?" Gave a short nod. "Yeah. This seems to be the refuge city of Rysar." Arton kept pressing the question. Then why did the hero world suddenly activate? In all these thousands of years, there has never been a record of Lord Aaron's page opening. He didn't have an answer for that either. In class, and even back in Berkia, whenever I touched my own record page, my hero world opened, but those were all my own pages. This time, anyone could tell that this was Aaron's page. Right then, the system message appeared. Mission objective, search for Aaron in Rysar. As he looked up at the notice, he frowned to himself. If the objective is just to search for someone, then maybe this isn't a hero dungeon after all. Another thought followed right behind it. If this world opened properly, then why can't it connect with the outside? Then he glanced over and noticed Arton trembling. "Arton, are you okay?" But instead of fear, her face lit up with excitement. "It says the mission is to find Lord Aaron. Does that mean we might actually get to meet Lord Aaron again?" Finding Lord Aaron should be easy since he's supposed to be so famous. All he could do was give a bitter little smile. "Yeah, you'd think so." That only made her even more fired up. "Then let's start asking people right away." He let out a quiet sigh and thought to himself that people from this era would naturally think that way, since the history recorded later was different from what really happened. Meanwhile, she was already hurrying ahead. "Black Rabbit, come on!" He kept thinking about what Aaron was really like in this time period. Then, suddenly, a man's irritated voice cut in. "I'm telling you, I've never heard the name Aaron or anything like that." The man waved them off in annoyance, leaving both of them standing there for a second. Arton looked stunned. "How is that possible? Nobody knows Aaron?" She turned and asked someone else right away. "Hey, Beastman, have you ever heard the name Aaron?" The person shook his head. "Not once." Then, after a brief pause, another voice suddenly rang out. "Ha! You little beastkin brats! If you've got nowhere to sleep, Then come stay in my room." She looked a little discouraged now and muttered to him, "The mood here is getting really strange." He answered right away, "Before it gets dark, we need to find somewhere to stay." As he thought it through, one possibility became clear. Maybe this is the year 1462 on the Altegra calendar, 20 years after the calamity began. If that's where they were in time, then there was no reason to wander around searching blindly for Aaron, because there was someone else they needed to meet first. With that in mind, the two of them headed into a nearby area. He told himself they had to be close. Arton hurried after him and called out, "Wait, Black Rabbit? Where are you even trying to go? You're the one leading us." Then she looked around and grumbled that this place did not even have a decent inn. Her voice turned cautious. Then, without warning, she spun around and threw a kick straight behind her, but a stranger caught her in an instant. Arton clenched her teeth, ready to fight back, but Leo quickly stepped in. "Wait, Arton, don't fight!" The man's grip tightened around her arm, and in the next moment he reached up and seized her by the throat, catching her completely off guard. Struggling to breathe, she forced out, "Black Rabbit, run!" The man turned his eyes toward Leo and demanded, "Why did you come here? If you don't tell me the truth, I'll kill this beast man." The legendary hero was an honorary student tied to Aaron's world. Then the man spoke again. "Who are you? There's a baby Jabuak outside, so watch yourself," Leo answered without raising his voice. "We came because we heard this place was worth seeing." The man narrowed his eyes and kept questioning him. "Who told you that?" "This isn't a place people are allowed to enter," Leo answered. "That coward Aaron told us. That's why we came here." The moment he heard that, the man finally loosened his grip. He let Arton drop to the ground, then turned his back on them and said only one thing, "Follow me." Not long after that, they were given a place to stay. The man told them they could spend the night there, then come find him again in the morning. Once outside, Leo looked around and thought to himself, "No matter how many times I see this cursed sky, I still can't get used to it. It's just as ugly as ever." Beyond the world of Resar, everything was swallowed by fog, which meant this might be the only area in this world that could actually be explored. That strange voice kept echoing on. "Both of our fragile climbing roofs are steered by small hands." During the midterm exam, the conquest objective does not appear until the Jabuok is defeated. If that's the case, then this probably isn't some control failure. But then why can't the people outside control the hero world? His mind went back to the mission, notice telling them to search for Aaron in Rizar. Normally, the key that opens a hero world is either the owner or an item deeply connected to that owner. But what if there was another kind of key? Like someone with a deep connection to them. Of course, even he knew that might just be speculation. But if Aaron's world opened because of me, then it would explain why the outside can't control this place. Was it really just a coincidence that I was reborn and still kept all my memories? If a hero's record page was meant to prepare for that great hero's rebirth in the future, and let that power be inherited once again, the voice continued. "Little rabbit, a childish story. Then maybe completely destroying Erebus isn't impossible after all." He stared off into the distant sky, his head crowded with one thought after another. Then all at once, a loud voice broke through. "Wake up, Black Rabbit!" It had all been a dream. The one shaking him awake was Arton. As he stretched and slowly woke up, she asked if he was up already. Then she brought up the man from yesterday, saying he had been insanely strong, and asked if Leo was hurt. She answered her own worry with a bright grin, saying her body was tough, then quickly asked what had even happened yesterday. Leo told her it looked like the man had mistaken them for intruders, and that he had managed to settle things peacefully by talking. Arton looked at him and said he was surprisingly polite. Leo, meanwhile, thought to himself that the impact yesterday had been serious, yet this beastkin descendant really was ridiculously sturdy. Just then, the man came to see them again. The two early risers had already recovered. That man was Aegon, the sky god, a hero from the Calamity era. He walked over to Arton and said that even for beastkin, her toughness had caught him off guard. Arton shot back right away. Surprised by what, exactly? Aegon let out a small sigh and admitted that she was younger than he had expected. Then he apologized for what happened yesterday to make up for it. He told them to come with him and said he'd buy everyone breakfast. Arton still looked a little unsure, and quietly said to Leo that maybe this guy was not such a bad person after all. Leo nodded and agreed, especially if he's offering breakfast. So the two of them went with him. After walking for a while, Arton started getting suspicious again. "You aren't just leading us into a trap so you can attack us, right? Where are we going?" Leo gave a quiet sigh and answered that he didn't know. but the man did not seem like a bad person. As they walked, Leo thought about Aegon. The sky god was one of the heroes active during the Calamity era, just like Yura Marnin's father. He had originally been someone their team wanted to recruit. But for some reason, by the time they met him in those early encounters, his spirit had already been broken. So what happened during this past month? Then the sight ahead made Arten stop cold. What? What is this? In front of them, countless children were running toward Aegon. One little girl called out happily, "Uncle Aegon, it's breakfast time." Then the children noticed the two strangers and asked who that big sister and big brother were. Aegon told them they were guests, then added that they could give his share to these two instead. At that, Arten suddenly stomped the ground and burst out, "Uncle, I totally had you wrong. You're actually a really good person." Then she walked over and happily rubbed the little girl's head. A moment later, Leo's eyes shifted to one corner nearby, where a single figure was sitting alone. The instant he realized who it was, his eyes widened. He thought to himself, "So we meet again after all this time." At that moment, memories from long ago came rushing back into his head. Inside, he froze. The great dark spirit. "Elsie," that strange voice kept echoing, and then the man's words followed after it. "Little rabbit, why don't you go with that shadow?" The scene shifted back 5,000 years into the past. Back then, Kyle and two others walked up to a man sitting alone in a graveyard. Lysina spoke first. "I heard a plague is spreading here. What a miserable place." Then she looked at Aegon and asked, "Are you the sky god?" He slowly raised his head and asked them, "Who are you?" The woman standing beside Kyle continued, "We've come to ask you to join the expedition," Luna added. "We need someone with the power of a hero like you." But Aegon lowered his head again and answered in a tired voice, "Go back. I won't join any expedition." Luna tried to press him further. "But if you really carry the title of Sky God, then—" Before she could finish, Kyle stepped forward from behind her. "That's enough, Luna." He rested a hand on her shoulder and said quietly, "His spirit is already broken." Luna still pushed back. "Even so, a broken spirit can be lit again. It would be a waste to walk away from someone like him." Then the black-haired woman turned and started to leave. "Luna, like you said, a lost will can come back. But someone who's feeding hatred can't save the world. Let's find someone else." At that point, Aegon spoke up. "I can point you to someone. Go find Aaron." After that, the three of them left, and Luna muttered, "Aaron? But in a place this huge, how are we supposed to find him? If you're going to recommend someone, at least do it properly." Kyle let out a breath and told her there was still time, so they could take it slowly. If the sky god recommended him, then he was probably no ordinary person. Then he turned to Luna and added one more thing. "And stop rushing ahead like that, Luna." That instantly set her off.
What?
"You trying to die?" Just then, the black-haired woman on their team noticed someone nearby. The dark spirit. Then she called out brightly, "Oh, hey, it's the dark spirit." Back in the present, Leo stood there with a bowl in his hands, thinking to himself, "I never expected to run into Elsie here." The last time they met was back when they were gathering members for the expedition. Still, this was not the right time to talk to Elsie. After all, it would still be about another year before either he or Kyle met Elsie again. He carried over 2 trays of food, and across from him, Arten eagerly called out, "Uncle, come eat with us." Aegon gave a nod and said, "Sure. I'm the master of that useless brat, after all. A noble, great, and fearless hero who fought against disaster, and you're calling someone like that useless?" Artan let out a breath and said maybe being too modest was not a good thing either. Aegon clearly had no idea what she was talking about. "The girl seems to have the wrong idea. My disciple is not noble, great, or brave. Sure, for his age, he does have incredible power, but that kid is a coward who never deserved power like that. The only reason Aaron left Rhaesar was because he was too afraid to fight." Those words completely shattered the image Arten had built up in her head. She grabbed her hair and cried out, "No, that can't be true. It can't be like that, Lord Aaron." Aegon flinched at her reaction and turned to Leo. "What's wrong with your friend?" Leo answered that she really admired Aron. The next second, Arten broke into tears and ran off, shouting that Lord Aron could not be a coward, that his image was ruined, and that she could not accept it. Leo quietly shut his eyes. "An Aaron fangirl. I can't believe this." Then he continued, "It's because your disciple saved her. And yes, Aron really was a coward, but in ways you never saw, he saved a lot of people. A long time ago, when darkness covered the world, I was one of the people he saved too. So you can be proud of your disciple. Those words clearly caught Aegon off guard. That kid? Has he really grown that much in just half a year? Off in a corner, Arten sat there crying her eyes out, still unable to accept that Eren had once been a coward. Leo walked over to her and tried to calm her down. What's so shocking about Eren being a coward? Through her tears, she answered, Eren is the one who gave me courage. When I was little, I was scared of everything. I was shy too. Every time training got hard, I wanted to quit, but my father told me I was named after Lord Eren. So I decided I would become brave like Lord Eren. Someone who never backs down no matter what. But now you're telling me he was a coward. Leo stepped closer and gently patted her on the head. That coward saved the whole world. When everything was falling apart and nobody had any hope left, that coward stood braver than anyone else. That's why the gods called him a hero. Doesn't that make him even more worthy of respect? Those words seemed to sink deep into her, and little by little she started to calm down. She suddenly sprang back up and said happily, Hearing you put it that way just makes me like Lord Eren even more. Leo shook his head. That's just pure hero worship. But deep down, one thought still lingered in his mind. By the time our group got here, everyone in this area had already died from the plague. Everyone except Aegon. But wait, if that's true, then that means every person here is going to die within the next month. All because of the disease. Then all of a sudden a voice rang out from the distance. This camp is filthy as ever. He turned toward the people approaching and immediately recognized Levite, the vassal of Lord Rysar. Back in the Calamity era, not everyone stood on the same side against evil. The world was split apart, and the worst enemy to deal with was often the one inside your own ranks. Levite walked straight up to Aegon and greeted him. Sky, God Aegon. Aegon answered in a flat, cold voice. What do you want? Levite sneered as he spoke. A great hero like you, Aegon, wasting away in this cursed place while the world falls into chaos. Even the gods who abandon the earth wouldn't approve of something so pathetic. So how about this? End this long hiding of yours and join the Legion of Heroes. Aegon shoved him back and answered at once. I already told you last time, if your lord can guarantee these children's safety, then I'll consider it. Then his eyes lowered. They fell on the children nearby, all of them trembling in fear. Levite gave a small nod. I understand. I'll report that the Sky God still isn't ready. But even so, I was given strict orders to seize the darkness-devouring sword. Shaitan, no matter what it takes, sitting there beside them. Leo was caught off guard. Shaitan? Isn't that one of the strongest swords from the Calamity era? Aegon's the one keeping it. Aaron never mentioned that to me. If Aegon really had a sword like that, then he should have handed it to Eren before he left. Aegon let out a breath. How many times do I have to say it? Shaitan was already destroyed in battle 10 years ago. Levite brushed that off completely. So the great Sky God plans to disobey the Lord's orders out of pure greed. Why else would you lie? Aegon's voice turned ice cold. Why would I need to lie? And even if I were lying, what exactly could you do about it? The killing intent behind those words was so heavy that the people around them visibly tensed up. Levite ground his teeth in frustration. Then he turned and left. I'll back off for today. But the Lord will come for you himself soon enough. As long as you stay in Rysar, you won't escape it. Once they were gone, Aegon came back over to the two of them and said they had ended up seeing an ugly little scene. Leo answered that it was nothing, since they were used to people like that. Beside him, Arten muttered angrily that they really were cowards. Leo then asked about the Legion of Heroes. Aegon explained that, just like they said it was a force gathered to fight Erebus. Little fear showed in Arten's eyes. So, joining the Legion of Heroes is supposed to be a good thing, right? Aegon shook his head. I can't do that. If I leave and join the Legion of Heroes, then there'll be nobody left to take care of these children. Arten quickly answered that the state would obviously take care of them. But before she could finish, Aegon cut her off. Rysar would never protect these children. If anything, they'd throw them away. They'd sacrifice the few for the sake of the many. That made Artan spring to her feet. Abandon them. How can people who call themselves heroes think like that? Aegon gave a faint smile. That's strange. Are you really children born in the Calamity era? I didn't expect kids from this time to talk about ideals that lofty, like reality, has nothing to do with them. Leo stepped forward. And what's wrong with lofty ideals? If something is right, then choosing the right path should be natural. That's exactly why you're protecting these children too, isn't it, Aegon? Aegon stared at him, thinking to himself. Just a kid. 15, maybe 16. After hearing the two names, He rubbed his chin and said, "Kyle, huh? That's rough. Sharing a name with the surviving hero is bad luck." The moment she heard that, Arten suddenly went stiff. Huh? Kyle is a real person? She jolted upright in shock. The surviving hero? Not wanting her to say another word, Leo reached out and grabbed the girl's tail. He yanked it back, which made everyone pause for a second. When Agan asked what was wrong, Leo calmly answered that it was nothing. Then he turned and warned her that if she kept saying pointless things, the whole conquest plan would fall apart. Flustered, she shot back that grabbing a lady's tail like that was completely out of line. Across from them, Agan let out a long sigh. If something is right, then taking the righteous path should be natural. Yeah, that's true. I've forgotten that simple truth for far too long. Then he looked at Leo and asked, "Why did you come to Resar?" Leo answered, "To meet Aaron." Agan rose to his feet and told them to stay there until Aaron returned, though there had been no word from that kid in half a year. Still, this was Aaron's home, and sooner or later the day would come when he returned. After saying that, Agan turned and walked away. The second he left, a system notification popped up in front of them, making Arten flinch in surprise. Conquest objective: meet Aaron when he returns home in 3 days. That instantly lit Arten up. The conquest objective moved forward. Just 3 more days until we get to meet Lord Aaron. Leo nodded along, but inwardly, he was already certain. Arten suddenly sprang up and ran after Aegon, calling back over her shoulder, "Black Rabbit, I'm gonna go ask Uncle Aegon more about Lord Aaron." Leo could only call after her and warn her not to say anything reckless. Then a system screen suddenly appeared in front of him, making him pause for a second. Hidden conquest objective: save the sky god Aegon. Staring at the message, he thought to himself, a hidden objective, and I'm the only one who can see it. Back when he was Kyle and came here before, Aegon's spirit had already been crushed. So if saving him is the objective, then that means stopping Aegon from breaking any further. And if Aaron is coming back in 3 days, then something has to happen before that. Did I overlook something? Then suddenly a voice spoke right beside his ear. "Hey, you know I'm not human, right?" He turned and saw Elsie. Leo answered yes, that she was a spirit. With a bright smile, she replied that she was a great spirit mage. Watching her, he could only think to himself that Elsie could smile like this too. She felt completely different, and her eyes narrowed just a little. "And you're all class too. So you really are the surviving hero, Kyle." Leo immediately tried to cut in, saying sorry, but he had not had the time to explain. Before he could finish, she cut him off and said not to bother trying to fool her anymore. Someone who's both all class and carrying the light gem? That idiot could only be a comrade of Lucina's. The moment he realized what was going on, Leo thought to himself that he never expected Elsie to mistake him for Kyle because of that gem. She went on to say that she had heard rumors Lucina's led his teammates out of Guardstrand to wage war on Erebus, so she had been planning to look for him. Leo asked, a little curious. "Why?" She smiled and answered like it was obvious. "To help save this world, of course." Looking at the girl in front of him, Leo could only feel helpless. Was this really the great dark spirit Elsie, the one who would later make a pact with him? She was way too different. Then he asked her why she wanted to save the world in the first place. Elsie answered that she was a spirit born in the Calamity era, so more than anything, she wanted to see the stars in the night sky. She had heard they were so beautiful they could almost blind you. Leo kept asking questions and asked where Lucina's was now. Elsie answered that he was still on the road to Rysar and would probably take a while to get there. Then she cheerfully added that it was a good thing she had been about to go search for him herself. At least this way she would not get lost. Leo then asked why she wanted to make a pact with Lucina's. She answered that she had heard the rumor he defeated Legion Commander Yamangard. In an era like this, someone bold enough to say they beat a Legion commander and marched out to conquer Erebus was more than worthy to form a pact with her. Hearing that left Leo feeling even more helpless. She was too different. He still could not get used to it. But the one Elsie ultimately chose as her pact master was me. And I never heard anything about a reason like that. Then she suddenly remembered something. "Oh right." She leaned in close and whispered into his ear. "Keep this a secret from Aegon. The darkness-devouring sword. Shaitan. That's actually me." The scene then shifted to Lord Rysar's castle. After hearing the report, Lord Rodion asked if Aegon had refused his invitation. Levite answered, "Yes, my lord." Rodion went on, saying Aegon was needed for Rysar's defense, and power like his would be extremely useful. Then he asked what in the world Aegon was still doing out there. Levite, of course, only pushed things further. he said. Aegon still seemed hung up on the orphan children in that cursed land. That made Rodion slam his hand down on the armrest in anger. Just because he wants to protect a bunch of worthless things, he's refusing to serve the greater cause? Levite continued, then casually added that, according to the rumors spreading around, that cursed land had already been hit by disease. That only made the Lord even angrier. Disease? What now? If an epidemic breaks out among the refugees, the whole city will be thrown into chaos. Levite stepped forward and predlodged they should wipe it out at the root before it had the chance to spread. He even put on a fake tone of regret, saying it would pain him to eliminate those orphan children who had nowhere else to go. Rodion hesitated, clearly worried that Aegon would never allow something like that. But Levite calmly reassured him that rumors of disease had already spread across the city, and stopping the plague was exactly what the people wanted too. Even if Aegon was stubborn, he would never do something so foolish that it put a crowded city at risk. Rodion let out a breath and said that having Levite by his side truly was a blessing. Then he granted him full authority over Rysar's security. Levite bowed and said he would do everything in his power to repay the Lord's grace, and that he would definitely recover Shaitan. Outside, the atmosphere had already changed and everyone was buzzing with fear. One person shouted, "That cursed land? Are you insane?" Another answered, "It's disease. Someone else told them to stay away for now, unless they wanted to get infected too." Leo looked over at the children in front of him. Then he thought to himself that right after Levite visited Aegon's shelter, rumors about disease had suddenly started spreading everywhere. And as he remembered that, an old conversation with Elsie came back to him. Back then, he had answered her by saying there was no need to point out the obvious. She had turned to him and asked, "Do you really think this world is worth saving?" That question caught him off guard, and he asked what she meant. Elsie continued, and asked it more clearly. In other words, does this world even deserve to exist? Leo let out a tired sigh and answered, "Enough. Let's save it first." Looking at her now, he couldn't help but think back 5,000 years. A storm of thoughts ran through his mind. The Elsie he would meet a year later had already lost all faith in the world. Back then, nothing about her was as bright as it was now. Even Aegon had that empty, worn-out look, like his spirit had already been crushed. And one thing was clear to him. These children hadn't died from any disease. From a distance, R2 walked over to the Black Rabbit and called out, "Where are you going? I've been looking all over for you. Come on, help me get dinner ready." He turned back and asked, "First, where's Uncle Aegon?" She paused, then answered, "Uncle Aegon? Someone came earlier saying the Lord had summoned him, so he left." Right then, a group of soldiers marched in from outside and announced, "By order of Lord Rhysar, from this moment on, the operation to purge the disease nest begins." The blonde girl stepped forward and said, "Sirs, Uncle Aegon just went to the Lord's castle not long ago." The soldier ignored her completely and raised his sword with a snarl. "You filthy infected brat, get out of the way!" His sword came slashing down, making the girl flinch in fear, but before it could reach her, R2 lunged in, grabbed her, and pulled her back. She glared at him and shouted, "Are you out of your mind?" He stepped forward too, his face turning serious. "R2, get the children to safety first." Hearing that, the soldier snapped in anger. Then a woman stepped out from behind them and introduced herself. He tightened his grip on his sword and thought, so this was Levite's order, not the Lord's. They were using disease as an excuse to butcher the children and take back Shaitan afterward. Murderous intent filled his eyes. If you want to call yourself a hero, at least know where the line is. Otherwise, you're just insulting the people who are actually risking their lives to save this world. Those words instantly set Jillian off. She lunged at him and spat. "You little fraud pretending to imitate a hero?" He knocked her attack aside and kept going. "With skills like that, you still dare call yourself a Legion hero. You're not real Legion heroes. You're just a pack of hero knights raised in comfort." Then a blazing red aura burst out from his body, making Jillian's eyes widen. A fire-attributed aura. A special ability. And with that, he rushed straight into the restricted zone and struck. She quickly brought up her shield and scoffed, "Those flames won't do anything against my aura shield." But the next second, his sword started burning through her shield and her expression changed on the spot. Then a massive explosion ripped through the area. Now he stood there with the tip of his sword aimed at the trembling girl on the ground, a cold sneer on his face. "Your strength is crude and your equipment is just as bad." At the same time, R2 shot forward like the wind, moving without the slightest hesitation. One of the soldiers saw it happen and froze in panic. A heartbeat later, her kick slammed straight into his face, twisting his features before he crashed hard onto the ground. She landed lightly, then pushed off again right away. springing back into the air for another strike. Kick after kick smashed into the soldiers' faces so fast they couldn't even react. When she finally landed, she gave a cold snort. "This weak? And you still call yourselves heroes?" Watching her fight, he turned and asked, "Elastic aura, right?" She nodded and replied, "Yeah, and yours is Flame Ember aura, isn't it?" She smiled. "If we ever fought each other, that'd probably be pretty fun." Jillian shakily pushed herself back to her feet and cursed. "You idiots!" Holding her face, she shouted. "The director has already joined our hero legion. The House of Levite won't let this go. You dared turn Rysar into your enemy over those filthy orphan brats. I'll make sure you pay for this." Her words made R2 pause. Then she asked in a cold voice, "You really want another beating that badly?" He stepped up beside her and said, "R2, can you take the children somewhere else and hide them?" Then his voice dropped. "I've got something to settle with this one. I'm leaving them to you." She gave a quick nod. "Ah, all right." As she led the children away, she glanced back over her shoulder. The air behind them felt dangerous enough to make her skin crawl. Still, she looked at the kids and said, "Everyone, let's get out of here for a while." Back at the fight, Jillian raised her voice. "Now you're begging for mercy. You just don't want the children to see what happens next, right? Makes it easier for you to go too far." Then a voice suddenly rang out. "Looks like he got the wrong idea. The little black rabbit's dancing. Dancing." It wasn't because the scene wasn't fit for children. He had sent them away because it would be easier to go all out. The pressure in the air made Jillian start to panic. Don't come any closer." But it was already too late. He cut her down in a single strike. The voice went on. "Oh my gods, you really are a March rabbit, aren't you?" After taking down the leader, he calmly walked over to the remaining soldiers who were shaking on the ground. He didn't hesitate for even a second. The voice cried out, "The Black March Rabbit just killed a knight? See that? Not even the slightest hesitation?" He turned and answered, "I'm used to it, dealing with filth like this." Elsie stepped forward and asked, "Did they really try to kill your friends just to get Shaitan back?" He looked at her and thought back. Elsie at that time was still a great spirit, but she was young and knew almost nothing of the world. This might have been the first time she had ever seen just how ugly people could be. And yet, in the end, Elsie died trying to save that same world. Back in the past, Elsie's figure swelled in the air before him, and a trace of regret rose in his chest. Then she spoke brightly. "That's exactly why this world needs to be saved. I just want to see the stars that once filled the night sky before the age of calamity." He told himself, "After we save this world, Elsie, I'm sure of it. The stars you'll see then will be even more beautiful than you imagine. That's why this world is worth saving." He stepped closer and gently patted the girl on the head, calming her down. She looked up at him and answered happily, "Yeah." Then she went on, "I want to become a guiding star for all those poor stars that lost their way. And for now, goodbye. Good night. I'll see you again at the dawn of a new day." As he stared at the huge fire in front of him, his thoughts still hadn't settled. The mission still wasn't over, which meant Aegon's refuge still wasn't truly safe. Aegon had gone to the Lord's castle, and Elsie was still here. Even without me, Elsie alone should have been enough to deal with Levite's men, which meant the children dying at the orphanage was caused by something even a great spirit couldn't stop. And if that was true, then with the way things were now, there was no way to guarantee the children's survival. Just then, while he was still thinking, someone called his name. Someone was approaching. Elsie vanished into the air at once. He turned and said, "People even stronger than the ones we just beat are on their way." That made her jolt. "What?" he continued. "Because we got in the way of what they came here to do." She answered with confidence, "Even so, if the Black Rabbit and I work together." Before she could finish, he cut in. "This isn't just about fighting. Trying to protect the children while holding them off won't be easy." She faltered. "That," he said, "there is a way." She immediately asked, "What is it?" He answered, "Go find Aaron." The moment she heard that name, her expression hardened with resolve. She clenched her fists, then froze and blurted out, "But Lord Aaron isn't supposed to arrive in Rhaesar for another 3 days." He replied, "Aaron's already in Rhaesar? Last night, I confirmed that the boundary of the hero world had already contracted all the way to Rhaesar." Her face lit up at once. "Really? Then you're right. Lord Aaron has to already be in Rhaesar." He stepped up and rested a hand on her shoulder, trying to reassure her. "We've already done what we came here to do. There's no reason to risk yourself this far." The corner of her mouth lifted into a faint, satisfied smile as she spoke. "You say that, but you're not planning to back out of this either, are you?" he answered. This could really turn dangerous, but she still looked completely sure of herself. I admire the brave Aaron. That's why I dreamed of becoming a hero in the first place. So how could someone like me run away like a coward? And besides, if you do this alone, won't Lord Aaron end up favoring only you later? His brow twitched slightly. What? She went right on. Anyway, you've already figured out how to find Aaron, right? He let out a small sigh. Yeah, she said, then go bring him back. Until then, I'll protect this place. Past scenes kept flashing through his mind. A voice rang out. Aaron, you're this strong while staying in Rysar? Didn't you ever think about fighting Tartarus? Aaron answered, because I'm really scared of the demon race. The other person asked, but you still wanted to fight, didn't you? Aaron nodded. Yeah. So one day, I decided to go somewhere I could see all of Rysar at once, just to build up the courage. The other person blinked. Huh? But you hate heights, Aaron replied. Because I really wanted to protect that city? If you wanted to see all of Rysar in one glance, there was only one place you could go. And the moment he arrived there, a voice cut in. Who's there? He looked up toward the person standing above and thought, among all the great heroes born in the Age of Calamity, he was the biggest coward of them all. And at the same time, someone with courage so great it barely made sense. He raised his head and said, I came here to get you. Startled that he knew his name, Aaron asked. You know who I am? He nodded. Of course. Your brothers and sisters at Agon Orphanage are in danger. The moment he heard that, Aaron froze. What? He continued. They could all die tonight. We need your power if we're going to save those kids. Without the slightest hesitation, Aaron called out a pale violet power that wrapped around his body, then shifted into a golden yellow aura that covered him completely. Then Aaron turned to him and asked, puzzled, Have we met somewhere before? He answered calmly. In a future that isn't far off, but now isn't the time to talk about that. The instant he finished speaking, Aaron took off like the wind. Watching Aaron race away, he thought to himself, when it comes to running for the sake of the people he cares about, that part of him hasn't changed at all. So let every lost star on this land hear it. I will be the guiding star in the night, and together, we'll light the path ahead. Then the scene cut back to R2, where the battle was already raging. A voice roared, you worthless trash. You really made me step in myself. But with his nimble movements, R2 slipped past the attack with ease. His counterattacks weren't just strong. They were clean, direct, and painfully ordinary. Feeling mocked, he twisted around and came back with another slash. This time, magic was mixed into the strike, and R2's eyes narrowed a little. Magic power, she shot back with a mocking grin. A mage pretending to be a warrior? Aren't you embarrassed? He ground his teeth, furious. So this brat really wiped out my whole night squad? I thought keeping Aaron pinned down would have cleared everything up. He rushed in and shouted, Pathetic! You're just borrowing power from a magic device. Your real strength is nothing. Like a burst of wind. She shot straight in and drove a kick right into his face, making him cry out as his body went flying backward. Before smashing hard into the wall nearby, she let out a breath and said, We're not done yet. Get up! Then, all of a sudden, a soft voice echoed out. Not bad. Weren't you supposed to be something special? So my mother's warning was right. Fighting the heroes on the surface really is dangerous. This woman was the demon, Telatunia Tartarus, daughter of the beast queen Silatuna. The moment R2 saw her arrive, she bared her teeth. Still alive, huh? Then she lunged forward and shouted, I'll erase you right now. But Telatunia brushed that attack aside with ease. Covering her mouth, she giggled. Oh my, you actually pulled it off, little kitten. You're lucky I didn't eat you. Then R2 noticed the wounds on her body starting to heal, and her face tightened. A demon? How was that possible? There wasn't even a trace of demonic scent. Telatunia smiled and explained. That's because I chewed up and devoured the arm of the Moon Prince. See? I'm not here looking for dull beast folk like you, so just die. The instant she finished speaking, she swung her arm down to strike. But something intercepted the blow before it could land. The moment she saw who it was, Telatunia lit up with delight. So you finally decided to show yourself, Shaitan, Elsie answered in a cold voice. My name is Elsie. Shaitan is only the sword I reside in, Telatunia just smiled. Names don't matter anymore. As long as the dark great spirit before she could finish, Elsie's magic thread snapped around her and bound her in place. The girl stretched out her hand, her eyes steady and determined. Telatunia glanced at her frozen legs and blinked in surprise. Oh dear, my body's moving on its own. In the next moment, Control of her body slipped away completely, and she turned on herself, finishing herself off while staring in disbelief. Looking down at her collapsed body, Elsie said, "Compared to 10 years ago, when Aegon and I defeated you, you haven't changed at all." Watching that awkward scene from behind her, the Spider Princess looked on in pure admiration. "Amazing! So you're a great spirit." Elsie answered shyly, "It's just a small talent." But while no one was paying attention, one of Talatunia's legs started to move. Then it suddenly shot forward and pierced straight through Elsie's chest, making her eyes widen in horror. R2 was hit hard too and knocked backward. Then a voice laughed with clear delight. "Ha ha, fascinating, really fascinating. Do it again? Let me see more." Without hesitating, Elsie unleashed a flurry of attacks straight at her. R2 ran up from behind and asked, "Are you okay?" Even with half her face gone, Talatunia kept talking. "You look completely different from 10 years ago. A great spirit without a contract, claiming she can defeat the Beast Queen's daughter all by herself. Me. Now then, what do you think a great spirit tastes like? Let me have a bite." As R2 looked at that grotesque mouth, she sprang forward and drove a kick straight into it, shouting, "No!" But the blow didn't do any damage at all. Her warped voice curled out, "You little kitten?" Those words made fear flood straight into her eyes. Then she remembered what he had told her. That coward saved the whole world. If you want to follow in that hero's footsteps, then you can't give in to fear. So don't just stand there. The moment her spirit steadied again, R2 charged back in for another attack. But this time Talatunia was ready. One of her legs came in from behind and struck straight at R2. All she could do was watch it coming, and then the hit landed, sending her whole body flying. Her body slammed hard into the wall behind her. Talatunia's voice rang out behind it. "Line up. I'll eat you all later for dessert." Her whole body shook from the pain, but little by little, she forced herself back to her feet. Her eyes were already heavy, but one thought kept pushing through. "I have to get up. Please, move." Then a familiar voice called out from behind her. "Are you all right?" The moment she saw who it was, her eyes lit up. Aaron appeared like a star breaking through the dark and said, "You did well." Talatunia hadn't even noticed he was there. She kept feeding and laughed. "Ha ha, go on, give up." Then Aaron's voice came from the distance. "Let the girl go." The moment she heard that voice, she paused, just a little. Then Aaron's body began to change. Talatunia looked him over and muttered, "A beast transformation? But it's not a full moon. Are you some kind of mutant?" Now fully transformed, Aaron stared at her coldly and said, "I told you, let the girl go." She clicked her tongue. "I'm warning you, I don't like being interrupted during a meal, so disappear. Why are there so many annoying beasts today?" She lunged to attack, but Aaron caught it easily with one outstretched hand. Then he yanked hard and dragged her straight toward him. In the next instant, his arm shot out and clamped around her throat. She cried out in fear. "What is this strength?" Without a second of hesitation, Aaron slammed her massive body straight into the ground, and the earth shattered on impact. Even Elsie looked a little stunned by the one who had just saved her. She blurted out, "Who are you? Exactly." Looking down at the one in his arms, Aaron quickly asked if she was hurt anywhere. Hearing that, Elsie hesitated for a moment and tried to answer. Before she could say anything, Talatunia shrieked. Aaron immediately set Elsie down and warned her in a serious voice, "I'm ending this demon now. Stay out of the way." In the next instant, he leaped forward. Right after that, Talatunia let out a vicious howl. Who are you calling a thing to be destroyed?" Her mouth split open wide as she screamed like a monster. "You insolent beasts, I'll kill you all!" At once, golden light burst from Aaron's arm and he answered coldly, "I'm not waiting around for your magic to finish." A moment later, his power lit up the entire area. Then shining chunks of rock came crashing down toward Talatunia. Aaron simply swept his hand once. That single blow sent her flying far into the distance, and in the night sky, the golden trail cut across like a shooting star. Far away in the southern part of Rysar, a man was running down the road at full speed. Damn it! Damn it! The more he thought about Talatunia, the more terrified he became. He had never imagined that woman was demonkin, working together with demons. And when he thought about the punishment waiting for him, panic took over. If the truth got out, he was dead for sure. Then something flashed past him, his hand was cut clean off, and a voice followed right after. What a strange feeling! In an instant, all he could do was stare in horror at his severed hand. Then his legs gave out, and he dropped to his knees, screaming miserably. Standing before him, Leo spoke in a casual tone. Taking care of a traitor, the man hurriedly looked up, only to hear the boy coldly say that he had dealt with his kind before. The man's face instantly drained of color. "Wait! Wait!" he begged frantically. "Spare me. Please spare my life. I'll get you status, power, reputation, anything." But before he could finish, Leo swung his sword and killed him on the spot. After that, the boy calmly slid his sword back into its sheath. Then Leo looked down at the corpse and said flatly, "If the world is destroyed, what good are status and reputation?" Outside, debris kept falling, lighting up everything around them. The moment the enemy was defeated, R2 rushed over and grabbed Aaron's hand, blurting out, "Lord Aaron! Lord Aaron! I've admired you ever since I was little." Aaron could only answer helplessly, almost stammering, "Please, I told you I'm not someone worth admiring." Then, noticing her condition, he hurriedly told her to treat her wounds first. Behind them, Elsie spotted Leo and cheerfully called out, "Kyle, you're here." The moment he saw her, he asked with concern whether she was hurt anywhere. Elsie patted herself down and answered brightly, "I'm fine." Then she proudly added that they had even beaten the Spider Princess. Hearing that, Leo let out a small sigh and said a monster on that level would not die so easily. And he had good reason to think that this was the very monster that had once destroyed an entire nation. Then someone suddenly called out to Leo, pulling his gaze over, "Hey, Kyle!" Elsie immediately leaned in and said eagerly, "Then why don't we recommend Aaron to the listeners? With power like that, he'd definitely be a huge help in saving the world." He gently stroked the girl's head and nodded. "All right, let's do that." The moment he said that, a blush spread across Elsie's face, and then she declared firmly, "Also, I've changed my mind." "Not the listeners. Kyle, I want to make a contract with you." A bright smile spread across Elsie's face. "I really like you." Leo gave a helpless little laugh at that, then answered honestly, "I'm honored. But right now, I don't have the strength to form a contract with you. And I'm not Kyle either." Elsie immediately started circling around him, studying him with curiosity as she muttered, "That's strange. Even though he's an all-class, his power still doesn't seem that great yet." Then she stopped in front of Leo and said firmly, "Even so, I still want to form a contract with you." She waited for his answer, then said with complete certainty, "If it's you, then you can definitely defeat Erebus. I want to place the future in your hands." In the end, Leo finally gave in and held out his hand. "If that's what you want." At once a magic circle opened between them. And without delay, the girl began her solemn chant. "My name is the Dark Spirit Elsie." As she spoke, a mark was pressed into his hand. In that quiet space, only the girl's serious voice remained. "For as long as this contract lasts, I swear to be your sword and your shield." Leo looked down at the mark in his hand, a little dazed. A contract usually ends when a hero's world comes to an end. Even so, this feeling was completely new to him. Then he quietly said, "I'll be counting on you." Then out of nowhere, Aaron's voice thundered into Leo's ears. "I told you to step back." He turned and saw R2 clinging tightly to Aaron, gushing, "I admire you so much. You're way too cool, Lord Aaron." Just then another voice called out a name that made him stop. "Aaron." Both R2 and Leo looked over in shock. Off in the distance, a man was walking toward them. The moment Leo saw him, a historical scene flashed through his mind, meeting Aaron in Rysar, saving the sky. God Agon, the second Aaron saw the man, he lit up and shouted, "Master!" As the man drew near, Aegon asked, "You've already been to Rysar?" Aaron answered obediently, "Yes." Right after that, the man grabbed Aaron by the collar and barked, "Then you should have come to greet your master first?" Aegon's scolding filled the air. "And you should greet your fellow disciples too. Where have you been hiding all this time, only showing your face now?" Hearing that, Aaron hurriedly bowed his head and apologized. "Master, I know I was wrong." The moment the children recognized Aegon's voice, they all came running out, cheering, "Uncle Aegon!" Aegon froze in surprise when he saw them. Then he let out a breath of relief. Thank goodness, everyone's safe. That scene reflected in Leo's eyes, and it made him happy too. If they hadn't stopped this tragedy today, Aegon would no longer have remained a hero. Thinking about his own ability, he realized how lucky this was. Being able to witness the past change like this was a blessing in itself. Over there, Aegon comforted the children first, then walked over to Leo to thank him. "If it weren't for you, these kids would have been doomed."
Thank you.
Then he suddenly noticed something and looked startled. Elsie had already hidden herself. Nearby, R2 wore a mischievous grin and teased, "Lord Aaron already got scolded." Aaron immediately panicked and started shooing her away. "Back off!" but seeing his reaction only made her step in even closer, grinning harder. Lord Aaron. Seeing that whole exchange, Aegon anxiously asked, "Did that girl hit her head or something?" Then he added, "She's still little." Leo could only explain helplessly, "That's just how she is. Please ignore it." After hearing that, Aegon's expression softened. Then he held out a book. "Here, I want to repay you, but I don't have anything truly valuable. Will you accept this?" As Leo took it, he asked in surprise, "What is this?" Aegon answered calmly, "It's my mind technique, the same one Aaron learned." Then Aegon explained in a quieter voice, "Aaron made it his own and gained the ability to transform into beasts freely at will." Hearing that, Leo's eyes widened. "Thank you." He opened the book, stunned on the inside. Is this the original Breath of the Brave? But the second he saw the first page, Leo went still in shock. A moment later, he called out loudly toward R2 in the distance. "It's time to go, R2." Then he said calmly, "If you've got something to say it now." Realizing it was time to leave, R2 let go of Aaron and shyly said, "Lord Aaron, Gathering up her courage, she asked, "Could you pat my head once, just to encourage me?" That request clearly left him unsure what to do, so he looked toward Leo. Leo casually told him, "Go ahead." Aaron didn't hesitate any longer. He reached out and gently patted R2 on the head. "I don't really know what's going on, but do your best." Then he gave her a soft, encouraging smile. "You'll be fine." The second she heard that, R2 cried out in pure joy, "I'm never washing my hair again." Off to the side, Leo drifted into thought for a moment. Turn right at the second star, then keep going until dawn. From B6112, turn at the second star and keep going until sunrise. Then he suddenly spoke. "Aaron, there are going to be a lot of hardships ahead." Holding the box with the little sheep inside, Leo said in a calm voice, "There will also be people you won't be able to protect." A trace of sadness passed through him, and sometimes you'll watch the sunset 44 times. Under the moonlight, Leo almost seemed to glow as he went on. You'll fall into despair again and again as the trials keep coming, but in his heart he quietly left behind one blessing. Still, remember this. Somewhere in that vast universe, your rose is there. Here, Leo sent that prayer sincerely to his brave friend. Even on nights when you're lost and have no sense of direction? This is my secret. A very simple secret. His voice echoed softly through the stillness. Even then, you'll keep moving forward. Facing Aaron, Leo said quietly, "Only the heart can see clearly, because somewhere a friend will draw you a sheep. And the paths traced by all those lives will guide you. What really matters can't be seen with ordinary eyes." He said it with complete certainty in his eyes. No one was braver than Aaron. After hearing that, Aaron looked confused and asked why Leo would ever see him that way. Then, with no confidence in himself at all, he admitted that he was nothing more than a coward. Leo answered without hesitation. To him the reason was simple, because Aaron had saved the entire world. The moment he heard that, Aaron stared at him in disbelief and questioned him back. But inside, Leo was quietly smiling to himself. What makes the desert beautiful is the well hidden somewhere inside it. Then Aaron made a quiet vow of his own. If that's the case, then I'll try too. And with all the sincerity in his heart, Leo made one last plea to his friend. So please, don't stop, turn right the second time, and keep going until sunrise. And with that, the journey came to an end. Aaron's world chapter, the original beginning, had finally been conquered. The rewards followed. Aaron's breath, Aegon's book, and the great dark spirit Elsie. At last, Leo's voice had reached him on the wind, and from that guiding star, B612, Erebus could finally be erased for good. Back in the courtyard, a black-haired man snapped in frustration, demanding to know whether they had found any way to dispel the hero world yet. The orange-haired young man being held there could only answer in fear. "No, there isn't any other way." Shaking as he spoke, he explained that this was a hero dungeon, and something like that simply couldn't be controlled. Right then, a voice called out and drew Berga's attention. "Calm down, Berga." Berga immediately looked over in shock. "What are the professors from Lumer doing here?" The newcomer answered in a calm, even tone. "Since this involves a hero world, it's better for both schools to share what they know." Ain's expression turned serious as he continued. "During our school's first semester, a number of things happened." His voice grew heavier as he said it. "There were a lot of unfortunate incidents." Rubbing his head, he added with visible regret that some of their own students had also been caught up in this matter. Hearing that, Berga froze and asked in confusion. Just then, a golden light suddenly burst from the table, making Berga flinch backward in alarm. It was the stone stele. Even Ain could hardly believe what he was seeing. From the reaction of the hero record, there was only one conclusion. Someone had conquered the hero world. The light spilling from the stele only grew brighter and brighter. Watching it, Yura's anxiety sank deeper. Either the conqueror had succeeded, or the book had closed because they had died. A few seconds later, two figures suddenly appeared. Ardian and Leo were gently lowered to the ground, carried back by the power of the stele. As soon as he saw where they were, Leo let out a stunned breath. "We're back." Beside him, Ardian was just as dazed. Before Ardian could finish, Berga rushed over and pulled her into a tight embrace. Then he quickly looked her over and anxiously asked if she was hurt anywhere. Ardian answered with a bright, lively smile. "I'm fine, father. I conquered Lord Aaron's world." Berga immediately frowned and scolded her. "That doesn't matter right now. Do you have any idea how worried I was?" At the same time, Leo suddenly felt something in his hand. His eyes widened on the spot. Sitting in his palm was a tiny miniature version of Elsie. "Who are you, and why are you here?" At that moment, Ardian pointed at Leo and spoke up. "Father, without this little black rabbit, I never could have completed the conquest." Berga looked at Leo with open gratitude. "Oh, Kyle, that's incredible. I never expected you to conquer Lord Aaron's page," Leo answered in a calm voice. "I didn't do it alone." That answer only made Berga look even more pleased. "So you're humble too, huh? No matter how it happened, you and Ardian successfully conquered Lord Aaron's world." After that, Berga declared it with complete seriousness. "This is the clearest proof that you deserve to be a student at the Hero Academy." His voice was full of approval as he continued. "Azonia should be proud." Just then, Yura hurried over and quickly apologized for interrupting. But the moment she saw him, irritation flashed across her face and her voice dropped sharply. "What is that brat representing the guild doing here?" Leah, meanwhile, only looked puzzled and asked back, "Who are you?" That instantly set Yura off. "Who exactly are you trying to get killed? You think you can play both Lumer and Azonia and fool the professors with a little magic?" Then came a cold warning. Good children don't go around pulling rabbits' ears. Watching the whole scene unfold, Berga looked completely lost and asked what Lumer was even talking about. From the distance, a man walked over and answered for them. "It seems one of our students was a little rude." He folded his arms, clearly embarrassed, and admitted that he had no idea how the boy had managed to slip into Azonia's enrollment ceremony in the first place. Then Ain stepped forward and spoke in a serious tone. "Let me introduce him." The second Leo saw that, he let out a weary sigh to himself. "That's enough already." But Ain calmly continued anyway. "This is Leo Plav." The moment the name was spoken, Artian stood there completely stunned, and across from them, Leo's disguised state began to fade, revealing his white hair again. Ain's clear voice rang out for everyone to hear. Representing Lumern's first-year UAP. "Show them your real form." Leo gave a small, gentle smile and greeted them. A few days later, beneath the shade of a tree, a hand suddenly reached over and picked up a cup of tea. Reina was in the middle of drinking tea when a servant came to report that a guest had arrived. She looked up in surprise. "A guest? Who is it?" The servant respectfully answered that the visitor had introduced herself as the young master's classmate. Hearing that, Reina paused for a moment before giving her order. "I see, then let her in first." As she thought it over, Reina quickly came to a conclusion. If the girl hadn't mentioned her family name and only called herself one of Leo's classmates, then the two of them had to be close enough to visit casually. Not long after that, a pretty young girl walked in and politely greeted her. "Hello, ma'am. I'm Chelsea, one of Leo's classmates." The moment Reina saw her, she remembered exactly who she was. The Llewellyn girl who had teamed up with Leo during the entrance exam. She stood up at once and welcomed her warmly. "Come in, sit here." As she came over to the table, Chelsea set down a box of pastries. "This is a little gift for our first meeting." Reina's face lit up right away. "Oh my, these are from the Rodran Royal Bakery. I haven't had their pastries in so long." Chelsea sat down, looking a little awkward as she started to explain herself. "Well, the thing is," then she gathered her courage and tried to continue. But Reina simply smiled and told her to relax. "Just make yourself comfortable." Seeing that, Chelsea gave a wry smile. "Then I won't be too formal." But Reina added one more thing. "My son has been gone for several days now, so I hope you weren't left waiting for nothing." Chelsea relaxed and answered generously that it was fine. She was planning to stay in Dillard for the summer anyway. Then all of a sudden Leo walked in and asked in surprise when Chelsea had arrived. The second she heard her son, Raina gasped.
My son?
And Chelsea was just as shocked. Leo? A while later, Leo returned to his room. Just then, a voice came from outside the door, asking for permission to enter. He calmly told them to come in. A moment later, Chelsea opened the door and stepped inside, her heart pounding. But she quickly pushed those feelings down and looked around evenly. So, this is Leo's room. How should I put it? It was unbelievably plain. Almost too ordinary. Hearing that, Leo could only ask in a helpless tone. What were you expecting exactly? He sat down on the bed and spoke gently. Do you want to hear about Azonia's entrance ceremony? Chelsea answered right away. Of course, tell me. And just like that, Leo began recounting what happened, starting with the most shocking part first. During the entrance ceremony, Aaron's hero world opened. Chelsea's eyes widened in disbelief. The hero record of the great hero Aaron was activated. From there, Leo went through everything that happened that day. And in the end, the entrance examinees who got pulled into Azonia's ceremony successfully conquered Aaron's world. After hearing all that, Chelsea rested her chin on her hand and thought it over. Then she blurted out in amazement that Azonia's students were seriously on another level. They had actually conquered the world of a great hero. Then she suddenly made up her mind. Today, Leo has to give me special training. Leo didn't even hesitate. All right, Chelsea immediately pushed further, her eyes shining as she asked if she could stay the night. Leo let out a resigned sigh before answering. Do whatever you want. That night, Chelsea ended up falling asleep in Leo's room. Leo, meanwhile, stayed awake, lost in thought. Up until now, the rewards he got from clearing hero worlds were all things that should have been impossible to obtain. But Elsie was different. As Leo looked at what he held in his hands, worry settled in. A being from the distant past had stepped out of a hero world and into reality. That was a completely different matter. Maybe the reason for all this. Leo quietly thought it through. Maybe it's because I'm Kyle. But no matter how long he thought about it, he couldn't find an answer. So for now, he set it aside. First, I need to check Elsie's condition. In the next instant, hazy black light and golden rays burst through the room. A moment later, Elsie's eyes slowly opened. Seeing that she looked healthy, Leo finally let out a breath of relief. She's awake. Still dazed, Elsie looked around in confusion and asked where this place was. But then she suddenly noticed something and cried out in surprise. Where did my rabbit ears go? Then she checked herself and spoke awkwardly. I feel kind of cramped. It seems like I can't use my full power. Watching her like that, Leo folded his arms and thought it through. The Elsie he met in Aaron's world had really crossed over into reality. But she clearly wasn't in a perfect state. She had crossed from the distant past into the present by connecting herself to him, the one who formed a pact with her. Even Leo couldn't help thinking how unbelievable it was. Who would have guessed a hero world could do something like this? Elsie didn't seem too bothered by any of that. Instead, she curiously looked all around her. Then she saw the night outside and stopped in wonder. Kyle, the moon isn't red anymore. And there are tiny lights in the sky. What are those? They look like the stars I've only heard about in stories. Standing beside her, Leo answered patiently. Yeah, those are stars. That only made Elsie stare even harder in amazement. So they really are. Then Leo cut in, his tone turning serious. Listen, Elsie, this may be hard to believe, but you're in the future now. This is the world 5,000 years after the era you lived in. Then he calmly introduced himself again. My name now is Leo Plov. Leo's voice grew more solemn as he continued. But back in that age of disaster 5,000 years ago, I was known as the surviving hero, Kyle. The moment she heard that, tears started running down Elsie's face, and all that echoed in her ears was Leo's voice telling her that he had destroyed Erebus and been reborn in this era. After a while, Elsie slowly regained her composure and spoke carefully. After seeing all this, I can't deny it anymore. Then she asked if this meant the current age was finally peaceful. Leo answered calmly that it was, but not completely. His face turned serious as he explained further. Even though he had defeated Erebus, Erebus hadn't been erased completely, and Tartarus was still out there. Elsie lowered her voice.
I see.
A moment later, Leo spoke with quiet resolve. That's why we have to defeat them. Elsie made her decision right away. If that's how it is, then I'll help. Elsie's body slowly floated up into the air. Then, in a solemn voice filled with promise, she declared that if this was reality, then her fate was to stay by his side. Please take care of me, Kyle. No, it's Leo Plov. The next day, Chelsea's voice suddenly rang out from the garden. So you're the Queen of Vastura, Israene. Hearing the noise over there, Leo's father smiled and happily remarked that his friends seemed to get along very well with his mother. Leo readily agreed. Yeah, she really does. Just then, the butler walked over and respectfully announced that a guest had arrived. Surprised, Leo's father asked where the guest was from. The butler answered that he had heard they came from Lumer Academy. That made Leo's father even more surprised. From Lumer. Beside him, Leo suddenly remembered something and blurted out. Is it today? A little later, a tired voice called out, Kid! The voice made Chelsea jump, and when she turned to look, the teacher was just as surprised to see her there. Why are you here? The moment Chelsea saw him, she immediately stepped forward and asked if he had come to visit Leo. Then she added another question. Professor, what are you doing here? Professor Harlan Edmund pulled out a file and replied that he was making a home visit for one of his students. Your Mr. Leo is next, so head home and stay put. Chelsea softly answered, Yes, sir. Then Leo and David stepped outside. Leo greeted him politely. It's an honor to see you, Professor. Harlan Edmund answered cheerfully, thanking them for having him over. Then his eyes shifted. Ah, and this is... Before he could finish, someone approached from the distance and answered for him. This is my house, Professor. Long time no see, Harlan Edmund. Then came the teasing follow-up. Looks like you've picked up even more wrinkles, haven't you? Harlan Edmund scoffed and shot back that if she didn't want a penalty, she should keep quiet. Raina answered right away. How old do you think I am for you to say that? And besides, my name is Raina Plov now. Glancing at the pile of files in his hands, Harlan Edmund decided to get straight to the point. Your son's talent as a hero candidate is outstanding. To be honest, no one else even comes close. Raina gently smoothed Leo's hair, looking puzzled as she asked the professor whether he had hit his head somewhere. Why the sudden praise? In response, he handed over another file and told her to take a look at it for herself. Raina took the papers and began looking through them while the professor continued listing the details. The Knights Department, the Magic Department, the Summoning Department. He had ranked at the top across all three departments. Still, he made it clear that this was only his personal judgment. Leo had never once hesitated when he was staring danger in the face. His father looked at him with concern and asked what exactly he meant. The professor continued, saying that even in Lumer's long history, especially among first years, it was incredibly rare to see a 15-year-old student show the kind of overwhelming ability Leo had, while repeatedly accomplishing one remarkable feat after another. At this point, those achievements were already on the level of heroic deeds. His father responded like it was obvious. Isn't that a good thing? But Raina looked a little troubled. You can't really say it's all good. Glory only comes when someone puts their life on the line. And for a first-year student, that kind of path is far too dangerous. To be honest, that's what worries me the most. Then he turned to Leo and asked him directly why he kept pushing himself this hard. Leo thought about it for a few seconds before answering in a firm voice. Once you choose to become a hero, you can't avoid facing challenges. Watching him, Professor Harlan Edmund quietly came to a conclusion. Leo Plov wasn't just some student who admired heroes from afar. He remembered what Leo had said before. My goal is to completely destroy Erebus. I only have one thing I need to accomplish. Then the scene shifted to opening day in the city of Lumeria. As Leo walked through the crowded streets, the city felt as busy as ever. His eyes landed on a shop sign up ahead. So this is the school-run cafe. I should go in and grab something to eat. But right beside it, an argument was already breaking out. We're Lumen students. Why won't you let us in? A staff member calmly answered by asking them to show their student IDs. The students awkwardly tried to explain that they had forgotten them and wouldn't stay long. One blonde student even argued that he had been coming there all semester and asked if they didn't recognize his face by now. Watching the whole thing, Leo let out a quiet sigh to himself. They were probably hero candidates who had been warned to drop out after final exams. The boy dressed in black kept pleading, saying he'd just see a professor for a moment and leave right away, but the staff member wouldn't budge. If you're not a Lumen student, you can't come in. The black-haired boy clenched his fist so hard it started shaking. If you don't move, then don't blame me for using force. Right then, a cold voice came from behind him. You're making too much noise. The sudden appearance of that person made him flinch. Then the newcomer spoke again. Lumer doesn't offer second chances to students who've already been expelled. Just give it up and move on. Lumer isn't the only road that leads to becoming a hero. The black-haired guy turned and snapped back in anger. Who do you think you are? We haven't even been expelled yet. But the instant those words left his mouth, the space around them shifted into stark black and white. And just like that, the two students disappeared without a trace. The man turned around and walked off like it was nothing. What a pain. I've heard this year's first years are supposed to be talented. But seeing expelled troublemakers act like this makes that rumor hard to believe. A stunned staff member asked what exactly he had done to them. The man casually replied that there was no need to worry. He had only sent them somewhere a little far away. Then, almost to himself, he muttered another question. Why did Callie and Baden call me here? Watching him from the side, Leo judged it almost instantly. That power just now. That man is a dragon. Before long time passed and Leo arrived at the harbor along with the other students. This time, too, the one standing with him was Celia Zeringer. She looked up at the sky and smiled. Seeing this really does make it feel like opening day. Then a voice called out to them from the distance. Leo, Celia, did you two have a good summer break? The moment Celia saw who it was, her face lit up. Chloe! Chloe burst out laughing and said she'd been buried in family business the whole time. Then she turned toward Leo. And what about you, Leo? Leo let out a small sigh. Nothing unusual. Celia immediately called him out on that. You went to Azonia's opening ceremony? And that's your idea of usual? Hearing that, Chloe froze too. Azonia's opening ceremony? Leo just smiled. I'll tell you all about it later. Not long after that, someone else came over carrying a huge bag of luggage. It was Carl Thomas. He waved at the group and greeted them all as he walked up. Celia puffed out her cheeks and teased him, saying she honestly hadn't expected Carl to survive all the way to the second semester. Carl answered with full confidence. That's just because I'm strong, obviously. Then, from the rest of the group, Chelsea came running over and waved. Ah, class president. And just like that, a low, heavy voice cut through the cheerful mood around them. What a nice atmosphere. Young, lively, full of spirit and energy. Meanwhile, all I can feel is myself getting older. The moment Leo saw him, he murmured to himself. That's the dragon from earlier. Then the man introduced himself. Nice to meet all of you. My name is Riven, vice principal of Lumer Academy. The second Carl heard that name, he blurted out in surprise. Professor Riven? I heard he left the academy for 5 years. Riven slowly looked over the students before giving his assessment. This year started with a total of 440 freshmen, and by the second semester, 346 remain. That's an impressively high survival rate. He went on to say that people were even calling them the golden generation, but unlike everyone else, he wasn't the type to believe that kind of thing without seeing it for himself. So he wanted to test their abilities with his own eyes. Then he pointed toward the academy in the distance. No ships will be arriving at Lumer today. I'll be waiting at the academy's main gate. As soon as he said that, his whole body melted into black liquid and vanished on the spot. Then all of a sudden, he rose back up and gave them one last warning. Oh, and one more thing. Crossing this lake won't be easy. Some of you might not even make it to the other side. The way he appeared and disappeared left the students completely stunned. Carl's face immediately turned ugly. Yeah. Lumer's daily life is starting already. And with that, everyone set out across the water. Leo glanced down at the surface below and judged the scale of it. This thing was wide enough to be called a sea. And before the Calamity era, this wasn't even a lake, was it? Lumer Academy now stood at the center of the world. But a long time ago, this place had supposedly been dragon territory. And it was also the very first place Erebus attacked when he appeared. As Leo kept moving forward, something suddenly shot past him like a bolt of lightning. It was Duran Moira. He thrust out his hand and shouted at Leo. All summer, I've been preparing for the day I beat you. Just as he was about to strike, a massive wave surged in and forced the two of them apart. The one behind it was Elena. Pointing straight at Leo, she shouted that she was settling the unfinished match from before. Leo Plav. Seeing it all start on day one, Chen Jia lit up with excitement. It's already getting good. Up above, some students hovered there just to watch. One of them grinned and said there was no way they were missing a show this good. Another immediately agreed. That's right. Take your time. Back in the middle of the fight, Elena called out an order. Ruri, Ice Strike 3. At her command, 3 attacks shot straight forward, but Leo didn't dodge. If anything, he looked pleased. He reached out and used a freezing technique, declaring that this time she wasn't getting away. The moment his attack came in, Elena and Ruri sprang high into the air and avoided it. Elena smiled like she had expected that all along. Then she called out to Ruri again. The dolphin opened its mouth wide and fired a huge blast of energy straight at Leo. The surprise attack hit him head-on and pain immediately tore through his body. Elena smugly praised Ruri, pleased with the hit, but before she could finish, Duran rushed in from behind like a gust of wind. "You're my prey, Elena Hertzen." Watching the two of them fight over it, Leo scratched his head and let out a sigh. "So, who's supposed to go first here?" Duran answered in a serious tone that it was obviously him. That instantly made Elena snap back that he was being ridiculous and that she should go first. Seeing them argue, Leo casually proposed another idea. "Why don't the two of you fight each other first, and then I'll take on the winner? Sound fair?" The two of them glared at each other and growled, but in the end it did make sense. "Fine, the winner goes first. Duran Moira. I'm looking forward to seeing what Delphinus can do." Elena immediately shouted out another command. "Sea monster, Gorgon." And in the next instant, huge waves came crashing down around Duran. A pleased laugh slipped out of him. "Now you don't even have time to beg." Elena charged in without a second thought, moving at blinding speed. The two forces slammed into each other in a violent clash. Leo didn't bother with them and just kept going. Everyone's pretty fired up for the first day of school. At this rate, everybody should make it to the academy safely. There shouldn't be any students who fail to cross the lake now, but somewhere else entirely. Carl Thomas and Eliana Layden looked completely unconcerned. Carl even said, almost enjoying himself, that this was nothing. At this level, even if a kraken showed up, it'd still be fine. But inwardly, he was thinking something else. Everyone had definitely gotten stronger. Still, their opponent was a long-lived dragon. There was no way this would end that easily. As they kept moving, a thick bank of fog suddenly rolled in and swallowed up the view. Carl looked around in confusion. "Why is there fog all of a sudden?" Ileana answered that it was probably just mist from the lake. That kind of thing happened there. Then black vapor started thickening through the fog, and Ileana stiffened a little. Slowly, she lowered herself down. Her eyes swept across the area, and then, all at once, everything went dark. What she didn't know was that someone had been watching her the entire time. A few seconds later, she finally felt the presence. She drew her sword in one motion, spun around, and shouted, "Who's there?" The moment she saw who it was, her eyes widened. Standing in front of her was Professor Harlan Edmund. But something about him looked deeply wrong. Back on Leo's side, the fog had grown thick there too. Leo quietly observed the change and made his judgment. This fog, all of a sudden? He reached out and felt through it. Is this dragon language magic? The kind the listeners used a long time ago? The Dragon Clan had created this curse to counter Tartarus's curse power, the dream enchantment. This curse dragged a person into a fight against the one they least wanted to face among the people they knew. Leo turned his head and looked behind him. What he saw made him pause in surprise. In an instant, memories from the past came rushing back. So in his case, then familiar words echoed through his mind, along with Luminous's image. On the screens now, the students could be seen drifting across the surface of the lake. Watching through those monitors, the professors could only shake their heads. Even for Lumer's freshmen, asking them to resist Vice Principal Riven's illusion magic was just too much. Professor Sejin let out a sigh and muttered that it wasn't exactly elegant. Beside him, Professor Harlan Edmund kept his eyes fixed on one figure on the screen. Silently, he wondered to himself how this would play out for Leo Plav. Back inside the illusion, Luminous called out to Kyle. Then she pointed behind her and stepped forward. Leo looked toward the distant light, then slowly started walking toward it. He answered like he had expected it all along. "I knew you'd say that. Thanks." With that, he walked straight toward the light ahead. Luminous watched his back as he left and smiled softly. "Do your best." Back in reality, Riven stared at the pillar of light rising from the lake. He looked genuinely surprised. Even the dream enchantment is still this overwhelming. But before the thought had even settled, Leo suddenly appeared, sliding right past him as he spoke with a hint of mockery. "Normally people don't come out and take the test themselves. This is supposed to be impossible, isn't it?" Riven glanced back at him, clearly puzzled. "How did this kid break the spell and get out?" Leo just smiled and answered simply, "I broke it and came out. That's all." Then Riven walked over to a nearby bench and told him to sit. He said that he had served as Lumer's vice principal for a very long time. And during all those years, he had watched countless students grow into heroes, but not one of them had ever dreamed of something beyond just becoming a hero. So because of that, he admitted he had deliberately chosen not to recognize Leo's potential. and for that, he apologized. Then he turned and asked Leo one direct question. "So what is your dream?" Leo answered without wavering, "To completely destroy Erebus." That reply made Riven pause in surprise. Leo went on, saying it was only natural for someone to feel disappointed in students after spending so many years teaching at Lumer. But then he asked Riven something in return. "You know that too, don't you?" Riven looked at him and asked what he meant. Leo explained that the Sage King had saved the world because he never gave up. Even after 1,000 failures, and even after 1,000 disappointments, he still said that none of it was a reason to quit. If you're the Sage King's descendant, then no matter what happens, you can't give up either. Right? Hearing those words, Riven suddenly grabbed his hand tightly. His voice shook as he asked Leo to tell him about his identity. Leo answered politely, saying he hoped to be in Riven's care from here on out. Vice Principal Riven. As he watched Leo's back disappear, Riven stayed there, lost in thought. That will of his... It reminded him of the great Sage King. And that left one question in his mind. What kind of god or saint was that boy connected to? Not long after that, Lumer Academy began its opening ceremony for the new term. The campus was packed with students, all facing the main stage. In the waiting room, Leo Plove sat there with his arms crossed when a familiar voice suddenly called his name. It was Emio Luchan, together with Hark. Emio cheerfully asked Leo how his break had gone, and Leo gave her a short answer. A little later, Emio got even more excited and kept praising Leo for how he performed in the faculty tournament. To her, he had commanded the battlefield like a real hero. Then she looked flustered and admitted that being surrounded by so many amazing people made her feel a little unlucky. Hearing that, Hark teased her and called her the maiden monster, saying she was the strongest among the second-year students. The second she heard that nickname, Emio bristled and snapped at Hark for using something so weird in front of Leo. But Hark didn't care at all. He leaned back on the bed and declared that he was going to sleep until the ceremony started. Leo's eyes shifted slightly, like something had just caught his attention. Hark wasn't always sleeping because he was lazy. His aura trait was accumulation, a rare power that let him store up energy and then release it in battle. Noticing Leo's curiosity, Emio quickly explained that Maiden Monster was only a teasing nickname some of the seniors had given her. She insisted that she had a proper title, Master of the Wind Soul. But right then, another voice cut in and said that name sounded way too plain. The one who said it was Elena Giron. She came up from behind, wrapped her arms around Emio and told her the nickname Maiden Monster suited her much better. After teasing her for a bit, Elena turned to Leo and reminded him that he still had a favor to ask of her. Then Elena cheerfully said she could grant that request right now, but in exchange, Leo would have to help her with something too. The moment he saw that, Hark sat up on the bed and called out to Elena. The mood in the room instantly tightened. Hark growled and asked if Elena was messing with a freshman again. Elena shot right back and told him to mind his own business. Caught in the middle, Emio panicked and begged the two seniors not to start arguing. Right then, another senior stepped in and told them to stop fighting in front of the juniors and go outside to get ready for the ceremony. So the three of them obeyed and headed out into the courtyard. From behind, Leo quietly watched them leave. Then suddenly someone called out to him, making Leo flinch a little. Unexpectedly, Hark had turned back. Hark explained that ever since she was little, Elena had a habit of treating the people around her like toys she could play with however she wanted. Leo said he already knew Elena could be unpredictable. But Hark immediately cut him off, making it clear this went beyond simple mood swings. He went on to say the real problem started whenever Elena found a toy that truly caught her interest. And this time, that target seemed to be Leo. After hearing the warning, Leo only gave a faint smile and thanked Hark for telling him. Hark waved as he left, saying he had high hopes for Leo because talented juniors were always welcome. Not long after that, the opening ceremony officially began. Standing at the podium, the headmaster thanked the cadets for their courage, saying that thanks to them, the second term could begin safely even after so many unfortunate events. But to Leo, the whole ceremony felt like a performance. After what happened in Azonia, he was certain Tartarus would be keeping an eye on him. Even worse, he suspected there was a traitor hiding inside Lumer Academy itself, someone who might make a move to get rid of him at any moment. With danger closing in from every side, Leo reminded himself not to let his guard down. Once the ceremony was over and classes finally started, two students were already grumbling about the vice principal's curse and the pressure of the first day back. Then all at once the classroom door slammed open and a bright, lively voice rang through the room. It was the Hero Studies professor, She cheerfully announced that today's lesson would cover a major issue that came up during the break. The room instantly stirred with excitement. Everyone started guessing what it could be, and some even wondered if a new hero dungeon had been discovered. Professor Arishin began the lesson by bringing up the incident at Azonia's entrance ceremony, where a page that had never been opened before, the first page of Hero Aron, had finally been deciphered. She continued, saying that the one who decoded it had mentioned a name, though it still wasn't certain whether that name truly belonged to the primal hero. Still, this was the first time anything like this had ever happened in the history of the world of the great heroes. For the first time ever, the name Kyle had been officially brought up. With a serious look, the professor wrote it on the board. Survivor Hero Kyle. At the sound of that name, Leo only smiled a little. He remembered that the management automaton, had first heard his name from Aegon. The whole class broke into discussion. Was Kyle actually a real person? If so, why had no record of that hero ever been found before? The professor had to step in and settle everyone down, stressing that for now, only the name had surfaced, and nothing had been confirmed yet. Chloe raised her hand and the professor turned to her. She asked a simple hypothetical question. If the primal hero really did exist, then what would that mean? That one question lit the room up again. One student said it would completely shake the foundation of hero studies. Another pointed out that among the hero pages discovered so far, there were still several whose owners remained unknown. Then another student spoke up and guessed that one of those unidentified pages might belong to Kyle. The class exploded with excitement. If that were true, it would mean humanity had finally found its own great hero. While everyone else buzzed with excitement, Leo quietly watched from his seat. Even he hadn't expected the truth to start surfacing like this. On this continent, 5 races live side by side: humans, elves, beastfolk, dwarves, and dragons. And out of all of them, humans are the only race without a great hero. For 5,000 years that had left a deep inferiority complex hanging over humanity. Leo thought to himself that if the truth ever came out, if people learned that Kyle had really existed, then humanity might finally be able to stand proud. Another girl raised her hand and asked if Kyle might have been omnipotent, and the professor replied that there was a very good chance he was. Then she added that their school already had one omnipotent student, and in that instant, every eye in the classroom turned toward Leo. Leo said nothing while his classmates reacted, and Carl even flashed a thumbs up with a proud grin, basically telling everyone, "That's my friend." Arishin then announced that the main topic for today's lesson would be the primal hero Kyle, and she asked the class what they already knew about him. After class and training, Leo walked down the hallway with his friend Carl. Carl let out a loud yell and said that was his way of wrapping up the day, feeling refreshed. Leo could only stare, wondering why his friend had such an old man habit. As they walked, Carl asked out of curiosity why Kyle was called the survivor hero. Leo answered in an easy tone, because he survived. Carl immediately came to the simple conclusion that Kyle must have been incredibly strong. The kind of hero who lived through battle after battle, and that was probably how he got the name. Leo didn't argue with that, but his gaze drifted far away. The real meaning was much crueler. In that dark past, on a ruined battlefield covered with the bodies of fallen comrades, he had been the only one left standing. That was what it meant to survive. After a long day, Leo finally returned to his room and sat down at his desk. Then he pulled out a magic tool shaped like a pocket watch. Dark energy flowed out from the item, moved toward the window, and spread into a summoning circle. A small girl appeared from the circle, with pointed ears and messy black hair. Leo called her Elsie. Leo told Elsie he was going to introduce her to his other summons, and Elsie remembered that meant the phoenix and the sprite he had mentioned before. Before calling them out, Leo warned Elsie not to reveal that he was Kyle. He still had no idea how they might react, and Elsie quietly nodded in agreement. A moment later, the phoenix Fiora and the sprite Kiran appeared. Fiora answered the summon with formal dignity, while Kiran happily zipped straight over to Leo's side. The second Fiora showed up. She noticed the unfamiliar face and immediately asked, "Who is she?" Leo explained that this was Elsie, a new sprite he had just formed a contract with. The moment he heard that, Kiran flew right up to Elsie and introduced himself as Kiran, the leader of Leo's summons. But from the side, Fiora instantly objected and shouted that she was the leader. Kiran turned and demanded to know why Fiora thought she should be in charge. With a smug look, Fiora answered that it was because she had been the first one to contract with Leo. Fiora went on, saying a true leader had to be proper and hold the highest rank, just like her. She even told Elsie to think of her as captain and ignore that foolish little sprite over there. And just like that, the argument exploded. Kieran shouted at Fiora, calling her a chicken pig, and Fiora immediately fired back by calling Kieran a flybug. Watching the two of them squabble like children, Elsie could only cover her mouth and let out a soft laugh. Elsie looked at Leo and said they were lively little kids. Leo answered flatly, not lively, immature. The new semester at Lumer Academy kicked off in a charged, excited atmosphere. Professor Wren greeted the students warmly as they returned from summer break. The students immediately started whispering among themselves. Some looked excited, while others were already tense, wondering what kind of stunt the old professor had prepared this time. Wren reminded them that the freshmen were being watched more closely than ever by the academy, and that kind of pressure was not something they could take lightly. Then a sly gleam crossed his eyes as he threw a question back at the class. In the middle of the crowd, Carl Thomas jerked in surprise when Wren suddenly called his name. Wren went on to say that some might think it was because this class had the most gifted students yet. But the real reason was much harsher. The upperclassmen had just gone through a disastrous Lucidian and failed to win even once. Lucidian was the major exchange tournament between Siren and Lumer. Leo Plav stood there quietly, taking it all in and reading the mood. Professor Wren tightened his fist, determined not to let the academy repeat that humiliation for a fourth time. As the head of the magic department, he declared that things were about to change in a major way. Then a huge glowing magic circle spread out overhead, covering the practice field in layers of intricate star-like patterns. The students instantly started buzzing, wondering what the professors had gone through all that effort to prepare for this semester. Among them, a silver-haired girl looked especially tense under the weight of restoring the department's honor. Floating in midair, Wren formally introduced the new subject, heroic magic. Starting today, the freshmen would finally begin learning techniques once known only from legend. Wren stressed the core idea behind it all. Magic begins with believing in yourself. If that belief was strong enough, then any limit could be broken through. In the past, every great hero archmage had their own distinct magic, something tied directly to their name and no one else's. And because those techniques were so personal, passing them down had always been incredibly difficult. But thanks to new methods of research, that problem had been greatly reduced. Wren looked over the class and asked if anyone knew what that method was called. Chloe Muller confidently raised her hand and answered right away. The heroics. Through heroic records, those one-of-a-kind abilities could be inherited as priceless rewards. The professor nodded, clearly pleased with Chloe's answer. For centuries, mages had been trying to turn those unique powers into a system that could be reproduced on a broader scale. The whole goal was simple: make the power of heroes accessible to more people. And the result of all that effort was the very thing they were about to study now, heroic magic. Wren explained that those ancient secrets had now been organized into a form anyone could learn from. Then he burst into laughter, as the students started groaning the moment they realized how difficult it actually was. Before moving into the lecture, Wren decided to begin with something more direct: a real magic duel. A one-on-one fight would be the fastest way to see how well the students could actually use heroic magic. But the moment Wren asked who wanted to go first, the entire class went dead silent. Then Ileana Layden quickly raised her hand, volunteering without hesitation, even as people whispered that she was a traitor for training with the Knights Department. Ileana still walked straight into the arena. If anything, she looked proud of the fact that she had strengths from both sides. Wren smiled and announced that her opponent would be a special instructor he had personally invited. A lone figure stepped out slowly from the dark hallway. His footsteps were unhurried, but each one landed with a heavy presence across the grass. It was Albie Duran, the famous combat specialist known for his easygoing style and signature sunglasses. Ileana looked surprised for a moment, but she quickly pulled herself together and returned to her usual confidence. Standing across from her, Albie calmly told the freshman to come at him with everything she had. Then the signal rang out, and the duel between a rising prodigy and a seasoned combat master officially began. The moment it started, Ileana rushed in first. To her, landing the first blow was how you won, and she came in with a rapid barrage of glowing blade strikes. "Radiant Blade!" she shouted as she drove all her power into a straight attack aimed at Albie. But Albie didn't even flinch. He stood there with an eerie calm, his sunglasses lifting just enough to reveal a pair of cold eyes that seemed to see right through everything. A blinding blast exploded in the middle of the arena, making everyone around it throw up their arms and shield their eyes. Ileana stopped cold, frozen in place, stunned as if her attack had slammed into a wall that couldn't be broken. Beside Leo, Carl frowned and muttered that if magic wasn't working on him, then why was she still attacking like that? He kept staring at the arena, completely lost. Leo answered in a cool voice, telling him to look more carefully. Those light blades hadn't vanished the moment they hit. Even after breaking apart, they had still held their shape. That sharp observation was enough to make even Albie glance over at him. And this is my trump card. Ileana stepped back and began setting up an even deadlier spell. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. This was a special magic she had worked on all through the summer break. Professor Wren gave a quiet nod as he watched. Ileana's firepower had clearly risen since last term, even if her style was still a little too extreme. Then, from overhead, shimmering particles of mana started pouring down like a sky full of falling stars. Rain of light. Ileana unleashed her finisher, blanketing the entire field with thousands of razor-sharp mana arrows. Excellent. Albie murmured the word under his breath, a rare bit of praise for the effort she had put in. But right after that, a dry sound cut through the air, and Ileana was suddenly blown backward, caught completely off guard by what had just happened. A pair of steady feet landed on the ground wrapped in a deep and mysterious blue mana. Leo narrowed his eyes as the scene unfolded in front of him, and then the figure stepped out of the light. It looked exactly like Ileana, but the pressure coming off it was far heavier, far more polished. The whole class erupted at once. "Isn't that Ileana, an illusion spell?" The copy curled its lips into a mocking smile. Albie explained that this was Mirror Force, an ancient spell once used by the Fairy King. Ileana gritted her teeth. That fake just mocked me. Furious, she pulled mana back into her hands, and the fire in her eyes flared up again. Cheap illusion tricks aren't going to stop me. With that, she burst forward at terrifying speed and charged the clone head-on. But even though it was using the same magic, why was that copy casting it more cleanly and with so much more force? Sweat started running down Ileana's face. She could feel the gap between them, and it didn't seem like one she could close. From behind her, Albie reminded her not to lose focus until the very last second. The clone lifted one hand, and in an instant, another rain of light appeared, only this time on a scale far beyond hers. The mana gathered at its fingertips was unbelievably stable, without even the slightest wasted movement. Then a thunderous blast shook the arena. Mirror Force didn't just copy the target's appearance. It could also reproduce their unique magic. The duel ended just like that. Ileana dropped to the ground, breathing hard, stunned and exhausted. Albie walked over and held out a hand to her. "You did well today." Then Wren looked across the room and asked the next question. "So who's up next?" Leo Plov stepped forward, Albie's voice rang out, and the entire lecture hall turned toward him at once. Leo calmly made his way into the arena, his expression not changing at all as he faced the waiting Mirror Force clone. "You've prepared yourself, I assume?" Albie asked. "Yes," Leo answered without wasting a word. Unlike ordinary illusion magic that only fools the eyes, Mirror Force was a supreme technique that could draw out the target's peak power. Then Leo's clone appeared, green-tinted light pressing outward from its body. "It'll fight using your strongest ability at its absolute limit." That was Albie's warning. Leo only smiled, then lifted one hand toward the sky. In the next moment, the heavens lit up with countless stars and layer after layer of intricate magic circles. Everyone below could only stare, stunned by the sheer scale of what they were seeing. A brilliant glow wrapped around Leo's hand, like he was reaching out into a galaxy hanging right above him. The whole space burst into a storm of light and constellations as Leo released an unbelievably complex chain of spells. Chloe Muller went completely still, eyes wide as she watched him cast multiple spells at the same time. Leo smiled with complete confidence. His control over star spirit magic had already reached a completely different level, and everyone watching could feel it. Spell beams started exploding into existence all around him as the duel moved into its most tense phase. And right in the middle of it all, Leo stood calm and steady, facing the surging magic head-on. Wren explained that Mirror Force worked by copying the opponent and turning that person's own strength into the clone's weapon. Leo stretched one hand forward, ready to strike back. At once, the entire arena was swallowed by a glowing blue web of magic. Leo casually said that since the clone was using his own magic, taking it apart would actually be very easy. Wren judged that Leo's skill had already reached the level of a real professor. In the professor's eyes, Leo was on track to become one of the most famous hero mages in the Academy's history. Then a massive magical explosion tore through the center of the arena, marking the end of Leo's attack. Even Albie was left staring, still unsure how to put the first-year student's true level into words. Leo's body glowed as star magic surged powerfully around him. Flames burst to life in Leo's palm as he pulled more power together. He fired off a rapid string of fireballs at the opponent, each one backed by multiple layers of magic circles. But Leo himself knew these were still only basic spells. From a distance, Albie watched in silence, already knowing attacks like these wouldn't be enough to trouble the clone. Leo smiled and said this wasn't just a duel. Albie's eyes shifted. Little by little, he was getting pulled into Leo's pace. Leo burst straight through the wall of fire and drove right at the spellcaster's position. When you're up against mirror force, the smartest move is to go after the mage controlling it. Leo watched everything with razor-sharp focus, searching through the chaos for even the smallest opening. Every move up to this point had been setting up one brief instant for his plan to work. Then Leo threw up a massive wall of fire, cutting off the enemy's line of sight in one move. Behind the thick screen of smoke and flames, his silhouette flashed by in an instant. The sudden wall of fire caught the opponent off guard. Leo pressed the advantage right away, firing off a powerful burst of flames to throw the whole setup even further off balance. And right behind that, he unleashed a violent vortex without missing a beat. The magical clone was completely thrown off by that rapid chain of attacks. As the smoke slowly thinned out, Albie stood there motionless, staring straight ahead. Leo knew it. Everything had gone exactly the way he planned. The clone was fully dispelled, breaking apart into glittering fragments of energy as Leo swept past it. And with one final touch, he snuffed out the professor's spell completely. Leo landed firmly in the arena, finishing the test without a single scratch on him. The students below immediately broke into chatter. No one could believe Leo had taken down the clone that fast. Albie asked Leo if he understood spirit magic, and Leo answered with a quiet nod. That was when Albie realized Leo hadn't used the firewall as a simple attack at all. He had used it to block his line of sight. That gave Leo the opening he needed to close the distance and erase the clone cleanly. Albie admitted that Leo might even surpass him before he graduated. The professor pushed up his glasses and told Leo to head back to his seat so they could keep testing the others. As the sun dropped behind the academy's tall tower, that unexpectedly intense lesson finally came to an end. In the office, Callian Baden sat focused on his notes while Riven leaned back nearby, watching in silence. Riven then asked, curious about the condition of the freshman class Callian Baden had been keeping an eye on. Callian Baden answered without hesitation. This was the best generation he had ever seen at Lumer. He looked back over the stack of clues he had gathered during 4 years of travel, all of them tied to the heroic dungeon, as Riven stood beside him and suggested that letting the students face that place for real might be necessary. The documents in front of them laid out the Saint Sword's journey across the world in meticulous detail. Riven listened quietly, but the concern on his face made it clear he wasn't taking the situation lightly. Callian Baden gave a small nod of thanks to his colleague. The two of them were preparing for something much bigger. Their discussion grew more intense when the topic turned to the shadow of traitors hidden within Zerun. Callian Baden clenched his hands, troubled by how reckless Tartarus had become. He admitted that his body was no longer what it used to be. The era of the Saint Sword was nearing its end. Riven watched the elder's back as he walked, understanding just how much weight he was carrying. Then he asked whether the next generation would really be strong enough to endure the storm that was coming. Callian Baden smiled with calm confidence and said he was ready to place that responsibility in the hands of the young. That gentle smile felt like a quiet promise that the future still held hope. Under the blazing sunset, the two figures faded into the light as their important conversation came to a close. Back in classroom 1-5. Lessons continued like normal until a new announcement suddenly changed the mood. Standing at the podium, the professor formally announced that live mission training would begin that very day. He reminded them that a true hero had to know how to deal with the troubles spreading through the world. This was a hands-on internship program, one that gave students extra funding while also earning them course credit. He also warned them not to get carried away when choosing missions, because this wasn't practice anymore. This was the real field, and one mistake could cost someone their life. The moment he said that, tension spread across the room. Murmurs and nervous chatter quickly filled the class. Soon after, the mission notice went up on the first-floor board, and a crowd of students immediately gathered around it. Chelsea walked over to Leo and noticed he was staring closely at a bandit subjugation mission. She was surprised to see the place he picked was some remote countryside in the southwest, an area hardly anyone paid attention to. Leo's expression stayed calm, but the look in his eyes suggested he was seeing something much deeper in that mission. Then Elena suddenly appeared and mocked what she saw as Leo's insignificant choice. She said his view was far too narrow, stuck on the small, worthless things right in front of him. Elena went on to say the region was so remote that it didn't even show up in the historical records, and yet, Leo's finger was resting exactly on the location of an ancient city. 5,000 years ago. This land had been Guardsren, the cradle of the continent and its final line of defense. A strange current of spiritual energy stirred around him, pulling his thoughts back into an age of heroes and myth. This was the place where Kyle and Lycinas first met, the beginning of a long fate that would bind them together. Meanwhile, Out in the academy hallway, a first-year girl came sprinting through, muttering to herself that she had to hurry before all the good internship missions were gone. But in her rush, she suddenly slammed into someone standing in the middle of the corridor. Before she could even recover, a shadow dropped over her. Standing there was an intimidating group of upperclassmen. A closer look made it clear what was happening. The third-year student council had come marching right into the freshman area, and the whole hallway went quiet. The blue moon crest gleaming on their chests made one thing obvious. These were not ordinary students. At the front of the group was Alina Jirian herself, a third-year representative and the captain of the elite Blue Moon team. Alina's sharp gaze swept through the crowd like a hunter searching for prey, and before long she found exactly who she wanted. That target was Leo Plov, and even with the Academy's queen standing right in front of him, he stayed completely calm, like none of this mattered. Alina didn't waste time. She directly invited Leo to join her team for a heroic dungeon expedition. And to everyone around them, it was probably an offer straight out of a dream. But real life wasn't that simple, Leo answered, with a short, blunt "no thanks," and the entire crowd was left stunned. Alina narrowed her eyes, clearly not believing what she had just heard. But Leo's expression didn't change, as he calmly refused her again. The students around them immediately started buzzing. Was this kid fearless? Or just insane? Who turns down Alina like that in front of everyone? Heavy pressure began to roll off Alina. Her pink eyes sharpened as if she were using some kind of command ability to force him to obey. Leo's answer was simple. He just held up the mission form he had already signed for with a small shrug. He explained that he had already accepted an internship mission out in the countryside, and a dungeon expedition probably wasn't the kind of thing Alina would care about anyway. After saying that, Leo turned around and walked off, leaving Alina and the stunned crowd behind him. Alina's followers instantly bristled, ready to rush out and teach the rude freshman a lesson. But she lifted one hand and stopped them. Alina stayed where she was, staring at Leo's back as he left. She knew she had used her ability, so why hadn't it affected him at all? Leo's image reflected in her calculating eyes. This prey had clearly caught her attention. A faint suggestive smile touched her lips. For Alina, this had already become much more interesting than she expected. By the next morning, the story had spread across the academy like wildfire. The school paper ran a headline that screamed, "The Queen humiliated after a rookie flatly rejects her." Carl Thomas read the article with a huge grin on his face, thoroughly enjoying the miserable expressions on the Blue Moon team's side. While the rest of the class buzzed over the scandal, Leo just sat quietly at his desk like none of it concerned him. Carl asked what it felt like to humiliate the Queen, and Leo casually answered that it felt normal. The truth was, Leo's thoughts were somewhere else entirely. To get into the Forbidden Archive, he needed Alina's permission, and that was going to be a problem. Even so, his biggest priority was still finding the traitor hidden inside Lumer Academy. His thoughts were cut off when the professor walked in and asked whether everyone had checked the internship mission requirements from yesterday. Then the scene shifted to Garen Province, a neutral region in the southwest of the continent surrounded by grand mountain ranges. The moment Leo stepped onto that land, he could feel that the atmosphere there was completely different. As he looked around, Leo realized the place didn't feel as unfamiliar as he first thought. The whole land carried the breath of the past. An old man with white hair and a long beard stepped out of a house, clearly surprised to see a student wearing the Lumer insignia come all the way out to a place this remote. Leo explained that he had come to answer a mission request from Garen Province, and the old man's whole face immediately brightened. It turned out the area had been suffering badly from bandit attacks, to the point that ordinary people could barely survive anymore. To them, Leo's arrival felt like a savior finally showing up. Inwardly, Leo realized this place was Guardthrun, a strategic defensive line he had known long ago. Leo headed straight for the Lord's Keep to start the mission, but at the gate, 2 guards stopped him and looked him over suspiciously, clearly having never seen him before. Leo showed them the bandit's subjugation request, but the guards only sneered, saying a brat like him would be useless against a gang of savage thieves. But once they took a closer look at the insignia and seal on the form, one of the guards immediately turned pale and started sweating. Lumer Academy. That name alone was enough to shake them. Leo smiled lightly and asked if he could go in now. Inside the manor, Leo was welcomed warmly with plates of pastries and fine tea. The Lord of Garen urged Leo to rest first after traveling so far, But Leo chose to get to work right away. Looking the Lord straight in the eye, Leo asked for exact information on where the bandits were hiding so he could finish the mission as quickly as possible. Leo studied the old map closely, especially the marked location of the ruined castle that now served as the bandits' base. Then memories from his past life came rushing back. He realized this was the place where that stubborn guard-thrun defensive line had once stood. Leo's red eyes narrowed as he thought it over. These ruins were definitely hiding something far bigger than a simple bandit hideout. The tense conversation was cut short by a frantic shout from the guard outside. Lord Garen frowned, ready to scold the man for barging in like that. But the guard quickly blurted out that another team of hero candidates had just arrived. That made both the Lord and Leo pause. Had someone else really accepted the same bandit subjugation mission? Then a set of calm, measured footsteps echoed through the hallway. The kind that made it clear someone important was on the way. A young elf stepped inside. He had long black hair, a noble air about him, and an unmistakable presence. It was Haddon Dershan, the third-year representative of the prestigious Saran Academy. The Lord quickly moved to welcome him, while Leo quietly wondered why upperclassmen from a rival academy had come all the way out to a place this remote. Standing just behind Haddon was a striking red-haired elf. It was Runia Elrundoa, and the moment she saw Leo, surprise flashed across her face. As soon as she recognized him, Runia greeted Leo with obvious warmth. Since she was someone he knew, he figured he should at least act a little polite. Runia kept chatting away in high spirits, while Leo answered with his usual laid-back look, making her laugh and call him a pretty mischievous kid. The Saron students with them started murmuring among themselves. They had already recognized Leo Plav of Lumer, the prodigy who had deciphered the founder's magic. Haddon Dershan said nothing. He only fixed Leo with a cold, careful stare. Clearly he wasn't looking down on this freshman. Runia asked what Leo was doing here, and when he showed her the bandit subjugation request form, her whole expression brightened. Her eyes lit up like she'd just stumbled onto treasure to her. This was the perfect excuse to slip away from the suffocating control of the senior students. Without missing a beat, Runia announced that she was coming with Leo to help, and her enthusiasm caught him completely off guard. The Saron seniors immediately panicked and reminded her why their group was really here. But Runia brushed them aside, saying she couldn't just ignore the villagers' suffering. Then she grabbed Leo and pulled him away on the spot, leaving everyone else in the room staring after them in confusion. Back in the parlor, the mood grew heavy as Haddon Dershan slowly took a seat on the sofa like he owned the room. He then told the rest of his people to wait outside, making it clear that he alone was enough to speak with the Lord. Haddon began explaining why he had come so suddenly, though the way he put it sounded stiff and overly formal. According to him, he was only there to study the local ecosystem, checking the surrounding plants, flowers, and wildlife. Lord Garen broke into a cold sweat, wondering if the geniuses from a top academy seriously had so much free time that they traveled around counting plants. After that, Haddon requested a travel pass from the Lord so his investigation wouldn't run into any trouble. Crushed under Haddon's pressure, the poor Lord could do nothing but nod over and over and agree. Outside, the Saran students started sneering, mocking Lumer for sending nothing but a freshman boy to deal with this situation. They wondered whether Lumer had caught wind of a newly emerged heroic dungeon in the area, or if Leo had just been sent here by pure coincidence. One blonde loudmouth scoffed and said Leo was probably just an arrogant fake riding on rumors about his talent. Purple-haired girl beside him chimed in too, belittling Lumer's past generations as mediocre and unimpressive, but the smile on her face vanished when a cold voice suddenly came from right behind them. Elena Geron had appeared without a sound. The Saron students went white the moment they saw Lumer's queen standing there. Elena smiled and told them they were free to talk behind her back. But since she had heard every word, she was willing to give them exactly one chance to apologize before things turned ugly. A terrifying wave of magical pressure burst out as Elena activated her ultimate ability, forcing the arrogant students to their knees as they bowed in sheer panic. The tension only got worse as the Saran students brazenly demanded that the Lumer side kneel and apologize instead. They acted like it was only natural for a Lumer second year to be beneath them, and they even mocked the block representative Lily, saying she needed a lot more training. The purple-haired Saron girl pushed it even further, saying that if Lumer didn't agree, then they should settle it with real strength. That was when Elena Geron suddenly showed up, wearing a faint, dangerous smile. She walked forward at an easy pace and reminded them that she had already offered them a chance to apologize. The pressure pouring off Elena made the whole air feel heavy. Then she told them plainly that they had thrown away their last chance on their own. A violent crash suddenly rang out from inside the hall, making everyone jump. The students hurried outside at once to see what had happened. Dust and smoke rolled through the area. Several people were already lying unconscious on the ground, and the sight left the others shaken. Then they pointed at the one responsible, and it turned out to be their own third-year representative. Elena casually planted her foot on the defeated student's head and sneered at how pathetic her underlings were. She said that talentless people had no right to laugh at other schools, and at the same time, she picked up on an unpleasant magical presence nearby. Even surrounded by the wreckage, Elena Duran stood there without the slightest hint of concern. She turned to Haddon and mockingly asked if his seniors were so useless that she had to step in and teach the juniors herself. Haddon Dershan stayed silent, his expression grim, as if even he had no room to interfere with the way Elena handled things. Meanwhile, over at the ruins, Runia was blasting the bandits with fierce fire magic. The bandits panicked and scattered, screaming that she was a witch, as flames surged around them like a burning sea. Runia immediately shouted back that she was an innocent girl, not a witch, and then kept chasing down the scumbags who had dared torment the villagers. A massive pillar of fire shot into the sky, burning away every last bit of courage the bandit gang had left. Watching from a distance, Leo felt like Runia really did remind him of Luna. With that in mind, he had no problem leaving the bandits to her. Leo walked through the shattered remains of Garthron Fortress, wondering how a place that massive could disappear so completely over the course of thousands of years. Then, the moment his hand brushed against a stone wall, he felt that something was off. Leo's eyes narrowed right away. Dark black streaks clung to his palm. Leo recognized them instantly as dark magic, the unmistakable trace left behind by Tartarus. That was when he realized the truth. What he had touched was only the top of the wall. The entire Garthron fortress had collapsed and been buried deep underground. By nightfall, Runia was sitting beside the campfire after spending the whole day fighting. As she rested there, she started wondering whether Leo would head back to the academy once this was over, or if he planned to go somewhere else. She looked toward the fortress, now swallowed by the dark, and thought about asking him to explore the heroic dungeon with her. So Runia went to find Leo and spotted him standing there alone. When she asked, he told her he was just taking a closer look at the ruins. Leo then spoke about the time after the disaster had ended. Back then, the people had abandoned this land in search of new places to live. The fortress was left empty, and later, Tartarus attacked and buried it completely. Leo told Runia to get some rest and be ready for tomorrow's trip. And Runia proudly said she'd already set up a big fire over there. But the two of them suddenly stopped when they felt other presences nearby. Haddon and Elena had already been sitting there the whole time, casually telling them to come over. Elena teased them by asking if they were planning to sleep together that night, and Runia instantly went red as she hurriedly denied it. The four of them gathered around the fire, and with those unexpected guests there, the mood turned a little awkward. Elena Duran introduced herself with calm confidence. Runia answered with her real name, though inwardly, she still felt a little uneasy. Leo curiously asked why Elena's group was here when they were supposed to be exploring another dungeon, and Runia was stunned when she found out Elena was Lumer's third-year representative. Elena leaned in close to Leo and bluntly told him she'd left that dungeon to the others because, to her, he mattered more. Runia quickly cut in, sounding a little jealous as she asked where all the other seniors had gone, if only these two were left here. With a smug little smile, Elena recalled how their juniors had thrown away their one chance to apologize, and mentioned that a few of them had already been sent back to the academy early because of her. Still pouting a bit, Runia asked what the plan was for the exploration tomorrow, and Haddon answered shortly that everything would go ahead as planned. Then Elena suddenly leaned over, lifted Haddon's chin with one finger, and declared that just the two of them were more than enough to explore the heroic dungeon. She went on to say that Lumer had also received information that an undiscovered heroic dungeon existed here. Then she turned to Haddon and smugly told him he needed to manage his juniors better. Even after Leo said he still had to finish the bandit subjugation mission, Elena casually ruffled his hair and decided that the whole group would head out together tomorrow. To reassure Leo, Elena pulled out a monster corpse and said she'd already taken care of all the bandits on the way here. Before long, that quiet talk around the campfire turned into a subtle contest between geniuses. Runia kept her eyes on Elena and quietly swore to herself that she wouldn't lose when it came to finding the dungeon first. The next day, the group moved through the ruins under pounding rain. Elena didn't hold back her praise for Leo, saying the way he handled things was far beyond what you'd expect from an ordinary freshman. She mocked the others by saying most students only learned exploration from books, while Leo already looked like the real deal, a true magic prodigy. Leo looked over at Elena and pointed out that she seemed completely different from how she acted back at the academy. He remembered the proud queen-like image she always carried there, which made Elena both amused and a little pleased with herself. But then Leo casually added that, right now, she looked more like a foolish prankster, even as Elena kept ruffling his hair. Standing just behind them, Runia flushed and snapped, asking what exactly was so funny. Haddon cut straight through the banter and reminded Runia to stay focused on tracking magical reactions, because missing one could put them in danger at any moment. Runia obediently listened to her senior, even though she still looked a little sulky. The group kept moving, and after checking the area, Elena announced that she hadn't found anything unusual. Of course, she still took the chance to tease Haddon, saying he was as slow as ever. Haddon shot her a sharp look and answered that it wasn't slowness, it was caution. After inspecting the area again, Haddon confirmed that he also found no abnormalities. With the rain only getting heavier, the group decided to keep pushing deeper into the ruins. Elena leaned in and whispered to Leo that Haddon might look fragile, but he could actually endure quite a lot, which was exactly why teasing him felt so satisfying. Then Leo stepped onto a patch of ground that was giving off a powerful magical aura. His eyes flashed the instant he felt the space around them shift. Leo came to a stop, looked straight ahead, and said with confidence that he had found it. A huge magic circle suddenly spread across the ruins, glowing with beams of purple light. Leo confirmed that this was the teleportation gate leading into the ancient Garthran fortress, and if that gate was still functioning, then it pointed to one shocking truth. Standing before the gate, as violent energy poured out of it, Leo looked like this was exactly what he had expected. That confirmed it. The Garthran fortress, buried underground, hadn't been destroyed at all. It had stayed intact for all those centuries. Haddon stared at Leo in disbelief and asked how he was able to read such a complicated ancient magic script. Leo answered casually that he'd been breaking down the spell formula and tried building a temporary gate, just to confirm whether the entrance on the other side was still active. Runia asked where the gate would lead, and Elena simply smiled and said they would only know once they stepped through. Elena stepped onto the stone platform first and motioned for Leo to come over. She kept her eyes on the magic gate, wondering whether the Garthran beneath them was really still preserved, just like Leo said. And a hand slowly reached out and touched the violently trembling energy. Leo and Haddon both focused at once, bracing themselves for whatever might be waiting on the other side. Runia's eyes widened as the magic circle started reacting even more violently to the group's interference. Then an enormous system message appeared before them. Hero record open. The ancient secret had finally revealed itself. The system confirmed that they had entered the world of Hero Record, and the opening chapter was titled Bar Harlan. That was the beginning of their dramatic expedition. Runia and Elena could only stare as a violent burst of magic exploded right in front of them. Wild streams of magical code twisted together and began shaping an entirely new world. Leo instantly understood this wasn't an ordinary dungeon instance. This was a hero instance. The information appeared with perfect clarity. This was the opening chapter of Bar Harlan. Tension rose in Leo's eyes as he felt the surrounding space begin to warp. Then the vortex pulled him straight in, dragging him toward the ancient world of the elves. When he came to, Leo was in a different body, staring down at unfamiliar hands in shock. Sunlight streamed through the window into a room that looked luxurious, yet strangely unfamiliar. A moment later, he realized he was standing in a huge academy corridor lined with classical architecture. The system panel appeared in front of him, but the objective field was completely empty. Leo thought to himself that for a hero instance, that actually made sense. No objective was normal. Just as he was about to go look for his teammates, he accidentally ran into someone carrying a huge stack of books. The pile slipped out of her arms and scattered across the floor. The girl quickly bent down and started apologizing for being so clumsy. Leo went still the moment he realized who she was. The girl in front of him was Luna. In that quiet hallway, the unexpected meeting left him speechless for a moment. This younger Luna looked just as startled, so much so that she nearly choked when she finally saw who was standing across from her. She stammered out the name Archant, and that was when Leo started to understand the identity he had taken on. Luna hurriedly explained that she had skipped class so she could study magic. Leo quickly realized that this was an occupation-type instance, one where he had possessed a real figure from history. That person was Archant Ubesha, one of Luna's mentors. Back then, Archant had been like a real father to Luna. Leo handed the books back to her and turned as if he was about to leave. Luna looked confused. Normally, her teacher would have scolded her on the spot, but Leo just walked off casually, acting like it didn't matter. Seeing that her teacher wasn't going to punish her, Luna lit up in obvious relief. a sharp contrast to her usual distant attitude. The excited girl quickly led her teacher over to the study area. Then Luna obediently asked him to put the pile of magic books down on the table for her. She sat down and politely thanked Master Archant. Then a sudden cracking sound cut right through the moment. It was the leg of the chair snapping, and Luna went falling backward with it. The girl cried out in pain while Leo only smiled and shut the door behind him. Stepping outside, Leo thought that maybe he should spend more time with Luna. But right now he had something more urgent to handle. He had to find the other three before things got any worse. If the hero record kept running out of control, this entire instance could start warping reality itself. And if that happened, monsters could spill out into the real world and trigger a disaster on a massive scale. Leo looked around and confirmed that this really was Luna's world when she was 15. Then a voice suddenly called out from behind him, making him stop on the spot. It was Zira, the elf student, and the look on his face was dead serious. While acting as Professor Archant Ubesha, Leo found out the students were already in an uproar because he had shown up late to class. He couldn't help thinking that this hero world was far more complicated than anything he'd dealt with before. Zara quickly urged Leo to come with him, saying they had to get to the academy and deal with the situation before it got worse. Varharun stood tall in all its ancient glory, an old elven city that had existed since before the cataclysm. Step by step, Leo made his way deeper toward the center of the disturbance. This place was a massive magic academy, a school reserved only for the most gifted young elves. Leo walked into the room like none of this bothered him, faced the long rows of stairs, and casually apologized for being late. The entire hall was buzzing because the students gathered here were all top contenders to become the next elf king. Then one student stepped out from the crowd and loudly accused Leo of being a careless, irresponsible teacher. That student was Herkian Bezron, a descendant of one of the most famous heroic families in history. Leo didn't lose his composure. He just looked at him and bluntly asked what exactly he was trying to demand. Right after that, the students behind him started shouting too, calling for Professor Archant Ubesha to be replaced immediately. Leo inwardly scoffed at how flimsy the excuse was, while Zira, standing beside him, balled his fists in anger. Herkian drew himself up and started throwing around his bloodline like it was meant to intimidate Leo. The moment Leo heard the name Herkian, his eyes sharpened. He recognized it at once from the history books. In recorded history, Herkian Bezron had been a butcher who wiped out the elves' great army. He was also the one who betrayed Varharun and sold it out to Tartarus during the first invasion. Even so, Leo forced himself to stay calm in front of a man who was basically a living piece of dark history. He pressed Herkian to say what the real reason was for trying to remove the professor. Herkian sneered and declared that Archant Ubesha had no right to teach here in the first place. Then he finally revealed it. The real issue, according to him, was that Archant Ubesha had been protecting the stain on their race, Luna Rubinis. The instant Herkian called Luna a disgrace to the elves, Zira exploded and shouted back at him on the spot. Furious, the outspoken student demanded that Herkian take back every insult he had thrown at Lady Luna. Herkian's expression turned dark as he glared at Zira and growled, asking if he really had the nerve to raise his voice at him. But Zira didn't back down at all. He called him crazy for daring to speak about her that way. Herkian suddenly grabbed Zira by the collar and spat out that Luna was just some low-born girl who wasn't even worth mentioning. At that, the surrounding students started whispering to each other, unsettled by how rude and bizarre Herkian was acting. Leo kept watching in silence, and right away he picked up on how unnatural the man's words and reactions felt. From that, he figured out that the one controlling Herkian was actually the third-year representative from the rival Sirun Academy. Then, all of a sudden, Leo declared that he would allow the duel to happen right then and there, even though the Academy's rules were supposed to forbid it. A faint smile crossed his face as he thought it through. If the other side wanted a fight that badly, there was no reason to turn it down. That snap decision left Zira completely stunned, because Professor Archant Ubesha was never supposed to be this easygoing. The Sirun representative, on the other hand, smirked the moment he got the professor's approval. Far out on the edge of Varharun, a divine tower pierced straight up into the clouds. A hand reached out and touched the floating beam of light, quietly tracing the mesmerizing beauty of that ancient magical structure. At the top of the tower stood a young man who looked strikingly similar to Aaron, silently gazing down over the city below.